Legend has it that the world will always be blessed with a hero of immense power who risks their life and gives their all to defeat the Demon King and save the world. But that was until the 666th Demon King appeared. Possessing power that surpassed even the gods, he was the strongest Demon King in history, stopping a hero's attack with just one hand. Shattering the curse that heroes always win, he showed no fear, even when a god appeared. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Enjoy the show. Perhaps all stories in this world usually start like this. Long ago, on a peaceful day, the Demon King suddenly attacked with his army. The entire space seemed to freeze for a few breaths, and then an unknown hero suddenly appeared, his body constantly radiating a blinding aura. His eyes suddenly flared up like a blazing fire, as if he had been standing there waiting for a long time. Quick as lightning, he gathered his momentum and seized the opportunity, ready to strike down his opponent. And in the final, fierce battle between the Demon King and the hero sacrificed himself to defeat the Demon King and save the world. The Demon King was completely defeated and entered an eternal slumber, just waiting for the day he could return. Those are the cliché stories you hear over and over again. The world is at peace, and the hero becomes a legend. Who knows who wrote these stories, but these tales keep repeating forever. And after a long time, bringing us to the present, when the massive gates slightly opened, a blinding light immediately flooded out, as if joyfully welcoming a glorious beginning. A subordinate rushed in frantically, as if he'd seen a ghost. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." Meanwhile, the Demon King calmly inquired, "What is it?" The subordinate's voice grew increasingly shaky. "Demiurgos." He panicked so much he couldn't control his volume. "Demiurgos, the 666th Demon King, has just awakened and left the demon realm." As if pushed to his emotional limit, the subordinate screamed uncontrollably. "He said he doesn't want to be the Demon King anymore." Annoyed, the Demon King gave a slight warning. "What the hell are you talking about?" he stammered, trying to suppress his fear. "I think he..." Frustrated, the Demon King yelled directly in his face. "Spit it out!" Pushed to the extreme, he unconsciously screamed, "He ran away!" The contents of the letter were immediately revealed. "I'm sick of being the Demon King, so don't come looking for me, you idiots. Goodbye." The Demon King stood there stunned and completely frozen in disbelief. What on earth? Scene change. The early morning sunlight slanted across the brick floor, echoing with the rhythmic tapping of leather shoes greeting the morning. Diaz hummed as he walked, his joy clear in every note. He suddenly paused his steps when he caught sight of the majestic scene before him. "Is this the Arcoma Palace of the Verde Kingdom?" He marveled in excitement. "This is exactly the human world I've been looking forward to." Happiness filled the air, making Diaz cheerfully spin around in circles. So cozy. Suddenly, his previously gentle eyes turned incredibly sharp and cold, blazing with killing intent. He couldn't help but sneer in disgust, except for this damn cursed cross. Just then, an aggressive voice yelled out, shattering the quiet atmosphere. "Hey, you country bumpkin! Where do you think you're going?" The arrogant guard marched over, intending to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. "Where do you think you are? Wandering around wherever you please?" Diaz wondered in slight disbelief. "Country bumpkin? Are they talking to me?" He quickly checked his outfit. "Is it my clothes? My face is already handsome." Meanwhile, the guard kept interrogating him. "How dare you casually wander around the Arcoma Palace? Do you have a death wish?" Realizing the other party was ignoring him, the guard furiously pointed his spear right at his face. "What are you looking at? I'm talking to you! Tell me your name, right now!" Diaz put on an incredibly bewildered expression. "Me?" Fortunately, he managed to keep a final shred of reason. "I can't let him know I'm Demiurgos, the 666th Demon King." A brilliant idea suddenly popped into his mind. "That's right. I just need to drop a few letters." Diaz braced himself and flashed the friendliest smile he could muster. "Hello, human." He gently introduced himself. "I am Diaz." At that moment, a majestic voice suddenly interrupted to condemn him. "How dare you take the name of an ancient god as your own? Do you even know that this is the capital of the Verde Kingdom?" The subordinates quickly bowed in greeting. "Count Bruo!" he coldly threatened. "If you didn't know, I'll let it slide. But now, get lost." Ignoring the extremely tense atmosphere, Diaz just smiled innocently and asked, "Is the Verde Kingdom strong?" The Count's eyes immediately widened in shock. "What?" He smiled slightly and let out a few sweet words. "Is it strong enough for me to be king?" Realizing he was being insulted, Bruo flew into a blind rage and roared, "How dare you mock the royal family? You will pay for this with your life." Unable to listen to his annoying rambling any longer, Deus directly activated his power through his deadly glare. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, blowing his body into 100 pieces. The subordinate standing nearby was so shocked his jaw dropped. Lord Bru. Suddenly, his face twisted in agony, as if an invisible object had forced its way inside him. In just a few short seconds, Deus gave him a one-way ticket to the underworld. The surrounding crowd instantly fell into utter panic. What? They just exploded! As if achieving exactly what he wanted, he excitedly waved his hand to finish off the rest of them. In the blink of an eye, the entire guard unit had their heads sliced off. Suddenly, soldiers atop the gate appeared as backup. Capture him. In complete contrast to the chaos, Deus calmly watched the sharp weapons inching closer to his body. His fiery eyes immediately darted over, confronting those clueless fools. With just a gentle flick of his wrist, they were instantly sent straight to meet their makers. He slowly issued a command. Arise. All the headless corpses levitated into the air in unison. And welcome your new king. Deus boldly declared before the horrifying scene, "Pray for my every step with your blood, and bless this body with your tears." Stomping footsteps strung together to create a rather heavy tremor. "Everyone, prepare for battle! The enemy is approaching! What? Has a war broken out? Everyone outside is already dead." As soon as that announcement was made, the color drained from everyone's faces. A flickering light suddenly appeared behind the massive gates. Deus' figure slowly appeared in midair, landing gently with his usual composed demeanor. He excitedly gritted out every word. "Use your screams as trumpets for me." As if they had just witnessed a terrifying scene, the faces of the entire army turned deathly pale. True to Deus' brutal nature, he directly unleashed hundreds of skulls along with an intense aura to crush his prey. A chaotic scene immediately unfolded. The clashing of weapons and piercing screams echoed across the battlefield. "Help me! Mom! Just kill me!" Amidst that tumultuous scene, Deus' silhouette quietly watched the fun. Thoroughly amused, he flashed a mischievous smile. Deus smiled with such exhilarated joy that his cheeks were flushed pink. Suddenly, a deep voice quietly echoed without pause. "The Almighty, the Creator, the Virtuous One, our Father, the Holy Spirit." A blood knight knelt helplessly on the cruel battlefield. "Your name shines brightly, in the name of the Almighty, the beginning and the end." He incessantly prayed for a miracle to happen. In the darkness, guide us with the light of truth, and bless us with total victory. Drive away the Reaper, and let truth triumph over deceit. As if the gods had heard that desperate plea, the sword in his hand slowly lit up with a final ray of hope. "Please smite the demon before me, and grant me strength." He finally unleashed a burst of radiant aura, declaring war against his opponent. To defeat it, Deus asked with a hint of curiosity, "Is that light aura? Are you the rumored Blood Knight?" In stark contrast to his joyful attitude, the Blood Knight issued a cold warning. "I don't know who you are, but you use dark magic. It's unbelievable that you could barge right into the Arcoma Palace like this. Brace yourself." He declared with absolute certainty, "You cannot defeat me, for I have been blessed by the gods." As soon as he finished speaking, his swift feet shot forward as if strapped to rockets. The Blood Knight fiercely proclaimed, "I may not be of pure blood, but I can still strike you down." True to his word, the space that had seemingly settled down was once again thrown into turmoil by him. The atmosphere suddenly settled after the tremor. All that could be heard was his heavy, ragged breathing from the pent-up tension. Suddenly, the Blood Knight's pupils dilated when he heard the taunt. "What's this? I expected more." Deus smiled faintly and announced, "Now it's my turn, right?" He slowly prayed, imitating his opponent's manner, "Our Father, who art in heaven, the Holy Spirit." But the words were not very pleasant to the listener's ears. "Please, let this idiot drop dead." Thrilled, he flashed a mischievous smirk. "I know how to pray too, so let's see whose wish the gods will answer. Mine or yours?" In just a few short seconds, Deus ruthlessly ripped out his still-beating heart, mercilessly piercing his opponent's organs. His entire body emanated murderous intent. "Don't you ever mention those gods in front of me." The Blood Knight was in such panic that his face was completely drained of blood. Impossible. Without a single thought of showing mercy, Deus cruelly crushed the heart in his hand like a cheap toy. "Oh, it is very possible." Inside the grand hall, A formidable guard unit was currently deployed to protect their master. The majestic sight made him excitedly ask, "Did you guys wait long for me?" They began to scramble in a panic as their territory was breached. "He broke in! Why is it just this one guy?" "We are the final line of defense. Guard him with your lives," the king sternly demanded. "Who are you?" Deus didn't hesitate to express his intentions. "Seems like you're the king, right? Let's have a little chat." Unfortunately, a clueless soldier in the army rushed headlong to his death. "How dare you be so disrespectful to the king?" A soft snap echoed out. A mere snap of Deus' fingers was enough to teach those in his way a lesson. The unfortunate soldier struck by his attack instantly collapsed to the floor, howling in agonizing pain and despair. He casually threatened, "Anyone else want to say something?" The entire space gradually fell into an eerie silence, with only a few endearing whispers left echoing. Damn it. Deus was satisfied and praised endlessly. Good. With that, he launched himself into the air, his sheer power so overwhelming it left everyone around him stunned. Filled with excitement, he dashed straight toward the throne right in front of his eyes. Without a shred of hesitation, he audaciously stood right upon the throne. "Let's have a little chat." Seeing this, the king panicked and begged, "What do you want? Money? Fame? I'll give you everything, all right?" As if touching upon the very thing Deus had been longing for. A smile gradually formed in his eyes. He calmly laid out his terms for negotiation. "No, I want this kingdom." The king's wrinkled face twisted in pure terror. "That's impossible." Bored, he shook his head slightly. "Seriously, what did you think I wanted? I can't have it." "Then die. Once you're dead, I'll just take over the royal family, and this kingdom will be mine." Suddenly, a thought struck the king, making him ask suspiciously, "My family?" He roared furiously, like someone robbed of his most precious treasure. "I knew it! You bastard! You want my daughter, don't you?" Ignoring the dramatic reaction, Deus yawned lazily. "What daughter? I didn't even know you had kids." The old man fumed, scolding inwardly. "Not my child? April is the pride of the Horsens continent and the flower of our royal family." He sighed in annoyance and emphasized for the last time, "No, I don't need her. What I need is the royal family." Unable to hold back any longer, the king exploded in a fit of rage, shouting, "Why do you keep wanting what isn't yours?" His relaxed gaze instantly turned chilling when his sore spot was poked. "What? So everything belongs to you, huh?" Only then did the old man realize he had crossed the line, but he stubbornly defended his territory. "Of course, the kingdom belongs to the royal family." Deus' voice suddenly became completely devoid of emotion after the constant retorts. "Who says?" He unleashed everything at once. "Did this world belong to you when it was first created? You also took what wasn't yours, the royal family, right? You've enjoyed that throne for decades. Now hand it over so I can take your place." The terrified king stammered in protest. "No." Mustering all the courage he had built up in his lifetime, he shot back. "Do you think the Maximus Populi Holy Court will acknowledge you?" The moment he heard that, he burst into maniacal laughter. The Maximus Populi Holy Court? Then, he decisively unleashed a terrifying surge of energy that engulfed the entire Great Hall. "Who cares about that? You fool?" The horrifying power instantly blew the castle apart in a single breath. The guards' bodies were instantly scorched black by the terrifying heat, turning the entire space into a gruesome scene. Deus suddenly fell into deep thought as he witnessed the brutal aftermath. Spotting the familiar figure from earlier, he approached and casually asked, "Seems like you don't have any blood guards, huh?" He expressed his deep disappointment to the corpse that had already been reduced to ashes. "If you had them, you could have lasted a few more seconds." How boring. Then, he slowly turned away to seek some new entertainment. He didn't forget to look straight up at the sky and announce, "Hey gods, I'm so bored." These guys weren't prepared at all. Amidst the swirling chaos, his majestic figure stood tall and solitary. The blinding sunlight outside gradually seeped through the cracks, falling into the heart of the silent castle. Deus suddenly fell into deep thought. Maybe I should just wander around and have fun until the pure blood awakens, right? He carefully combed through his memories. Still 20 years to go? Usually, my slump hits around that time. Lost in his train of thought, Deus was suddenly yanked back to reality by a faint sobbing sound. April, just emerging from the sea of fire, couldn't hold back her tears any longer and burst out sobbing. Who are you?" Being suddenly questioned left him a bit stunned. Who? The image of a giant, solitary hand reaching into the vast sky served as a silent testament to the fierce battle back then. The demons who lost the first war were banished to the demon realm alongside the damaged soul of the demon king. They placed it into a new body, pouring every kind of magic and curse into it for 100 years. Then, they resurrected him once again as the new demon king, and the second war broke out. They had assumed that there were no heroes left, so they would naturally conquer the land. But it was all just a pipe dream. Yet another hero appeared. Those humans with their hearts of iron always fought with everything they had until the bitter end. So it was no surprise that the demon army lost once again. And once again, the demons spent 100 years resurrecting a new demon king. Just like all the other times, another hero appeared. They spent another 100 years resurrecting the demon king. And history would repeat itself as another hero emerged. This cycle repeated 665 times, dragging on for an agonizing 66,580 years. The tale of a hero saving the world became an absolute given. Everyone naturally believed the hero would show up when the time came. Deep down below, they all thought this would be the final new demon king. Our new king, please descend upon this world and guide us. They poured in all their strength and resurrected the 666th demon king. His name was Demiurgos, the 666th demon king, the one destined to bring despair to all humanity on earth, and he opened his eyes. But on that fateful day, he simply bolted, leaving behind only desperate, echoing screams of no. Back in reality, April was still screaming hysterically, "What did you do to my father, you evil mage?" Meanwhile, Deus had remained in a constant state of bewilderment from the very beginning. What the hell is wrong with her? Suddenly, his earlier memories flooded back, prompting him to recall the old man's words, "Don't touch my daughter! April is the pride of the Horsens continent and the flower of our royal family." Only then did he finally piece it together. So, you must be Princess April. Dia's eyes gradually turned terrifyingly cold. The king is dead. So now it's time to take his daughter and claim the throne. Unable to believe what she was hearing, April choked back her tears. "What did you just say?" Ignoring her frantic emotions, he casually snapped his fingers, casting a familiar spell. Her sparkling eyes instantly turned dull and lifeless, as if she had just come face to face with the Grim Reaper and his waiting scythe. Without a second of hesitation, her small figure collapsed onto her knees on the scorched earth to show her devotion. April bowed reverently. "This lowly body belongs entirely to you. Please take me with you, master." As if having waited for this moment for a long time, Deus swiftly moved through the ruins. He slowly approached the tiny creature weakly begging to be taken in. After pondering for a long moment, he decided to gently lift her beautiful face. Finally, he gave a faint smile and confirmed, "Good. From now on, you are my first human servant." April instantly responded like a machine, "Thank you, master." Something seemed to compel Deus to examine the human before him, closing the gap between them until they were inches apart. Suddenly, his eyes turned chillingly menacing. "Stop peeking and come out, before I gouge your eyes out." Alex couldn't help but chuckle in admiration. "Just as I thought, my lord. You already knew?" From the silent void, a figure faintly emerged like early morning mist. He walked quietly, his demeanor chillingly calm, dragging a trail of murderous intent that spread throughout the space. But just seconds later, he revealed a smile upon catching sight of the familiar silhouette. Alex bowed respectfully. "Your loyal servant, Alex, is honored to see you, my lord." Dia's voice softened. "Have you been following me this whole time?" Hearing this, Alex let out a soft sigh. "You're making me sad, my lord. Wherever you go, I am always by your side, my lord." Not letting him play any more games, Deus bluntly exposed the truth. "Bullshit. You served my father, not me." Alex maintained his bowing posture and replied persuasively, "Your body was inherited from your very ancestor. Now, you are my lord." Deus waved him off in annoyance. "Whatever. Go play somewhere else, because I'm never going back to the demon realm." Unexpectedly, Deus got exactly the answer he wanted. "Very well, my lord." Alex flashed a mischievous smile. "I will only listen to your orders alone, my lord. Don't worry about me, and please, continue with what you were doing." Deus was momentarily thrown off by the unexpected response. "What was I doing again?" Without an ounce of shame, Alex casually remarked, "Weren't you about to bestow your great seed upon that woman?" He started rambling again. "I, Alex, the one who never left your side during your 80 years as a demon soul." Alex instantly switched into Oscar-worthy acting mode. Will you listen to the sacrifices I've made for you? Enough to fill a wine glass with tears? He shamelessly recounted childhood memories. Throughout your infancy, I breastfed you after altering my own body. Deus, on the other hand, got goosebumps all over. That's disgusting. A sense of pride completely took over his mind. I became the perfect educator through my devoted teaching. Deus immediately shot back. I still remember you beating me half to death. Ignoring the scolding, Alex carried on with his dramatic farce. I was the only demon who tearfully saw you off when you entered the Egg of Awakening. Deus yelled furiously. You tied me up and threw me in there, you bastard. His body subconsciously twisted in a bizarre manner. It feels like just yesterday you were wriggling your tiny arms and legs. I can't believe you've grown up so much and started noticing women. I'm easily moved to tears, you know? Deus screamed, practically crying in frustration. Shut up. With that, he decisively cut in to stop the one-man show. Enough bullshit. Let me be clear, I'm not doing that Demon King crap anymore. And as of today, I've been reborn as an ordinary human. Alex once again flashed a cryptic smile. Very well, my lord. As you wish. Realizing that the other's train of thought was skewing in some weird direction, he angrily gave a warning. What was that? Alex stubbornly played dumb, pretending not to understand. What do you mean? Deus erupted in a fit of rage, screaming, What are you plotting? Tell me! Why would you just let me be? Spit it out! Only then did Alex realize his joke had gone too far. I apologize, my lord. I will tell you. Finally, he gently presented his thoughts. My lord, is there any special reason you chose to attack this country? Hearing this, Deus asked with a hint of suspicion. Reason? Alex nodded slightly to confirm. Yes, like that arrogant king invading your territory, or coveting the wealth of the demon realm, or at the very least, you being in a bad mood. Something like that. He seriously answered his subordinate's question. Well, no. I don't really have one. I just thought I should live like a king if I've chosen to be human. Alex clapped his hands excitedly, interrupting the intense flow of thoughts. He now looked exactly like a rabid fanboy. How befitting of the title of Demon King. Alex slowly listed off his master's achievements. As soon as you arrived on Earth, you defeated the greatest kingdom. He vividly recounted every little detail, murdered the king, and took his princess. He quickly switched into predator mode. So brutal! What could possibly suit a demon king better? Alex used every word in his vocabulary to shower him with praise, something an ordinary human, or even a high-ranking demon like myself, could never even dare to imagine. Truly a born great demon king! Watching this entire spectacle, Deus couldn't help but click his tongue in exasperation. So this is how it is, huh? His mood suddenly dampened as he remembered the reason. Because a great lord like yourself said you would abandon us and stop being the Demon King. Suddenly, a unique idea popped into his head. I will take your son down to the demon realm and raise him as another Demon King. Alex's eyes showed a burning determination, and, on that day, 20 years later, he boldly declared, Your son will become the 666th Demiurgos, and I will have him descend to this place. Amidst the hazy void, a sudden scream echoed, tearing through the quiet atmosphere. Deus' face instantly fell into a state of confusion as he tried to discern the illusion. He subconsciously turned to check on the person next to him. Suddenly, two streams of tears rolled down April's beautiful face. His whole body suddenly froze, so stunned that he couldn't believe his own eyes. Deus stood alone in the middle of the desolate battlefield, his gaze quietly piercing through the lingering smoke. Suddenly, he burst into laughter and thought to himself, I was almost a goner. I almost became a father at the age of 80. This erratic psychological shift left Alex gaping. My lord. In stark contrast to his earlier joking demeanor, his eyes instantly became as cold as bullets. An intense aura was suddenly released, catching him completely off guard. Deus was so furious that he launched a direct attack at the person in front of him. Shut up. The entire space seemed to tremble before that terrifying power, followed by an earth-shattering explosion that swept everything away. Alex's demeanor instantly turned cowering and fearful. The already shattered battlefield now had salt rubbed into its unhealed wounds. Each earth-shattering explosion sounded like a long-harbored declaration of war. Deus still couldn't quell his burning anger. So you guys wanted to deceive me, huh, you bastards. Alex thought to himself in horror. He is so different. He swallowed hard in the face of such terrifying power. His Demon King aura isn't even complete yet, but is already this strong. The 666th Demon King is definitely different from his predecessors. A flickering ray of hope gradually appeared in his mind. Maybe this time, we will actually win. We've finally done it. Suddenly, Dios' deep voice pulled him back to reality. His right. Being a king is too flashy, so let's do that instead. This unexpected information made Alex doubtful. He bluntly stated his idea. Protecting justice. A hero. Seemingly unable to process what he just heard, Alex did a total 180. A hero? He excitedly corrected the information. A hero's companion. The excitement in Deus was palpable. I'll team up with a hero, which will get me some attention, but I'll still stay one step behind the hero, so it won't be too obvious. An obscure position where no one would suspect the Demon King. A hero's companion. With some idiotic hero taking the lead, I'll enjoy a sweet journey right behind him. He was extremely pleased with his own brilliant idea. You do the hard work, and I enjoy the glory. Easy game. Meanwhile, Alex helplessly hugged his legs and pleaded, without a Demon King, there won't be a hero. So how can you become his companion? Please reconsider, my lord. He took the initiative to invite him. Then let's go find a hero. Let's go, Alex. The sudden turn of events left him stuttering, my lord. Then, hastily regaining his senses, he shouted and questioned. What about the princess? Deus nonchalantly walked away, leaving his subordinate behind. I don't know. You deal with it. He panicked and tried to cling to the last ray of hope. Isn't she the female lead? He refuted without any hesitation. That's a lie. Alex's heart was now filled with sobbing. My lord. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out amidst the commotion. It seems the 666th Demon King is a defective product. Not only is his origin rock bottom, but his intellect is too. Good for me. All I need is his power anyway. Yuljum smiled in satisfaction. Thanks for showing up right on time. She didn't forget to gently leave a message. Sorry, but I have to borrow your power for a bit. I'm sure he'll forgive me. After all, everything exists for the grand scheme. A horse could be seen trotting on the ground, while a humming voice started singing. Mr. Hero, our gullible Mr. Hero, where could you be? If you don't want to die, show yourself. Stupid Mr. Hero, push him to the front. Let him do the heavy lifting. Let me enjoy the glory. Our gullible Mr. Hero, you shouldn't have fought the Demon King. Deus was singing when he suddenly startled and blurted out, the Demon King is no more. At the same time, a voice called out, my lord. Deus seemingly didn't hear the call and remained fast asleep. Alex called out once more and asked in confusion, my lord, why do we have to take a carriage when we can fly? It's so troublesome. Hearing this, he irritably shouted, what? Deus frowned in annoyance and questioned, hey, you idiot, are you trying to let the whole world know you're a demon? Finding this reasonable, he fell silent and said nothing more. Then, Alex pointed at the castle behind them and yelled, if you're so worried, why did you turn the entire castle into that? Deus didn't care. He rolled over and casually said, whatever. It's burning. It's on fire. Suddenly, he glanced back and asked seriously, by the way, are you planning to become a hero? A hero's companion? Deus heard this and excitedly declared, yeah, they say you don't need pure blood to become a companion. I just want to live the life of the top 2% of the world. The life of the wealthy by heading to the front lines and slaying monsters. Alex's sweat dropped and said in a low voice, even if you become a hero's companion, it's very difficult to make it into the top 2%. Then Deus confidently spoke up. The former Demon King and one of the 7 strongest demons in the demon realm are here. So what's there to worry about? A hero could slaughter a dragon like a chicken if we help him a bit. Hearing this, he asked in confusion, I thought you wanted to become a human. Are you going to use magic? Seeing this, he immediately yelled in annoyance, why wouldn't I use what I have, you idiot? That's why you lost 665 times. Seeing Deus so angry, Alex didn't dare say another word. Suddenly, Deus lowered his voice and wondered, anyway, that gullible fool. No, heroes, do they have a ranking system? Alex honestly replied, yes, they have a hierarchy. He continued questioning, a hierarchy? Like rank A, rank B? He squinted slightly and replied, something like that. And then Alex started explaining, first is rank D, Dragon Slayer. Hearing that, Deus asked, rank D? He continued, meaning those who can slay dragons. After hearing this, he frowned and wondered, like a title you get after killing a dragon? Alex put on a cold face and spoke in a deep voice. No, Currently, dragons are neutral between humans and demons. Dragons only attack villages in fairy tales. It just means they have enough power to kill one. Next is rank G, Giant Slayer. Those who can fight against a giant. Deus interrupted once again. Rank G? What's after that? He continued listing. Rank L, Lich Slayer. Someone who can kill a lich. Hearing this, Deus questioned, why are there so many? Is there more? Alex turned his head back to answer. After that, it's just like the alphabet. Hearing this, Deus was disappointed and asked, they just name it whatever they want? Why are the rest so boring? He honestly replied, I don't know either. The Hero Management Bureau decides that. Finally, rank F. They are considered defective products. If they were food, they would be spoiled goods that couldn't be sold, left on the ground to rot. Seeing their tragic fate, he narrowed his eyes and sighed. Defective products, huh? That's sad. Then Alex spoke softly. You could receive more support from higher-ranking nobles or gain status in the country. The failures not only don't get funding, but they are also people expected to just disappear. The human world is pretty cruel, isn't it? However, there's one thing even more important than hero rank, and that is bloodline. Deus frowned upon hearing this and stated, the closer you are to being pure blood, the stronger you are. Then Alex explained seriously, yes. The first ones to save the world 66,580 years ago were two saviors, a hero and a saintess. Their children and their children's children. And so, their children continued the lineage. Holy blood. They measure how much of their blood remains within the families. The purer the blood, the stronger the aura they can wield. The one with the purest bloodline becomes the hero, fighting the generals and winning 665 times. Hearing this, Deus skeptically asked, so they use the purity of a person's blood as a gauge or something, meaning whoever has purer blood gets a higher rank? Alex hesitated a bit before replying, there are a few exceptions, but generally, the purer the blood, the stronger they are. He just rested his head on his hand and gave a faint smile. What does pure or impure blood have to do with anything? Sounds like colored spoons. I was stuck in an egg for 80 years because of that war. Sitting in the front, Alex also said in a serious tone, everyone takes it very seriously, putting their lives and pride on the line. Deus didn't seem very interested in the topic and clicked his tongue out of boredom. Whatever. Seeing that, he just slightly glanced back. He closed his eyes and smiled as he spoke. In the end, the hero and the demon king will fight each other. People have been fighting for 60,000 years just because of that one saying. Hearing this, Alex chimed in, because it's a promise. Deus also put on a look of agreement and hummed softly. Then he spoke softly, can't they just live a normal life? Like this carriage, slow and comfortable. Suddenly, Deus glanced up at the sky, as if he had just discovered something interesting. Then he jumped up, pointed at a butterfly, and excitedly asked, Alex, what is that? There's a fluttering thing flying around. Seeing Deus curious about the insect, Alex glanced back slightly. Then he replied, that is a butterfly. Deus looked at the beautiful thing fluttering before his eyes and gasped in amazement. A butterfly? At the same time, a breeze coincidentally swept over the flower field. He was caught off guard by the wind and lost his balance, leaning to one side. The butterfly then flew higher, and seeing that, Deus looked up and reached his hand out, calling after it, butterfly. After steadying himself, he curiously asked, what is that? That thing that just blew past and messed up my hair. Alex comfortably answered him, it's the wind. Hearing this, he muttered softly, wind. Next, Deus tilted his head up and continued asking, then what is that thing up there? The thing that's been hovering over our heads all this time. His hand reached up as if trying to grasp the sunlight ahead. Deus' eyes looked straight into the sunlight. And another question was asked, that round thing that makes my eyes hurt when I look directly at it. He also glanced up and replied, that is the sun. And then he leaned forward, smiled, and marveled. What is this sweet scent? It makes my heart flutter. Hearing this, Alex calmly spoke up. That is the scent of spring. Deus then hesitated, the scent of spring. Then, admiring the scenery before him, he remarked, Alex, you've lived a really long time, huh? With a cold face, he narrowed his eyes and replied, yes, I was born after the First War, as the 7 of us dukes were all born in the demon realm. Deus kept his eyes on the beautiful scenery and said, so ever since the First War, you've come here once every 100 years, right? It must be amazing, this place called the surface. His expression looked quite enjoyable as he gazed up at the sky. Suddenly, Alex flinched and hurriedly turned around. Meanwhile, Deus smiled gently and guessed. The former Demon King probably never got to experience things like this. If everything went according to plan, I would have been stuck for over 2 centuries before setting foot on the surface, destined to die at the hands of a hero I'd never even met. Thankfully, I ran away. And then he rested his head on his hand, turned his face, and smiled. Demon King is a job that should cease to exist. Don't you agree? Hearing these words, he just remained silent and said nothing more. Afterwards, Deus lay back, clicked his tongue, and said, "Whatever, I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when we arrive. I'm just saying this as a precaution, but if you take me back to the demon realm, we're both dead." Alex remained silent, fixing his gaze straight at Deus' position. Then he softly replied, "Yes, my lord," and their journey continued. After a long journey, they finally arrived, and the wooden wheels came to a halt. At the same time, Alex turned back and announced, "My lord, we have arrived." Deus, still in a daze, sat up and asked, "We're here?" He then turned his head to look at the scenery ahead and spoke. "This is the place you described. A small trading hub, not in a military zone. A peaceful village, a rural village called Zorix. Drooling and still sleepy," he remarked. Zorix. Not bad. They continued on, with only the sound of horses' hooves echoing on the ground. Deus then asked a question. "What about the heroes?" Alex heard this and honestly replied, "There are only 2 families. An A-rank family bordering G-rank, and a defective family." He just glanced over and thought to himself, "It seems there isn't a single D-rank family here. If there was a D-rank in every castle, our demon army would never dare to set foot on the surface." Then Deus curiously asked, "Is a D-rank really that strong?" He calmly replied, "Yes." Suddenly, a voice full of contempt rang out, "Cowards." At the same time, someone spoke up. "Did you hear? The Castle of Trials was attacked by a dragon." Hearing this, the man frowned and sternly warned, "How could it do that? I heard they still haven't caught the dragon, so don't go near that place." The young man next to him scratched his head and frowned. "I heard about that too. They say half the castle was burned down." The woman standing there asked in confusion, "Didn't dragons go extinct a long time ago? How is this possible?" Another person exclaimed in fear, "Is the era of dragons returning? If so, things are going to be terrible." Deus pointed at those people and wondered, "Hey, I thought dragons were neutral." Alex also glanced over and said, "I thought so too. The last time I came to the surface was 80 years ago, so something must have happened during that time. We should quickly notify His Holiness Maximus and ask them to send us a D-rank hero." Scene change. Only Alex's voice could be heard. "My lord, this is the best hotel nearby. Let's stay here." Seeing the place before him, Deus clicked his tongue and instructed, "This is a hotel? Well, there's no other choice. Also, from now on, don't call me lord anymore." Alex seemed quite flustered and blurted out, "Pardon?" Deus, getting impatient, immediately ordered, "How long are you going to keep calling me your lord? Go book a room first." Hearing that, Alex obediently replied, "Yes." Inside the hotel, an old man standing at the reception desk warmly greeted the guests, "Welcome to." But when he saw the 2 of them walk in, he was slightly startled. Alex immediately took off his hat and politely requested with a smile, "Give us a penthouse. Our young master is very picky." The old man looked at them and angrily screamed in his head, "What kind of clothes are those? Are they a bunch of country bumpkins?" But outwardly, he sweated and hesitantly explained, "You must be from far away, so you might not know that the penthouse is very expensive." Alex said nothing and opened the chest in front of the old man. Inside, it was filled with treasure taken from Arcoma Castle. When he saw the treasure before his eyes, he quickly turned around and angrily shouted, "Holy beast, hurry up and escort the guests to their room." A young man rushed out and said, "It's Holy Beast, the idiot is here," while clumsily tripping and falling to the ground. "I'm sorry." The old man didn't care and kept yelling, "Shut your mouth and escort our VIPs right now." The person who just fell quickly stood up in embarrassment, bowing continuously, "Hello." Then, with a scratched face, he cheerfully said, "My name is Deke Van Holy Beast. Please just call me Deke. I'll carry your luggage, so please go ahead. It's a bit noisy right now because of the news about the Castle of Trials. I can't believe a legendary dragon actually appeared. However, there's no need to worry. We have a very famous rank family, almost G rank, in this village. Deke sweated as he carried the chest, while Alex smiled faintly upon hearing this and replied, "That's good then." Next, Deke led the two to their room. He reached out to touch the doorknob and slowly opened it. Then Deke happily said, "Please come in. This is the highlight of our golden pavilion, the penthouse. To be honest, this is my first time serving someone so prestigious. I don't know if it suits your tastes, but I will do my best to serve you, so please call me if you need anything." At the same time, he brought the chest inside. Suddenly, Diaz called out, "Hey." Hearing that, Deke hurriedly replied, "Yes?" He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked with a smirk, "You have the blood, don't you?" Deke broke into a sweat and cautiously replied, "Yes," while Diaz continued, "No wonder you seemed a bit different." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then Diaz calmly presented his deduction. "For someone with the blood, your physical strength is quite weak, and since you work here, you must be from the fallen family out of the two hero families in Zorix, right? Your family probably has nothing but impure descendants." Hearing this, he immediately felt guilty. Then he began to question, "What is the purity of your blood?" He just hugged the chest and stammered, "It's me, unfortunately, and fair rank. A defective product." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from nowhere. Seeing that, the three of them immediately looked up. Right before their eyes was the image of a giant fire dragon continuously roaring loudly. It continuously spewed fire from its mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone panicked and fled. "It's a dragon! A dragon is invading! Mommy!" Deke also turned around and shouted, "Sir, run away quickly!" At the same time, Deus looked over, pointed his finger, and wondered, "I thought you said dragons were peaceful." Hearing that, Alex yelled irritably, "I said I wasn't sure!" Seeing the scene before him, Deke sweated and stammered, "Seer." Suddenly, Diaz calmly comforted him. "It's okay, Deke Van Holy Beast." And then, with glowing red eyes, he smirked and declared, "I will become your supporter, so become a hero." "I was looking for a hero anyway. This must be destiny. Accept my offer. I will grant you the wealth and fame you desire, and I will erase your title as a worthless piece of trash." Hearing those words and seeing his expression, Deke gaped in astonishment. Then Deus lowered his voice, "Live the rest of your life as a waste, or accept my offer and change your destiny. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you." At the same time, thoughts flashed through his mind. Blood soldier? How can in fair rank be a blood soldier? I don't know why they even bother having kids. He's just a failure in the end. Trash. He's lucky he hasn't starved to death. The pitiful voices of two children in his memories also echoed. "Brother, where did mom and dad go? Brother, I'm so hungry." At the same time, Deke muttered in his mind, "An opportunity?" Suddenly, both of his knees slammed heavily onto the floor. Next, Deke knelt before the two of them and loudly declared, "Please take care of me, sir. I am just a nobody, but I will give it my all. I will definitely not let you down. If you wish, I will offer my soul to you." Hearing that, Deus smirked and laughed. "I was just about to ask you that." And then he raised his voice to order. "Then today will be your first battle. Go hunt that dragon." Seeing this, he panicked and cried out, "Shouldn't we start with goblins first?" Das just held out his hand and requested, "Then let's make a contract." When he saw the power before his eyes, he looked extremely amazed. Immediately after his command, dense lines of text appeared. Contract. Party A, Deus. Party B, Deke. 1. Party B will choose Party A as a hero companion. 2. Party B will absolutely obey all orders from Party A. 3. The relationship can last indefinitely at Party A's discretion, and only Party A has the right to terminate the contract. 4. Fame and wealth gained from the journey will be shared with Party B in whatever amount Party A wants, whenever Party A wants. 5. Party B will not have any objections to the above conditions. After reading it, Deke thought to himself, "This feels like an absurdly unfair contract." Diaz kept his eyes narrowed, looking down, and said with a smile, "Sign your name if you accept the contract, and the contract will be complete." Seeing his expression, Deke gritted his teeth, looking extremely conflicted. But when he looked at the contract, Deke thought to himself, "Fame and wealth." At the same time, Deke made up his mind and shouted, "Deke Van Holy Beast!" This was also the sign that Deke had accepted all the terms of the contract. Seeing that, Deus curled his lips into a smile, revealing two sharp fangs. Then he pointed at the giant dragon and smirked, ordering, "Well then, it's time for your debut. Kill that dragon." Hearing this, Deke gasped in shock. What? At the same time, Alex spoke up to remind him, "Master, humans usually cannot slay a dragon." Hearing this, the two of them simultaneously looked confused. He cheerfully and nonchalantly said, "I know. He just needs to pretend he's killing it, and I will be the one who actually does it." Hearing that, both of them were bewildered and didn't understand what he meant. Next, Deus laid out his plan. First, Alex will go and greet the dragon. Then, drop it in front of the defective product. At that moment, the defective product will swing his sword at the falling dragon. Others will see it and think, "He saved us! He's a hero! So cool!" He, that defective product, came and killed the dragon that was attacking. Deus continued calmly, while Deke's jaw dropped after hearing these words. Alex still seemed doubtful about this plan and asked, "But people will be suspicious if an fair rank like Deke suddenly kills a dragon. Furthermore, wouldn't a D-rank hero companion make you too conspicuous to live peacefully?" He just turned to look with an excited expression. Seeing that, Deke broke into a sweat and hesitated. "Why are you suddenly looking at me like that?" Suddenly, Deus lunged forward and tore his shirt right off to Deke's astonishment, and then he decisively reached out and grabbed a nearby pot. At the same time, Deus used his laser eyes and shot them straight at the pot in his hand. Then he forcefully jammed the pot with two round holes onto Deke's head, making Deke scream in surprise. Next, Deus excitedly declared, "The masked hero appears." Deke was covered in discarded items like a pierced pot and a cape made from a waiter's uniform. Seeing this embarrassing appearance, he blushed and screamed inwardly, "What the hell is this?" He slightly narrowed his eyes and said with a smirk, "A hero must wear a cape and hide his face. Now no one will notice." The appearance of a mysterious hero? Isn't it awesome? At the same time, an image of Alex appeared, lifting an iron bar that was still burning with fire in one hand. Then he calmly offered, "In that case, I will bring the dragon over." Hearing this, Deus immediately gave an okay hand sign. Next, he turned to Deke and chuckled, suggesting, "Let's go." Seeing that, Deke also cautiously replied, and then he blushed with embarrassment and asked, "Are we really going out like this, to fight a dragon?" Deus thought Deke was worried about weapons, so he glanced around. Right then, Deus' eyes noticed something nearby. Then he kicked it straight towards him and smiled lightly, saying, "Here, a holy sword." Deke immediately caught it with his hands, and it turned out the weapon Deus thought was a sword was just a worn-out broom. Deke trembled non-stop as he held the broom in his hands. Next, with his pupils glowing red, he smirked and demanded, "Just stand still and hold that broom even when the dragon is right in front of you. After that, I will give you more fame and money than you could ever spend." Hearing this, sweat poured out of Deke like a river, and he had a feeling that he couldn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, he clenched his fist tightly, as if he could destroy anything in his path. An extreme desire. Deke's entire body felt like it was about to burst into flames right now. Perhaps it came from something deep within Deke's blood, a hero's instinct that had always slumbered within his red blood cells. The blood of a hero. It was longing to tear the Demon King before him to shreds. But not knowing what it was, Deke thought this way as he just saw Deus standing there with a gleeful smirk. And then, as if hypnotized, he thought to himself, "Seeing Lord Deus' eyes, I'm starting to gather my courage, as if I can really do this. Fame and wealth." At the same time, he excitedly shouted, "Yes, master." Then he pointed straight ahead and ordered, "Go, my servant." Deke, like a tamed dog, immediately dashed off. Yes! In the sky was the sight of the fire dragon soaring around. Wherever it went, fire spread, causing the people below to scream in fear. "Save me." The fire dragon was still opening its giant, fire-filled mouth, and then it let out a mighty roar, as if to prove itself, with sparks flying around it. The sky had now turned red with smoke and fire, while the fire dragon continued to fly away, leaving behind furiously burning flames. The things it left behind continued to fall in its wake, and at the same time, a spatial portal appeared in midair. Following that was the sight of Alex gently landing from it onto the top of a cross on a nearby church. And then, with a sharp gaze, he glanced over at the flying dragon. The fire dragon, with fiercely blazing flames in its mouth, roared once again. Alex simply reached to the side and grabbed the cape on his shoulder. Suddenly, countless thorned arms appeared behind his back. The sight of Alex standing amidst the burning flames looked incredibly majestic. Then he raised one of his hands to pull down the hood on his head. Next, Alex immediately leaped high into the air to dodge the attack from the fire dragon's wings. And then he landed heavily on its back, much to its astonishment. Alex and the rest of his arms now forcefully swung back. Next, he decisively plunged his hands deep into the tough scales on the fire dragon's back. Those arms relentlessly clawed and tore until its back ripped open, revealing a golden heart. Immediately, Alex's arms simultaneously wrapped tightly around that giant beating heart. Then, with a triumphant look, he lowered his voice and began his interrogation. I have a hold on your heart. You shouldn't resist me or my commands. Let me ask you this first. Why are you here? Didn't dragons and humans have a treaty? Suddenly, Alex's pupils shrank as if he had just sensed something bizarre. He looked at the mutating fire dragon and exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" At the same time, it kept growling in its strange language, leaving Alex in a state of bewilderment. Then, with eyes full of murderous intent, he angrily snarled, "How does a dragon like you know that filthy language? What are you?" Something's wrong. The fire dragon's entire body was continuously ablaze as it charged straight ahead. On the ground below, it was a scene of utter ruin and devastation, accompanied by a tremendously powerful stomp. Looking completely embarrassed, he tried to act calm and kept his eyes on the fire dragon. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out from behind. "What is that?" Hearing this, Deke immediately glanced over. Inside a house, some hiding children saw him and asked in awe, "Who is that? Why isn't he hiding? Is he going to fight the dragon all by himself? Is he a hero? But doesn't his outfit look a bit perverted? Or is he just a pervert?" Hearing these remarks, Deke blushed, covered his ears, and gritted his teeth, thinking, "This is so embarrassing!" Fear and humiliation are mixing together. Meanwhile, Deus sat nearby, resting his chin on his hand, and cheered him on. "Go get him! Masked hero! Save our Zorix!" Seeing him, he hesitantly turned and muttered, "Lord Deus!" Hearing that, the others gasped in surprise. Masked hero? A hero is here? Really? Has a hero? Master Hero! Deke flashed an awkward smile and timidly said, "Thank you, everyone." He embarrassedly gripped the broom in his hand and resolved to encourage himself. That's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't let it slip away. Deke, fame and fortune. Deke's eyes seemed to grow much more resolute. The fire dragon was still completely out of control, spewing flames everywhere. It opened its massive jaws and let out a deafening roar. Then, engulfed in flames, the fire dragon shot forward once again. Alex, sweating on the dragon's back, muttered to himself, "Looks like it'll be tough to control. Since it's come to this, there's no other choice." He then unleashed his full power, summoning countless more arms, 100 demon hands. Prison. The arms spread out relentlessly, tightly binding the fire dragon's entire body. Looking miserable, it could only let out an incredibly ear-piercing screech. Then, with his arms surrounded by dark energy, Alex declared in a deep voice, "This is the final blow." Heart piercer! Instantly, the myriad of arms violently plunged straight into the fire dragon's body. Attacked in such a brutal manner, it roared in immense agony. At the same time, Alex flinched slightly, as if sensing something, and immediately looked down. He saw his entire arm being tightly wrapped by mysterious creatures emerging from inside the fire dragon. The fire dragon's stuttering voice rang out, "Prepare to see. The one you thought was dead has returned. Lies." It suddenly fell silent, but the flames inside its mouth kept burning fiercely. Suddenly, the purple creature lunged straight at Alex's face. Seeing this, he frowned and muttered, "So that's how it is." Meanwhile, Deus, sitting below, looked up and yelled impatiently, "What are you doing? Lex, hurry up and get down here. The audience is waiting." He picked his nose and asked in confusion, "Are you sculpting a dragon up there? Why is it taking you so long to kill one?" The fire dragon, its body burned as black as coal, whined continuously. Soon, the light faded from its eyes, and the sounds abruptly stopped. The fire dragon's entire body was now tightly wrapped in Alex's countless arms. Then, both he and the fire dragon plummeted straight down together. Dia sat there, resting his chin, and commented in disappointment, "Useless trash." Hearing that, Deke immediately turned around in surprise. He then pointed up at the sky and announced, "Get ready, here it comes." Deke quickly looked up as well. Dias reminded him, "Make sure to time your swing perfectly." The fire dragon above was falling right toward Deke's position. With its mouth wide open, it plummeted, as if aiming to swallow him whole. Suddenly, Deke spoke up, "Lord Deus." Hearing his name, Deus flinched slightly. Sweating and furrowing his brow, he confessed, "I don't want to die." Hearing this, Deus couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, narrowing his eyes slightly with a smirk, Deus declared, "I, Deus, swear on my honor that no matter what happens, I won't let you die." Hearing those words, Deke felt a surge of strength and grew much braver. A strange, radiant light suddenly flickered from within his bloodline. Deke gripped the broom tightly and encouraged himself internally. "That's right, I can do this." He swung the broom forward and shouted out his move, Moonlight, first form. The fire dragon was still hurtling headfirst toward the ground, while Alex, on its back, remained restrained by those purple creatures. They stubbornly clung to him, making him grit his teeth and grunt in annoyance. Unable to hold back any longer, Alex let out a furious scream. Following his rage, his countless arms reached straight up into the sky, and in the palm of one hand, a wide-open eye appeared, staring straight ahead. The creatures controlled those arms and tried to pounce on him, but Alex wasn't about to give up so easily and quickly blocked them. The scene unfolded with him single-handedly fighting off the mimicking creature. Alex glared at them and muttered grimly, "This is getting a bit annoying." He then shifted his gaze straight downward. Right now, both Alex and the fire dragon's corpse were about to crash directly into the ground. He unleashed his skill, 100 Demon Hands, Heavenly Light Whip. Instantly, almost all of those bizarre purple creatures were annihilated by Alex's hands. Taking the full force of the attack, they immediately broke apart. He reached up and grabbed what was still clinging to the side of his face. Gritting his teeth, Alex tore it off violently while letting out a loud growl. Meanwhile, Deus looked up from below and calmly stated, "It's getting closer and closer. You should slow it down, or our hero will be crushed." On the fire dragon's back, he was still using all his might to rip the purple creature off his body. One of Alex's eyes began to glow as he kept roaring relentlessly. The fire dragon continued its dizzying freefall. Seeing this, the people inside the house panicked and screamed, "Dragon attack! Everyone, run! Out into the hallway! Hurry! Mom!" With the dull broom in his hand, Deke trembled uncontrollably in fear. Their terrified voices echoed endlessly. "It's charging right at us." Just then, Deus leaped down from the roof of the carriage and called out, "Hey, Alex, what are you doing? Slow down." Suddenly, as if realizing something, he flinched and immediately looked up. Before Deus' eyes was the sight of Alex fighting off that bizarre creature all by himself. The dragon was now dangerously close to where Deke stood. Though utterly terrified, he tried his best to reassure himself. "No matter what happens, I'm holding my ground, and one strike will take it down." Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, "Deke, watch closely." The image of a slashing sword also flashed before him. Moonlight. The Deke from the past saw this and glanced over. A man carrying a baby on his back spoke cheerfully. "This sword technique is our family's ancestral secret. Learn it, just in case the Demon King's army invades our world." The village kid said, "I can't be a demon slayer, and neither can our family. Isn't that right? Let them say whatever they want. Our Holybit family carries the sacred bloodline of heroes. You will definitely become a demon-slaying hero. So just keep practicing hard." Hearing those words, he unwittingly stood there in a daze. Then he smiled brightly and obediently replied, "Yes, father." Back in the present, Deke stood there, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. He swung the broom back and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Moonlight, first form." Alex had managed to pull the creature off his face, while Deus glared and immediately launched an attack straight at the fire dragon. Right after, a massive explosion erupted. Deke slammed the broom down with all his might and furiously roared, "Demon King Slash." The fire dragon before him instantly blew up the moment Deke shouted his technique. Thick green liquid splattered everywhere, accompanied by loud crashes as its carcass violently slammed into the rubble. The nearby houses couldn't escape the impact of the fire dragon's body, shattering into countless pieces. The green liquid splashed all over the pot Deke was wearing. While he remained standing there with his eyes shut tight, he then slowly opened his eyes to observe the scene before him. Deke's entire body was now covered in the fire dragon's viscous fluids. Feeling even more mortified, he frowned and let out a loud shriek. Then, He immediately turned his head to look around the area where he stood. Only seeing that blue liquid splashing everywhere, Deke couldn't hide his astonishment at the sight. At the same time, a voice echoed in his ear. "Hey, hero." And then everyone cheered joyfully. "The dragon is slain! Our savior! The great hero! The gods must have sent him! Long live the hero! Hero!" Being cheered on by everyone for the first time, he let out a shy, small yelp. Suddenly, Deus coughed a few times in the distance, catching Deke's attention, and he turned to look in surprise. Then he narrowed his eyes and reminded him, "Haven't you changed and run away yet? Huh, masked hero?" Hearing that, he was immediately startled and hastily cried out, "Yes." And then, embarrassed, Deke quickly dashed away from his spot. Right then, an image appeared of Alex standing on the roof of a church, looking straight down. His face was covered with countless bizarre symbols. Alex's remaining eye also flashed with a bright light, and the spot he was observing was exactly where the fire dragon's corpse had fallen. At the same time, a deep voice echoed, "The one, thought to be dead, has returned." Deus was seen stretching his arms and letting out a soft chuckle. What a good sleep. At the same time, Alex placed a teacup on the table and gently offered, "Are you awake, sir? Please have some coffee." "They say humans start their mornings with a cup of coffee," he said, making Deus gasp in surprise. Suddenly, Deke rushed in panting and announced, "Mr. Padia, we have a situation." Deus turned to look at him. "Mr. Padia?" Unable to hide his excitement, he laughed and said, "The whole village is looking for the masked hero. They said they must title him the hero of the village." Noticing the dirt on Deke's clothes, he asked in confusion, "What happened to your clothes?" He just scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. "The village was devastated after yesterday's disaster, so I helped the folks clean up. The manual labor pays pretty well." Deus then took a sip of his coffee and muttered, "It's fine. Everything is still going according to my plan." He then shifted his gaze to the side to look at the sunlight streaming in. Next, Deus comfortably said to himself, "Waking up under the sun, drinking aromatic coffee. Mornings in the human world are pretty great." Alex also chimed in, "The coffee is made from a dragon's tongue and left pupil. I'm glad it suits your taste." At the same time, the varying voices of the villagers below continuously echoed, "Hurry up! Can someone help over here? Oh no, my house! Mom, where are you? Why is this so heavy? Stop complaining and move faster, unless you want to work all night. Push a little harder, eat first, then keep working. Thanks, make way. Let's go." Someone was seen placing a large rock on Deke's back. Then he shouted, urging him on, "Deke, hurry up! There's still a ton left." Despite being exhausted, he cheerfully replied, "Yes." Deus looked at the laboring scene before him and spoke, "They're trying to rebuild this shabby village." He remained seated, resting his chin on his hand, and remarked, "That loser is working hard." The man beside him agreed, "Yes." Then Alex recounted, "I talked to him yesterday. Deke has been doing all kinds of jobs since he was a kid. He comes from a poor family, and raising a hero is expensive. Laundry, cleaning, plumbing, digging graves. There are few jobs he hasn't done. He even worked at a tavern once." Deus silently listened with a pensive expression, and then he made a decision. Then it settled. Hearing this, Alex looked puzzled. Seeing Alex didn't understand, Deus explained, "We've already found our hero, and traveling around is a hassle. Let's just start from this village. This place is small and dull, but I quite like it." Finally, he narrowed his eyes, smirked, and declared, "This is the beginning of Deus." Then Deus spoke up, "So, shall we get going? We'll leave the rest to Deke." Hearing this, Alex asked in confusion, "Go where?" Unable to hide his excitement, he replied, "To sell the dragon skin." "Of course! Isn't dragon skin expensive because it's used for crafting gear? Our goal is to be in the top 2%. Alex chuckled softly and informed him, "Last night, the Hero Bureau took everything." Hearing this, Deus instantly roared. "What?" He calmly explained, "Because the dragon carcasses were too heavy for ordinary people to carry." Ignoring his words, Deus kept yelling, "Damn it! Then what did I kill it for?" Then Deus pointed his finger and stuttered a command. "Let's go!" Sweating and bewildered, Alex asked, "Yes, but where to now?" With his eyes flashing red, he trembled and growled, "To tear those guys at the Hero Bureau to pieces." Hearing that, he panicked and muttered to himself, "Oh no!" Sweating profusely, he stuttered to stop him. "Wait a minute, Master." At the same time, Alex thought to himself, The Hero Bureau is the headquarters of all heroes. No matter how strong the Lord is, fighting them alone. Besides, if they find out the Demon King isn't in the demon realm, we're doomed. Then, sweating, he forced a smile and hesitantly said, "Master, you said you were going to side with the heroes." Blinded by rage, Deus retorted bluntly, "So what?" Then Alex managed a forced smile and gently explained, "In the human world, you must register with the Hero Bureau to become a hero. If the Hero Bureau disappears, who will recognize Deke as a hero?" Not knowing if those words had any effect, Dia's face just went blank. Then he put a hand to his chin, frowned, and wondered, "Really?" While inwardly questioning, "Did I just prevent the genocide of the demon race?" After some thought, Deus made a decision, "Then we head there." Hearing this, Alex couldn't hide his shock. Not again. He glanced back, stuck out his tongue maliciously, and declared, "I will compensate for the loss through the neighboring country." Alex was startled by these words and gasped, "What? I thought you were going to be Deus!" He immediately interrupted loudly, "We leave tomorrow." But then he lowered his voice and suggested, "Or maybe we can return underground." Scene change. The two of them were seen sitting on a wooden carriage moving across the grassland. Alex suddenly spoke up, "Lord Deus," but was met with silence. Receiving no response, he called out again, yet he still didn't answer. Unable to hold back any longer, Alex turned around and furiously roared. Hearing that, Deus jolted up with a loud yell. Then he frowned and questioned in confusion, "You've traveled the human world enough. Why don't we go back to the demon realm? The entire demon realm is waiting for your return. The fated day is arriving in 20 years. We have no time to waste. You must quickly master the Demon King's arts and conquer the world." Hearing that, he furrowed his brows, casually cleared his throat, and said, "None of your business. Do I have to do whatever you guys want?" "The Demon King will appear and attack the human world," Alex said in a deep tone. "That's inevitable. The 665 Demon Kings before you. Both the demon realm and humanity have accepted it as the norm." Deus remained lying there, resting his head on his arms, and said, "If everything went your way, what would be the point of gods? I'm just doing this for fun. Think about it and accept it. There are no more Demon Kings." He turned back again and yelled loudly, "Then get a wife! At least you have to produce the 666th Demon King. Anyone will do!" Visibly displeased, he roared back, "Anyone will do! How dare you speak to me like that? You really are a demon! Shoo! Get lost!" Suddenly, Alex sternly reminded him, "By the way, unless you hand over an heir to us, I'm not leaving." Deus, with a calm expression, slightly curled his lips into a smirk. "All right then. You see, you can just stay here and be my servant forever." At the same time, sweating and forcing a smile, he suggested, "How about I find a wife for you? A woman who suits you?" Annoyed by these words, he threatened, "If you mention marriage one more time, I'll destroy the demon realm with my own hands." Following Dia's declaration was a bright atmosphere and a moment of silence between the two. Suddenly, he wondered, "By the way, is that possible?" Hearing this, he looked puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Deus was seen blushing, shyly stammering, "That princess from before." Alex still didn't get what Deus meant and asked, "Which princess?" With an embarrassed expression, he smirked and hesitated. "Well, you know." He still looked confused and slightly raised an eyebrow. "You know? Yes?" Suddenly, blushing and excited, Deus shouted, "I mean, can humans have children with demons?" Upon hearing this, Alex immediately replied, "Of course they can." As if receiving the desired answer, a look of intrigue was clearly visible on his face. Then he turned around and chuckled, explaining, "The way humans and demons mate is exactly the same. Normally, a man's testicles produce semen. When the sperm meets a woman's egg, an embryo is formed, and the child is born after 37 to 42 weeks. Deus was seen narrowing his eyes, drooling as he listened intently. Suddenly, he raised his hand forward, signaling, "Skip the sex education." Hearing this, Alex managed a forced smile. "Ah, yes." At the same time, he slightly narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. "Besides, if you want, you can inject your demon seed into someone else's body. Then just mating will result in pregnancy. Even a deep kiss has a 50% chance of pregnancy, and a light kiss has a 25% chance." Hearing these words, Deus couldn't hide his astonishment. Sweating instantly, he startled and loudly questioned, "What?" Even a light kiss can get them pregnant? Alex gave a thumbs up and cheerfully added, even holding hands can get someone pregnant. Hearing this, Deus realized he was being tricked and helplessly said nothing more. Then he fell back, asking in bewilderment, "What's wrong with this body?" Afterward, Deus looked up and confessed, "Demon seed, I almost got myself into trouble. It feels like this body was born just to propagate the species. Damn it. The purpose of this body is too obvious, slaughter and producing heirs. The more I know, the more I hate it." Alex then glanced back and spoke, "This body is blessed. You are the hope and savior of our demon realm. This perfect body was bestowed upon you by the gods." Hearing this, he looked visibly annoyed and said, "Bless my foot! I'm just one of those demons born every 1,000 years. I don't like it. The feeling of being expected like this. What about my opinion?" Suddenly, someone's loud scream rang out. Hearing that, the two of them slightly startled and simultaneously looked toward the source of the sound. Before them was a highly chaotic scene with loud noises echoing. The person running frantically was a girl, and behind her were a bunch of bandits carrying weapons, trying to pounce on her. One of them yelled, "Hurry up! Catch her!" With streams of tears, panting, she pitifully begged, "Save me!" in being chased by bandits. Seeing this scene, Alex turned around and suggested, "A beautiful lady is in danger! We must help her!" But Deus acted indifferent and asked, "Why should we?" Alex didn't explain in detail and added, "You never know. It might turn out to be a good thing." He then glanced over and questioned, "Don't you find it suspicious?" Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Deus hesitated a bit. "She suddenly runs toward us for help." Alex in the front casually spoke, "The beauty and distress trope is the most classic in the fantasy genre. Is there a problem?" Still suspicious, he analyzed the situation. "No, there's nowhere to live around here. So where did they come from? Even if they were in the forest, it's very far from here." Hearing this, Alex also began to look doubtful. Deus continued, "More importantly, do you think they didn't notice us while chasing that girl?" Deus lowered his voice and questioningly suspected, "Neither you nor I saw them. You orchestrated this, didn't you?" Hearing these words, Alex looked confused. "What are you talking about?" Deus frowned and speculated, "Using that girl to force me to produce an heir." He immediately smirked and cleared his name. "What kind of person do you take me for? I am Alex, the greatest strategist of the demon realm. I would never come up with something this awful." Just then, the golden dragon ran up to their carriage and grabbed hold of it tightly. Then, with tears streaming down her face, she cried and pleaded, "Brave warrior, I'm being chased by bandits. Please save me." With an impassive face, Deus explained, "I'm not a brave warrior. I'm the hero's assistant." Hearing this, the golden dragon was slightly startled and looked up. Then she corrected her title once again and cried out, begging, "Master, hero's assistant, please save me. The bandits are trying to kidnap me." He just lay there, narrowing his eyes and calmly saying, "But we are a high-level party that only hunts dragons. We don't do these trivial tasks." Seeing him make excuses, the golden dragon smirked and muttered, "Damn it, why are you so picky?" Hearing this, Deus pointed his finger right at her face and angrily shouted, "Hey, did you just swear?" She immediately put on a pitiful look, looked up, and said, "What the heck? No, I was just begging for your help." Right at that moment, a large axe from an unknown bandit was thrown straight into the carriage. Seeing this scene, Deus momentarily stood frozen, unable to say a word. At the same time, an arrogant voice rang out, catching his attention. "Hey, brat." They looked at Deus, bursting into joyful laughter while mocking him. "Look at his pale face. If you don't want to die, take that pile of garbage luggage and get lost. And what's with that outfit? Are you from the future or something?" Deus didn't care about their words. He just raised an eyebrow and growled, "My precious luggage is ruined. You will burn for all eternity." Suddenly, a purple flame burst out from nowhere among the bandits, startling the golden dragon. The large bandit from earlier was engulfed by the flame, rolling on the ground and screaming in agony, "It's too hot! Put it out!" At the same time, Deus affirmed in a deep voice, "You can't put it out." Hearing this, the remaining bandits instinctively stood frozen. With a few embers still lingering on his fingertips, he put on a cold expression and spoke in a low voice. "No matter who uses what magic, this flame will never stop burning. You won't be able to die either. You'll just burn like this forever, until the end of the world. Who's next? Who wants to be cremated with him?" Unable to hide their fear, The other bandits immediately mounted their horses and fled. But they didn't forget to scream, "I'm sorry! Please forgive me! It's a demon! Run away!" Seeing this scene, the golden dragon broke into a sweat and let out a somewhat helpless smile. Having dealt with them, Deus looked down and suggested, "All right, you can go now." But she didn't just listen and awkwardly said, "Wait, Master Assistant. The bandits also took over our temple." Then, sweating, the golden dragon forced a smile and requested, "The nuns have all been taken as slaves, and the holy relics are gone. Please eradicate the bandits and save the holy temple." He picked his nose and bluntly declared, "I don't do chores." Unable to hold back her anger, the golden dragon gripped the side of the carriage tightly, causing it to shatter. Then Deus signaled, "Let's go, Alex." Hearing this from the front of the carriage, Alex replied, "Yes, master." Suddenly, the golden dragon shouted loudly, "Wait!" Hearing that, he looked over in confusion, drenched in sweat. She immediately offered a condition. "You just mentioned dragons, right? Could it be that you're the companion of that loincloth-wearing hero? The temple the bandits took over belongs to the dragon god, the ultimate true golden dragon. If you drive them away, we will reward you with the golden dragon god's helmet." Hearing this, Deus instinctively paused, and then immediately questioned, "What are you waiting for? Why are you still standing there?" Scene transition. We only see the heavy footsteps and hear the panting of Alex. Dragging his feet up the next step, he tiredly stuttered, "Master." Deus asked in a calm tone, "What?" Looking completely exhausted and incredibly confused, Alex asked, "Couldn't we just fly up there?" Hearing this, he nonchalantly explained, "Come on, how could I fly? I'm not the Demon King." Then he angrily shouted, "Then at least let me carry you normally. My legs are about to break." But Deus declared as a matter of fact, "Hey, I represent the dignity of the demon realm." Hearing this, he hesitantly questioned, "I thought you said you weren't the Demon King." Suddenly, covered in sweat, Alex narrowed his eyes and spoke up, "But it's really suspicious. She's been running continuously for 30 minutes, on a steep mountain like this, with the stamina of an ordinary person." Standing on his back, Deus smirked and said, "It doesn't matter who she is." Hearing this, Alex immediately looked back in confusion. Then he slightly frowned, smiled, and declared, "I don't know what she wants, but if she dares to lie even half a word, I will skin her alive." Suddenly, Deus looked up and wondered, "But, dragon god, true golden dragon, do dragons worship gods too?" Meanwhile, the golden dragon was still happily whistling while running. Alex explained as he climbed, "Not exactly, but it's similar. Just like how you are worshipped in the demon realm, the true golden dragon is the dragon god who stands above all dragons. We, the demon race, the dragon race, and the human race. Every living being in this world has only one true god, and that is the creator god who birthed this world." Hearing that, he looked up with a thoughtful expression. Deus then voiced his opinion. "Then this god favors humans way too much. Demons and dragons are just side characters." Alex slightly narrowed his eyes and warned in a serious tone, "Do not doubt the divine. God is the only truth, the perfect love. If we conquer Horsen, the place illuminated by the light of God, we will also be favored." Deus' gaze was still fixed on the blue sky above as he commented, "What a strange way to show love." By now, Alex's legs were trembling from climbing all this time. They finally reached the top of the mountain. He immediately collapsed, but didn't forget to announce, "We're here." Deus nonchalantly stepped over his head and criticized him in disappointment. "You're so weak." His face showed no emotion as he just coldly looked straight ahead. Then Deus casually commanded as he walked, "You still have to carry me on the way down." Hearing this, Alex felt helpless and said nothing. The two of them then approached the entrance of a cave, and Deus called out loudly, "Hey, priestess." Excitedly, he ordered, "Where are the bandits and the helmet of the true golden dragon? Hand them over to me now." Realizing something was wrong, Alex hurriedly warned from behind, "Master, be careful. Something feels off." Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the cave entrance moved, followed by a loud noise. At the same time, the eye of a giant dragon appeared. The golden dragon sat at the front, smirking and commenting, "It's been a tough journey. It seems your subordinate is much sharper than you are." Deus paid no mind to those words and nonchalantly asked, "You look like the bandit who took over this temple. So, where's the helmet?" Hearing this, she ordered in a deep voice, How dare you open your mouth? Do you still not understand your current situation? Kneel down! The one before you is the dragon god, the ruler of the dragon race, and the mother of all dragons, the one and only golden dragon, the true golden dragon. Upon learning the true identity of the golden dragon, Deus put on a look of absolute astonishment. Hearing this, Alex panicked and shouted from behind, "The dragon god? The true golden dragon? Master, we are in deep trouble." Meanwhile, Deus slightly frowned, deep in thought. Seeing Deus' expression, the golden dragon gloated and growled, "You're surprised because this is beyond your pathetic expectations, aren't you, you foolish mortal? If you know what fear is, then beg me. I am not a petty person." At that moment, he brought his hand to his mouth and muttered, "A dragon god, huh? How interesting." With her pupils glowing proudly, she spoke up. "Have you finally understood? To make amends, I command you." Deus just picked his nose again with a look of disdain and said, "What are you blabbering about? Dragon rules or mother of dragons or whatever? I mean, I also want to have a cool title like that." Seeing Deus' attitude, the golden dragon couldn't hide her anger. At the same time, he turned to Alex, smirked, and asked for his opinion. "Every time I introduce myself, I feel like something is missing. Lord of Darkness, the top 2% of extraordinary men. What do you think, Alex?" Alex happily clapped in agreement, as expected of my master. The two of them casually discussed, completely ignoring the golden dragon, whose head was practically fuming with anger. Only her furious voice could be heard. "Hey!" Hearing that, they both turned their heads to look at her simultaneously. With an extremely ugly expression and covered in sweat, the golden dragon growled, "Stop talking nonsense! Beg me for your life right now! Don't you want to apologize?" Hearing that, Deus tilted his head in confusion and wondered, "I haven't caused any trouble for you, have I?" She then pointed at him, frowned, and accused. "Yesterday, you killed a dragon! I am the mother of all dragons! You killed my child!" With a nonchalant face, he looked at the golden dragon, then slightly startled, he smiled and asked, "You're making a big deal out of it. Just because of that?" Suddenly, her foot stepped back to gain momentum to lunge forward. In an instant, the golden dragon's entire body charged right in front of Deus. Then she frowned, smirked, and growled, "Just because of that? So it turns out you've chosen death. This place is the Golden Jade Realm. Even if you are Demiurgos, you don't stand a chance against me." Hearing her words, Alex was startled and hurriedly reached up to pull his hood down while warning, "The Golden Jade Realm? Oh God, this is the territory of the true golden dragon. We are in her domain. Fighting her here is too dangerous." The golden dragon burst into delighted laughter again, smirked, and ordered, "Your subordinate knows quite a lot. Kneel down right now." Number 666. Deus also looked at her and seriously questioned, "You already know who I am, yet you still pull this." His eyes flashed with a red glint as he smugly threatened, "If you're the true golden dragon, I suppose I could just peel off your face and wear it, right? Brace yourself. I'm about to skin you alive." Hearing those challenging words, she couldn't help but glare angrily and growl, "How dare you?" The golden dragon's rage meter was about to max out, but Deus quickly cut her off. "But first, don't you want to apologize for disappointing me?" Her face was practically stamped with 1,000 question marks as she asked, "What the heck are you talking about?" But in contrast, his attitude remained incredibly serious. "No, honestly, I didn't come up to the surface to cause trouble. I just wanted to quietly go to the village and make friends with the heroes. But out of nowhere, your little brat showed up, breathing fire and destroying the village left and right. So what was I supposed to do? That was just self-defense. But when your kid was causing chaos, you didn't even bother to show up and stop it. And now you lure us here to seek revenge? What's up with that? You tricked us by pretending to be witches and bandits, and then suddenly you're all like, 'I am the dragon god. Bow before me.' Did you really think I'd get on my knees and say, 'Oh dear God, oh dragon god, please forgive us this once'? Do you think just because you're the dragon god, you can do whatever you want? Are all dragons like this?" Dia's zero cooldown counterattack made the golden dragon start questioning her entire existence. At this moment, the person with the lowest presence, Alex, also voiced his opinion. "He's absolutely right. It's truly arrogant of you to think you're always right just because you have power. What does it even mean when people naturally fight back against you, and you deem them wrong for it? Furthermore, dragons are the ones who forgot the peace treaty with humanity and violated it first. Now is the time for you to beg for forgiveness. His subordinate speaking up boosted his confidence by 200%. All right, as the dragon god, are you going to apologize to the people in Zorik's village for the sins your child committed? The golden dragon jolted like a cat whose tail got stepped on, and Dea seized the momentum, pushing further. Look at that. Truly, a spoiled child is the mother's fault. She finally tried to fight back, but it was futile. I'm not their biological mother. Alex continued to lecture her on morality. Are you shirking your responsibilities now? Do you not want to take responsibility, so you keep blaming us? The two of them took turns attacking, giving the golden dragon no chance to explain. Do you have any shame left? Just because a child is bad doesn't mean the parents are problematic? You people know nothing about your own kids and don't care about them, but when your kid causes trouble, you say, "My child is an angel at home." That's why other parents get scolded. This isn't an issue you can just overlook. As the representative of the dragon race, you must apologize for violating the peace treaty because of a spoiled dragon. You should take responsibility and step down. She never expected that this endless stream of words, like chanting a sutra, could literally make her ears bleed. After listening to all this reasoning, the golden dragon had been led around by the nose worse than a cow. It's not that bad, is it? Why do I feel like I've done something wrong? Diaz didn't hesitate to help her clarify. Exactly. You did do something wrong. So, can you let us out of here now? She hurriedly spoke up to stop them. Wait, since you've come all this way, could you listen to one of my requests? But he firmly stood his ground. You apologize first. If you don't want to, then forget it. Apologizing won't cost you anything anyway. The golden dragon mentally struggled for a moment before making a decision. Hold on. I am sorry. Right after that, she was patted by a large, wide hand as a reward. However, the words Deus blurted out were still incredibly infuriating as he pretended to be reluctant. I don't really like it, but since you've apologized, I'll accept it. The golden dragon had to use all her strength to suppress her fury. It's a bit strange, but I'll let it slide, because I am a generous person. After teasing her to his heart's content, he finally got to the main point. So, what do you want, dragon god? She instantly returned to a serious demeanor. To put it simply, dragon hunting. He hesitated for a moment, as if preparing an argument. So, the true golden dragon, the dragon god, the law, the mother, is asking me, the demon king, to hunt dragons. Your own children? She could only cautiously reply with a soft, yes. Unexpectedly, the golden dragon's enduring patience was only met with a barrage of verbal punches from Deus. Do you think I'm an idiot? This is obviously a trap. You expect me to believe that nonsense? You've lost your mind, you stupid dragon. Amidst the pain, she constantly denied it. That's not it. It wasn't until later that Alex helped clear her name. Is it because of those purple parasites? They cling to the bodies of the dragons, something like a parasite. Perhaps it is what drove those dragons mad. The golden dragon immediately regained her confidence to reinforce her reasoning. Exactly. Something isn't right. The hardliners who reject peace are making contracts with humans. Deus, genuinely out of the loop with current trends, asked, hardliners? She patiently explained, that's right. The dragon from yesterday was also one of the victims of the hardliners. She suddenly froze, not expecting him to be so slow on the uptake. But ultimately, she swallowed her pride to share the information. The hardliners are a faction that has been deeply hurt by humanity, such as losing their wives or children to humans, although it is inevitable, but they are blinded by fury. They attack villages by infecting children who are living in peace, using a strange and powerful magic that I have never seen before. Deep down, she clearly understood their intentions, to ignite a war between humans and dragons once again. The golden dragon became even more resolute. So you must capture them first, so that innocent children will no longer have to die miserably as tools of war. Dia suddenly flashed a sly, meaningful smile. I understand what you're saying. You call it hunting, but the problem is the hardliners are manipulating the peace-loving dragons, driving them mad and forcing them to launch suicidal attacks against humans. And you want me to capture them before they get killed by humans, right? The golden dragon slowly confirmed, yes. However, he didn't play by the rules. So, what are you going to give me in return? There must be a fee for my services, right? She immediately raised her guard entirely. What do you want? Very quickly, Deus laid out his pre-prepared demand. 5 dragon scales. Since ancient times, weapons have been forged from dragons. Every time I catch one of them, I will take 5 dragon scales from them. Is that fine? Besides that, a few weapons and armors worth over 1,000 gold, refined by dragon breath. How about it? The golden dragon broke into a cold sweat, trying to turn the situation around. What? Are you some kind of scammer? However, he quickly concluded without beating around the bush, think whatever you like. A contract detailing the transaction immediately appeared with a snap of his fingers. The price for breaching it would be becoming Dia's slave. You just need to state your name, and the contract will be formed. This is a deal with the devil. You'd better not take it lightly, because you are betting your very soul on it. The golden dragon was already annoyed by his patronizing attitude. I know that. Damn it. Dragon god, golden dragon. Dias revealed an unconcealed, triumphant smile. The contract is signed. Open the door. I'll get it done in a few days. Right at that moment, she suddenly called out to him, demon. He turned his head, curious and puzzled. He saw her hesitating, as if she wanted to say something. Please, capture them alive. Don't cause any more bloodshed. This time, his attitude softened. Understood, dear client. After successfully leaving the Golden Dragon's territory, Deus remained as carefree as ever. He even calmly evaluated the situation like an outsider. Things didn't go as planned, huh? Alex agreed without a second thought. Indeed. Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right. Then he immediately rushed frantically back to the dark cave. Deus channeled all his inner strength into a shout. Dragon God. But all that was left before him was moss-covered ruins. Alex couldn't help but be confused. What are you doing, my lord? He couldn't suppress the delayed wave of rage. Damn it. She still hasn't given me the true golden dragon helmet. Alex added another detail. We aren't dragons, so we can't return to the golden jade realm anymore. Consumed by regret, he held a massive grudge. This dragon scammed me again. One day, I will definitely rip that face of yours off. Dia's absurdly bizarre idea completely shocked Alex. An arms dealer? He didn't see anything wrong with it and remained very confident. That's right. Alex's restraint was walking a fine line on the verge of collapsing. Why? Why are you selling weapons again? Did you abandon all of us and come to the human world just to sell a few weapons? Deke helplessly tried to pull back his sanity. Alex. Right after, Dia's defensive retort rose fiercely. Hey, when humans hunt baby dragons and make weapons out of them, do you feel anything at all? This is called business, you brainless fool. Monopolizing dragon scales is the weapon that the true golden dragon gave me. Oh my, how many lives will I rack up with this? I knew it from the start! No, actually, I am already in the top 2%. She said I just need to catch dragons and Shed give me a pile of weapons. Isn't that basically giving them away for free? War breaks out every 100 years, so selling weapons is the most profitable. It can never fail, right? Alex miserably tried to pull him away from the temptation. No, how can there be a war without demons? Please think this through properly. Deke, however, could never understand their worldview. Catching dragons is getting things for free? Suddenly, Deus changed the subject as fast as flipping a coin. Besides, do you idiots still not know who I am? Selling weapons is just the capital for my true plan. I don't intend to be a merchant for the rest of my life. Have you forgotten? One lurks in the shadows, while the other possesses all the weapons in this world. But Alex caught a completely wrong frequency. Just as I guessed, so that's how it is. You haven't forgotten about the demon realm. However, Deus thoroughly exploited this misunderstanding to boss him around. Then hurry up and take the trash to find a store that's useful to us. Get going! Alex immediately acted with extreme enthusiasm. Yes, my lord. In just a few seconds, he was left alone in his own world. Why must I keep on doing business, you ask? The ultimate goal, of course, is to build an estate, to be the landlord of the absolute best building in this fantasy world. I consider it a blessing that you're an idiot, Alex. And so, for now, Deus simply sat around, enjoying a life of leisure. He enjoyed his massive bed, exuding the aura of an overbearing CEO, while directly absorbing outdoor vitamin E. Just a quick glance was enough to tell that this was the life of a true chill guy. However, in his mind, he was recalling the scene of the giant cross exploding. Then his encounter with Deke. I'm so sorry. My rank is only F. I'm just a failure. Followed by the breathtakingly dramatic battle scenes. And finally, the Golden Dragon's most recent plea. But you must capture them alive to avoid any more bloodshed. Dia's eyes suddenly became deep and profoundly enigmatic. Currently, he appeared completely satisfied with this life. Now that I've established a steady income and saved that stupid hero, am pretty much done. I can get rich just by sitting still in one place. But what is this empty feeling? Blood and slaughter. If I slaughter everyone in this town, will I feel any better? A deadly whisper seemed to echo in his ears. Kill them all. Destroy the world. Turn humanity into your slaves. Turn the human realm into hell. Then you will end this cycle of resurrection and death, beneath the earth where the sun no longer shines every 100 years. Deus heard all of these demonic temptations, yet he showed no reaction. Instead, he softly closed his eyes, as if seeking peace of mind. Go to sleep and shut your mouth. Dusk gradually fell upon a sky filled with poetic and mystical beauty. They finally arrived at their destination. Here it is, a new weapon shop. Its previous owner died during the dragon invasion, and this shop was bought at a low price. Deus gave a lethargic, half-hearted praise. Not bad. You found it really fast. I haven't even had a chance to sleep yet. Alex had been overflowing with spirit since the very beginning. Once I heard about the true plan, I got so excited I couldn't even sit still. He could only force a smile, hiding his real intentions. Right, yeah. Let's work hard for the true plan. He came up with an idea just by looking around. If we have Deke handle this place will turn into a pretty good shop. Deus was quite surprised by this skill. Deke knows how to renovate houses? The other slowly confirmed, yes. He said he used to be a carpenter. He couldn't help but marvel a little. Really? He's so young, but is pretty amazing. But isn't bloodline rank something passed down from generation to generation? I mean, even if a pureblood has a child, could that child still be F rank? Alex patiently explained it to him. That's correct. And vice versa, there are cases where the child of an fair rank hero and a saint becomes the ultimate victor. Deus summed it up with a conclusion, it's all random. And he agreed with this, yes. Then he cleverly steered the conversation. So, is there any hope for a failure? Just because the whole family is Frank, should the child be doomed with the F-rank label too? But even a wise man like him couldn't provide a definitive answer. That matter is quite ambiguous. Even though it's not a skill, wealth can be inherited. A family that frequently produces high-tier warriors or saints will have as much wealth as royalty. With that money, they can elevate their child's hero rank or bloodline rank through various means. Deus easily summarized his convoluted theory. So in other words, even if the child is Frank, they can still become successful. Is that right? The other continued to confirm, yes. But since Deke himself stated that he is Frank, he has probably already been ranked as a hero. Suddenly, he changed the subject without warning. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? Alex answered honestly. No, I don't. Deus seemed to be waiting for this exact opportunity to vent his frustration on him. Those pathetic humans use money to determine their own hero ranks. Why do demons keep losing to humans like that? Why, you absolute bastards? His countless grievances could only be wrapped up in 3 words, I am sorry. After tormenting him to his heart's content, he finally feigned mercy. Enough. Say no more. The demon realm doesn't matter anymore anyway. By the way, where did our hero go? Thinking about the currently bustling business scene, Alex hesitated slightly. Well, the moment Deus arrived, he was warmly welcomed by Deke. Master, you're awake? He asked with a hint of curiosity. What's this? Why are you suddenly selling noodles? He honestly replied with a very mundane reason. I had some free time at night, so I wanted to give it a try. Even so, the income is quite decent. Before he could say anything more, he plopped down on a seat. Then, he quickly blended into the pace of the passing customers. Then get me a bowl. Deke was incredibly delighted. Right away, master. Every step of his process was highly skilled, without a single wasted movement. In just a few minutes, he whipped up an incredibly eye-catching dish. Here you go, sir. Deus had been drooling in anticipation for a while. Is that ramen? He carefully picked up the soft, springy noodles. Then, he slurped them down deliciously in one massive bite. The moment the food slid down his esophagus and warmed his stomach, he immediately blurted out a heartfelt compliment without thinking. So delicious. It's super delicious. Alex was also stuffing his face, totally lost in the meal. Really? Then I'll try some too. The second he tasted the first bite, all of his expressions instantly froze. Then his emotions burst forth like Head discovered a new continent. This is too good, Deke! Deus gave him some dead serious advice. Hey, give up being a hero and switch to this profession. Deke awkwardly scratched his head. I'll take that as a compliment from you two. The loud mukbang slurping noises made his smile even brighter. Deke suddenly changed the subject, leaving him puzzled. Master, thank you so much. Thanks to you, I could buy uniforms for my younger brothers at the Warrior Academy. They were the only ones without uniforms, which always upset me. They might act indifferent, but they were so happy when you gave us that money. Diaz didn't care much about those things. Warrior Academy? He enthusiastically shared his plans. Yes. It might sound arrogant, but I'm sending both of them to a private elementary warrior academy. I'm not strong, but I'm confident they can become true warriors. So I'll pour all my money into their future. Just then, an astonished voice echoed through the diner. What is this? There's a fly in the noodles. Damn it. I didn't even want to eat at this rundown diner, but I was starving, so I settled for it. And look at this! The woman next to the ragged guy also showed clear disgust. I told you I didn't want to eat in such a filthy place. Deke tried to stay calm to handle the situation. I'm sorry, sir, but there are no flies around here. Unexpectedly, he received a harsh and completely unreasonable reaction in return. Even Diaz had to pause his delicious meal to listen in on the drama. The guy looked down on everyone and acted utterly arrogant. What? Are you saying I'm lying? You bastard. Do you know who my father is? Just one word from me, and this diner will be shut down instantly. Suddenly, the grinding, furious noise stopped dead. Then he deliberately pushed the drama to a climax. Wait a minute. Isn't this guy from the Holy Biche family? It was a perfectly coordinated act. You mean that highly powerful family? I know them. Are there still people from the Holy Biche family left? The surrounding customers immediately perked up their ears to eavesdrop. Oh my, the Holy Biche family? What is this? Since when did a hero become a chef? Deke still firmly refuted whatever he could. It's not beach, it's biche. But the deceitful couple only used it as an excuse to cause trouble. I know, that pathetic beach family. Their father came to my house begging for work, and you bastard, are selling this garbage on the streets? How disgusting. Like father, like son. Is that what you call a hero? A noodle-selling hero? Finally, Deus couldn't stand watching them act so tyrannically anymore. He immediately fired back on Deke's behalf. I think I hear a fly buzzing around here. Deke hurriedly tried to stop his brewing intentions. Lord Deus. Sure enough, the guy's attitude became even more extreme. Did you just call me a fly? You want me to rip your head off, huh? He didn't even bother wasting saliva and time arguing with this kind of trash. He raised his hand into the air before their bewildered eyes. Well then, I guess I'll just squash a few flies. The moment Deus clenched his fist was the moment their death sentence was sealed. Right after, the guy's body violently twisted into a deformed pretzel, a sight so gruesome it offended the eyes. The woman maxed out her decibels, screaming with a face as purple as a pig's liver. She immediately grabbed her dress and fled the scene. Save me. However, her speed was nothing compared to the black hole gradually opening in Deus' hand. One of them wants to escape, and her fate ended up being even more twisted and grotesque than his. He didn't hesitate to crush that struggling, insignificant life. The flesh and bone body instantly shattered into pieces that scattered in the wind. Those who disrespect the heroes risking their lives to fight for them don't deserve to live in this human world. Alex, from a corner behind him, silently observed Deus. After dropping a bomb that shattered the commoner's worldview, he casually blended back into everyday life. Let's eat. Deke could only respond instinctively in shock. Yes. Just then, a piece of paper floated through the air and quietly landed in his bowl. The message on it appeared clearly. A dragon has appeared at Leah Castle. You must depart immediately. Yuljum. Deus immediately put down his chopsticks, halting his joyful feast. Then he quickly rolled out the upcoming plan. Hey, failure. Close the diner. The first mission from our super VIP client has arrived. Let's go make some money. Deke had no idea what was going on, but he complied lightning fast. Ah, yes, sir. In the sky, the moon was high, while below, the horse and carriage rushed frantically forward. The three members of Dia's party sat inside, moving at breakneck speed. Alex glanced over and saw Deke shivering violently. He asked gently, Are you nervous, Deke? Deke awkwardly scratched his head. Yes, I guess so. But that was accompanied by an eager smile. I never thought someone like me would fight orcs or goblins, let alone dragons. Before meeting you and Lord Deus, I wouldn't have even dared to dream of fighting orcs, goblins, and dragons. Then Deke fell silent for a moment. He turned his head to look at the person behind him. Seeing Deus casually picking his nose while drooling made him a bit hesitant. You might not believe me if I say this, but now, whenever I look at Lord Deus, Deke's smile grew even more awkward. I feel like he always exudes this confidence. Like, it's just a dragon. What's there to worry about? If it were me facing it, it'd be paralyzed with fear. Alex smiled in satisfaction. It's good to know fear. His voice softened. Deke, I don't know what you're thinking, but Lord Deus has already appointed you as a hero. Even if you don't always feel like one. The more Alex spoke, the redder Deke's cheeks became. You are definitely the leader of this adventure, so be confident. Deke was so thrilled he stammered. Yes! Alex pushed him further. What kind of leader speaks so weakly? Be strong! Deke obediently replied. Yes! Then Alex drove the carriage even faster. All right, just past here and we're close to Leia Castle. Hold on tight! Deke's voice faded into the distance. Yes! The carriage wheels kept spinning. Deke tried to hold on while shouting, when suddenly, his eyes widened in terror at what appeared before him. It's huge! A massive dragon was wrapping its tentacles tightly around the entire castle. It seemed like something slimy was clinging to its mouth, making the dragon roar in a frenzy. Deke couldn't help but panic at the sight. That castle? Did the dragon destroy it? What about the people inside? But below them was a treacherous rocky path. Suddenly, Deus pointed to the side from behind him. Calm down. They're all gathered over there. Alex also noticed it astutely. A castle that big must have a few G-rank heroes. They probably helped everyone inside escape. Deke's heart suddenly felt lighter. That's a relief. From the back, he shouted loudly. The stage is set, and it looks like the audience is all here. It's showtime. Get ready. Failure. Deke, sweating buckets and feeling a bit nervous, replied, yes. The people on this side were staring at the castle being swallowed by the dragon. Damn it. They kept screaming in terror. Where did that red dragon come from? Is this the apocalypse? Pass warm blankets to the injured. It's so cold. I feel like I'm going to freeze to death. Lord, please help us. Damn it. Stop praying already. A fat man, his face covered in tears and snot, clasped his hands in desperate prayer. Please make this blizzard stop. Lord, have you abandoned us? Someone else looked up at the glowing sphere on the mountaintop. Even the king seems to have left us to fend for ourselves. So why wouldn't the gods abandon us? The fat man kept praying earnestly. Oh, Lord. A priest's hand rested on the glowing sphere. Inside the sphere, the obese king was sweating profusely, complaining endlessly. It's so hot. It's like a sauna in here. He wouldn't stop grumbling. Where did those heroes who went to beg the savior for help go? We need to get back to the castle. A servant timidly spoke up. It's highly likely they were killed by the dragon, sire. I can't contact any of them. The obese king instantly shrieked for his life. What? Then you go do something! If this keeps up, he'll die of heat stroke. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Move out of the way. Deke swung his broom, making a badass entrance. The king shouted in awe, a hero. Amidst his shouts, Deke's eyes gleamed with a mysterious light. Hes here. The carriage soared right over the fat king's head. Completely discarding his royal image, he looked up with a hideous expression. Hero. The fat king's jaw dropped in disbelief. Are you serious? Damn it, you're just a pervert in your underwear holding a broom. They're running away. Catch them. Meanwhile, Deke was crying inside over his utterly ridiculous outfit. This is so embarrassing. I could die. Then the king screamed his orders. It's freezing. Cast the spell again. Quickly. The servant immediately knelt down. Yes, sire. The fat king cursed non-stop. How dare you jump over my head? I hope that dragon eats you all alive. Conversely, the commoners outside were so cold they had to huddle together to share body heat. Suddenly, a little boy pointed to the sky. Mom, look! She followed his gaze. What is it, sweetie? The boy stared at the speeding carriage, unable to hide his confusion. Is that guy really going to fight the dragon just wearing his underwear? Mom? Everyone was speechless with shock. Looking at Deke's getup, someone had to voice their doubts. Are you kidding me? Don't tell me that's the hero who's going to defeat the dragon and save us all. Barely a second after his cool entrance, he squatted down, shivering. It's so cold. This is so embarrassing. I'm already humiliated. And now I'm freezing too. Alex encouraged him from the side. You're doing great. Along the way, Deke saw countless citizens who had been frozen solid. The carriage continued tearing down the road. So many people, didn't make it out in time. They all froze to death. Suddenly, he looked up towards the source of the light. It turned out to be the dragon looming ahead, growing larger and larger, which startled Deke. We're almost there. Only then did Deus speak up. Alex, failure, get ready. He lay there leisurely, issuing orders. The plan remains the same. Failure, you'll stand where everyone can see you. Alex, you'll grab that lizard and drop it right in front of the failure. Deus looked at Deke's snot-covered face. And then, failure, you'll finish it off with one swing of your broom. Understood? Deke blushed and sighed. I knew this was the plan, but he didn't forget to issue a warning. Especially you, Alex. Don't play around like last time and make me do the work again. Alex chuckled playfully. Rest assured, my lord. Then Alex pointed forward as a dark silhouette gradually emerged. He took a step forward. Alex stood atop the carriage, his eyes gleaming fiercely. Last time, this humble servant had a bit of a hard time because I didn't pay attention to their condition. But I won't make the same mistake twice. Suddenly, Deus called out, catching his attention. Alex. His eyes glowed a vibrant red. Don't kill it. Capture it alive for me. He smirked with sheer excitement. Yes, sir. Then I'll just beat it half to death. Then, Alex turns to the person cowering beside him, Deke. He kindly reminds him, that dragon is so huge. Things are going to get a little crazy, so make sure you stand firm and stay put. Unable to open his mouth to speak, Deke only thinks to himself, I know. With that, Alex jumps into the black streak. That's it! Bye! He says, leaving behind a bewildered Deke calling after him. A little crazy? Stand firm? Lord Alex. Then Deus orders, stop the carriage, you trash. Waving his hand, he lazily sprawls out. I'm gonna lie down and take a little nap here. Go deal with that dragon quickly. Deke can only obey. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Deke remembers something, but Lord Deus. He covers his crotch, trembling. Could you please come with me? I feel like I'm about to pee my pants right now. Deep down, Deke is still incredibly anxious. I knew I would be scared to death facing it. The dragon's hideous eyes dart around endlessly. A voice draws all their attention toward it. Hey. Alex appears from the black streak right above the dragon's head. Then he dives straight down. Upon seeing this, that eye instantly summons countless sharp spikes, and they stretch out into tentacles reaching for Alex. But he effortlessly dodges them with just a slight tilt of his body. Then Alex counters. Everywhere he flies, a blindingly bright trail follows behind him. He then lands the final blow, striking so fiercely that the dragon crashes down with it. Deke takes in this entire spectacle. He wants to scream out loud, that's so awesome. Moments later, the scene fades in Deke's eyes. I can't see anything through all this smoke. Has it started yet? He spins around, frantically searching. I need to find a spot where Lord Alex can easily spot me. Suddenly, Deus curses, trash. Meanwhile, Deke is struggling to lift the shield. But Deus has to remind him, don't you always carry this shield with you? Saying something like a hero should at least have a shield? Isn't this your father's relic? He shoots a beam of magic into the shield. Also, here. Deke stares at it in absolute astonishment. Deus loudly instructs. This is a protective magic barrier. It can withstand dragon breath. He is so overjoyed that tears well up in his eyes. Thank. Before he can even finish, Deus has already rolled over and fallen asleep. So Deke jumps out of the carriage and heads off alone. Sleep well, Lord Deus. Every step he takes carries tremendous hope. He'll definitely do a good job this time. I need to hurry to a suitable spot so Lord Alex won't have to wait. Deke looks left and right. A highly visible place, somewhere elevated and central. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a towering block of ice nearby. Over there. Deke immediately hurries over. He'll get there in no time. Living up to the audience's expectations, he trips and falls flat on his face after just 3 steps. At the same time, Alex is still locked in a fierce battle with the dragon. The wounded eyes snarl, endlessly spewing out a purple syrup. Suddenly, his foot lands right on that wound. Alex then forcefully stomps on it, causing the syrup to burst out like rain. His face is utterly cold and devoid of emotion. Unexpectedly, the largest eye opens wide and flashes brilliantly. The dragon's jaws snap wide open, biting down on Alex's arm and tearing it off. And then it raises the 2 claws on its wings. The dragon soars up into the sky. It leaves behind a blinding cloud of dust. Suddenly, a hand brimming with razor-sharp claws thrusts out from the cloud. It stretches out incredibly long and punches the dragon right in the snout. Alex's face is now covered in mysterious runes. He presses the attack, launching himself at it feet first. Then Alex lands a solid kick directly on the dragon. Following up, he extends his sharp-clawed hand, and Alex delivers a brutal slash. A barrage of relentless strikes follows, bringing the dragon crashing down. Finally, he touches down on the ground beside its furious snarls. Alex coldly approaches. You recover fast? Is it because of your size? It seems the dragon already knows its fate and shrieks endlessly. Alex raises his hand high. It ends right here. Meanwhile, watching from below, Deke is left in utter awe. That's absolutely incredible. He laboriously trudges up the block of ice step by step. Staying put here is kind of terrifying. Lord Alex is taking care of the dragon all by himself. By now, Deke's snot is uncontrollably running down his face. Is that really a D-rank hunter? The villagers behind him begin to cause a commotion. They scream in sheer joy. It's the hero! The hero has saved us! What? Has winning? You pervert. Why are you wearing that? We're saved! We're saved! Move aside! I can't see! Keep it up! Hero! God has answered our prayers. The villagers incessantly chant, Sir Hero. In contrast, the king is nervously biting his nails. Is that the hero? Deke turns back and stares in astonishment. Everyone is cheering for me. The cheers of the crowd bolster his resolve. You can do this. Just like that. Push forward. With trembling legs, Deke watches the ongoing battle. Unlike me, who's standing here shivering, that's what a true hero looks like. I'm so jealous. He then stands up straight, silently vowing, I want to become a hero like him too. To save people and give them hope. A genuine hero. Suddenly, a faint voice catches Deke's attention. Please, save me. He instantly directs his gaze toward that block of ice. Looking closely, there is still someone alive, tearfully begging, please save me, Sir Hero. Meanwhile, up above, the dragon wildly swings its tentacles in fierce retaliation. With a massive swipe, it sends Alex flying away. Hearing the loud crash, Deke turns back with a worried look. Alex, however, continues to shatter the ice with his bare hands. Unfortunately, that vile purple filth clings onto Alex's arm. The dragon stomps its foot down hard on the ice. Its roar echoes throughout the entire area. Suddenly, the dragon emits some strange sort of speech. Hearing this, Alex somewhat grasps the situation. So you can regenerate infinitely as long as the host isn't dead, huh? Is it because of the parasite? He falls silent for a moment. You're pretty much an undead dragon now. The dragon steps onto the rock. It has spotted Deus Group. The dragon seemingly loses control, roaring wildly. It opens its jaws incredibly wide, exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Alex stares unblinking, so they can multiply endlessly unless extracted from the host? A literal undead dragon. Controlled by the parasite, it thrashes about madly. A fiery glint ignites in his eyes. If I can't kill it, there's only one way left. I just need to chop off all its limbs. The dragon steps onto the stone slab. Then it lunges toward Alex with blistering speed. He is already in a stance, ready to face the attack head-on. Alex's eyes flash brightly. 100 hands. Countless tentacles suddenly materialize behind his back. They shoot forward all at once, like arrows, as one. Then the tentacles converge into one colossal entity, an arm. It then clenches tightly with absolute resolve, and the arm rockets straight toward the dragon. It lands a direct punch right into the purple filth on its face. Then the arm retracts, and a myriad of other arms follow up the assault. 100 demon hands, Hell's hammer. Another massive arm seizes the dragon's jaws in a tight grip. It struggles, desperately trying to break free. Then, a blinding ray of light erupts from the dragon's mouth. But its intention didn't escape Alex's watchful eyes. The dragon unleashed a blast of freezing breath straight at him. The sheer force of the impact sent Deke tumbling to the ground. He rolled across the dirt multiple times. Deke staggered back to his feet, panting heavily as he regained his bearings. Meanwhile, Alex quickly manifested his arms to shield his body. He looked furious, a fiery glint flashing in his eyes as he muttered, "This ends here." Alex's massive hand clamped around the dragon's neck, forcing out a screech of bizarre roars. He glared upward and commanded, "100 demon hands, merge." 3 colossal arms sprouted from Alex's back, multiplying his strength. One hand seized the right wing, while another firmly grasped the left. The 2 giant arms spread wide, completely pinning the dragon down. His third hand remained wrapped tightly around its throat. Alex's eyes flashed fiercely. Reverse flow strike. With immense force, he violently slammed the dragon into the ground. He pulled one of his fists back, gathering devastating momentum. Then, a barrage of demonic fists rained down relentlessly. Great demons descent, 10,000 punches. The impact shattered the surrounding earth and stone into dust. The onlookers watched the terrifying spectacle in absolute awe. Deke stood frozen, completely mesmerized by the overwhelming battle. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, remembering the cries for help. Oh no, this isn't the time to just stand here watching. Deke immediately bolted toward the trapped civilians. I need to save them, fast. As their desperate cries for help echoed, he rushed over. Don't worry, it'll get you both out of here right now. Deke tore at the frozen rubble with his bare hands. It's freezing. After a short while, he was already exhausted and gasping for breath. Deke looked down at the wide-eyed man next to him. He was dead, having perished while trying to shield the woman. Suddenly, a sharp cry of a baby pierced the air. The woman pleaded through her tears. My baby. Please, save my baby. Deke grabbed a sturdy pole and smashed it fiercely against the thick ice. He struck the ice relentlessly. Hold on just a bit longer. It'll get you out. But deep down, a profound sense of helplessness struck him. Damn it. I had to leave the father behind just to save the mother and her child. He didn't stop for a single second. Lord Alex will be here soon. I have to hurry, save them, and get back in position. Suddenly, a menacing spike on the dragon's back began to glow brightly. The terrified villagers instantly recognized it. That light. The one-eyed man screamed in horror. Run away! Hero! That's the same light that obliterated our castle. In an instant, the blinding light expanded drastically. The devastating energy radiated outward from the dragon's back. The deadly shockwave surged straight toward Deke's position. Luckily, he managed to raise his shield just in time. But the immense, overwhelming power shattered his shield completely. The blinding wave of destruction swept over the villagers. Agonized screams echoed as the freezing light engulfed them. Even the Fat King wailed in sheer misery. It's so cold. The terrifying spike on the dragon's back had grown massively in size. But astonishingly, Alex remained completely unfazed, just like before. His human guise had completely vanished. It's proving difficult to maintain this skin I was saving for the battle 20 years from now. How annoying. At that moment, Deke slowly regained consciousness. His fingers twitched as his eyes fluttered open. Im's still alive. Was it because of Lord Dea's shield magic? It's so cold. A sudden cry snapped him fully awake. The baby. He forced his head up, desperately searching for the sound. His eyes locked onto the crying child, still clutched tightly in the arms of its deceased mother. The baby is still alive. He painfully dragged himself forward. Damn it. The mother gave her life. Hang on. I'm coming. But Deke suddenly collapsed back into the freezing snow. He agonizingly looked back at his own body. A brutal reality set in. One of his arms and both legs were completely frozen and fractured. Over by the dragon, its menacing spikes began to glow brilliantly once again. A panicked villager stammered, "It's happening again!" Another screamed toward Deke, "Run! Hero! Get out of here!" Deke slammed his frostbitten, swollen hand into the icy snow. I have to save that child. He forced his shattered legs upward. I am a hero. I might be a failure. Watching him, the villagers cried out, "Hero! Watch out, hero!" He agonizingly dragged himself toward the baby. And maybe I can't save everyone like those true heroes do, but I will save you. Meanwhile, completely unfazed, Alex mocked the beast. Haven't you realized your tricks are utterly useless against me? He smirked, adding insult to injury. This is exactly why you're always getting manipulated by humans, you idiotic giant lizard. Infuriated beyond reason, the dragon unleashed its second catastrophic attack. By a stroke of luck, Deke had just managed to pull the baby into his arms. The overwhelming shockwave of raw power erupted, violently blasting him high into the sky. Deke crashed hard into the ground, instantly buried beneath the freezing snow. Unexpectedly, a thick fur coat was gently draped over his trembling body. Dea stood right in front of him, staring down. I truly don't get it. He crouched down, resting his chin on his hand with genuine curiosity. Why on earth did they think they could defeat me if they're this pathetically weak? A dark fire flickered in Dea's eyes. They're like fragile candles in the wind, snuffed out with a single breath. Yet they still throw their lives away to save someone else. Did we really lose to these creatures 66,500 years ago? Humans. I will never understand them. Despite his condition, Deke forced an apologetic smile. Lord Deus, I'm so sorry I didn't make it in time. I'll do better next time. His head slumped forward deeply as he lost consciousness. Next time. The blinding glare of a glowing sword pierced Deek's vision, forcing his eyes open. But overwhelmed by exhaustion, he immediately tried to close his eyes and drift back to sleep. Suddenly, remembering the catastrophe, he shot up in a panic. The dragon! What happened to the dragon, Lord Deus? He was back in that familiar place. Deek stared blankly around the ruined, roofless room. Is this Lord Deus' room? He scratched his head, trying to piece his memories together. Wait, why am I back here? Did I pass out? He raised his hands and gasped in shock, realizing his shattered arms were perfectly healed. He aggressively threw off the blanket. Looking down, he noticed his broken legs were also completely restored. My legs. Deek was utterly bewildered. I thought I was crippled for sure. How did... Suddenly, Deus' arrogant voice echoed from below, catching his attention. The golden dragon isn't too shabby. This stuff isn't as useless as I thought. Another familiar voice chimed in. Yes, I suppose so, my lord. Deek rushed over to a gaping hole in the ruined wall and peered down. Lord Deus! Deus stood triumphantly next to a pile of glittering loot, glancing up with a smirk. So you're finally awake. Deek clumsily pointed at himself, then at the floor. Yes, but how is my body? Wait, before that, what happened to the dragon? No, the baby! Is the baby safe? Deek sighed in frustration at his own chaotic mind. I have way too many questions to ask. Deus maintained his lazy smirk and commanded. The dragon and the kid have both been dealt with, so quit your worrying. If you've rested enough, get down here and clean up this mess. We've got a shop to open, don't we? You failure? Deek froze for a moment, completely stunned. But seeing Deus' smug face, a wave of relief washed over him, melting away all his lingering anxieties. Deek grinned brightly and shouted, Yes, master. From that day on, they fully embraced the missions given by the Golden Dragon. Deek donned his hero armor with renewed determination. The trio boldly engaged another corrupted dragon, while terrified civilians scattered in chaos. Run! Somebody save me! Deus lazily pointed a finger at Deek, scolding him. You failure. He then barked a command. Attack. Deek fiercely raised his weapon and roared, Lord Alex, I'm ready. Without hesitation, Alex leaped from a portal straight above the dragon. Yes. With a single, brutal hand, he obliterated the colossal beast. Every time they successfully slayed a dragon, someone mysteriously arrived to haul the massive carcass away. Later, back in their ruined hideout, Deek called out loudly, Master. Deus casually strolled out, unbothered, picking his nose. He remained completely oblivious to a deadly sword hurtling right past him. Suddenly, a massive haul of loot rained down from the sky right in front of him. A sleepy Deus calmly watched them fall. And then, the next morning, a mountain of weapons would appear right in front of their house. He gave a thumbs up to boost their morale. Just like that, they defeated this monster. Then they moved on to fight the next one. Deek stuck to the same old script, Sir Alex. And he appeared too, leaping high into the air. A surge of power shot straight up into the sky. Alex delivered a spectacular blow, sending the monster off to the afterlife. And so, they continued to collect their rewards and hit the road in their familiar carriage. Deus and Alex put on sunglasses and used light bombs to take care of another pitch-black dragon. And once again, they received more loot. The carriage kept rolling without a break, and the trio's next stop was where a flying dragon was being controlled. In the blink of an eye, the three of them handled it and scored a massive haul. Later, as the exhausted sun slowly set to end a long day, people were crowding into a roadside noodle shop, happily eating and drinking. Alex and Deus were no different, their cheeks stuffed with noodles, puffing out like two dumplings. As for Deek, he happily enjoyed this rare moment of peace. Suddenly, a magical thread carrying a falling piece of paper appeared right in front of Deus. The paper stated that a divine dragon had just appeared at Shunair Castle. And with that, he threw his arm up and pointed to the sky with a mouthful of food. Let's go. The carriage carrying the three of them rolled on tirelessly. They arrived at a place where a skeletal dragon was soaring through the air. Deek raised his sword, ready for battle, while Deus remained calmly fast asleep. Suddenly he opened his eyes, a crimson light flashing in his pupils. Deus immediately gave the order, attack. He didn't hesitate and obediently jumped in. Yes, sir. The dragon below opened its mouth wide and roared. Striking the same pose was another dragon, controlled by a filthy substance inside its throat. Deek charged in with his weapon, and yet another one used fire to attack. He gracefully glided through the sky. Deek swung his sword down with fierce power. Demon King, slash. As a result, a green dragon bit the dust. The blue dragon quickly followed suit. Even the gray dragon couldn't escape his blade. Deke hugged the pile of loot, overjoyed as if it were a bountiful harvest. Moving on to another mission, his legs were now drenched in syrup. Deke had slain the red dragon, a result that wasn't hard to guess at all. A voice rang out, causing him to shift his gaze. It was. The entire town cheered in excitement. It's the dragon hunter. God must have sent him here. The dragon hunter who saved the neighboring Doria castle has come to save our village. So cool, Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter in underwear. Look this way. Diaz appeared right in front of Deke. He raised his hand in praise. You did great, you loser. Unable to hide his joy, he high-fived back. Yes. Good news travels fast, and Deke's party quickly became the most famous group in the land. Diaz looked up. So it's finally finished. Alex chimed in beside him. Yes, this is it. His eyes turned toward the newly opened store, the first branch of the demon's weapon shop, and just like that, they were open for business. Inside the shop, countless swords were displayed neatly and perfectly organized. Deke was overwhelmed by the sight before him. Oh my, this place is insanely luxurious, Sir Diaz. He glanced over. I didn't think the interior would turn out this good. You must have put a lot of effort into it. Alex smiled smugly. Of course, there isn't a single weapon shop around here that can hold a candle to this place, not even those major guilds. A sinister glint flashed in Deus' eyes. Is that so? Well, it doesn't matter. You guys are going to be the ones managing this store anyway. His eyes widened in shock. Us, Deke managed to chime in. What about you? Master. He casually waved his hand. Hey, have you ever seen a boss do the work himself? Alex broke into a sweat. Did you hear the nonsense our master just spouted? The boy could only play along. Yes, I did. Suddenly, a demonic hand grabbed Alex on one side, while the other restrained Deke. Then Deus squeezed them both like lemons. Listen here. I just want to sit back and count the money, not manage these kinds of stores. If you're still confused, let me make it clear that you were the ones excited to manage a store, not me, right? He grimaced and replied, understood, while Deke smiled foolishly. That's right. He cheerfully let go. All right? So that's settled. You guys better work hard to grow this store. Alex bowed his head reluctantly. Yes, while Deke clutched his aching neck. Yes, sir, boss. Suddenly, Deke wanted to say something, making Diaz look back. Sir Diaz. He scratched his head and pleaded. Can I continue working at the counter after I'm done here? I still need to earn tuition money for my twin siblings. He crossed his arms and said cheerfully, whatever, do what you want. Deke's voice was full of joy. Thank you, sir. And then Diaz called out. One more thing, Alex. He quickly replied, yes, sir, his eyes looking stern. Go get what I asked for. Just a moment later, the three of them huddled together, admiring something. Deke exclaimed in awe when he saw the mysterious shield. It looks amazing. Diaz took the lead and stepped forward to grab it. He lifted it up to inspect it. Read it. Alex obeyed and followed suit. Yes, sir. He introduced the origins of the shield. Dom Lagun, crafted from the dragon scales obtained as hunting rewards, combined with numerous emeralds and rubies in a magnificent masterpiece. This is an S-rank shield fit only for true heroes, specially crafted by the underworld's #1 blacksmith, Hermes. Not only that, Alex added, this item can withstand 3 or 4 attacks from the Demon King himself. Deke waved his arms frantically in sheer disbelief. It can even block the Demon King's attacks. Dwarves really are master craftsmen, just like the rumors say. In reality, the underworld that Alex mentioned referred to the demon realm, but Deke misunderstood it as the dwarf race. Introductions over, Deus tossed it toward him. Here, you loser, hold it tight. As soon as he touched the shield, a blinding light instantly burst forth. Deke was transported to another dimension. Where is this? He looked around anxiously and shouted, Sir Deus. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke up. A human. Are you the one who called me? Before Deke's eyes was a giant, glowing red eye. It introduced itself. My name is Dom Lagun. I will accept you as my master until the day the flame of my life turns to ash. Jaw dropping in shock, he mumbled, Master. Suddenly, bolts of lightning burst from a ray of light. Deke looked around curiously. Where did Sir Dom Lagun go? Suddenly he noticed Diaz's voice. It's coming. Try your best to block it. And then, a terrifying surge of power barreled straight toward Deke. At the same time, the eye on Lagun flashed, and the momentum sent him crashing through the wall and out of the store. Alex stared at the massive hole and complained, What kind of boss destroys a newly built shop in this world? But Deus didn't seem to care at all. Come on, just a little test. Just testing it out. Suddenly, he saw a familiar bandaged arm raised. Deke sat atop the rubble, smiling brightly. Sir Deus, this shield is truly amazing. It's so amazing that even an A-rank hero, no, even a G-rank hero would want it. Deus seemed surprised. Even if it's only 1/100th of the size, I guess it can still easily block my spear of destruction. Then he looked down and called out, "Loser." Like a habit, he happily replied, "Yes." Deus said just one sentence that left Deke's face stunned. "From now on, it's yours." He smiled, baring his sharp fangs. "We want you to use some strong gear because you're way too weak. I'll slowly add them one by one. So let's start with this one first." His voice was small, really. And just like that, Deke's tears began to fall onto the shield. "Overcome with emotion," he sobbed, "giving me such an incredible shield, even though I'm just a useless Frank guy. Is it really okay?" Deus' face showed zero emotion. "Yeah." Deke turned the eye on the shield to look at it through his tears, then hugged it dearly. He cried so hard that his face was a mess of tears and snot. "Even if I lived for another 1,000,000 years, I wouldn't dare dream of a day I could hold such an amazing shield in my life. This is the absolute best shield in the world." At this point, Deus had to speak up to calm him down. "You idiot, I didn't even hit you, so why are you crying?" Somewhere in a ruined palace, the sound of people laughing echoed throughout the room. It turned out to be the Verde Kingdom, Arcoma Castle, where all the soldiers and nobles were drunkenly enjoying a feast. "Drink up." A hand full of jewelry was raised. "It's so heavy wearing all this on my hands." Greedy eyes glued to the pile of loot. "You managed to gather quite a lot." The snaggle-toothed guy couldn't hide his satisfied expression. "Who would have thought you hoarded so much? You can't take it with you when you die anyway." That old man had no conscience at all. He turned back to look at the girl with blank eyes. "Am I right, Princess April?" The snaggle-toothed guy burst into joyous laughter. Suddenly, the legs of a stranger appeared, catching everyone's attention. Covered from head to toe, he slowly opened the door and walked in, looking down without exposing a single inch of skin. Ignoring the scrutinizing stares of everyone, he crept inside. The stranger walked to every corner, carefully inspecting the place. Then he walked up the stairs to the upper floor. The stranger examined and evaluated each pillar. "No, not here." His footsteps gradually slowed down. Everyone stopped eating to watch him. The stranger leisurely walked past the dining tables. He stopped at a spot, squatted down, and reached out his hand to inspect the ground. Even just from the city gates to here, there isn't a single trace of a battle. The gap-toothed guy arrogantly questioned him. "What? Who the hell are you?" When he looked up with a bright smile, it became clear this was Cadencia. "Don't mind me. Please don't worry about me. Just carry on as you were." Saying that, he stomped his foot and stood up. Cadencia decisively leaped high up, a jump like this. Then he stopped in front of the gap-toothed guy. And after landing, Cadencia touched the ground beneath his feet to examine it. His eyes glowed green. Here, with just a single explosion. Suddenly, Cadencia stood up abruptly. To cause. He looked up at the ravine under the moonlight. The mountains to look like that with just one strike. Cadencia was dazed for a moment. Could a human, the green light in his eyes deepened, really do something like this? Watching those baffling actions, the gap-toothed guy gritted his teeth in irritation. He furiously shouted orders, "Drag this bastard out of here." Immediately, a sword-wielding soldier rushed forward madly. "Yes, sir." And then Cadencia turned around, raising a hand to stop them. "Don't move. It's very dangerous. Even though you're just a bunch of cockroaches crawling around here, your lives are still quite precious, right?" Those words only made them more frantic. "This guy has a death wish! Kill him! Die!" He boredly raised his hand. "As creations of God, you shouldn't do that." All the soldiers were caught in invisible threads and tumbled down. Cadencia pointed at the remaining nobles. "You lot better stand still if you don't want to end up like him." The gap-toothed guy stared at his finger and roared, "Magic! What's going on? Who are you?" Cadencia smiled extremely friendly. "The higher-ups are very concerned about what's happening here, like a certain terrible incident occurring. So, I was sent here to investigate. I hope you'll cooperate a little." His face contorted, seemingly unable to believe it. "The higher-ups?" He smiled, his eyes turning into crescents. "Yes," Cadencia declared grandly. "Representatives of God, the Savior." The furious man growled and yelled. "The Savior? The holiest?" Cadencia's eyes lit up as he challenged him. If you already know, then I don't need to say much more. Why don't you just confess? What exactly happened here on that day? He lowered his voice and loudly demanded. Who, what, and why? Cadencia chuckled softly and said in a highly sarcastic tone, destroying the Arkoma Castle, one of the grandest holy sanctuaries, in a mere instant and vanishing without a trace. How brilliant! The man shook his head with a resolute tone. I don't know anything. Later, he quietly recounted. I only heard briefly from the merchants in town that he had white hair. Seeing this, Cadencia glared and asked coldly, White hair? The man nodded without hesitation, affirming, That's right. That morning, they said they saw a suspicious white-haired kid going in and out of the city gates. Right after that, they heard screams, and then the castle suddenly exploded. Hearing this, a mysterious thought arose in Cadencia's mind. Seeing this, the man trembled and affirmed, That's all I know. Only God knows what happened next because everyone in the castle died. Hearing this, he fell silent without uttering a single word. Cadencia turned to leave, and as he left, he politely bid farewell. Thank you for your answer. Goodbye. The man unconsciously shouted to explain further. As the savior of this place, you wouldn't understand! The tyrannical regime of King Verde was too overconfident. Arkoma is the largest castle in the world? Ridiculous! It was built with the flesh and blood of the commoners here. That white-haired youth is the savior sent by God to kill that tyrant and help us reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. He angrily stood up and strongly asserted, he is the true savior, far more capable than that bastard who exploits the divine for a luxurious life. Cadencia instinctively turned his head, his eyes rising with cold bloodlust. Well said. However, we will determine whether he was truly sent by God or is part of some corrupted force. He raised his hand to warn the man. And another thing. Cadencia paused for a moment and then said firmly, How dare you insult him? Die. Scene change. Someone here is continuously stomping hard on a monster. There you are! You damn germ! That's a parasite, not a germ. The two mysterious men stood there watching the monster take its last breath. Same difference. Anyway, report the location and let the golden dragon handle the rest. Fine. After they finished, the two of them left together. It was Diaz walking beside Alex. At first, I actually enjoyed working like this. But isn't having this much work becoming a pretty serious problem for the dragons? Since it's come to this, the golden dragon should have set her own stance and ended it all. She calls herself a dragon god, after all. Hearing this, he calmly explained, the reason she can't take care of this herself is probably because she currently exists in a mortal body. Diaz frowned, clearly showing his confusion. What does that mean? Alex sighed and shook his head. While I'm not entirely sure, I think she must be somehow tied to the records in the Library of Time and Space. Hearing this, curiosity sparked in his mind. The Library of Time and Space? Alex nodded firmly. Yes, it's the place that stores the history of the world, officially recognized by the gods for a very long time. While memories and ordinary texts can easily be manipulated by psychic magic, in the Library of Time and Space, once something is recorded, it can never be altered. It's undeniable, ironclad evidence. Diaz grew slightly confused upon hearing this. So the reason the Golden Dragon is acting like this is because she's afraid of being recorded in the Library of Time and Space? So in another dimension, her appearance here is a secret that shouldn't be made public? Alex nodded gently. Something like that. He absent-mindedly asked back, Why? Alex gazed into the distant grassland ahead. I have no idea. How could a normal guy like me understand the personal issues of dragon gods? Diaz casually asked. Is that an adult problem? Alex didn't get what he meant. Huh? Diaz looked over at Deke, who was lying nearby. Did this trash fall asleep again? Hearing that, Alex just calmly assumed he's probably just tired. He thoughtfully looked at Deke, who was fast asleep. His acting like nothing happened, but he just faced a dragon that even an C-rank hero would struggle against. Maybe only he could do that because he learned how to defend and stand his ground against that dragon. Hearing that, a lingering sense of confusion still welled up in Diaz's heart. Huh? Alex observed Deke carefully. What's this? Why does he bring a shield but keep it wrapped in cloth like that? He said he always cherishes that shield because it's something incredibly important to him. He's going to pass it on to his younger brother when he becomes a hero. Hearing this, Diaz burst out laughing. What an idiot! Tell him to just unwrap it and use it, then buy another one for his little brother. Alex couldn't help but laugh along. Exactly. Diaz yawned tiredly. Anyway, let's keep moving. Just toss him on the cart and let him sleep. Alex nodded quickly. Got it, got it. Just like that, Diaz and Alex pushed Deke's cart and left. While they were walking normally, Diaz suddenly asked out of nowhere, "It still hasn't come undone, right?" Alex was stunned, looking completely bewildered. Huh? He pointed directly at the wound on Deke. The bandages on his arm, Deke's leg. Alex nodded and answered casually. Yeah. Diaz walked over to Deke and observed closely. I thought those doctors would do a half-assed job, but it seems they were pretty dedicated. If you dare to chop it off, you gotta know how to reattach it. I guess they've had to do this a lot. Anyway, do you think if he had a better starting point, he could become a great hero? He has a very high sense of responsibility, so maybe he could achieve that, huh? While Diaz was deep in thought, Alex laughed and joked. Please don't jinx it like that. He sat on the cart with an extremely laid-back attitude. If that were really the case, in just 20 years, you two would instantly become enemies. Diaz asked cluelessly. Why would I do that with this idiot? Alex explained loudly. Because you must follow the path of the Demon King. Hearing that, he put on an eager face and asked playfully, Huh? What are you talking about? Doesn't a single glance tell you I look more like a hero's loyal companion than a Demon King? That unique response made Alex feel utterly helpless. I can't talk any sense into you. Diaz sat on the cart, constantly muttering in wonder. But if it really turns out like that, would Deke become humanity's hero? Alex turned to him and answered decisively. That's impossible, because he's not from Generation O. Diaz's eyes widened with questioning. Generation O? He nodded affirmatively and kindly explained in detail. Yes, that's just the natural law of this world. The ultimate hero must be born in the 5th generation. Alex recalled a unique detail. A normal person has a child at age 20, and their child has a grandchild at age 20, and it continues like that. By the time the 5th generation child turns 20, it will be exactly 1 century. And in that exact year, the Demon King descends to the mortal realm. That child will declare war on us. After that, the cycle of Generation O repeats again. After a long explanation, Alex finally summed it up briefly. Among the children of Generation O, only one has the potential to become a hero. What's more, a 4th generation kid like Deke has absolutely no chance of becoming a hero. Only his child might have a shot. Hearing this, Diaz suddenly let out a few sounds, leaving Alex beside him somewhat curious and confused. He looked up at the sky, his heart filled with deep thoughts. Every century, when the Demon King seeks to invade humanity, a hero is born. That is the law of the world. After baring his soul for a moment, Diaz burst into laughter and exclaimed, It's so ridiculous, this little game. Alex, sitting beside him, still looked at him with a gaze full of confusion. The silence was broken by Alex's serious voice. My lord, can you tell me now? Why did you leave and refuse to become the Demon King? Diaz sat like a little old man and asked awkwardly, Have I not told you? Alex gave a sly little smile. Not yet. Diaz cluelessly put a hand to his chin and thought, Really? I wonder why I haven't said it yet. Alex grew frustrated, losing his patience. How would I know? At this moment, Diaz looked at Alex with a hesitant expression. Well, it's nothing major. I don't want to become the Demon King because, just as he finished his sentence, Diaz witnessed an airship burning fiercely right before his eyes. After observing carefully for a moment, he exclaimed in awe, Isn't that an airship? By the looks of it, it must belong to royal nobles. It was attacked by a dragon? A dragon again? Are dragons that easy to find in this world? How is this possible? Alex jumped up, his face filled with utter shock. He saw the familiar crest on the airship. That crest, it's the holy fir tree, the symbol of the purebloods. Hearing this, Diaz couldn't hide his eager surprise. Purebloods? Alex nodded seriously. That's right. He stared intently at the airship and explained, That is a family that has birthed hundreds of heroes, bearing the noblest pure bloodline. I just don't understand why 2 species that have been allies for thousands of years are suddenly tearing each other apart. Everything happening lately is truly baffling. Suddenly, Diaz called out. Hey, Alex. Startled, he blurted out. What is it? He smiled innocently and invited Alex. Let's go watch the drama. The fire on the airship continued to rage on. The soldiers quickly worked together to transport a large white object. Hey, be careful not to let it catch fire. Move faster. Damn it. Why is this thing so heavy? 1, 2, 1, 2. The object was placed onto a carriage, and the soldiers pulled it with all their might. However, because the object was too massive, neither the soldiers nor the carriage could bear the weight. Seeing this, Patrick grew furious and shouted, clearly establishing the master-servant boundary. Hey, you idiots! I told you to be careful and not break that thing! The terrified soldiers could only nod. Yes, sir! He gritted his teeth in fury, his tone harsh and bitter. These fools. Patrick stands above, watching with some anxiety. Do they even know how much this is worth? As the soldiers continuously strain to carry the white object, lift it up. 1, 2, 1, 2. If there's even a single scratch on it, it'll chop all your heads off. Suddenly, Patrick hears a strange noise. He feels like something is approaching. Patrick looks up to observe and trembles in shock. We've been spotted. In the sky, a ferocious fire dragon is charging down, and the terrified soldiers scream a warning. It's coming. The dragon flies towards them with a mouth full of fire. It glares ahead with its blindingly bright eyes. Patrick grits his teeth, shouting in frustrated anger. That beast is after this thing. Stop it at all costs! Archers! Mages! Get ready to fire! The soldiers respond resoundingly. Yes, sir. The soldiers and mages ready their bows and spells, taking their positions. The fire dragon continues its approach at the speed of a rocket. Seeing a golden opportunity, Patrick loudly orders, fire. The soldiers draw their bows and aim straight at the fire dragon. Then, a massive surge of power is unleashed. The mages also summon their supreme magic to launch a fatal strike at the fire dragon. The combined attacks create a terrifyingly immense force aimed straight at the dragon. The impact makes the ground tremble, but Patrick tries his best to protect the white object to the very end. He flees in panic. Eventually, he gets blown backward, sprawling on the ground. Seeing the dragon still hovering in the sky, Patrick curses angrily. Damn it. Then he raises his voice, asking the soldiers, where is it? Is it still safe? They check thoroughly and firmly confirm, yes, there's no problem. My leg. Receiving this answer, Patrick feels completely relieved. Thank God. He angrily looks up at the sky to see if the dragon is still lingering around. The fire dragon stubbornly turns back around, and Patrick issues a warning. It's coming back. He angrily screams his orders to the soldiers. That thing is still a juvenile. Make sure you hit it this time. Everyone, aim and fire. Everyone firmly grips their weapons and gets into a ready stance. Yes, sir. The fire dragon accelerates, drawing closer with burning fury inside it. Patrick watches carefully, counting every second. This is the final strike. In that intense, bloody moment, someone appears from behind Patrick and issues a stern command. Hey, out of the way. Right after speaking, without giving any time for further words, this person uses Patrick's head as a stepping stone to launch forward. He clutches his head in pain, glaring to see who it is. Patrick sees a familiar figure appear. It is none other than Variat. Slash. Immediately after, he channels all his might into a single attack, using the Camellia Cleave. Seeing this, Patrick is dumbfounded and exclaims in shock, Lord Variat. With just one strike from Variat, the dragon is instantly slain on the spot. As soon as he finishes, Variat glares and yells at Patrick, Do you have a death wish? You would have died if you hadn't dodged that attack, you fool. Terrified, Patrick's voice rings out frantically. Lord Variat, we would have handled it without a problem. Even if that dragon was still a juvenile, you managed to slice it in half. You are truly amazing. Variat throws an item to Patrick and orders, A dragon is a dragon. Why add juvenile to it? Never mind. Quickly wipe my sword. Patrick happily nods in agreement. Yes, sir. Variat then considerately adds a reminder. Also, clean up this place and call for more backup. Yes, sir. He glares, his tone hardening into a stern warning. If that thing is exposed for whatever reason, your head will no longer be on your neck. Patrick trembles and obediently nods. Yes, sir. He laughs with a confident expression. You can rest absolutely assured, my lord. Variat steps forward, his raspy voice serious. Is this the thing you mentioned? On this side, Deus and Alex just happen to arrive. Both stand at a high vantage point, observing the soldiers carefully transporting the white object. Patrick quickly notices their presence and angrily snarls. Who are you? Diaz casually steps on and crushes the rope. The object hidden beneath the white cloth slowly reveals itself. Inside is another dragon. Seeing this, Diaz can't help but be surprised. What is this? You said it was an item, but it turns out to be another dragon? This leaves him dumbfounded, his eyes widening in shock. Noticing that the dragon's eyes remain still and unmoving, Diaz begins to wonder. Its eyes seem normal. So there are still normal dragons uninfected by the parasite? After piecing things together, Diaz suddenly realizes in shock. So that's why the little dragon was chasing it, to save its mother. Alex nods in agreement. I believe that to be the case. Diaz's face flashes with a sly smirk, his tone cutting straight into Variat's scheme. Aren't you guys under a truce with the dragons? You're part of a hero family, yet why do I smell a conspiracy here? Variat grits his teeth, showing deep resentment. Looks like I'll have to clean up a few more corpses. Alex, standing beside him, feels a bad premonition and whispers a reminder into Diaz's ear. My lord, why are you provoking him? Unbothered, Diaz flashes a mocking smile. Aren't you curious about the skills of a pureblood? Unable to hold back, Variat orders, deal with them. Patrick acknowledges without hesitation. Yes, sir. He tightly grips his sword, an arrogant, sinister look on his face. I don't know who you are, but you've seen something you shouldn't have. Boys, take them down. The soldiers draw their swords without hesitation and charge forward, surrounding Diaz and Alex. Yes, sir. Noticing Variat turning his back to leave, Diaz can't help but wonder, his just leaving like that? He turns red with indignant anger. I had high hopes for a pureblood hero like him. How boring. Alex, kill them all. Alex, standing next to him, doesn't follow Diaz's order, but instead speaks up gently in advice. But, Sir Diaz. He gently reminds Diaz, aren't we playing the role of the hero's companions? Diaz nonchalantly dismisses the notion. What does that have to do with anything? Alex continues to explain patiently. Wouldn't it be quite bad to fight a pureblood while acting as the hero's companion? Hearing this, Diaz opens his mouth in wide-eyed realization, now that you mention it. Hey, come to think of it, is he a holy like Deke? Alex nods affirmatively and continues explaining, yes, hero families are always holy plus the name of a plant. It signifies that they are blessed. Some doubt still lingers in Diaz's mind. Was the first hero a tree or something? Why do they always love using plant names? Alex casually clarifies they use the name of the most commonly grown plant in their territory. Diaz curiously questions again, what kind of joke is that? It's not like it's Arbor Day or anything. How ridiculous. Standing below, Patrick watches the two of them chatting all this time and his blood boils with anger. Those bastards are looking down on us. What are you all doing? Kill them quickly. The mages begin to unleash their first spell. Then, the soldiers draw their bows, preparing to aim directly at Diaz and Alex. Immediately after, both sources of power combine and shoot straight forward. However, Diaz appears out of nowhere, standing right behind the enemy with a boastful, arrogant tone. They're attacking us, right? Take them out quickly. They might wake Deke up. Seeing them teleport, Patrick is stunned in disbelief. What? When did they get over there? Alex starts to make his move, but firmly asks Diaz again, just to be sure. Killing them isn't hard, but are you really sure it's okay? Diaz complains irritably. Why do you keep asking me? He turns around, dissatisfied, and reprimands Diaz. Didn't I already tell you? Aren't you a companion to a hero? Furious to the point of smoking from the ears, Diaz retorts, so you want to beg them for forgiveness and ask them to let us go? Alex points upward, his tone incredibly calm. It's probably too late to beg for forgiveness. We've seen such a massive secret. Turning red with anger, Diaz keeps shouting. Then what do you want me to do? You nuisance. Alex sighs in exasperation and asks, can't we just run away? Hearing that, Diaz bluntly mocks him. Are you afraid of them? Alex immediately rebuffs him. I am Alex. Diaz adds more fuel to the fire. Yeah, right. Alex the coward. Standing below, Patrick listens to their banter, his temper on the verge of exploding. You bastards! How long are you going to keep messing around? Patrick loudly barks his orders without hesitation. Kill them right now! The soldiers shout in unison. Yes, sir. Seeing the current situation, Alex glares and growls. I really don't want to get involved with the hero families. He glares and pouts, concluding, but I guess it can't be avoided now. Just like that, Alex summons a terrifying amount of power. that power flares up intensely, swallowing everything in blinding light. Agonizing screams ring out. While the fierce battle rages on, Deke's carriage remains peacefully parked on the lush green meadow on the other side of the hill. At this moment, he continues to sleep soundly, completely undisturbed as a gentle breeze blows by. Deus and Alex stride proudly, marching straight forward step by step. Right then, a mage charges at them, his voice stern and booming, Fire Fist. Alex glares back, shooting him an incredibly savage glance. He then summons a blindingly radiant surge of power. The monster roars loudly. Deus quickly rushes in to support Alex, making several soldiers cry out in agonizing pain. But the cold, sharp gaze in Alex's eyes hasn't stopped there. A burst of power erupts. He accelerates, rushing quickly through the crowd of soldiers, giving them no time to react. The soldiers immediately regroup and charge forward to continue their attack on Alex. With just a single move, Alex wipes out nearly all of them. The soldiers are brutally battered, the fierce battle drenched in the smell of blood. Alex's silhouette glides past gently, yet leaves behind a trail of savage nightmares. An axe swings down, and a soldier is instantly struck down. Suddenly, a soldier rushes straight at him, drawing a bow and firing a shot his way. Alex catches the arrow decisively with no wasted movement. Tiger shot. He gently raises his hand high. Right after, he violently hurls the arrow straight back at the soldier. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly dire, a mage steps in to provide support. The mage waves his hands frantically and loudly summons, Lightning Strike. Facing the new attack, Alex calmly utters a single command, Open. The two sources of power collide, creating a blinding explosion that seems to rip space apart. However, the mage's power increasingly overpowers Alex's attack. Thousands of lightning bolts relentlessly pour down. At this moment, a mouthful of thick black blood suddenly trickles from the corner of Alex's mouth. Seeing this from behind, Deus can't help but feel concerned about Alex's condition. Alex glared and snarled with a cold, steel-like tone. Killing you really is the most entertaining thing. Seeing this, Patrick broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Who are they? He was so terrified that his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he collapsed to the ground. Right at the climax, Variat boldly charged forward with his sword, chanting to summon his power, Ring Shoot. He aimed straight at Alex without hesitation and shouted, Shadowless Cleave. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying earthquake struck, tearing the ground apart and sending rocks flying everywhere. Variat's feet landed gently on the ground. He gripped his sword, staring intently at where Alex was. Variat glared back with a mocking tone. Dust is flying everywhere. Take it easy. But he was wrong. Alex and Deus were completely unscathed, standing proudly on a boulder and looking down at him. Seeing this, Variat couldn't hide his shock. Who are you people? Easily slaughtering our families, soldiers, and even dodging my sword. Are you bloodkin of the Black Assassin family? Deus clicked his tongue and shook his head. Wrong. Is everyone who's strong a blood soldier to you? Use your brain a little. Variat's eyes grew cold. Then are you, dragons? He tightened his grip on his sword and firmly declared, Whatever, it doesn't matter. I just need to eliminate the witnesses. Hearing those bold words, the corners of Deus' mouth couldn't help but twitch into a faint smile. He glared, smirked, and threw out a sarcastic remark. You, kill me. That is absolutely impossible, you idiot. Seeing Deus' attitude, Variat's eyes widened in stunned silence the moment he saw the smile on Deus' face. A burst of light suddenly flared up within his body. A latent power was silently activating and preparing to erupt. Something had awakened deep inside Variat's body. His body began to undergo strange transformations, and Variat couldn't hold back a loud, echoing scream. His body seemed to be enduring an agonizing mutation, and his piercing screams kept ringing out. Seeing this, Alex furrowed his brow and wondered, has he awakened already? The power inside Variat's body just kept surging forth. Patrick woke up from the ashes and repeatedly called out, Lord Variat. Variat had finished his transformation, bringing this new power under his control. Variat reappeared with a completely different look and an overwhelming surge of strength. After admiring Variat's new appearance, Deus widened his eyes in surprise. What else do you want to show off now? Right after that, he gathered momentum and dashed straight towards Variat. At this moment, Deus and Alex joined forces, charging in to give Variat a proper fight. His eyes went wide, glowing fiercely. Deus scoffed and gave a mock compliment. Looks like you've changed a little bit, huh? Hearing this, Variat grew furious. pouring all his strength into his clenched fists and swinging directly at him. A fierce battle erupted, shaking the earth and sending rocks flying amidst a thick white cloud of smoke. Deus then landed on the soft, lush green grass. He stood proudly with his hands on his hips and spoke sarcastically. "Hey, you idiot. You're still too slow. Hurry up. The witness is about to fall asleep over there." At this moment, Alex suddenly called out, Lord Deus. He flashed an incredibly fake smile. "Shouldn't we get going?" Deus irritably retorted, "We were just starting to have a little fun. Why won't you let me play? Don't tell me you're afraid of those heroes." But before he could finish his sentence, Alex firmly agreed, "Exactly." He kept his fake smile and frankly admitted, "I actually am a bit afraid of him." Deus furrowed his brows in sheer confusion. "What the hell? That's disgusting." Meanwhile, Variat summoned a hurricane-like power and charged straight at Deus. The moment their eyes met, he softly yet decisively commanded, "Break." Deus frowned and firmly pointed out, "You can't fool my eyes, Alex. You could easily kill this bastard, so why are you hesitating?" As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying attack crashed down, shadowless counter. Variat charged with his sword to attack Deus directly, but Deus just casually mocked him. "I already told you." His face showed a touch of arrogance, his voice laced with ridicule. "That's absolutely impossible right now." His eyes flashed with a cold indifference and a hint of contempt. "You can't even touch a single hair on my head." Hearing those mocking words, Variat furiously lunged forward to attack him once more. Another clash broke out. Variat pushed forward and snarled, Are you a blood soldier?" Deus spun through the air and landed gracefully back on the ground. He dodged Variat's attack with fluid agility. "Do I look like a blood soldier to you?" Right after his words, a massive explosion went off, sending debris flying as bright red flames furiously erupted. Deus casually let out a disappointed sigh. He nonchalantly put his hands in his pockets and smoothly sidestepped Variat's attack. "This is so boring. I actually had high expectations since you carry the blood of past heroes. But you're nothing more than a slightly faster fly. I'm honestly too lazy to even kill you. The guys who died by the hands of people like you before me were simply a bunch of worthless trash." Pausing for a moment, Deus landed with a thud that sent rocks scattering everywhere, like this. He strained his voice to summon, "Bring forth." Deus' eyes widened, his gaze as sharp as a knife, and he fiercely roared, "Ruin." Alex also stepped up to support Deus, radiating an overwhelming bloodlust. He lunged forward with surging power, unleashing a fury of light against Variat. Alex raised his hand high and called out to summon, "Pierce through." He stood in front of Variat, staring intensely at Deus, and shouted, "Shadowless cleave." Seeing this, Deus gasped in shock. "Alex." Alex's gaze sharpened as he glanced toward Variat, and seeing this, Deus bluntly asked, "What are you doing?" Alex said nothing, merely pouring all his strength into a fiercely lethal strike against Variat. Variat's lifeless eyes dissolved, returning to their original, conscious state. Exhausted, he collapsed at Alex's feet. Deus, watching from behind, was incredibly confused. "You knocked him out instead of killing him." Seeing that Alex wasn't answering, he grew a little concerned. "What's wrong, huh?" When he still didn't respond, Deus continued pressing him. "Earlier you kept trying to avoid him, whining about how you were afraid of him and all that, and now you're getting in my way just to save him." He stared straight at him with unwavering eyes. "Explain yourself. Tell me the reason right now." Alex lowered his head, his tone full of remorse. "Please forgive me, my lord. My concern does not lie with this young hero." A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Alex's mouth as his tone turned sharp and entirely serious, but rather the will of those in this world. Hearing that, Deus frowned, filled with deep suspicion. "Will isn't causing chaos, destruction, and slaughter in this world your exact specialty?" Alex stared intently at him and explained, "That can only be done on a small scale. Rumors say that if the demon lord merely stands upon this earth, the entire world will tremble. They will relentlessly swarm over like an endless horde of roaches. Even a baby in its crib would crawl over holding a knife. That is exactly what humans are like." Deus panicked slightly and strongly retorted, "Let that swarm of roaches come as much as they want. It'll burn them all to ashes at once. I've thought about this for a long time, but I still can't make any sense of it." He noticed Variat's body lying on the ground and confidently concluded, How could this weak bunch possibly defeat me? It makes absolutely no sense. Alex didn't say a word, only smiling bitterly, and seeing this, Deus was completely bewildered by his attitude. Right then, Alex turned his head to look back, leaving Deus a bit stunned. A surge of doubt rose in his heart, and he seriously asked, "So there are other things, something that I don't know about?" In response, there was only Alex's calm face and bitter smile. Deus stood there with a relaxed posture and gently asked, "And I'll only find that out 20 years from now." Only then did Alex nod and smile. Yes. Seeing that smile of his, an indescribable emotion welled up in Deus' eyes. "You wouldn't tell me even if I asked, right? At most it'd just be some nonsense about the will of the world or something like that, wouldn't it?" Alex maintained his smile and nodded in agreement. "You guessed correctly, my lord. So, let us go back." At this moment, Deus began to transform and asked aloud, "Then what if I?" His eyes grew as sharp as knives and his tone rang out with steel. "Kill this bastard right here. What would happen? This will that you fear so much. You've made me quite interested in crushing it. Will a god descend from the heavens or something?" Alex shook his head and tactfully reminded him, "I don't know either, but I do know one thing for certain." Pausing for a moment, he recounted seriously, "That your dream of joining a hero's party and living a life in the top 2% of the world will become meaningless, because you'll have to slaughter every hero in the world and destroy it to put an end to everything. Forget about just being a demon king. You'll end up being the most exemplary demon king in history, attacking humanity before the heroes even rise up. Maybe that's actually a good idea, right?" Alex walked over, raising his foot to kick Variat a few times. "That's right. I'll take care of him myself. My lord can rest now." "No." Seeing his reaction, Deus couldn't hold back a relieved and pleased expression. "Alex, do you really not know how to take a joke? I was just kidding around. All this Demon King and war stuff has nothing to do with me anymore, so why should I get my hands dirty? You're just going to leave him like this. I just need to deal with him and everything will be settled, right? Hurry up and open the portal." As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial portal opened up. Deus went ahead and stepped inside. But seeing that Alex wasn't following, he blankly asked, "Aren't you coming? I will follow right after I clean up our traces here. Please go ahead and rest, my lord." A strange, incomprehensible feeling welled up in Deus' heart. "Is your arm all right?" Alex shook his head and made an excuse to push him into the spatial portal first. "Wounds like these will heal instantly once I return to the underworld. Please don't worry and just head back first." Deus blindly trusted him. "Really? Be quick about it then." Alex bowed in reverence. Safe travels. The moment he left, Alex walked step by step over to Variat. As soon as he got close, he summoned his power to create a new hurricane. Alex glared, getting close to his face, and warned, "You damn brat! How dare you cut me, one of the 7 demon dukes, with that filthy light? I, with my own hands, 20 years from now, will take the lives of your descendants and end the bloodline of your Holiatia family." Meanwhile, Deke was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, a figure approached and stared intensely at the sleeping Deke. It was Deus, who had just returned. Seeing him sleep so peacefully, he couldn't help but smile, thinking he must have been exhausted to pass out in this freezing weather. Time quietly passed on the lush green hill with a gentle breeze blowing. A fleeting curiosity sparked in Deus' eyes. What exactly is going to happen in 20 years anyway? These rules are so annoying. Just wait. That day 20 years from now will never come. But why are those dragons so messy? That foolish dragon. Does she even know what's happening to her children? Suddenly, someone descended from the sky right next to him. The dragon you mentioned wouldn't happen to be me, would it? Just as Deus turned his head, he saw that it was the golden dragon. Deus' face stiffened, completely devoid of emotion. "That's right. It's exactly you." Deus glanced at her and asked softly, "Have you been stalking me all this time?" She calmly explained, "I attached one of my hairs to you." He stared blankly and cautiously replied, "You mean a scale?" Deus then took the opportunity to probe about something. "About that, if you want to report them, I can be your witness." The golden dragon was stunned to hear this. You're making me laugh. Having a demon king like you testify?" "Hello, I'm a demon king, and I stopped a hero intending to break the peace treaty by attacking dragons. As if humans would ever believe you." Deus sat on the carriage and complained in boredom. "Why does everyone always think so poorly of demons?" The golden dragon immediately retorted, "If you aren't bad, why do you come up to destroy the world every 100 years?" Hearing this, he rested his chin on his hand and pondered, "You're right. Why do we keep destroying the world? Why can't they just stay put and live in the demon realm?" The golden dragon furiously snapped back, "Huh? What kind of stupid question is that? And coming from a demon king, no less." Deus picked his nose and mocked her. "You shouldn't talk so much, bird brain. You're just standing here idling and chatting with me while your children are being slaughtered. They even called those children mere merchandise. I'm sure this isn't their first time doing this. Why do you think they hunt dragons? To craft equipment. What else? Your bodies are extremely valuable. They're even slaughtering innocent young dragons." After a brief pause, Deus chuckled and suggested, "Isn't that a blatant disregard for the treaty?" Hearing this, the golden dragon straightforwardly proposed, "Then, could you do me a favor?" He looked bewildered and immediately asked, "What favor?" Without hesitation, she answered directly, "Revenge. Can you help me take revenge on that filthy race slaughtering my children?" Deus fell silent upon hearing this, looking away as he pondered for a moment. A moment later, he asked sharply and decisively, "Why should I do that for you? You can do it yourself." The golden dragon bluntly stated, "I can't. If a dragon leaves its territory and enters the human world, humans have the right to kill it. It's just like your century-long battles. That is the rule of this world." The golden dragon's eyes turned dead, serious as she concluded. "Therefore, no matter how many of my children die, as long as humanity exists in this world, I can't do anything." Hearing this, Deus fiercely yelled in protest. "What kind of damn rule is that? What idiot came up with it?" Suddenly, the golden dragon's eyes flashed brightly. While speaking normally, Deus suddenly felt a strange sensation in his body. Deus was sitting casually on the carriage, but an unseen force suddenly sent him tumbling to the ground. He reached up to feel it and was horrified. "Am I bleeding? What is this terrifying pressure?" The golden dragon slowly walked over and gently explained, "That is the rule of the world, the restriction of the dimension where you and I exist." Deus slowly stood up and casually shot back. "First they set up ridiculous rules, and when I call them out, they impose a punishment." Hearing his stern and serious words, the golden dragon was stunned, speechless for 5 seconds. A moment later, unable to hold back, Deus roared loudly, "That's enough, you bastard! If you think you're so righteous and superior, go make laws in your own world and live there. Why set rules in our domain and force us to obey them unconditionally?" The golden dragon suddenly burst out laughing and mockingly praised him. "Impressive. Enduring the punishment with a mortal body? You look a bit dumb, but you are a demon king after all." Deus smirked and warned her, "Watch your mouth, bird brain." The golden dragon brushed the petty matters aside and got straight to the point. "So, why don't you want to be the demon king? You know, I'm actually very excited. You're the first one to reject being the demon king in the last 666 centuries. I bet the heavenly Tao is getting a massive headache over you defying the rules." Seeing her sly, fake smile, Deus wondered, "Why do you look so happy? Deep down, you've wanted to abolish these rules for a long time too, haven't you?" The golden dragon felt like he hit the nail on the head. She stammered in panic, desperately trying to deny it. "What are you talking about, you idiot? I'm just curious because you're the first one brave enough to do this. Anyway, be wary of the heavenly Tao. You might be safe for now, but within 20 years, that day will come. They will want to eliminate you." Deus bluntly stated, "They want to erase me? Do you think I'm scared of his petty tricks? If they want it, I'll welcome them any time." Deus was surprised to hear the golden dragon's tone soften. "Anyway, where's my answer? Why don't you want to be the demon king? What reason makes you want to break a cycle that has lasted 665 centuries by abandoning your title as demon king? I'm curious what your motive is." Hearing this, Deus confessed straightforwardly. "Why? Well, it's nothing major." A bit of hesitation and wariness rose in his heart. "I don't want to be the demon king because..." Before she could hear Deus finish his sentence, the golden dragon saw Alex step out of a spatial portal. He stepped out and casually urged Deus, "Let's go, master. I've cleaned up that mess." Alex just now noticed the golden dragon's presence. "Have you been with the golden dragon this whole time?" Seeing Alex ruin her interrogation plan, the golden dragon fumed. "Why didn't you come earlier or later? Why did you have to show up at the most crucial moment?" Alex walked over and politely asked in a soft tone, "How have you been, noble dragon god?" And, before he could finish, Deus hastily cut him off. "Shut up. Just open the portal to take me home quickly." Alex obediently complied. "Yes, understood." Seeing Deus about to leave without finishing his answer, the golden dragon was displeased. "Hey, finish telling me before you go. Give me the reason." Deus didn't hesitate. He climbed into the carriage and lay down next to Deke. "I'll get stoned by the readers if I keep dragging the chapter out by talking to you. So let's save it for another time." She grew furious and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Let's go home. Hurry up." The golden dragon lowered her voice and called out, "Hey, Demon King." She stood there with a sorrowful expression. "If you can't help me take revenge, at least expose them. Let them know how many heroes are involved in this, how many innocent children were brutally murdered. Even if it's the human world, if they keep doing this, it violates the treaty. Other organizations and races that hate humans will step up to deal with them." Deus raised his hand and bluntly replied, "3 times the amount. Because your case this time is quite difficult, I have to charge 3 times my usual fee." The golden dragon shrieked in shock. "What?" Seeing his indifferent attitude, the golden dragon fumed with anger. "You truly are a cunning bastard." Half asleep, Deus nonchalantly replied, "Yeah, because I'm a demon. You can choose not to hire me, and just let those kids live every day in fear of being kidnapped or something." Realizing she couldn't change his mind, the golden dragon reluctantly gave in. "Fine, I'll pay triple." Hearing this, Deus perked up, wide awake. "Deal? Thank you, my beloved client." Saying that, the golden dragon cast a spell to summon it. "Take this." Deus received it with a bewildered look. "What's this aura?" The golden dragon bluntly explained. "It's a spell that can hide your demonic aura. Those heroes and blood soldiers react to your demonic aura. Now you don't have to worry about that anymore." Deus nodded eagerly. "Got it. You can get lost now. Alex, let's go." He nodded without hesitation. "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, the golden dragon was absolutely furious. That bastard. Then, Deus and Alex teleported away with their things, leaving the golden dragon standing all alone in the desolate grassy field. The golden dragon sat silently under the moon and wondered, "Am I doing the right thing? Only time will tell." The scene shifted to another side as Deus and the group set foot in a new land. They were surrounded by ancient city architecture that was magnificently beautiful and luxurious. Every structure here brought a fresh feeling, truly an eye-opening sight. Deus' eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed, "How do they have so much money to build this city?" Alex, walking beside him, kindly explained, "Because they are a hero family with a history spanning 60,000 years. The Holiatia family." As soon as he spotted someone who looked abnormal, Deus fearfully clung to Alex, whining, "As a hero, why does he look like that?" The young man nodded and spoke up, "I'm sorry for looking like this." Alex then bluntly shooed him away. "Don't say things like that right in front of people." "Why?" Deke might rebel out of anger. "Why?" Alex chuckled awkwardly and tried to explain. "Never mind that. I've explained it before. Once a hero family becomes famous, many cities and nobles will want to sponsor them, because sponsoring a hero is like indirectly fighting for world peace. Moreover, dragon hunting operations like last night are also a huge source of income. In truth, everyone knows about it but doesn't dare to speak up. It's a very taboo topic, yet they still consider it justified." Deus, puzzled, asked back, "Why is that?" Alex began to explain in detail. "Because humans are at war with the demons, the dragon race has no choice but to help them. If humanity falls, the next victims will be the dragons." After having this drilled into him, Deus observed and concluded, "That's true. Dragon bodies are also highly sought-after items in the demon realm." Alex nodded in agreement, extremely popular, in fact. Once he understood, Deus continued with eager curiosity. "So supporting humans is something the dragon race is obligated to do?" Alex nodded. "That's right. So, are you suspecting the Holiatia family and others of illegally hunting dragons here, even if it affects the treaty between humans and dragons?" Deus then asked the young man from earlier, "Does your family not poach dragons?" He instinctively paused in shock and replied, "Huh? You need to reach Gi rank just to get near a dragon's nest." Hearing this, Deus pondered and agreed, "That makes sense. If someone like you could hunt a dragon, then stray dogs and cats on the street probably could too." Deke. Alex walked over, slightly worried, to help the young man sit up. "What do we need to do here now, master?" Deus crossed his arms and arrogantly ordered, "Deke, restrain yourself. I have some business to take care of here." After some hesitation, Deus finally realized it's like an undercover operation. An operation regarding the investigation of illegal dragon poaching. His face was full of eager excitement. "Now, let's go!" "Wait, master." Alex hurriedly turned his head and called out. "Deke is fine, but wasn't our identity exposed due to the scuffle with the nobles yesterday? Shouldn't we disguise ourselves a bit?" Deus looked at him with a disappointed and baffled expression upon hearing this. Soon, all three changed their outward appearances, simply by changing their clothes. Deus confidently led the way. "We're good to go now." Faced with their new appearances, Alex was stunned, his eyes turning lifeless. "Should I just go home?" Deus walked leisurely with an eager and excited demeanor. "All right, let's go." Deke then called out awkwardly, "Lord Deus." He was sweating bullets from anxiety, but he forced a smile and said, Just a note, but it would be better to act normal and proper. Not that you aren't worthy of being a hero or anything." Deus didn't hesitate to accept the suggestion. "Fine by me, it's not that hard." Deke's face immediately lit up with joy. "Really?" Deus was now standing right in front of the magnificent and massive mansion. "So, the hero of heroes, candidate for the ultimate hero position, the one who will become #1, Deke Panhalibut is here. Open the door right now, you bastards." I was going to open the door by force, but I ended up solving it with words instead. I did great, right? Finally, Deus Group was allowed inside the mansion. Deke looked at the luxurious gold-plated items all around and couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. His face suddenly flushed red, exuding absolute thrill and excitement. "This is amazing." He suddenly glanced in another direction, as if suddenly realizing something. He saw a painting of Hazan displayed right in the center of the room. Deke couldn't help but feel bewildered and surprised. That's the person from the textbook. The last hero of the 52nd generation fought to the death against the Demon King for 13 days and emerged victorious, Hassan Pan Holiesha VII. He is on a completely different level than me. It's truly embarrassing to call myself a hero like him. Deus sat with his legs crossed on the table, looking incredibly natural and relaxed. "Don't worry too much. Aren't all heroes equal? Don't be scared." Deke forced a smile and replied, "In theory, yes, but..." Meanwhile, Solace stepped in softly from behind and spoke up. "You are right. All heroes are equal. However, not all heroes possess the same skills. The gods only bestow the sacred first bloodline upon those who can bear its weight. The gods know who is fit to become a true hero. Welcome, hero of the Halibut family and your companions. I am Solus Pan Holiesha, a third-generation hero of this century. I am now retired and currently managing this estate." Deus glanced at him with a bewildered expression. "I thought the guy from back then would come out. Must be his father." The last hero born from the 5th generation of the century represents the law of the world. The title they are given is an honor to their lineage. One of the children of the 4th generation heroes, like Deke and Variet, born to one of the holy maidens, will be the final hero of this era of transition. Deke quickly stood up, bowing politely to greet him. "Oh, hello. I am Deke Panhalibut. It is a great honor to meet you, sir. These are my two companions, Sir Deus and Sir Alex." Solace replied without much surprise, "I know." Deke was instantly dumbfounded. "Huh?" Solace continued. "I know you and your party. I arrived a bit late because I had to check with the hero management department. It seems you've somehow managed to gather your companions, haven't you? I heard earlier that you had given up on the race to become a true hero." Deke scratched his head awkwardly, giving an embarrassed smile as he replied, "It's not surprising you think that, but I haven't given up yet." Solace glared, cautiously observing Deus Group with an extremely stern expression. He looked at Deus' nonchalant demeanor and thought to himself, a wealthy merchant paying to become the companion of a hero from a fallen heroic family. A shallow and common tale for glory hounds in this day and age. Solace then raised his voice to ask, "So, what brings you to the Holiesha family?" Deus answered bluntly with a completely indifferent face, "Nothing much. There's just a strange rumor going around, so we wanted to verify it." Deke, sitting next to him, hurriedly whispered a reminder, "Sir Deus, manners, manners!" Salu's eyes widened in anger as he said, "Your tone does not quite suit your station." Deus' voice rang out stubbornly. "I thought we were going to talk as heroes, aren't we? Or do you want to be treated like a high noble even though you no longer hold any official position?" Hearing this, Deke turned pale with fear. "Sir Deus, please stop." Solus unexpectedly chuckled, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. He then shared his own story, strictly reminding Deus in the process. "You are quite blunt. I used to be just like you, unaware of my place, doing whatever I pleased and looking down on everyone as if I could defeat the Demon King all by myself. But you should be careful. No matter the era, there is always someone better than you." Deke chimed in to diffuse the tension. "Of course, sir. Everyone knows the reputation of Sir Solus, a D-rank hero." Solus sat down in the opposite chair and got straight to the point. "So, companions of this young hero, what is this rumor you speak of?" Deus cut straight to the chase. "Well, the rumor I heard is that you have high-quality materials here, and some of them are exactly what we're looking for." Hearing that, Solus chuckled softly and let out a veiled threat. "You may have money, but am not sure if it's enough for what you seek. We, the Holy Asia family, deal only in top-tier, high-quality materials, like black stone, red salamander skin, or the magic core of the Lich King from the Aoran War, or things like the heart of the white-headed giant from the Horgan Mountains." He felt secretly smug after trying to act intimidating. "How about that, little friend? Are you scared yet?" However, Deus' answer was completely beyond Solus' expectations. "I don't need those trivial things." His eyes froze in disbelief. "Huh?" Deus' eyes suddenly flashed as he smirked with pure amusement. "I heard you have something even higher grade than a giant's heart." Solus spoke with a hesitant and flustered tone. "There is only one thing higher grade than a giant's heart, and that is dragons." Deus decisively placed a thick bag onto the table. "Exactly. Our hero is still a rookie, so he needs an item to bolster his strength. We're looking to forge a suit of armor made from dragon parts." Solus couldn't hide his shock when he saw the bag filled to the brim with glowing, crimson magma stones. "These are blood magma stones from the demon realm. How could he possess such a rare item?" Blood magma stones are actually common stones found in the volcanic regions of the demon realm. Solus quickly spoke up. "Do you not know? Dragons and humans have currently signed a peace treaty. Hunting for dragon parts is a violation of the law in that treaty. We, the Holy Asia family, do not partake in such illegal activities. Instead, I have other items that are just as rare. How about it? Why not make your armor out of those?" Deus immediately turned to Alex and said, "Let's go, Alex. It seems this place doesn't have what we need after all. But I wonder whose soldiers those were. Transporting dragons via airships? I'm quite certain I saw the Holy Asia family crest on that airship." Solus' voice suddenly grew incredibly tense. You saw something, didn't you?" Deus didn't hesitate to elaborate, looking thoroughly amused. "It's just that we were rushing to join the hero race since we're late-starting rookies. I ended up hearing unexpected things because we were scrambling everywhere looking for items to catch up, and then ultimately seeing things out there that we weren't supposed to see." Solus glared, his tone dripping with absolute gravity. "Is that so? How unfortunate. You really should have been more careful." Deus grinned widely, offering a lengthy explanation laden with hidden meanings. "Building a tower might take a long time, but it only takes one mistaken moment for it to collapse. We're new, so we don't know how everything in this kingdom operates. Isn't it understandable that we'd make a few mistakes? Who knows, if I'm in a bad mood, I might just spread the word that the ancient hero families are monopolizing all the good stuff regardless of the law. You should at least offer something to keep this mouth shut, right?" Their gazes clashed as if shooting lightning at each other. Deke, his face pale, hurriedly interrupted. "Excuse me." Solus suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Then I will be the one asking the questions this time. Have you ever heard of a masked hero who suddenly appeared and defeated countless dragons?" Deus answered nonchalantly while Deke was drenched in anxious sweat. "What about it?" Solus smirked as if he had finally caught them by the throat. He stared at the lowgun, placed on the ground, and said with a provocative tone, "I don't know if it's a mere coincidence, but the lowgun shield you're carrying contains materials from the blue dragon and black dragon that the masked hero defeated." Deus glared at him and asked curiously, "How did you recognize the lowgun shield?" Solus' face darkened, his voice resolute and certain. "I know about every item above rare grade, down to its color and shape. That is undoubtedly a special Shrank lagun made with scales from a blue dragon and black dragon. I have never seen a lagun like that on this continent's treasure registry, which means it was only secretly crafted recently. Dias marveled inwardly. Oh ho, not a bad observation. Solas delivered an utterly serious message. Your name is Deus, correct? It seems you are the true leader of this party, not that young hero. So, I will speak directly to you. I don't know what your relationship with the masked hero is, but if you happen to run into him, please let me know. Because he has slaughtered so many dragons, the main source of material income for some very powerful people is being severely affected. However, Dias' expression remained perfectly calm as he listened attentively to his words. Solas warned of the impending consequences. Therefore, several high-ranking members of the major guilds deeply involved in this business will soon make their move against the masked hero and everyone associated with him. Deke sat huddled in his chair, his complexion looking no better. So scary. Solas frankly expressed his view. A treasure like Lagun shouldn't fall into the hands of a declining Frank family. The number of legendary items must be strictly managed. Whether it's equipment or people, it's all the same. Because rarity is the very value that makes an item legendary. Also, I don't know where you heard such ridiculous rumors, but a prestigious family like ours would never engage in illegal transactions like trading dragon parts. If you need low-grade materials for small items suited for your hero, you can return here anytime. Now then, rookies, I have some business to attend to. Farewell. He then coldly turned his back and walked away with a deeply somber expression. In stark contrast to Deke's anxious and fearful expression, Dias remained incredibly calm, showing no reaction whatsoever. After leaving the estate, Dias spoke up with annoyance. Are all heroes like that? I know it's a bit strange coming from me, but is he stupid? Deke answered hesitantly. Dias glanced back at the extravagant estate before making his conclusion. So, to sum it up, the pureblood families have joined hands so they can hunt dragons and monopolize dragon materials, taking down all independent merchants to solely control the trade. Alex voiced his agreement. Exactly. The most important thing for a hero is their equipment. It seems they've controlled the supply of crafting materials, which allows them to control other heroes as well. That must be why most families experience ups and downs, while a select few with wealthy merchants manage to stand strong throughout the ages. It's a reasonable assumption that all the famous families are part of this organization. Deke's face turned gloomy and sad as he said, Sir Solus, I truly thought he was a righteous and fair person. It can't be that all the heroes I admire are like this, right? Dias turned to glance at Alex, smiling in amusement. Humanity is truly corrupt. Looking back, we seem pretty decent compared to them, don't we? Alex merely closed his eyes and smiled without saying a word. Dias continued with great amusement. It's no surprise they won 665 times against us, huh? Alex's smile gradually became forced and fraught with tension. Dias immediately stepped forward, throwing an arm over Deke's shoulders, and said gleefully, Anyway, congratulations! You've reached your goal. Didn't you hear? The higher-ups of that organization are looking to hunt down the masked hero. Deke screamed with a pale face drenched in tears. That's right. They're probably all from D-rank families or higher. What do I do now, Sir Dias? If I get caught, it's over for me. Dias rubbed his chin in thought and offered some encouragement. Even if they bring an entire army, it's no big deal to me. But it's still quite annoying. Let's just focus on the business. Our shop is going to be flooded with weapons. So, we'll let the masked hero lay low for a while so they can't find him. Deke cried out in a panic. What? Dias quickly raised a finger and said, Let's finish one last thing tonight. Deke replied in utter confusion. Tonight? Dias' eyes suddenly flashed with a crimson light. Raising his fingers, he spoke in a low, chilling tone. There are some things we need to put an end to. Well, destroy the corrupt Holiatia noble family and their dragon-poaching gang. Well, tear them to pieces. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen, with a dim moon shining in the sky. Dias suddenly widened his eyes, looking ahead in sheer surprise. He spoke with an exaggeratedly envious tone. The Holiatia family even has a lake inside their castle. I'm so jealous. Deke unexpectedly raised his hand and spoke, Sir Dias? I have a tiny question. Dias quickly turned around and asked, What is it? Deke asked, his face etched with worry and doubt. What are we doing here? Are you planning to secretly infiltrate this place and pull out a dragon corpse hidden somewhere in the castle as proof of their poaching? That's basically stealing. Diaz pointed at Deke and replied bluntly, "Exactly. Very smart. What else?" Deke curiously asked, "Well, considering we're supposedly sneaking into the castle, aren't we just blatantly walking right into the center of it right now?" Just then, the firm, rhythmic footsteps of a patrol unit suddenly marched straight toward Diaz. Seeing this, Deke couldn't help but flinch in shock. He panicked to the point of turning dizzy. "Sir Diaz, it's a patrol! We need to hide! No! We're caught!" The two patrol guards abruptly stopped in front of them, staring intensely with stern eyes. Even though he was hiding behind Diaz, Deke was still terrified, sweating profusely. "What do we do now, Sir Diaz?" However, the patrol unit didn't say a word and quietly stepped forward. They simply brushed right past Diaz and Deke, looking entirely calm and composed. Deke quickly brightened up with a cheerful smile. "So you were already using an invisibility spell?" Diaz continued walking and raised a hand in response. "Exactly." Deke smiled softly, his cheeks suddenly flushing with pure admiration. Diaz hurried him along. "Hurry up." Deke quickly ran after him. "Wait for me." In a flash, the extravagantly luxurious estate appeared before them. Deke awkwardly stepped inside, looking lost and confused. The magnificent towers reached up beneath the dim light, and along both sides of the path sat exquisitely carved benches. Deke panted heavily as he hurried to catch up with Diaz's footsteps. He anxiously called out, "Sir Diaz, it seems they really aren't keeping any dragons here." "What should we do?" Diaz replied skeptically. "Is that so?" Deke wondered. "Now that I think about it, where did Sir Alex go?" "I haven't seen him for a while," Diaz replied with a cold tone. "He went ahead to get to work." Deke softly responded, "I understand." Diaz suddenly spoke up. "You useless trash. Has your family ever lived a good life like this?" Deke awkwardly scratched his head and answered shyly, "That's an old story, almost a legend by now. We've definitely never had it like this. As far as my grandfather can remember, we've always been this poor." Diaz bluntly remarked, "It seems your family just hasn't worked hard enough." Deke kept scratching his head, smiling forcedly. "I suppose so." "Both my grandfather and my father were low-rank heroes." Diaz asked curiously. "Ranks? Do you guys take a test or something?" Deke replied with a bright smile. "It's a test, but the first step is graduating from the Hero Academy." Diaz looked surprised. "You even have an academy?" "Really?" Deke shared his wish. "Yes, I will definitely send my younger siblings there to study." Diaz asked, "It must be quite expensive." Deke hesitated. "Yes." Diaz then stated bluntly, "Those at the Hero Management Board are all shrewd businessmen, selling human futures and making you all dependent on them." As they were walking briskly, Diaz suddenly stopped in his tracks. He called out, "Trash." Deke rubbed his head sheepishly and answered, "Yes." Diaz's voice suddenly became extremely serious. "You do realize that what we are doing right now is far from heroic, right? Sneaking into a hero family's estate to steal information and report them. Are you really okay with this? Even though you're a hero just like them, albeit a bit different." Deke didn't hesitate at all and immediately shared his thoughts. "I know, that is a crime. However, I realized a few things after meeting Sir Solus. That is, you truly are a righteous and just person, Sir Diaz. We might be thieves right now, but in reality, we are hunting down criminals who are trying to monopolize crucial materials meant for heroes, right? At first, I was very surprised by your actions, but now I understand. You already knew Sir Solus' true nature, Sir Diaz, so you purposely acted that way to make him reveal his true colors, right?" That praise made Diaz's face suddenly flush with embarrassment. "I didn't think that deeply about it, but you can think whatever you want." Deke continued to share. "Besides, do you remember what you told me when we first met, Sir Diaz? That this is an opportunity. Honestly, though I couldn't say it, I had almost given up on becoming a hero. How could someone like me ever become a hero? Although this isn't the best situation I dreamed of, I even got to meet a D-rank hero, something I never thought possible. And getting a good shield is entirely thanks to you, Sir Diaz. I know full well I haven't done anything to deserve all this. Stealing? I just need my younger siblings to grow up well. I want to make sure that at the very least, those kids won't be called failures. I will make sure no one has to inherit this damn poverty. I will definitely raise them to be heroes. Even if they won't be on the front lines in the 666th battle against the Demon King 20 years from now, at least they can participate and provide support from the rear. Then, I'll be able to hang up a painting of my siblings fighting majestically, just like the one we saw in Sir Solus' room, and it will be passed down from generation to generation as a family heirloom. The Holy Beat family participated in the 666th battle against the Demon King in a supporting role. And so, the Holy Beat family contributed to defeating the Demon King for the 666th time and lived happily ever after, forever. Diaz asked curiously, "What about you? Since you were born, what did you want to do? What did you want to become? How did you want to live? Don't you have thoughts like that? If you sacrifice your one and only life for your family and bloodline, are you satisfied with just that?" Deke suddenly clenched his fists tightly, trembling incessantly as a way to steel his resolve. He smiled faintly and boldly emphasized once more, "That is all I want. I will end the Holy Beat family's poverty with my own two hands. To achieve that, I'd even make a deal with the devil." The corners of Diaz's mouth suddenly curled up in extreme satisfaction. He beamed with excitement, looking straight at Deke and said, "It seems I picked the right person. All right, let's wait and see what kind of ending awaits us at the very depths of hell." Alex instantly appeared, landing on a street lamp, and bowed slightly. "Yes, master." Deke was startled and cried out in panic, "Sir Alex." Alex reported the situation. "I have found it. Let's go quickly to the secret room of these bastards." Diaz smirked with great amusement. "Did you find it?" Alex smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, I did. I also found the list of their member families: Holy Polonia, Holy Sadasoak, Holy Evergreen, Holy Ash, Holy Chestnut, Holy Zelkova, Holy Elder, Holy Corkoak, Holy Cottonwood, Holy Willow. There are 76 families listed here, all with long, prestigious histories." Hearing this, Deke's expression turned gloomy and sad. "Most of them are families that appeared in textbooks. How could this be?" Diaz then asked. "And what about the dragon's location?" Alex answered loudly and clearly, "Young master, your guess was correct. They are underwater." Deke, hearing this, was startled and panicked. Underwater? Diaz didn't hesitate at all and immediately gave the order. "Excellent. Let's get to work." Alex raised his hand and deployed his magic. Yes. Instantly, transparent water bubbles enveloped Diaz and Deke's heads to allow for underwater breathing. Both Diaz and Alex quickly ran over and leaped into the lake, leaving Deke completely bewildered and stunned. He called out in confusion, "Sir Diaz," his face contorted, radiating anxiety and hesitation. Then Deke hurriedly dove straight into the lake, an echoing shout ringing out, "Wait for me." In the blink of an eye, his body was completely submerged in the vast, flowing water. At first, he was awkward and didn't dare open his mouth. But then Deke suddenly flashed a radiant smile upon realizing he could breathe easily. "I can breathe down here! Is it because of the air bubble?" He suddenly widened his eyes in absolute shock and astonishment. Deke instantly froze as if witnessing a horrific scene before his eyes. Countless dragons were captured, bound, and sealed right beneath this lake. Deke couldn't hide the shock on his face when he saw sudden flashes of light in their eyes. Meanwhile, Diaz and Alex were standing across from the dragons, focused on studying the documents. Alex spoke up. "Based on the ledgers, we can see that after every scale harvest, they send healers to tend to the dragons, and it just keeps going like that, an endless, repeating cycle. It's no different than a factory harvesting fresh dragon scales. The oldest one has endured this for 230 years. The body of that dragon was covered in crisscrossing scars, looking incredibly pitiful." Deke's tone suddenly became sorrowful. "This is truly beyond imagination." Diaz asked a question, and Alex answered very seriously. "Do you think the hardliners, the supporters of these products, are aware of this? If so, it wouldn't be surprising. The motive could come from them deciding they had to do something themselves, as the saint they worship hasn't made a move regarding the growing instability." Diaz quickly followed up. "That explains why they implanted those strange parasites into themselves to fight humans instead of focusing on their personal grudge against the demons. It's not hard to understand, right? If I were put in that situation, I would also try to kill every last dragon." Alex could only remain silent before Diaz's deep, contemplative demeanor. He didn't hesitate to immediately approach the body of the dragon in front of them. "I will quickly harvest a scale to conclude this business," Diaz declared loudly. "Do it." Alex focused all his strength, swinging his arm back to gain momentum, and then decisively gouged his hand into the dragon's flesh. He immediately yanked hard, tearing off a dragon scale and gripping it tightly in his hand. He quickly turned his back to leave after achieving his goal. "Let's go." At that moment, Diaz suddenly spoke up. "This isn't right." Alex hurriedly turned around in stunned bewilderment. He asked quizzically, "So we aren't leaving?" Deus muttered under his breath, "Indeed it is." Alex still didn't understand what was happening. Pardon? Deus' eyes suddenly flashed with light, his face scowling with a fiery anger. "This really rubs me the wrong way." He leaped up and unleashed a powerful kick, causing all the chains binding the dragon to shatter in an instant. Both Alex and Deke couldn't help but be shocked and panicked. Wait, the chains. A fierce surge of pressure suddenly hit, forcing Alex to cross his arms in front of him to block it. Radiant red beams of light suddenly appeared and engulfed the entire space. A deafening noise abruptly erupted from the dragons as if they were rising up. Deus group stood tall and unyielding, observing every movement of the dragons. They let out a resounding, unified roar, a fierce act of resistance after a long period of captivity. They thrashed violently, causing the chains to completely shatter into pieces. The other dragons also began to struggle fiercely to break their shackles. Their roars seemed to tear through space itself, like a surging, explosive wrath. Alex stood observing from a distance and then faintly smiled with absolute composure. The water surface suddenly surged, shaking violently as if something was shooting up from below. A giant dragon abruptly burst out of the lake, dragging, towering, churning columns of water with it. The eyes of the patrolling guards widened in absolute terror at the scene before them. A swarm of dragons soared into the air, their spread wings blotting out the entire sky. The patrol guards' jaws dropped, screaming to the heavens with panicked, terrified eyes. The dragons have escaped. One dragon suddenly gritted its teeth, and blazing sparks unexpectedly appeared inside its mouth. It instantly unleashed a torrent of flames straight down, and in a mere moment, the entire estate was engulfed in a raging inferno. Another dragon started unleashing a massive blast of magic down below. The entire mansion took the full brunt of the attack and instantly crumbled to pieces. It didn't stop there. The other dragons were going all out to destroy every corner of the massive estate. Terrifying explosions struck relentlessly, savagely scorching everything in sight. Another dragon soared past, dropping giant blocks of ice that brought a desolate, freezing chill. Meanwhile, a soaking wet Deke hurriedly followed Deus up the bank. Deus and Alex also landed with completely calm and composed expressions. Alex's face suddenly filled with panic as he blurted out, "Why did you suddenly release them?" Deus replied hesitantly, "Well, the face of that idiot Solus suddenly popped into my head, and it just pissed me off." Alex angrily scolded him. "Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything but take the scales?" Deus replied nonchalantly, "Who cares? I didn't lay a finger on those mortals, so it's no big deal." Alex immediately retorted, "It is a big deal! You need to take responsibility for this." Deke quietly stared at the chaotic, ruined scenery before him and thought to himself, "If I remember correctly, he said he was going to do this secretly." Meanwhile, Alex was still angrily arguing with Deus. "What do you plan to do next? People are going to talk about this everywhere." Deus indifferently replied, "Then we just kill them all and be done with it." Seeing the tension rising, Deke hastily chimed in, "Sir Deus." But Alex angrily yelled, "Then why did you even bother disguising yourself in the first place?" Variat gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with utter resentment. These animals. He stared intently at Deus, panicking inwardly, white hair. His anger seemed to reach its boiling point. As here too. Solus also suddenly appeared with an expression of extreme fury. He gritted his teeth and furiously roared, "My castle! How dare you do this to the Holy Asia family?" His eyes suddenly glinted with a cold, sharp light as he spotted something below. Solus' eyes locked right onto Deke's face, who was busy talking. The masked hero. Variat angrily shouted, "You bastard." Deus Group looked up toward the source of that booming voice. Then, Deus flashed an incredibly smug smile. He glanced at Variat and cheerfully warned, "Hello there! Don't mess with me, or it'll really kill you this time." Variat's eyes flared as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "You son of a bitch." Solus also couldn't contain his rage and roared, "Masked hero, I've been waiting for you." Deke immediately covered his face with his hands, begging desperately with a terrified expression, "Please spare me." Variat and Solus leaped up, charging straight at them without a moment's hesitation. They both leaped into the air with their swords, the blades glinting under the late-night moonlight. Variat and Solus rushed in at terrifying speeds, screaming frantically with hatred in their eyes. Suddenly, a dragon thrashed around, biting through its chains, let out a massive roar, and lunged toward the two with its razor-sharp teeth. In the blink of an eye, It shot forward like a bullet, tearing and crushing both Variat and Solus' bodies. Right after that, it immediately flew off, whipping up a violent, storm-like gust of wind. Diaz quickly threw his hands up and said, "I didn't lay a single finger on them." Alex replied, "Yes, sir." Deke, still in shock and disbelief at the scene, muttered, "Has gone." Alex immediately suggested, "Then let's use this chaos to make our escape." Diaz and Deke raised their hands and agreed in unison. "Agreed! Sounds good!" At the same time, in the crumbling, ruined mansion, the agonizing screams of people never ceased. "Run! Save me!" In the end, the only two witnesses who saw Diaz group were dead. Later, the history books simply recorded, the cause of the Holyasha family's downfall remains unknown. The sun had just risen, with gentle rays of light creeping through the window. Deke groggily woke up with drool still lingering on his mouth. It's already morning. Since I said I'd focus on the shop starting today, I need to open it up quickly before Sir Diaz gets here. He hurriedly walked over and reached for the doorknob. He was startled and amazed to see a massive crowd eagerly lining up, their noisy chatter echoing loudly. "Is this the weapon shop where weapons are forged by dragon breath? I told you the best restaurants always open in the countryside. Someone go wake the owner up. When are they opening? Don't push. Hey, no cutting in line. What's your hero rank? It's open. What took so long? It's open. Let's go in. I've been waiting here since dawn." Deke beamed with excitement. "Hello. Welcome to Devil's Weapon Shop." Customers then flooded into the shop to buy weapons. "How much for these 2 swords?" Deke eagerly replied, "That'll be 7 gold and 87 silver in total." A series of weapons kept selling out continuously. "I'll take this mace." Deke gently answered, "This one is 2 gold and 13 silver." The shop was packed so tightly there wasn't even a gap to breathe. "Look at this. The color is a bit different, right? I've never seen a dagger in this style before. Where are the shields? Hey kid, how much is this?" Deke non-stop assisted customers without a moment to rest. "That one is 8 gold and 7 silver. Thank you, sir." Alex also stepped in to help Deke with sales. "That magic wand truly complements the color of your cloak, my lady. We're currently running a buy 2 get 1 free promotion. Would you like me to wrap it up for you?" The girls, entirely captivated by Alex's radiant charm, immediately finalized their purchase. Yes. Diaz sat upstairs, observing the shop's smooth business operations. He stared blankly and muttered, "Business seems good." Then, he suddenly sighed, full of boredom and exhaustion. Diaz looked at the bustling crowd below and thought to himself, "I thought I'd feel excited since humans love making money, but it turns out it's even less interesting than I expected." Suddenly, he called out, "Deke, I'm going upstairs to sleep." Deke replied loudly, "All right." After that, Diaz walked into his room in a rather unenthusiastic mood. Diaz's room on the 2nd floor of the shop was incredibly luxurious. Diaz took slow steps into his room. He immediately lay back on the bed with a delighted smile. So soft. Getting rich is nothing special. Sleeping is still the absolute best. A soft golden light spread across the room, accompanied by Yuljam's gentle voice, Demiurgos. Diaz thought in surprise, "The mother of dragons." Diaz asked, "You're here?" Yuljam replied softly, "Yeah, you're always sleeping, aren't you? It must be nice to be so carefree." Diaz smiled and said, "You saw everything that happened yesterday with the Holyasha family, didn't you? The list of involved families is on the table. Take it." Yuljam's eyes suddenly glinted with a sinister edge. "I saw it all, from beginning to end. They clearly violated the peace treaty between our 2 races." Red flashes suddenly glinted in Diaz's eyes. "So now, we start a war with humanity?" Yuljam slowly spoke. "For whose benefit?" Diaz closed his eyes, rolled over, and replied flippantly, "I don't care, as long as I get paid." Yuljam quickly offered, "I will pay you." Diaz suddenly glared at her and said, "This isn't something that can be resolved in just a year or 2. You know that." Hearing that, Yuljam fell completely silent. Diaz curiously asked, "Maintaining the peace treaty is incredibly difficult. You know that, right?" Under the bright chandelier. "So, when you uncovered the truth within the Holyasha family, you must have been furious, right? As the god of dragons, you didn't intervene, which is exactly why you sought us out to solve this problem. Isn't that right?" Yuljam firmly replied, "Not exactly. The hero families spread the mycelium to poison the dragons into attacking humans. That became their excuse to strike back. That's the reason dragons are attacking humans and being hunted down." Diaz looked skeptical and asked, "How will the dragons fight back?" Yuljam's tone turned incredibly grave. We have our pride. Instead of stooping to their level, we will attack them until our very last breath. But to avenge the loss of a friend, a lover, or a family member, would we use other friends, lovers, or family members to enact that revenge? Come to think of it, there's something entirely illogical about their actions. Mycelium. Diu's eyes widened, his face suddenly turning extremely tense. Yuljam's expression also brimmed with fury. Just as I thought, the mycelium is extremely bizarre. There's no way humans could create something like such a horrifying and twisted curse. Who put that filthy weapon into the hands of the evil hero families? Someone out there is manipulating the anger of my children and the hero families for their own benefit. Dias grabbed Yuljam's face tightly and raised his voice, warning her, "Hey, everyone knows the young dragons in your clan love going out and causing havoc. Except for their parents, who do you think is going to believe they're innocent? You guys are only good at causing trouble on this continent. What are you stammering for? Just call them all back, give each of them a good beating, and that's it. End of story. Why bother dragging others into it?" She blurted out instinctively, but instantly, he dodged in exhaustion. "Oh please, I'm crawling back into my egg! Precepts, commandments, why do you all have to overcomplicate everything? Do you have some kind of complexity disease? Don't you get a headache living under a system forever? Just break the rules and live in peace. Look at me, I live so freely and comfortably, and absolutely no one can do a thing to me." Suddenly, Yuljam laughed merrily, leaving Deus completely baffled. "A demon king telling me to just live my days in peace? You're really something else." Dias instinctively turned to look at her. "Just leave me alone. But why don't you guys use your brains a little? Just gather up a whole flock, attack the humans, and you're bound to win." Yuljam flat out rejected it. "That's impossible. It's all because of humanity's bloodline that we can't defeat them." Dias sat up with a smirk. "Why is that? Why do you and Alex both make such a big fuss whenever bloodlines are mentioned?" Yuljam sighed and reiterated, "You never witnessed that day. Right now, they're just small fry. But when that day comes, the day you are destined to descend and invade the human realm, you will witness their true power. With the aura of the cross shining behind them, they will rise up and fight back, no matter how much you suppress them. At first, they will fall with smiles on their faces, but they'll stand back up, time and time again. Just when you think you've succeeded, a new bloodline will awaken, and the counterattack will begin anew. Just like that, like moths drawn to a flame named the Demon King. The real problem is that there's an endless swarm of those moths." Yuljam raised her head high and looked into the air. "Even you will feel fear. Fear in the face of their sheer courage. Humanity's absolute faith in the final hero, who will be your ultimate enemy in 20 years. Yuljam's voice suddenly dropped. "At that time, you won't be facing mere humans. You will be fighting against the endless courage that has brought humans victory for over 66,580 years. Hearing this, Deus turned around and chuckled, taking Yuljam completely by surprise. "Just imagining myself fighting Deke is absolutely hilarious. Wait a minute, why don't I just wipe out the third and fourth generations? The final hero is born in the 100th year, right? If we attack and kill the third generation now, the final hero won't even appear, and we win." Dier's face grew intense. "Otherwise, just wait another 30 years until the final hero dies of old age. Why does it have to be exactly 100 years? How stupid." Yuljam snapped back in frustration. "Why are you asking me? You're the Demon King. You're the one calling the shots." He shrugged innocently. "No, what do I know? We've just been doing this since birth, so I assumed there was some special reason for it. When I ask, everyone just says they don't know, that it's always been this way." She crossed her arms, pondering with Deus. "It seems there really must be a specific reason." He unconsciously muttered a question. "Why do we have to fight? What is a demon? What is a hero?" Yuljam raised an eyebrow, looking at him like he was an alien. "What kind of nonsense question is that? Don't you think this world is incredibly strange? Demons have lived in the demon realm for nearly 70,000 years and were perfectly fine. We could just keep living there, so why waste energy invading the human world? Because the human world is blessed, while the demon realm is cursed." Dias instantly countered, "If God only blessed the human world, then why create the demon realm at all? If he hadn't done that, we wouldn't need to slaughter each other. That goes for you dragons, too." Yuljam froze for a few seconds. "Now that you mention it, but he must have his own reasons." He shrugged again. "What reasons? And what even is a god anyway?" Her eyes widened with excitement. What do you mean? God is the absolute being who created everything. Deus raised his voice, overflowing with curiosity. Then why would he just leave us to massacre each other? Yuljum leaned in closely with an annoyed tone. I don't know the reason. Maybe he's having an 80-year-old midlife crisis, or maybe he's just crazy. He fell back onto the bed, his mouth agape. My head hurts. Am I really the only one who finds this whole setup weird? Yuljum gently reminded him once more. Because you're a foolish demon king. Deus turned away dismissively. I don't care. If you don't want to get beaten up by a fool, get out. I want to sleep. She giggled again, making him lift his head. I was feeling pretty depressed, but hearing your nonsense actually cheered me up a bit. Looking at you makes me question the meaning of everything. Deus bid her a cold farewell. Working hours are over. Please see yourself out, customer. Yuljum quietly looked down at him. I have one last request before I leave. Please, find the one who supplied humans with the drugs to poison my children. Deus let out a huge, sleepy yawn. Hey, that's a top-secret matter among the human higher-ups. If you, the dragon god, couldn't find them, how am I supposed to? She gently suggested, maybe that demon duke accompanying you would know. During the 540th Great War over 10,000 years ago, one of the demon dukes captured hundreds of dragons and caused a genocide, nearly wiping out the entire dragon race in this world. The legendary strategist, Duke Alex. Hearing this name made Deus glance back in surprise. He quickly recalled past events. What do you take me for? I'm the best strategist in the demon realm. Deus grew suspicious. So he was telling the truth? Yuljum added a few final words before parting. He can easily infiltrate the minds of others. I'm leaving now. Just as she took a step, she stopped. Yuljum quickly spoke up. Maybe you're right. This world truly is strange. With that, Yuljum slipped into an abyss and vanished. Alex suddenly leaped out and announced, Master, we're in huge trouble! Deus angrily yelled, Damn it, I'm trying to sleep here. He held out a strange object. Look at this, my lord. This is called the Hell Scarecrow Mushroom. After researching the mycelium inside the dragon's bodies, I found this. Its mind control effects have been amplified 1,000 times. Deus gritted his teeth, looking ready to smash his subordinate. Yeah, so what? Alex innocently pointed out, it's a type of mushroom that only grows in our demon realm. And there's only one person who can freely manipulate this. One of the 7 dukes, the incarnation of plague and poison. Darut, the Duke of Plague. At this moment, Alex's eyes gleamed as he asked in a low voice, Should I cover it up? Deus, losing patience, lunged at him, his face flushed with anger. Do you think you can pull that off? That's a 1,000-year-old dragon causing all this chaos. Alex calmly corrected him. To be exact, it's a dragon over 66,580 years old. Deus couldn't hold back a frustrated curse. Damn it, so we're the culprits after all. There's no proof we're the hardliners, Alex explained nervously. You need to understand, the mycelium driving the dragons mad belongs to Darut, but he wasn't the one spreading it. He nodded dismissively. Of course it's the demons. Who else besides us would benefit from a war? A civil war between humans and dragons. Hearing this, Alex's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Civil war? Annoyed by his nonchalant attitude, Deus pointed a finger and frantically yelled, Don't you realize you're the one who started this civil war? I heard you're an expert in internal conflicts. Alex let out a confused, huh? Before scoffing. That's ridiculous. He then chuckled awkwardly and continued probing. I have a high-class, elegant style. I use psychology, not some sticky, damp mushroom or mycelium like this. Besides, if it were me, wouldn't I have told you already? Hearing this, Deus suddenly calmed down. That's true. He tilted his head again, continuing his interrogation. But still, why did you do it? Alex's face instantly twisted in confusion, his lips parting in a bewildered, huh? Deus patiently repeated, using the mycelium to make humans attack. Why did you do that? Alex grew so tense he broke into a cold sweat. He glanced at him and asked back, Didn't you say it yourself? To make humans and dragons fight each other. At this, Deus tilted his head, raised an eyebrow, and retorted in a low voice. No, if you wanted them to attack each other, you should have used the poisons or curses that humans typically use. A little investigation is all it takes to know this was definitely the demons doing. You know Darut, and the golden dragon god. You recognized her immediately the first time we met, didn't you? Alex's gaze began to sharpen. He nodded in agreement, of course. How many times throughout the last 665 centuries have we fought face to face with humanity on the front lines? Dias remained silent, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. He rested his chin on his hand, muttering under his breath, "Right, something doesn't add up. There's definitely more to this." Finally, Dias angrily cracked his knuckles. Gritting his teeth, he decided, "Screw it, just call Darat. It's time to use the Demon King torture techniques we learned when we were kids." Just then, Alex spoke up again. "I went to Darat's workshop. I've searched all over the demon realm, but there's not a single trace of him. He's missing." Hearing this, Dias became even more frantic. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "What the hell? I just want to live peacefully and lay low, but all of this is making me lose control." Then he slumped over like a withered corpse. "This is crazy. Why did you even find that useless thing?" "Because of you, I'm ruined." Alex argued back in confusion. "No, I just wanted to help you, my lord. But causing your ruin?" His face suddenly grew profound and mysterious. Alex wondered internally, what about the Grand Duke? The only person who could sway Darat, one of the 7 dukes, is him. His pupils shrank, as if he couldn't believe his own thoughts. Alex thought to himself in sheer bewilderment, could the Lord be the one behind all this? Beside him, Dias was still traumatized. "Oh man, I'm totally ruined." Alex gritted his teeth in contemplation. Come to think of it, he disrupted the dragon hunting guilds yesterday and shook up the veteran rank 1 heroes. He also gave the guild list to the Golden Dragon God to shatter the peace treaty by giving her the evidence of humans hunting dragons. Even if they tried to maintain the peace treaty, the hardliners wouldn't just sit still. In the end, the relationship between demons, humans, and dragons will completely collapse. For the first time in history, a 3-way war between demons, humans, and dragons will erupt. Suddenly, Alex collapsed onto the ground, muttering in awe and terror, "What a magnificent master plan." He turned pale, completely astounded by his own conclusion. An overwhelmingly magnificent master plan. Come to think of it, even if we are caught now, I can't reveal that the Lord is behind this. On the contrary, the Lord and I will go down in the divine annals for preventing the war between humans and dragons. At this point, Alex's eyes snapped wide open in speculation. Could it be? Dias felt his strange gaze and was utterly confused. Alex continued, "Did he calculate all of this?" "Yes, otherwise, why would he abandon the throne back then?" He recalled the scene with Dias back then. Looking back, Dias had reached out his hand and asked, "What are those flying petals?" The previous Demon King wouldn't have noticed things like this, right? It's wonderful, being up here on the surface. As he finished speaking, his face instantly darkened, his blazing red eyes bloodshot as he repeated the question. Deep down, Alex always knew that his lord longed for the surface more than any king before him. Back then, he had asked, "Why are you abandoning us?" However, Dias just tilted his head and replied, "Haven't I already told you?" Then he chuckled mysteriously, for no reason at all. Alex marveled, has always been so ambiguous about his reason for leaving the Demon King title. Now, falling to his knees on the floor, he muttered in his mind, "My true lord, Alex, was so foolish. I've been completely played." With an utterly serious expression, Alex called out, "My lord!" Dias, completely lost by this dramatic display, answered, "What?" Alex slowly poured his heart out. "I, Alex, have been blind. Only now can I see the beautiful big picture my lord has painted. Having such a foolish servant under you, that must be why you kept it a secret from me." The more Dias listened, the less he understood. With a blank stare, he wondered, did he take the wrong meds? Why is he suddenly spouting nonsense? Alex continued with absolute conviction, "Though it's late, if you still trust me, I will do my utmost to cover this up." By now, Dias was so confused he was sweating profusely. He thought to himself, "I have no idea what the hell he's talking about, but I'll just play along. If he can pull it off, even better." Then, feigning annoyance, he said, "Exactly, you idiot. Glad you finally caught on. I almost died coughing up blood from sheer frustration." Dias pointed toward the door. "To atone for your sins, go cover it up right now." The gullible Alex, upon hearing this, immediately dashed off. "Yes, my lord, please don't worry." Finally, Dias muttered to himself, "I guess I'll just go to sleep." But at that very moment, Dias suddenly called out, "Alex." He hesitated, an unreadable expression on his face. By the way, do gods really exist? Alex paused cautiously for a long time before replying, of course. Why ask that out of the blue? Diaz looked away, hesitating. It's just, they always spout on about rules and whatnot, but they don't even care whether a demon king actually wants to be the demon king or not. At this, Alex let out a cheerful laugh. I'm sure they're watching over everything. Gods really do exist. At this moment, he concluded with a sentence that startled Diaz. I've seen them before. As he finished, the air immediately fell into silence. Diaz let out a soft "oh" and asked, how did they look? This question made Alex hum quietly for a moment. Then he rested his chin on his hand, glancing sideways to recall. I'm not sure. I only caught a fleeting glimpse from afar. Upon hearing this, Diaz clenched his fists and yelled right in his face. You idiot! You made me worry over nothing? Go to sleep! Go to sleep! Alex backed away in fear. Yes, sir. Finally, he hurriedly ran into the spatial portal. Well then, good night, master. A few minutes after Alex left, Diaz exhaustedly dropped his head onto the pillow, his face filled with torment as a barrage of wandering thoughts flooded his mind. Diaz's eyes were also brimming with an indiscernible complexity. He pondered deeply, thinking to himself. So, to sum it up. First, the most logical theory. The hardliners joined hands with Darut to instigate a war against humans. The Golden Dragon God tried to stop it, and as a result, we ended up on Yuljam's side. But in this case, the Golden Dragon God would think Darut, and the hardliners are using this to turn us into targets. Someone is exploiting the dragon's wrath. Or second, conversely, humanity must have hidden Darut's mycelium to create an excuse to hunt down dragons. A question echoed, why are they living so well? Back then, Solus had answered, because they are extremely valuable. Diaz wondered, hiding Darut's mycelium and deliberately causing dragons to attack humans? If so, the dragon race is 100% the victim, and the peace treaty will be shattered by the hardliners' fury. The deeper he thought, the more chaotic Diaz's mind became. Finally, the third possibility. All of this is just the Golden Dragon God's hypothesis. She said she was hiding her identity as a human to avoid the god's surveillance, and she's extremely cautious with other magic. He recalled Alex's words. The Golden Dragon God is in this world as a human, not her true self. Diaz deduced, in other words, Yuljam doesn't currently exist here. And even when the Golden Dragon's eyes were resolute as she declared, hunt the dragons, he silently asked himself, then what if we eliminate the Golden Dragon God? It's as if a demon king and a demon duke suddenly came to the surface and attacked both humans and dragons. At a time with only 20 years left before the regression, the alliance between dragons and humans is slowly crumbling. Back then, the demon king and the demons wreaked havoc everywhere. So how will the great war between humans and demons unfold this time? For the civil war between dragons and humans to continue, many noble factions have done everything to drive a wedge between them. If we take advantage of that, we will seize control of the war that's bound to happen in the future. One final question surfaced in Diaz's mind. So what? His face darkened, mysterious black streaks trickling down his cheeks, and his eyes glowed fiercely like a crimson torch. Diaz let out a profound smirk. If we want to make a move, we just need to go kill them. Scene transition. Early morning at the shop. The sky was blue with white clouds, and warm rays of sunlight shone down in absolute peace. Alexia sauntered inside, casually asking, how are you doing, Deke? As soon as Deke saw her, he joyfully ran out, Alexia Sunbay. Then he warmly extended his hand to introduce her, Master Diaz. This is Alexia, the pride of Zorix, and also my elementary anti-hero classmate. A Holiatia hero from an A-rank family, Alexia Sunbay. Alexia immediately interrupted loudly. Sir! The sheer volume made Deke awkwardly explain. That's just how Alexia is. Diaz remembered what Alex had once said. There are only two families here. An A-rank family close to reaching G-rank, and a ruined Frank family. He thought to himself, everyone knows that. At this moment, Alexia raised her head and peered around, looking from the packed crowd to the rows of badges hanging all over the wall. Finally, she closed her eyes and calmly spoke. I heard you found a sponsor. Pretty impressive. Being praised, Deke's cheeks flushed red as he scratched his head. Thank you, Sunbay. Then Alexia glanced over at Diaz. The two looked at each other without saying a word. Then she cleared her throat and teased. Why are you staring so hard? First time seeing an A-rank hero? But Diaz's next words instantly infuriated her. If you're an A-rank hero, how come you were nowhere to be found when the dragons attacked? Alexia was so irritated that she cleverly retorted, how rude. Our family fought as G-rank heroes in the 665th Great War. You must not be used to this world yet. Dragons are only for D-rank heroes. Everyone has their own role. Sensing the tension, Deke quickly stepped in to defuse the situation, of course. If anyone could catch a dragon, everyone would be a D-rank hero by now. Anyway, why did you come here? At this, Alexia forcefully crossed her arms, the metal of her armor clashing together with a resounding clang. She raised an eyebrow, staring straight at Deus, and answered haughtily. I heard incredible holy relics could be found in the magnificent castles here. So it was you, Deke. I was curious what kind of guardian deity would choose an Anne Frank like you over an A-rank hero like me. But it turns out I didn't even need to look. You're just a spoiled brat who doesn't respect heroes and lacks common sense. No wonder you couldn't recognize the Holy Aisha family. Deke trembled with a forced smile. I was just lucky. If my master had met Alexia Sunbay first, he would have chosen you. At this time, Deus was lounging with his legs crossed on a chair, nonchalantly replying without any hesitation. Before being chosen, you need to learn some manners. Who would want to sponsor a hero family that didn't even bother to show up when dragons attacked? Deke stammered, trembling. How could you? Finishing his sentence, Deus sneered and didn't even bother to look. He turned his head and casually waved his hand. Honestly, whether A or F, the Demon King just sees you all as flies anyway. But it seems like there's something going on between you two. Whatever, stop bothering me and get lost. Alexia growled, emphasizing every word. Fine. I'll show you exactly what the difference between an A rank and an F rank is. Meanwhile, Deke beside her was sweating bullets in fear, tightly holding on to her to calm her down. Alexia, please calm down. Finally, Alexia, fuming with rage, turned around and stormed off. Thank goodness I didn't get this freakish guardian deity. I'm leaving. Deke hurriedly chased after her. I'm so sorry. Sunbay. Conversely, Deus inside nonchalantly raised his voice. Goodbye. Next time, if you aren't buying anything, kindly don't come back. However, right at that moment, Alexia suddenly called out, Deke. She cast a subtle, meaningful glance backward and said, now that you have a guardian deity, you should at least take the bloodline rank test. You still don't have a ranking, after all. Hearing this, Deus suddenly shot up, letting out a huh? He stared at Deke in bewilderment. Didn't you say you were Frank? Have you still not taken that test? Being exposed, Deke was extremely embarrassed. He scratched his head and replied, well, it's because it's too expensive. But it's obvious I'm Frank! Alexia reminded him, just try it anyway. Who knows, you might get lucky. Hearing that, Deus slumped down in frustration. You have to pay just to take a test? What kind of messed up place is this? Deke continued explaining. The basic hero classes are free. Alexia nonchalantly chimed in, but that alone isn't enough to keep up, so everyone joins hero academies and takes private tutoring sessions too. Deke nodded in agreement, that's right. Then she looked toward Deus, but that's just an excuse. Geniuses can pass all their subjects and succeed without needing any extra classes. Those are the ones who become first-class heroes of a rank and above. Deus smiled and asked in return, you mean natural selection? Alexia slowly explained, equal opportunity only ruins talent. Only the top 5% of heroes protect this world, while the lower-rank heroes have to give up everything. Deus rested his chin and nodded. From what you're saying, it seems family background is what truly determines a hero's rank. Even the bloodline test costs money. This remark made Alexia laugh out loud. Sir, there's no way outstanding heroes can't make money. Heroes are needed everywhere. He calmly asked back, and what about the ones who can't make money? She raised a finger, immediately refuting, that never happens. The hero support department will assist them. At this point, Deus looked again at the young man beside him. And what about Deke? Alexia crossed her arms, raising her head and replying grumpily, he doesn't want to try. And even if he did, he could just have his siblings do it and verify it for himself. If all three of them are like that, then they might as well graduate at the bottom. Deus asked conclusively. So, avoiding failure like that will eventually cost money anyway. And if he gets Frank, the poverty just gets passed down the generations? Alexia smiled and replied, exactly. Right at that moment, Deus suddenly widened his eyes and yelled, that solves absolutely nothing. Alexia smirked and reminded him, I already told you. If you have talent, you'll naturally become famous. You can't hide true genius. By now, feeling as if he had just plunged into an abyss, Deus stayed silent for a moment before asking, "How old are you two?" Deke awkwardly replied, 17. Alexia followed up, 18. Hearing this, he muttered, "You guys must have had it really rough." Finally, Deus hurriedly waved his hand. "Enough. Go home. Put up the close sign. Deke, we're leaving." Deke asked in confusion, "Where to?" Deus suddenly grew excited and exclaimed, "Where else? We're going to take the bloodline test. Let's go, Alex!" Hearing the command, Alex leaped down from a spatial portal. "Yes, sir!" Seeing his sudden appearance, Alexia's face turned pale as she flinched in shock. Scene transitioned to the management office. It was a mildly sunny afternoon, the tree leaves rustling gently in the breeze. The clerk was working when Deus Group slowly walked in. With his hands in his pockets, he announced solemnly, "We're here to register for the Hero Bloodline rank test." The clerk kept her head down, continuing to stamp documents. "Take a number and wait, please." However, Deus impatiently urged, "Just do it right now." At this, she didn't say another word, simply pointing to her side, which surprised everyone. On the desk was a neatly written sign that read, "There is always someone who cares for us. Don't act like a brute. Please follow the staff's instructions." Ultimately, the clerk went back to her work, leaving a furious Deus clenching his fists at her. Yet they still had to take a number, and the ticket clearly read a perfect 45. The three of them sat together on the chairs and began to wait. Just then, a figure appeared, stepping inside from the outdoors. His physique was incredibly muscular, and strapped to his back were two sharp, gleaming weapons. Mankin ordered in a deep voice, "Continue with my registration." As soon as the clerk saw him, she warmly cheered, "Welcome! We'll begin right away." In contrast to Deke, who let out a surprised "Oh!" beside him, Deus was just mildly puzzled. Why does he get to cut the line? Deke quickly explained, "That's Mankin, the strongest warrior near Zorix. Not only is he a hero, but his strength is close to G rank. He's famous for his talent." Deus asked further, "Didn't you say he was a rank?" Deke slowly clarified, "In theory, Alexia's father is an A-rank hero, so she'll inherit that title after graduation." Hearing this, Deus chuckled mockingly, "So she's not even a rank either." Deke quickly defended her, but people evaluate that Alexia will surpass her father and might even reach beyond a rank. She's not very tactful, but her skills are truly outstanding. Just then, the clerk called out loudly, "Number 45, please!" Deke hurriedly stood up. "Here." A few minutes later, the three of them were taken to another room. The examiner read the name in a deep voice, Deke Panhalibut. He politely nodded, yes. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the profile, and stayed silent for a long while. Then the examiner continued to ask, 17 years old, graduated from elementary school. Deke bashfully scratched his head, right. He read aloud while listing the information. Never taken an ability test. Unclear if the bloodline is pure or not. And from the Halibut family. Deke was so nervous that his cheeks flushed pink, giving a forced smile. That's correct. Ultimately, the examiner didn't say anything more, but simply concluded, so it's Frank. Stamp it. Deke obediently nodded, yes. However, right at this moment, Deus shouted from behind, "Hey, stop." He wore a baffled expression as he looked at the man. "Don't you determine ranks using blood samples and ability assessments? This ranking decides the kid's entire life. What's the rush?" Faced with Deus' aggressive attitude, the examiner just mildly replied, "His family has always been frank and seems to be struggling, so I just wanted to save you guys some money. If you have the money, then we can proceed with the test." Deus furiously dashed forward and yelled right in his face, "How much?" The examiner slowly opened his mouth, 5 gold coins. Without another word, Deus roughly threw exactly 5 gold coins onto his desk. Then, with a cold face, he demanded, "Fine. Test him." The examiner remained quiet, his face betraying no emotion whatsoever. Eventually, he stood up and left his seat. "Then I will bring the equipment." By then, Deke looked at him sheepishly. "You don't need to do that, master." His weak attitude annoyed Deus. "You want to throw away your only chance to change your life over 5 gold coins? The more I understand this world, the more it pisses me off." At this time, the examiner brought out a massive, incredibly bizarre object that couldn't help but surprise them. "What is this?" He placed it on the table and put on a mysterious expression. "This is the tool for testing bloodline purity. It might not look like much, but it's the pinnacle of magical science. Under their astonished gazes, the examiner began to give instructions. It's quite simple. You just need to place your hand on this sphere, and that's it. He bowed his head slightly, his deep voice carrying a hint of mystery. Are you ready, Deke? Place your hand on it. At this moment, Deke was almost holding his breath. Cold sweat beaded up and soaked his face, and he pressed his lips tightly together, trying to swallow the tension in his throat. Then, Deke slowly reached out to the glowing red crystal ball in front of him. The moment his finger touched its pointed tip, the light from the crystal ball suddenly erupted, illuminating the whole room like a blinding flash of lightning. Then, the engine inside the machine made a faint grinding sound, and just a few minutes later, it spat out the results. It read, blood, purity, 10.825%. Upon seeing this result, the examiner's face was struck with astonishment. Diaz looked down at it and couldn't help but exclaim, "What? 10.825? That's so low." Then he looked at the man and asked directly, "It's only 10%. What's his rank? E? F? Which rank is it? Tell me the result. Hurry up." The examiner suddenly hesitated. He frowned and whispered, "It seems there's been a glitch. Since this tool appears to be malfunctioning, if you want to test again, please pay me another 5 gold coins." Hearing this, Deke immediately felt flustered. "We should just stop here. I don't think it's worth spending 10 gold coins for this." The examiner's attitude grew increasingly bizarre, sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. "I think his franc." Diaz had lost all patience by now. He urged in annoyance, "Hey, old man, I've already paid, so you need to do your job properly. Why do you keep dodging the question? The result is 10.825, isn't it? Just give me a rank. 5 gold coins isn't cheap, and we paid the price you asked for, so evaluate it properly. If his already frank, what else could go wrong?" His words made the examiner ponder for a long time. Finally, he asked slowly and deeply, "It's simple. Master, Deke belongs to the 4th generation of heroes, right?" Diaz calmly admitted it. "So what?" The man began to explain. "Even the 5th generation only reaches a purity of 9%. History has never recorded a 10% purity. It's like a number that only exists in dreams. The highest rank, D rank, is often compared to dragons, and the stat at that level is 6%. This tool must be broken. It happens sometimes. So either you pay another 5 gold coins or we finalize the result as franc." At that moment, Diaz suddenly interrupted him loudly. "B." His face was full of determination as he stared straight at the man. "Mark him down as B rank or D rank." The examiner hummed in response. "B rank is quite high. You can't just get that level because you want to. This thing is definitely broken. 10% is absolutely absurd." Then Diaz forcefully slammed more gold onto the table, his voice incredibly firm. "Is that so? Then let's test it one more time. But if the result is still 10%, you have to pay us 5 gold coins." "What do you say?" Deke smiled awkwardly. "Lord Diaz." However, the examiner suddenly cleared his throat. "Look here. I am quite clear on the relationship between you two. You must be the type who likes to seek out naive heroes from the countryside who don't know their rank, treat them like lottery tickets, and if you don't get a good result, as you expected, you'll kick them to the curb and find someone new. And if the next one is the same, you'll discard them again. It's true that you're helping out impoverished heroes. But imposing your desires and forcing me to give an unsuitable rank to someone else is a scam. After all, their rank determines their missions." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room quickly fell into an indescribable silence. A moment later, Diaz finally opened his mouth to mock him. "Are you done talking? Just admit you're scared. Why the hell are you yapping so much? So, do you want to try again and bet 5 gold coins with me? Or do you accept giving him a B rank? To be honest, I really don't like giving him a D rank at all, so think carefully." The examiner was so tense, he was sweating bullets, his eyes glued to the machine while his mind spun in a chaotic mess. The fact that these testing machines often glitch sounds like a scam already. What if he hits 10% again? That's impossible. 10% is too rare. But what if it's 1%? 5 gold coins might not mean a dime to you, but to me, it's 3 months' salary. That kid is just a useless brat once he leaves the arms of his rich sugar daddies. Finally, the examiner made up his mind. Forget it. Just send these guys packing. Thinking that, he forced himself to raise his voice and yell, "Key rank! Let's settle on key rank. I know you want a higher rank, But this is no joke. I'm doing this because I'm genuinely worried for that hero of yours. It's too dangerous for an A-rank hero to fight B-rank monsters. He could die instantly. Right after, Deus pointed his finger and raised his voice, his eyes glowing a fierce red as he declared, "Deal. K-rank. Stamp it quickly before you change your mind." Upon getting his agreement, the examiner immediately grabbed the seal and hurriedly stamped the paper like he was being chased by ghosts. He held it up in front of them. Deek Pan Holybit. Deek stared at it blankly. You are officially recognized as a key-rank hero by the Hero Management Council. By the time the work was done, it was already late afternoon, the setting sun painting the sky a vibrant orange. Deus and Alex headed home together. He burst into excited laughter. That old fool dared to squeeze 5, then a whole 10 gold coins from me. But the moment he was asked for 5 gold coins back, he showed his true colors and refused right away. What a cowardly little man. Alex cheerfully laughed along. How could he have the guts to trick our Deus? Meanwhile, behind them, Deek was still clutching his certificate tightly. On it were neat, clear words. You have been recognized as a key-rank hero. His eyes welled up with tears as he recalled the derogatory remarks from the past. So your blood is frank? Instead of wasting effort, why not just drop out? I'm saying this because I care about you. Aren't you ashamed? If I were you, I would have hidden it and pretended nothing happened. Such blood is absolute trash, and the entire Holybit family are just outsiders? They're no different from commoner blood. Back then, Deek had to run around begging for work. Excuse me, my sibling is very hungry. Do you have any work for me? Thinking of this, he couldn't hold back a blissfully wide smile. Then Deek opened his eyes again and looked at Deus ahead. He murmured in his heart, Lord Deus, did you know? You are the first person to reach out and help me. This is also the first time I've ever felt this kind of warmth. Deek pursed his lips, his sparkling eyes filled with deep emotion and profound gratitude. Holding the certificate tightly, Deek vowed to himself, I've made up my mind. I will dedicate my entire life to you. Now I understand. Our meeting wasn't a coincidence. Lord Deus, you must be the angel god destined for me. The more he thought about it, the tighter Deek gripped the paper in his hands. By now, his footsteps gradually became hurried. Deek rushed to catch up with the two of them and called out, Let's go together, Lord Deus. Deus nonchalantly urged, Hurry up, idiot. Deek resolved in his heart that now, his sole purpose was to protect Lord Deus. A month later, gloomy dark clouds appeared in the sky, with flashes of light peeking from behind. The crackling sound of lightning grew increasingly louder. Right after, a blinding streak of golden lightning struck the ground with devastating power. At this moment, Deus stood on the mountain peak observing everything, letting out an intrigued "oh." His eyes lit up with excitement as he mumbled to himself, Is that the kid, Deek? Then Deus flew into the air and looked around. Well, what should I do? A scorching scene unfolded. Twisted skeletal structures covered the entire area. Deus sighed thoughtfully. My attack didn't deal any damage at all. One of the 4 guardian gods who destroyed the old world. Red Phoenix. You came here to burn this world down, not the Demon King? Scene transition. Back to the present. Deus trio were looking up, reading something intently. In front of them was a quest board densely covered with pinned papers. Deek couldn't help but wonder, why are we looking at the quest board? Deus turned his head and, in a rare display of gentleness, replied, Because now that you have officially become a hero, you must also take on official missions. Realizing this, Deek immediately nodded. Yes, sir. Next to them, a man was shouting loudly, Eliminate the Lich and his cultists, who are trying to awaken him at the Deant Cemetery in the southeast. And a rank mission should be exactly like this. I, Oladin, will accept this quest. Deek watched in awe, alike. Deus warily looked away. Seriously, what's there to brag about? We should just pick a key rank mission. Deek agreed awkwardly. I suppose so. Then he looked up at the quest board. Let's see. The mission notices for the various ranks were incredibly diverse. Retrieve 3 sacks of wild wolf spider eggs, extinguish the eternal flame on the western snowy mountain, exorcise 7 child spirits that appear every night behind the mountain. Suddenly, Deus spotted a quest on the board. Mission: defeat the mermen haunting and harming the villagers. He murmured in surprise. Mermen? Deus asked. What are mermen? Hearing this, Alex tilted his head and explained, They are a fierce half-human, half-fish tribe standing 2 meters tall. They usually appear on the coast on days when the sun isn't too strong, preying on small fishing villages. Without any further hesitation, Deus stepped forward and forcefully snatched the quest paper off the board. Under everyone's curious gazes, he excitedly held it up high and shouted, "All right, get your swimming goggles ready. We're going to play in the water." In the blink of an eye, it was late afternoon. The trio had now arrived at the village. Deus excitedly donned a ridiculously playful swimsuit and laughed out loud. "Come out, you little fishes! Let's play!" However, at that very moment, Deus' eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Before them was a scene dyed entirely in crimson. The village was engulfed in a raging inferno, turning the roofs into giant flaming torches. Deus couldn't help but ask in disbelief, "Huh? I thought it was a sea of water, not a sea of fire? If there are fishes, shouldn't there be water?" Standing beside him, Alex cast a meaningful glance, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Good point. Deep inside the village, houses had completely burned down and collapsed into ashes. Amidst the ruins, a villager appeared, gripping a half-burned wooden stick, the firelight illuminating his terror-stricken face. The scene erupted into terrifying chaos. The cries of children screaming for their mothers blended with the crackling of the fire, creating a fiercely agonizing sound. In the midst of the panic, a man grabbed a blazing wooden stick from the debris. He stood frozen, silently watching the flames gradually expand. The environment was searingly hot, enough to scorch flesh. The man, dripping with sweat, opened his mouth and roared, "Mermen are terrified of fire! They won't come near here! Quickly light more fires!" Following his orders, a girl ran frantically from place to place. "Hurry! Light more fires! Move faster!" Then, at that exact moment, her sweat-drenched face was suddenly struck with paralyzing horror. Directly in her line of sight was a grotesque creature with slimy skin, clinging tightly to a house high above. This sight instantly caused the girl to scream in terror, her bloodshot eyes widening as her trembling fingers curled up. But just seconds later, the grotesque creature leapt to another spot. Finally, it suddenly sprang backward and lunged straight at the girl with lightning speed. The man lunged forward just in time, yanking her hard to dodge its attack. Both of them crashed painfully onto the ground. The merman stomped its foot violently on the ground, creating an earth-shattering boom. They gathered into a pack, their bodies covered in greasy, slimy skin with water dripping down in a disgusting manner. The merman's eyes glowed fiercely like apex predators. They approached while gritting their teeth and growling, driving the two into utter despair. Amidst the scorching scene engulfed in flames, a helpless, desperate scream rang out, "When will the heroes get here?" On the other side, Alex continued his explanation. Contrary to popular belief, mermen are not weakened by fire at all. Therefore, those who fight against them often end up dying in the flames. Deus raised an eyebrow and asked directly, "Just how strong are they?" Hearing this, he shook his head. "I'm not quite sure either." Deus was puzzled. "Why not?" Alex replied nonchalantly. "I don't have enough data to calculate it." Deus turned his head to observe the village and clicked his tongue. "So this is a key rank mission? Not bad." Then he glanced at Alex and probed, "I suppose Deke can't handle this all by himself, right?" Alex remained silent for a moment, his eyes full of calculation. "Should we go down and take a look?" But right then, Deus turned back around. "No, you go, Deke." This instantly panicked Deke. Barely believing his ears, he rushed over to confirm, "Me? Fight those things all by myself?" In stark contrast to his shock, Deus calmly opened his mouth. "Of course. You're the only hero here." He softly reminded him, "You must have forgotten, but I'm just a merchant, and Alex is merely a butler." Even knowing this, Deke still felt completely flustered. "But, seriously, can I even handle them?" Deus raised an eyebrow and continued, "Deke, didn't I apologize for saying I felt sorry you were in fee rank the first day we met?" The boy nodded blankly. "Yes." He calmly repeated every word from that time. "Didn't you say yourself that you were in fee rank? Nobody else said it, right? You are a hero, the leader of this party. You were the one who fought back then, even though Alex took all the praise. You haven't forgotten that you're a hero, have you?" Finally, Deus pointed straight at him and declared, "As of today, you are officially a state-recognized key-rank hero. And now, right in front of you, are ordinary and frail civilians on the verge of death, desperately waiting for a hero to appear." Deus gave a solemn reminder. "This is your mission. They are waiting for you. Go save them, Hero Deke." Moved by his barrage of encouragement, Deke finally opened his mouth and responded, right. He clenched his fists with unwavering resolve. You're right. I used to be an idiot, a failure, a total reject. I used to be a coward, but you reminded me that I, Deke, died yesterday and was reborn as a key-rank hero. I swear on my family's honor that I will defeat them and save everyone. With that, Deke immediately dashed off, a fiery energy burning within his soul. Deus urged him on with satisfaction. All right, get in there, hero. Pointing at the boys retreating back, he cheered endlessly. You used to be foolish, a complete idiot, but it's different now. Go fight! Only then did Alex realize how strangely twisted his master's smile was. Deus bit his lip in excitement and chuckled inwardly. I was expecting to see some fun water tricks, but a sea of fire is pretty troublesome. I wonder if this trick will work. Good thing Deke is an idiot, Alex muttered tiredly to himself, as expected of the Demon King. His unchanging habits are truly something. The scene shifted to the burning village, where a pair of legs could be seen running frantically. A young boy panted exhaustedly, sweat rolling down his cheeks as his terrified eyes darted around without stopping for even a second. Right at that moment, the boy's toe suddenly caught on a rock on the ground. He instantly lost his balance and stumbled unsteadily. Beside him, another boy was also sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, a girl hurried over to check on them. Are you okay? Meanwhile, the man with them urgently pressed, Get up, hurry. But just as they were struggling, a trident flew in from afar, piercing straight into the man's chest. He collapsed onto the ground in agony, one side of his shirt already soaked in a vibrant crimson. The man struggled to lift himself and look, his eyes widening in sheer terror. The girl gasped, her throat feeling utterly choked as she couldn't utter a single sound. Right before their eyes, a giant merman was closing in. It slowly opened its hideous mouth, revealing jagged teeth like daggers ready to crush its prey. The merman's eyes glowed fiercely like pinkish-red lasers, its slimy, greasy skin looking absolutely repulsive. At that very moment, a gleaming shield suddenly jumped out, blocking its line of sight. The shield instantly erupted with energy, unleashing bright pink lightning that slashed through the air like blades. Both the girl and the boy beside her were completely stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Deke's slender figure stood alone, shield in hand, facing the horde of giant mermen. His eyes burned brightly. They looked at him with overflowing joy and screamed, Sir Hero. At this, Deke gritted his teeth and let out an ear-piercing hiss. Deke introduced himself forcefully. I am Deke. I came from the Hero Management Office to save you, so you can rest easy. Hearing this, the nearby villagers immediately grew hopeful, shouting over one another, A hero has arrived! Thank the heavens! Just then, an old woman in the back spoke up in confusion. But, you look too young. Where are the rest of your party? Is there an older hero? Or maybe a mage? An old man chimed in right after. Hey, you there. You don't even have a sword, or any armor. We've been waiting for a hero to save us? And this is all we get? The hero who came to our rescue is just a kid? At that very moment, the old man suddenly froze, the tears streaming down his face instantly stopping. A dark figure had closed in entirely. Deke smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. I'm sorry, I just got here. The man screamed frantically to warn him. Hey, behind you! But Deke only turned around slowly in confusion. What? As soon as he spoke, the merman roared and charged straight at him, swinging its arm to slam violently into the shield, causing Deke to lose his footing and lean backward. By now, bleeding wounds had appeared on his body. Deke gritted his teeth in sheer panic. Finally, that ferocious attack launched Deke into the air, his body flying straight into the sky like a broken puppet. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, Deke's back slammed hard into the ground in excruciating pain. The horde of mermen then leaped up, pouncing forward with their razor-sharp claws. The man sitting on the ground desperately screamed out to urge everyone, Run. In utter despair, he mustered all his remaining strength, screaming until his throat went hoarse. Everyone, run away. With that, the entire crowd pushed and shoved one another as they fled backward. The screams of adults mixed with the cries of children made the scene incredibly tragic. Behind you! Mom! Right then, Deke pushed himself up with his hands. Going against the flow of the crowd, Deke suddenly charged straight forward. The man yelled out in panic, Hey, what the hell are you doing? Deke gripped his shield tightly and approached the merman without hesitation. I'm buying time, so hurry up and run. The man's jaw dropped. So panicked, he couldn't even believe his own eyes. Holding his shield, Deke continuously traced numerous paths through the air. He gracefully weaved through the horde of mermen one by one, his sharp eyes shining with absolute determination. Just then, a giant merman suddenly leaped out of nowhere, its slimy water droplets flying everywhere in the air. Undaunted, Deke decisively raised his shield to block the massive body hurtling toward him. The very next second, the sheer weight of it sent Deke tumbling backward. Deke was in so much pain that blood began to fill his mouth, his eyes growing bloodshot with panic. But a second later, the sight before him made him flinch. The merman from above was gripping its sharp trident, aiming right at where he lay. It plunged straight down, the thrust so powerful it tore through the air. However, Deke managed to roll out of the way just in time, leaving only shards of debris flying into the air. Deke's scrawny body repeatedly slammed into the hard, scorching ground. He quickly sat up, dropping to his knees while tightening his grip on the shield in his hand. The giant merman still refused to give up. Wielding its trident like a maniac, it charged straight at Deke with lightning speed. The moment the trident was thrown, he pushed off the ground and successfully dodged it. Then, gritting his teeth, Deke seized the opportunity and rushed forward with his shield, streaks of vibrant pink lightning constantly shooting into the air. The mermen surrounding him completely blocked off any route of escape. At that moment, a brilliant bolt of lightning shot from Deke's eyes, and he gritted his teeth, hissing in spurts. Just then, one of the mermen hastily launched itself high into the air. It reached out its slimy hand and tightly grabbed Deke's ankle. This action instantly terrified Deke to the core. His mouth fell open as he screamed nonstop. The merman crushed Deke's body in its grip and slammed him violently into the ground, sending a cloud of crushed debris into the air. Countless bleeding wounds quickly appeared all over his face. Then, Deke was dragged high up into the air once more. He opened his mouth and let out a blood-curdling scream, leaving behind a deeply shattered crater in the earth below. The merman continued to swing its arm, thrashing Deke's body to the other side. In that exact moment, Deke clutched his shield and swiped it hard against the merman's massive frame, causing its arm to crack open as streams of water began to pour out from within. Racked with pain, the merman's every step became unsteady and staggering. Right then, Deke seized the chance, pushing himself off the ground and dashing forward. Deep inside the village lay a pile of ruins, still ablaze with smoke and fire. Deke clenched his fists, screaming wildly from the depths of his throat. Then he fiercely swung his shield to build momentum, his eyes filled with a madness never seen in him before. He charged up once again to clash head-on with the merman. Beneath the shield in his hand, Deke's eyes blazed sharply with the fire of determination. A bolt of lightning shot from the shield toward a nearby roof, causing it to explode with a deafening blast. Right at that moment, another merman unexpectedly appeared behind Deke, clenching its fist and throwing a punch at him with terrifying speed. A heaven-shattering blow connected, making Deke scream out miserably on the spot. Blood immediately sprayed from Deke's mouth, dyeing the air red. The merman then continued to use its large, strong hand to firmly press Deke's head down. It ruthlessly hurled his body straight into the blazing ruins behind him. The villagers stared in shock at the huge hole smashed into the house, thick white smoke billowing into the sky. The air seemed to freeze, and everything became eerily silent. The scene shifted to the neighboring mountain, where Alex and Deus were sitting around, enjoying the cool breeze. Alex hummed softly a few times, as if he wanted to say something. Finally, he opened his mouth about Deke. "Do you think he isn't that bad? I mean, he has grown up a little bit, right?" Deus looked at him in silence for a moment before replying, "Is that so?" At this moment, a deep cave appeared along with Deke's voice growing louder. Holding Lowgun in his hand, he charged into battle. "I'm a hero." Deke clashed with the merman in a fierce and evenly matched battle. He raised Legun to block its downward strike. Deke planted his feet firmly on the ground to withstand the blow and push it back. He gritted his teeth, gathering his strength to push back against the merman's attack. It quickly raised its arm high, preparing for a second strike. The merman then slammed it down with tremendous force. Legun was shielding Deke from the front. He clenched his teeth, trying his best to block the blow, and grunted out word by word, "Am a hero." As soon as he finished his sentence, Deke sent the merman flying far backward. Before he could even celebrate, other mermen attacked him together from behind. Deke didn't yield. He hastily leaped forward, charging in to swiftly take them out. He jumped up to dodge their attacks and quickly delivered a kick, catching them completely off guard. He spun his body and landed nimbly. Deke successfully dodged every single attack the merman threw at him. He gritted his teeth, panting in utter exhaustion. After that, Deke set Lagun down and equipped it on his arm. He quickly mustered all his strength and swung the shield toward the merman. However, another one leaped high from behind toward Deke. Realizing the situation, he immediately threw himself backward. Deke looked at the horde of mermen with confusion, panting heavily. But he was tightly grabbed by one of them right on the spot. The merman's bloodshot eyes glared at Deke, its body trembling slightly. It tried to tightly squeeze him in Lagun. Deke struggled to breathe but resolutely endured to counterattack. He then managed to activate Lagun. The shield forcefully and decisively shattered the arms encircling them both. Deke landed and kept a wary eye on the remaining merman. One screeched as it dove from above, but he swiftly leaped over its head. Deke landed behind it and stomped his foot hard to halt his momentum. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately attacked from behind, catching them completely unaware. The merman was instantly torn into 1,000 pieces by Deke and Lagun. He knelt on the ground exhaustedly and let out a heavy breath. Deke propped his hands on the ground, but his laughter grew louder and louder. The surrounding villagers gaped in awe at the battle they had just witnessed. He did it. Deke was still laughing foolishly, gasping for air. He tilted his fierce face up, looking at everyone with a sharp gaze. The merman in front of Deke was still twitching, not quite dead yet. It then limped to its feet like a toddler. Seeing it move, the villagers screamed in terror. The other merman also quickly rose up, howling even louder. Deke glared at the enemies in frustration. If I could just land one decent strike, I could definitely end this battle. But, damn it, I have no strength left. The evening sunset was descending, painting an incredibly beautiful scene. Diaz lounged on a folding chair on a mountain peak alongside Alex. Alex worriedly shifted his red eyes over and asked, "Should we quietly step in and help?" Diaz sighed and casually replied in a lethargic tone, "Just leave it be for now. He's not dead yet, is he? Besides, that kid was just so focused on fighting the dragon that he forgot the main point. Someone is trying to kill him." Hearing this, Alex remained silent for a moment, then gazed at him in sheer admiration. He bowed his head and chuckled. "That's true." Suddenly, an arrow flew out from nowhere. Deke tumbled to the ground with Lagun in his hand. He angrily gritted his teeth and sprang back up. The mermen were completely unfazed. Instead, they became even more aggressively powerful. Deke quickly raised his shield high and smashed it down before it could launch its next move. He executed a rapid strike that slashed across the merman's face. Deke suddenly noticed the mermen behind were advancing. Refusing to give up, he unleashed his moves with all his might. Deke pulled Lagun behind him and roared loudly, "Fast, die." As soon as the words left his mouth, he slammed the shield down in front of the merman horde. But man proposes, God disposes. Another one attacked from behind, making him scream in agony. Instantly, Deke face-planted into the dirt. He reached back to clutch his bleeding back, groaning in pain. Suddenly, Deke's eyes widened, forgetting the pain. The mermen were simultaneously lunging forward to overwhelm him. Deke quick-wittedly raised his shield to block the attacks. Otherwise, he would be dead meat. Lagun was proving to be more useful than ever as he mumbled word by word amid the battle, "Please, save me." Thus, Deke's echoing scream drew the attention of the observing villagers. Although everyone wanted to help, they were extremely terrified and hesitated before the merman horde. Noah's mother held her child tightly in her arms, frozen as she witnessed the brutal scene. Suddenly, he dashed forward, taking her by surprise. "Noah, where are you going? It's too dangerous. Stop." He stopped in his tracks, turned around, and yelled while crying. "The hero is in danger too. He helped us in our time of need, so we have to help him back now." With that, Noah continued running toward the hero, Deke. The frightened villagers stood paralyzed, not knowing what to do. Everyone then quickly ran after Noah, valiantly declaring, "Everyone, let's help the hero! Hero, we're coming! Just hold on a little longer." Suddenly, Deus focused his gaze on the battlefield, silently observing. The villagers quickly grabbed onto different parts of the merman and held it down tightly. They struggled with all their might and shouted at Deke, "Hero, get up quickly! Get the hell off the hero! Hold on tight! Absolutely do not let it go!" A man, despite his fear, yelled out emphatically once more, "Hero, we've got it pinned down! Hurry up and finish them off!" Deke was stunned in surprise for a few seconds by this situation. He squeezed his eyes shut, suppressing the pain. and roared, "All right, I'm counting on all of you." Deke then pushed himself off the ground and stood up majestically in front of the merman. With the villagers' support, he decisively swung Laygun in a swift attack across its body. The merman was instantly knocked backward by the strike. Deke tightly closed his eyes and seized the momentum to advance and eliminate the remaining ones. Suddenly, a strange noise from behind caught his attention. It was a merman lunging out to attack the villagers. It grabbed the person's neck tightly and squeezed hard. Deke agonizingly and regretfully reached out to grab them. No, it's too far. Suddenly, the gun in his hand glowed intensely. Deke immediately extended his shield-bearing arm out to his side. A beam of power instantly shot straight toward the merman holding the villager. That beam of light quickly soared straight into the high sky. Deke was bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. He cheered and laughed joyfully. Now, Deke felt even more confident facing the merman horde. Unleashing continuous attacks, he loudly instructed, "Everyone, stay back in a 10-meter radius." But a merman continued to ambush him from behind. Deke reached out his hand in fear to block it with his shield. Instantly, the gun flew all the way back to find its master. It quickly blocked the merman's attack on Deke. The merman grew angrier and attacked even harder. But no matter where it struck, Lagun blocked every hit. Finally, the shield shot straight up, knocking the merman backward. It flew high into the sky. Then it quickly looped back to its original position. Instantly, Lagun landed neatly on Deke's arm. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Deke stammered at the strange sight. "I did it." Lagun in his hand glowed with light once more. Its eye blinked, as if communicating with its master. Deke hugged Lagun tightly and praised it profusely. "Dom Lagun, you're so cool. I knew it from the first time we met. Lagun really is the #1 shield in the world." The villagers excitedly ran over to congratulate him. "The hero did it! The hero really is #1 in the world! I thought I was going to die. Thank you so much, hero!" Before they could celebrate for long, a scream from the neighborhood behind them caught their attention. The villagers yelled out a warning. "There are still mermen behind the village. The people there are in danger." Before he could even finish speaking, Deke rushed off. "Hero!" After taking a few steps, there were footsteps running behind Deke. It was the villagers with extreme fighting spirit. "We'll go with you. We'll hold them off. Let's fight using the same tactic as before. Don't go alone. We'll go together." Deke was so touched he felt like crying on the spot. "Yes, I'm counting on your help." Diaz popped up from his lounge chair and remarked, "The atmosphere looks completely different now, doesn't it? Those people who were scared out of their wits are now wanting to hunt mermen. Huh? I don't know, since when people started surrounding Deke, a being that gives them hope that if they just fight, they can win." He looked around at Deke and deduced, "So that's what a hero is." Alex forced a smile and exclaimed, "That's exactly right." His face became twisted and distorted. "A sight I really didn't want to see." Diaz casually agreed, "I really don't want to see it either. But I feel like something is a bit strange. That kid Deke, he fights better than I thought. I wonder when he grew up so much, compared to when I saw him at a disadvantage. It doesn't feel too bad. A strange warmth fills my heart. I want that kid to get even stronger. I want him to be stronger and stronger. I want him to become cooler every day." So, as he said this, Diaz's voice softened. "I want Deke to smile more." Hearing this, Alex silently looked at his master. Meanwhile, Deke and Lagun rushed into the battle, swiftly eliminating the merman. It opened its mouth full of hideous fangs. Wherever the shield went, the merman fell. He confidently reached out his hand, waiting for Lagun to expertly fly back. The villagers happily cheered in praise. "We did it. Hero, we won." Everyone joyfully hugged each other to celebrate. "The mermen are defeated. Hero, you did it." Deke immersed himself in the ecstatic joy of the villagers. "From now on, the mermen won't be able to lay a hand on us. Thank you. Thank you so much. The hero saved us." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. "I'm sorry." The man who was saved earlier awkwardly expressed, "I'm sorry for not trusting you. We never thought you would risk your life to fight and save us like that. The hero is the benefactor of our village." Immediately, the rest of the villagers ran over to hug Deke. "I'm also sorry for not believing in you at first." "Actually, me too. At first I'm sorry, hero. Sorry, hero. I'm sorry. About that, hero. Please forgive us." Deke unconsciously beamed, his eyes crinkling as he continuously waved it off. "It's fine, really." The twilight sky was truly beautiful and peaceful. Deke walked over to where Deus and his subordinate were resting. He crossed his arms, leaned back on the lounge chair, and greeted. Did it end well? He gripped the shield tightly in his hand and reported, "I'm back." Deus smiled, looking at the warrior's entire body. "You're back, huh? All right, how did it feel to fight with your own strength from beginning to end?" Deke stayed silent for a long while before speaking up honestly about that. "At first, I did think I had to save the villagers, but when those guys brought out the shield, I just wanted to fight with all my might. You might not believe it, but I actually sent those guys flying." You're probably thinking, "Oh, that was easier than expected." But they stood up again. They truly didn't take any damage at all, while I was completely drained of energy. DK's eyes grew more resolute. In the end, I was battered by the merman, and just when I thought, is this as far as I go, the villagers suddenly rushed at the merman, and his hand immediately clenched tight. They charged at them to save me. They even shouted, "Hero, destroy them!" You really should have seen that part. At that moment, my body was naturally filled with strength, and right then, Dom Lagun arrived like a god, and I automatically gained even more power. From then on, it was like a beautiful painting. Dom Lagun flew around me and blocked all the mermen, and whenever there was an attack, it automatically deflected it for me. It was so agile. It was truly. Deke took a deep breath and looked up at the sky in awe. So incredibly cool. Hearing this, Deus offered a faint smile and praised him. "All right, are you that happy?" Dragonflies leisurely flew back and forth. Deke stood at attention, his eyes crinkling with a smile. "Yes." Immediately, Deus walked away with cold indifference. "Good. Then it ended well. I'm hungry. Go cook some noodles." "Yes." He immediately called after him. "Ah, yes." "Sir Deus, please wait a moment." He pulled something out of his pocket. "This is the commission certificate. The hero successfully completed the commissioned work." To what degree did the hero complete the commissioned work? A. Very satisfied. B. Satisfied. C. Dissatisfied. D. Very dissatisfied. They said, "If I submit this to the management board, we'll receive the 3 silver commission fee," Deke said, smiling brightly and happily. Deus stared blankly at the paper without saying a word. "Then why are you giving this to me?" Deke loudly explained, "Because you're the master, Sir Deus, of course." Deus turned his head forward and replied, "I didn't lift a finger. You completed this all by yourself, so naturally, you should receive the commission fee, you idiot. Stop dawdling and hurry up and cook me some noodles." Alex unconsciously placed a hand on his comrade's shoulder to encourage him. "Let's go, Deke. Do you remember what you told the master on our way to take the hero exam yesterday?" Deke was surprised, not understanding what was going on. "Yesterday? What happened?" Alex irritably glanced over and recounted. "Yesterday you said your siblings were getting ready for a school trip, but you had no money for them, so you were feeling awkward and didn't know how to tell them. 3 silver is nothing to Sir Deus, but he wanted you to send your siblings on that trip using the money you earned yourself. He wanted to build up your self-esteem, because you are our hero." Deke suddenly understood everything, and immediately looked at Deus' departing figure. His eyes grew teary with emotion. "My angel," Deke shouted loudly. "Thank you, master." Night fell, and a perfectly full moon hung in the middle of the sky. Everyone was enjoying a delicious bowl of noodles. Deus continuously slurped his noodles without bothering to wipe his mouth. He enthusiastically ate a mouthful and praised. "As expected, it's this flavor. Kid, you really should do this. Stop being a hero and switch to cooking." Deke scratched his head shyly. "Are you sure you're complimenting me?" Yuljim appeared out of nowhere and made an absurd request. "Give me a bowl. Let's see." The other villagers immediately gossiped in curiosity. "What is it? Look at that person." Yuljim ignored them and continued to ask, "Let's see how delicious it is for everyone to make such a fuss over it." Deus kept eating but glanced over to probe. "What are you here for?" She casually sat down next to him. Party A always has the responsibility to monitor whether Party B is doing their job well, right? But where is that long-haired guy who's always sticking with you? I don't see him today. Deus irritably raised his voice to scold her. "Are you crazy? Party B has their own private life too, you know." He recalled the conversation from earlier. Alex politely asked to leave, "Master." Then I asked for permission to go and finish the business I left incomplete. Deus was extremely surprised and curious. "Incomplete business?" He turned his head, flashing his red eyes, and reported, "Honestly, I have to go find Dara and investigate that matter before Golden finds out. Who knows? It might be something that affects the 666th Great War. Otherwise, It'd already be buried in work. Yet you still brought back these ridiculous hero quests. Hearing those words, Deus angrily scolded. What are you saying? Alex forced a laugh, joked around, and slipped away quickly. Nothing. I'm very busy. So ill be taking my leave. Thinking of this, he immediately glanced at the person next to him. Did she ask because she knew something, or did she know nothing at all? Truly a 66, 580-year-old dragon, you never know what she's thinking. Suddenly, Deke mumbled from the kitchen counter about that. Hello, I am Hero Deke Panhalibut from Sir Deus' party. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's my first time meeting an acquaintance of my master. Golden Dragon happily looks up and introduces herself. Pleasure to meet you, Master Deke. I've heard a lot about you. I am Golden Law, a mage. You must have had a hard time following this idiot. Making you open a shop when you're covered in injuries is totally crazy. Deke quickly waves his hands to clarify. I opened the shop because I wanted to earn money. Sir Deus didn't force me. He smiles gently at the two people in front of him. You two really are friends. Even the way you act is similar. Golden Dragon quickly covers her mouth. Giggling, he says we're friends. Deus teases back. Friends, all right. Friends from the dead. He pushes the bowl of noodles forward and invites her. The noodles you ordered are ready. Please enjoy your meal. Golden Dragon instantly slurps up the noodles without saying a word. What is this? How is this possible? It's so good! Deke, stop following this guy and go open a restaurant instead. Deke shyly scratches his head. Are you really praising me? Deus nods in agreement. Gotta admit, it's really delicious. She continues eating, but doesn't forget to ask, didn't you have your hero exam today? Deke, what rank did you get? He casually reports while the two are enjoying their noodles. I reached rank C, with a purity level of 10.825. Golden Dragon gapes in astonishment. Over 10%? Deke immediately waves his hands in denial. No, it's not. Sir Deus is just teasing you. The machine was broken at the time. She asks again skeptically. Is that so? Hearing this, Deus casually comments, who knows if it was really broken or not. Golden Dragon looks away, calculating in her head. Even so, 10% is an impossible number. But if it's true, then Dek would become the final hero who can end the war with the demon realm. Deus gives a faint smile, as if scheming something in his mind. He turns to his friend and asks, are you an idiot? If the first-generation heroes couldn't even end the war, how could someone with only 10% blood do it? And you clearly know the fourth generation can't be the final hero, so what are you talking about? Deus absent-mindedly mocks while eating. Stop talking nonsense. You just want to pick a late fourth-generation hero to create a fifth-generation one, nothing more. Going crazy over it just makes you a toy for those guys up there. Golden Dragon annoyedly retorts, I was just saying it's an incredible stat. Why are you taking it so seriously? But you get wealth and fame, right? Suddenly, Deus and Golden Dragon ignore their noodles and start bickering on the spot. You have to earn that yourself, not have it handed to you. You heartless hell messenger! It's not like I got my results easily either. I suffered being imprisoned for 80 years. You literally just slept. What's suffering? You two are really too much alike. Do you think sleeping for 80 years is easy? He frowns in annoyance and curses. Seriously, I was enjoying my meal and you came and ruined my appetite. If you have no other business, get lost. Suddenly, Golden Dragon reaches into her pocket to look for something. Oh right, listening to your nonsense made me forget. I came to give you this. She pulls out a long, gloomy sword and confidently introduces it. Here, a commemorative gift to congratulate Deke on officially becoming a hero, the renowned sword Dooms Lewin. Since you are a hero in name, you must have a proper sword. So, I brought an item from the same Dooms series as your shield. Deke steps back in surprise, almost falling over. Are you really giving this to me? Suddenly, Deus arbitrarily snatches it away. Let me see. Golden Dragon raises her voice, bickering again. Hey, I gave that to Deke. His next sentence makes her flinch slightly and turn to him. This sour stench hitting my nose. This is an incredibly familiar scent of darkness, isn't it? Golden Dragon no longer denies it, resting her chin on her hand and explaining gently, because this is a sword made by the demon race. For offensive weapons, things from the demon realm are the best. This sword was forged from the black horn of a dark rhino and the tentacle tip of a beholder. A sword brimming with poison, capable of piercing through any shield. Deus silently inspects the sword very carefully. A horrifying and gruesome set of teeth appears on the sword. He absently asks a question. Do you feel like this every time you see weapons made from dragons? Golden Dragon smiles blankly and replies, I don't know. Diaz turns to her with a suspicious look. Why would you give a demon race sword to my hero? I truly can't understand you. You, 60,000-year-old snake. She opens her frog-like eyes wide, staring back. Goodness, it's just an item from the Doom series. What's so special about it? Are you kidding me? After that, he tosses Lewin towards Deke. All right, whatever. Here, Deke, your gift. He clumsily but quickly catches it. Yes. A scent immediately rushes into Deke's nose. Suddenly, he finds himself in an incredibly bizarre place. No longer the noodle shop from earlier. Deke immediately covers his nose. Smell of sulfur. So disgusting. What in the world is? Everything in his line of sight is engulfed in flames. This place is the demon realm. From behind, Lewin lets out a few cries like a wild beast. It flashes a grotesque smile and introduces itself. My name is Doom's Lewin. I am the embodiment of the hatred accumulated within you, though it will just be an insignificant cry of hatred in this noisy world full of static. Lewin bares its teeth in a smile, confidently assuring him, if you accept me, I will protect you. I will help you pierce through all the enemies standing before you. Before he can answer, a flash of lightning appears, making Deke lower his head. He opens his eyes to find his hand already gripping Lewin without realizing when. Diaz, resting his chin on his hand, immediately asks about the situation. How is it? Do you like it? Deke ponders over Lewin for a long while before commenting. Yes, I'm not sure if it's because of the demonic power inside it, but it feels a bit different from Doom's Lagun. The first time I felt it, there was a very gloomy whisper. It's truly very strong. Well then, these words uttered by Deus make him fearful. Shall we go test the new sword? Deke is surprised to the point of panic. What? Golden Dragon quickly reminds him, hey, your hero is going to die at this rate. Let him rest a bit. Deus frustratingly points at the sky. Shut up. An action comic plot is delivering itself right to us. Afterward, they leave in a horse carriage under the rain. Deus exclaims, I say, why are you following us here? That's my spot. Golden Dragon, acting as casually as if she were home, says, well, since I'm already here, I might as well tag along. Deke smiles awkwardly and politely asks, but where are we going? Deus gently brings out an information paper. Quest. The miners who went to extract minerals at the foot of MT. Kahu 5 days ago haven't returned. All the heroes who went to investigate the cause have completely lost contact. Please come and uncover the secret of the Mineral Mountain. Holy Court Quest Board. He smiles shyly but full of calculation. I found it interesting when we were handling the mermaid case, so I brought this along too. One look and you know it's probably just some stupid goblins occupying the place. Since we're testing a new sword anyway, we should definitely let it bathe in a bit of blood, shouldn't we? Deke can only nod, not daring to argue. Yes. He silently looks ahead without saying a word. Suddenly, Deke turns to him to ask for information. Sir Deus, what kind of monster is the Demon King exactly? What kind of creature is it that hasn't given up for 60,000 years and still wants to destroy the world and plunge all living things into a sea of suffering even now? I definitely want to ask the Demon King this question, to ask if he knows how cruel all the sins he committed really are. Deus chuckles, then leans back and looks up at the sky. That's what I'm saying. I don't even understand why that guy, who can't even win, has to be so hasty. But who knows? Maybe he has his own hardships. Maybe the Demon King doesn't even like fighting. This statement makes Golden Dragon look up at Deus in surprise. Deke laughs innocently. Looking ahead, how could the Demon King not like war? He is the mastermind behind all these things, after all. Deus giggles, making him incredibly confused. I think so too. Deus' red eyes gaze at the full moon high above. Truly, there's nothing left to say. The carriage continues rolling along the road. After traveling for a while, the horse carriage stops. Deus turns to the right and announces, over there, the Mineral Mountain Kahu. So then, you understand, right? I'll be sleeping here, so go handle it and come back. Deke innocently obeys without any hesitation. Yes, I'll go and be right back. Golden Dragon hurriedly stops him. Hey, wait. Oh my god, you idiots. Deke astonishingly feels something strange within his body. It's overflowing with power. Golden Dragon sighs in annoyance and explains, so stupid. Even if it's a slave contract, going into battle twice a day is too much, you know? I gave you a little buff, So since you're a hero, you must protect yourself at all costs. He doesn't mind and nods politely. Thank you. After that, Deke excitedly steps into the deep forest, charging forward with full confidence and bravery. Suddenly, Deke stops in his tracks. Before him is a long-abandoned mine. Here it is. But where are the goblins? Why is there nothing here? It's too quiet. Deke's attention is quickly drawn to a suit of armor on the ground. That over there, is it armor and a sword? It looks like the gear of the heroes who came here before. There are no signs of them ever being used. He notices a strange object hidden inside the armor. Deke approaches and picks it up. A feather? His face shows innocent confusion as he inspects it for a long time. A voice rings out from behind Deke, a singing melody in the deep forest. The song leads to a deep and pitch-black path, a singing voice. Deke follows the singing and quickly runs towards it. A girl's voice, not too far, just nearby. Maybe this singing will lure the goblins here. It's too dangerous. I have to hurry. He runs while pondering strangely. But why would there be a woman deep in the forest in the middle of the night like this? After running for a while, Deke stops, staring bewilderedly at the direction emitting light. A group of people is surrounding and worshipping the source of the beautiful sound. Deke slowly approaches. The harpy opens its mouth, humming a song in the pure white light. It sings louder and clearer as time goes by. The harpy extends its hand, singing so professionally that Deke observes in a daze. It continues to stretch its body, flying higher and higher. Surrounding the harpy are people who have been hypnotized and brainwashed by its singing. Deke glares at it in horror. He is immediately hypnotized until his mind becomes hazy. So beautiful. Golden Dragon then turns to look at Deke's companion. It's a harpy. Diaz surprisingly pokes his head out and asks, "Huh?" She lets out a long sigh and explains, "I said it's a harpy. They are birds wearing human masks that use their singing voices to bewitch humanity. They are your kind, the demon race." He coldly continued asking. Yuljum gave a wry smile. What do they do after seducing them? Just play until they're bored and then eat them. What else? Is it okay not to help him? Looking at him, it seems he can't do anything. Diaz rested his face on his hand and thought while observing for a moment, let's just watch for now. The people hypnotized by the harpy turned their heads to look at Deke. You should come over too. Come and stay here with us forever. That's right, come here. It's really warm here. Very warm and very happy. Deke immediately dropped his weapons. He opened his arms wide and ran toward the source of the clear voice. Lord Deus, Lord Golden Dragon, you two come here quickly and look at this. Hearing his voice, the harpy slowly flew down to a branch and opened its mouth wide. Deke smiled foolishly with joy. There is something really cool here. Everyone come see this quickly. He shouted louder and louder. Lord Deus, come here quickly. A loud scream echoed from Lewin. You idiot. The harpy's head was instantly severed right in front of Deke. It sprayed dark syrup everywhere. Deke immediately snapped back to his senses. He glared in fear and utter confusion. Lewin had just slashed past, destroying that bewitching harpy. Deke looked at it and realized, Lewin. Hearing its name, it quickly flew back to its master. Lewin immediately landed neatly in Deke's hand. It grew irritated and cursed loudly. How dare someone who wishes to wield me lower themselves beneath me? Do not let those lowly demons bewitch you! Kill them! Kill them! Slash their necks! The remaining harpies were provoked, opening their mouths wide to shriek out demonic sounds. They sang louder and louder, then lunged straight at Deke. Lewin opened its mouth even wider and roared out terrifying sounds. Deke gritted his teeth, straining to hold it firmly in his hand. Hearing that roar, the harpies dodged aside in terror. Lewin angrily threatened, Do you think a sword made from a rhino and a beholder like me would be controlled by such petty tricks? Let me show you the difference between a high-tier demon and a low-tier demon. As soon as it finished speaking, it unleashed incredibly eerie and gloomy sounds in all directions. The sound waves pierced right through the harpies' heads with overwhelming force. Along with that, a blinding flash of light struck instantly. They were obliterated on the spot in the blink of an eye. The shield lagun also glowed, ready to charge into battle. Deke seized the moment, bringing it up to block the shockwave from Lewin. And so, Lewin's power grew increasingly ferocious, shaking the entire sky. A moment later, it gradually retracted its ultimate attack, returning the sky to its original tranquility. Deke, astonished, slightly opened his eyes. A portion of the forest had been completely leveled by Lewin's sheer power. He stared blankly at the sword in his hand, terrifying. The hypnotized people were bowing their heads in confusion. They quickly regained their senses and looked at each other in bewilderment. What happened? I'm back. I can move my body again. The villagers looked toward Deke with Lewin in his hand and shouted, "That is, it's the hero." As soon as they said that, they rushed over and hugged him tightly. Deke laughed joyfully and said, "Thank you." Yuljam watched blankly from afar. "I really thought I was going to die like that." He happily congratulated them. "That's a relief. Thank you so much." She rested her arm on the edge of the carriage and remarked, "Hey, demon weapons aren't bad either. While we're at it, should I change all my children's weapons to demon gear too?" Yuljam unconsciously glanced at Deus' reaction. He gave a faint smile to his companion. Yuljam gently raised her voice to remind him, "Be careful. I'm talking about you, Deke. You still have your bloodline, after all." Deus let out a breath and turned his head. "Listen here. You are underestimating the Demon King too much. Besides, how could someone at Deke's level fall for such a trick?" Yuljam fell silent for a moment before carefully requesting, "It's just that expression. Don't show it in front of Deke. It will only make things more exhausting for both of you." Yuljam unconsciously explained, "Don't make that face in front of Deke." Deus turned around in confusion. "Why?" She stayed silent for a long time, hesitation gleaming in her eyes. He might get attached. Suddenly, Deus repeated the word with a strange look in his eyes. "Attached, huh?" Yuljam tiredly changed the subject. "Never mind. What's the point of talking to a madman? Forget it. Just help me deal with that previous matter." Deus asked innocently. "Previous matter?" She got frustrated and scolded loudly. "You gave up being the Demon King. Why did you quit? Was it because the kids down there were disobedient? Or did you just want to take a break? There has to be a reason. Why on earth did you do it?" He suddenly remembered and opened his eyes wide. "I already told you back then." Yuljam clenched her fists and acted tough. "Told me what? You said you would tell me next time and then vanished into thin air." Deus quickly played along and teased, "Oh, did I? Hey!" He continued to joke around with his companion's frustration. "Well, it's too much of a hassle. Let me just keep it a secret." Yuljam sighed, getting even more annoyed. "Hey! Whatever, do what you want. Even if you told me, it would probably be some completely absurd reason anyway." Deus then smiled innocently. "Thanks for understanding." Yuljam was silent for a long time before whispering softly, "But anyway, thanks to you, I got to experience chatting with the Demon King, which isn't so bad. Why the Demon King sits on that throne. I've always been curious about the reason." Her eyes sparkled as she looked up at the starry sky. "Even though we are on opposing sides, it's a position equivalent to mine. There must be a lot of problems on your side too, right? I just wanted to ask about that. The Demon Kings before you, did the 665th have a personality like yours too?" Deus listened silently to his companion, pouring her heart out. He continued resting his chin on his hand and looked away. "I don't know. I rarely talk to them. Besides, that was 80 years ago. At that time, I was just a kid, while he was already a frail soul. But he probably wasn't like me. I remember him being quite old-fashioned." Yuljam laughed heartily and joyfully. "That's true. One person with a personality like yours is more than enough. Seriously, if the previous Demon Kings were just like you." She unconsciously looked up at the sky and smirked. "Who knows? The war might have ended a long time ago. I am so sick and tired of all this." Hearing this, Deus enthusiastically clapped his hands. "Congratulations." He pushed off his feet and stood up immediately. "From now on, there is no Demon King anymore. It's completely a relic of the old era. Now, it only exists in fairy tales. From now on, we bid farewell to those boring wars. The era of peace that everyone has longed for has finally arrived. So soak in this atmosphere, stand up, and step forward." Deus excitedly declared to his friend, "Let's enjoy life by dancing and singing like this body. Neither the Demon King nor war will ever appear in this world again." Hearing this, Yuljam let out a chuckle. "Is this also within the permitted scope?" Deus spread his arms wide and stared in bewilderment. "Permitted scope?" Yuljam tilted her head up and smiled subtly. "Do you really not know? Why do you think you can be here? This is an established script. If not, then there's some kind of scheme going on." Deus irritably pressed for details. "Script? Scheme? What on earth are you talking about?" Yuljam murmured absent-mindedly as if talking nonsense. "I don't know. My thoughts. It seems I've caught your virus of stupidity. I'm starting to get curious about silly things. I'll go ahead. Now it was Dia's turn to get annoyed and shout loudly. "What the hell? Answer me before you leave!" She turned her head, closed her eyes, and teased. "We're the same! You didn't tell me your reason either! Good grief!" Suddenly, Yoljam softly muttered, "You madman! I don't know how far your permitted scope goes, but I will say this honestly. You probably don't remember, but over the last 66,580 years, we have truly fought each other to the point of absolute disgust. Chatting together like this is a first. Talking with you is actually quite fascinating." Hearing this, Deus was dumbfounded. "You will be gone in 20 years, while I will probably continue living in this world until its demise. But right now, today, at this very moment, I think this will be a day that I'll fondly look back on from time to time." Suddenly, Deus took a step forward, catching Yoljam's attention. He declared boldly, "You fool! When did I say I was going to die? I will absolutely never die. Even if the gods plunge this world into a sea of fire, I will not disappear. Just wait and see. I won't become the Demon King, and I won't die. I will keep showing you this face until you're sick to death of it." Yoljam broke into a truly innocent smile. "All right, you idiot. Make sure you do. In that case, I can hold on a bit longer, whether it's eternity or this boring script." From behind the two of them, Deke cheerfully shouted, "Lord Dias, the mission is complete." Yoljam chuckled and turned her head to look. "Your second tail is back. I'm really leaving now." She then tossed a piece of cloth toward Deus. "Also, wear this." He looked at the strange object in front of him in surprise. "What is this?" Yoljam gently explained, "A scarf. That thing on your neck looks like bad luck, so cover it up." Dias unconsciously pointed to his neck. "This? How does this look like bad luck?" "Hey!" Yoljam left, and Deke quickly ran over. He happily bragged, "Look at this, my lord. The reward for this mission is 7 silver coins, equal to 5 months of selling noodles. Where did the dragon god go?" Deus was silent for a long time, then unconsciously spoke. "She was dealt with." "What? I don't know." "It's late. Let's just hurry back and sleep." "Yes, sir." After that, the two of them rode the horse carriage and departed together. Dias leaned back, looking up at the bright full moon. The scenery before him was a beautifully starry sky, and so the carriage continued rolling forward. Upon arriving, Deus waved goodbye to Deke. He silently walked up the stairs step by step and entered the house. Dias warily opened the door to his familiar room. He quickly leaped onto the bed and rolled around. As expected, the bed was true love. Dias suddenly fell silent, staring up at the ceiling. He took out the scarf and gazed at it for a long while. Instantly, Alex appeared in Deus' bedroom. Knowing this, he raised his voice to warn, "I'm about to sleep. Come back tomorrow." But Alex ignored him and urgently announced, "Lord Deus." Deus was annoyed, though his eyes remained fixed on the scarf. "I said come back tomorrow." Alex stepped forward and declared loudly, "Derot is dead." Deus' eyes immediately shifted down to look at him. He said, "I cannot reveal the truth. I just feel guilty for putting pressure on our lord." Then he drank poison and took his own life right in front of me. Now, we only have 6 dukes left. Alex became more serious than ever. "Even though we argued, we fought wholeheartedly together for the demon realm for the past 66,500 years. So please tell me, did you and Derot do something together without letting me know? Is that what caused Derot's death? If not, what else in this world could drive one of the 7 dukes to suicide? The only person with the power to do that, other than you, my lord, is one. The god of dragons, the golden dragon." Deus angrily glared at his subordinate with bloodshot eyes. "It's not her. She was with me until just now." Alex tilted his head up and confidently analyzed. "I heard the golden dragon can create up to 10,000 avatars. That's why she is different from you, able to live for 66,580 years. Are you sure the one with you was her true body?" He angrily gripped the scarf and sprang to his feet. "What about Derot's funeral?" Alex earnestly and politely reported, "It is already being prepared." Deus sternly and quickly ordered, "Prepare black robes. Yes, a color darker than the night and deeper than the abyss. This is the end of the world, the city of 10,000 black stones, Mado Ados. You, our friend from the shadows. Don't be afraid, you are just returning to where you were born. Death is our homeland, our friend, our very selves." A bony arm held a lantern that was swaying in the wind. It was Deus conducting the funeral with everyone behind him. "Overcoming the loss of you, we will conquer the Holy Land, Earth." You. Dea's face grew stern with determination. Watch us triumph from the shadows. Amidst a crimson sky filled with hellish lava, Deus and the others solemnly held their friend's funeral. When the sorrow passes, we too must embrace the hand of death. Seizing a glimmer of light like a medal, I will take you home. Then, the coffin holding Durot fell and touched the lava. The lava relentlessly engulfed the coffin. Slowly, it sank deep beneath. And then, the coffin was completely swallowed by the lava. At that moment, the underground darkness will slowly fade away, and we will all be immortal under the daylight. A streak of light suddenly flashed past the glowing red mountains. Satan placed his hand on the glass, observing them. Ifrit, sitting inside, tilted his head back and asked, "Are you leaving right away?" He replied coldly, "Yeah." He turned his head to look and clicked his tongue slightly. Leaving without a single word. How outrageous, oh Demon Duke. What did that guy Alex do that made him have to go out and investigate? There's a limit to keeping secrets from subordinates. What am I supposed to do? I'm the fire demon Ifrit. Hearing this, Satan touched his glasses and pushed them up. It seems Vulcan isn't pleased with the 666th generation, huh? Soul demon Satan. Ifrit let out a long, frustrated sigh. Is that even a question? The little demon king goes up to the surface every day, and nobody knows what he's doing. One of the dukes is so busy chasing that blue demon that he hasn't contacted us. There are only 20 years left until the Great War with humanity, and this situation is a total mess. At this rate, not only are we afraid of losing, but the demon realm itself will be in danger. Quofi and Tina giggled in unison, taking him by surprise. The twins seized the chance to tease and provoke him. So, should Vulcan usurp the Demon King's throne and lead the Great War? Seems like that's what you want, huh? How insolent. Nightmare King, the color of desire fed by human lust, Chatina, the twins. Ifrit angrily clenched his fist and slammed it hard onto the table. Don't think just because you have a loud mouth, you can say whatever you want. You're just a useless thing that relies on filthy nightmares. Quofi and Tina retorted in a haughty tone. You really can't take a joke, can you? So boring. I heard there's a fire kindling in that lustful soul of yours, right? Or should I blow it out for you? Ifrit was so furious that his head burst into flames as he threatened. It's so annoying seeing two of you in one body babbling away. Pick one. I'll take this chance to kill one of you and set you free. The twins widened their eyes, challenging him. Do we look like two people to you? We are one, you know. Ifrit glared at her. This is your last warning. Shut your mouth. Seaton turned his head in concern and warned, Look at you. Ifrit, my sibling is about to go crazy. Bina, who had been silent, crossed her arms and instigated, Hurry up and kill each other. Come on, foolishness only brings death. Demon Lord of Envy, Bina. Osis, annoyed, stood up and forcefully slammed the food on the table, sending it flying everywhere. Using these corpses will make a delicious soup. Demon Lord of Gluttony, Osis. His nonsensical remark left the room in a long silence. Scene transition, at Dika's house, where he was peacefully asleep. He was sleeping soundly on his bed. A ray of light shone in, and a silhouette caused Deke to open his eyes. It was Deus. He smiled softly and sat up slowly. What brings you to this humble place? But Deus pushed him back down. Just lie down. Deke awkwardly obeyed in his sleepy daze. Yes. He was drawn to something unusual about Deus' outfit. Deke worriedly asked about the situation. Is something wrong? Deus stared off into the distance and unconsciously began to recount. He was always in the corner, bizarrely playing and conversing with the plants. He didn't talk much, so it was hard for us to converse, but he was still reliable. Millions of people wanted to kill him, but no one could. He wasn't someone easily defeated, yet today he died so easily. Deke, still groggy, stammered, I'm sorry. Deus silently glared elsewhere. Filled with extreme indignation, he recalled. Someone might have been able to kill him, but the one who drove him into a corner and forced him to suicide. No matter how I think about it, I only know one person. All evidence points to that bastard. I should have realized it when she suddenly showed up and handed me that nonsense. Deke honestly offered advice. Talk instead of doubting. My father always said that. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on Deus' lips. He turned around to leave. But we are past that phase. No more death. I didn't realize it, but it seems I have a bit of family love. Deus' eyes became demonic and manifested a magic circle, resembling a reptile's. How dare you touch my family? He abruptly called out to his companion, Deke. Startled, he looked at his master. Yes? Diaz calmly announced the situation. I will be gone for a few days, so you'll watch over the shop during this time. Deke, flustered, could only obey. Yes. Diaz continued hesitantly. And if I don't come back, the shop is yours. Then, he left, making Deke hurriedly chase after him. What do you mean by that? He cried out in desperation. Diaz. However, what surprised Deke was Diaz waving his hand in farewell. He gently walked out the door, his hand still waving. Deke unconsciously screamed, Diaz. Diaz quickly dashed away like an arrow, his face exuding a murderous aura. He smirked with a knowing smile. Memories and the golden dragon's words resurfaced. Those innocent children, so they won't be used as tools of war and die tragically. That's the rule of the world we live in. Did you know that I actually really looked forward to it? You're the first one. In the past 66,500 years, you're the first one to abandon the position of Demon King. That scarf, since whatever is on your neck doesn't look nice at all, hide it. The image of Darat sinking into the sea of lava appeared. Diaz distractedly pondered over everything. Behind him, Alex spoke up to remind him. Avatars certainly won't have the strength. If you step in personally, my lord, the golden dragon will be forced to reveal her true body. He bowed his head and earnestly pleaded, my lord, please display your power before the enemy. The memory of the golden dragon appeared again. That's right, you idiot. Make sure you do that. He gritted his teeth in sheer anger. Suddenly, Diaz dashed forward like a blur and roared at the top of his lungs. Golden dragon, you bastard. That swift flight quickly caused everyone nearby to look up at the sky in panic. What is that terrifying energy? What in the world is that? At that moment, countless blood soldiers sensed the anomaly. And among them, just now, at the only holy land in the world, the Holy Court, he felt a surge of frustration and looked up. Unbelievable. Even the Holy Emperor. This is a massive filth I have never felt before. The divinely blessed Holy Emperor. After that, Diaz landed in front of a rocky cave. He stepped lightly deep inside, his wings resting on his back. Just as I thought, it's here. Dragon Head. You really put a lot of thought into this, huh? You can't tell just by looking at this place. But as soon as he finished speaking, Diaz used both hands to rip apart the protective barrier. Regardless, it's just a petty trick by some reptiles. Instantly, Diaz came face to face with the stunningly pure white dragons. Found you, you little lizards. They glared at him in fear, as if facing their ultimate enemy. Who are you? How could a human break through the sacred barrier and get in here? Diaz ignored them and quickly ordered, call your mother out here. This is a conversation for adults. One of the white dragons shouted in annoyance. Who do you think you are to give us orders? Die! It immediately unleashed an attack from its mouth right at Diaz. The smoke and dust from the powerful attack gradually cleared. The dragon stared at Diaz with its mouth wide open. He let out a dry laugh and mocked. As expected, this human body is completely useless. If it's here, I guess I can reveal it, since this is a different dimension from the surface world. I will show you what true power really is. An overwhelming red aura of power radiated all around Diaz. The dragons backed away in panic. What is that? It feels like my eyes are burning. It's so hot! What in the world is this light? They stared with eyes wide in sheer astonishment. Gradually, Diaz evolved, and his body parts began to transform. A hand with razor-sharp claws emerged. Bow down before me. I am the King of Death. Anyone who looks upon this form shall not survive. The white dragon lost its will to fight, stammering without being able to say a word. In a panic, it launched an attack and screamed, die. Diaz gently spread his wings to block the attack and looked right at it. He raised his hand and gave a gentle flick. You useless things. Diaz issued his first command, become muscle. The dragon's body split in half, become bone. It was sliced into pieces like sushi, become spirit. The dragon's body immediately turned dull and gray, become nothingness. Finally, it turned to dust and vanished. A red dragon then flew away, laughing uproariously. He spread his wings and soared, laughing loudly. Other dragons rushed in from a distance. Quick, stop the intruder. They screamed frantically. As an intruder! Stop the intruder right now. That's the one who murdered our kind. Annihilate him. We must protect the barrier. Attack the one who invaded our territory and avenge our kin. Diaz smirked disdainfully. What's this? Where have you all been hiding? Fine, it's better that you all crawl out like this. No matter who you are, you won't leave this place alive. I will slaughter every last one of you." He leaned back and took a massive breath. Then, Deus exhaled a crimson beam of light toward the dragons, wiping them all out. Deus glared to his left side. The dragons were cleanly annihilated. He shifted his glare to another direction. They too lost their heads and their lives. Deus extended his hand and chuckled cheerfully. "So then, hurry up and bring your mother here." One dragon quickly escaped and flew off to deliver the news. It flew as fast as it could, urgently announcing, "Right now, an unidentified intruder has appeared. He is destroying the entire boundary of our territory. High Dragon Elder, please defeat the enemy for your glory and the pride of our race." The boundary is being ravaged by just a single being like that? Wings of the Azure Jade Capital. Do not turn your backs. Fight to protect the boundary. The dragons swiftly flew to another area. The local dragons all witnessed its hasty flight. The dragon roared, "Noblest of the noble. The boundary protected by the sword warriors, warriors of the Black Jade Capital. Our territory has been defiled. Let everyone unleash the dragon's wrath upon the enemy, daring to set foot on my land." Hearing this, the fire dragon furiously channeled its energy, clenching its fist to create a blazing red glow. "Truly filthy. Restore our purity with your death." The dragon then rushed to the White Jade Capital and pleaded, "Sages of the White Jade Capital, please help us." The leader of the White Jade Capital asked anxiously, "An intruder in our territory?" "Comrades," it commanded forcefully, "unlock the mana." Quickly, one flew to the area where Deus was standing. It yelled at him, making Deus glance over. "How disrespectful, daring to invade our holy land. We dragons who are praised as divine guardians, daring to bring blood and death here." Deus looked at the dragons before him with a scornful laugh. "Disrespectful? That is the very nature of my existence. Why did you call your older brothers? I told you to bring your mother." Provoked, the dragon glared and snapped back. "Mother? How dare you address our highest dignity in such a manner? Shut that filthy mouth of yours at once." It flew at blinding speed to bite and swallow Deus whole. "It seems you are a high-ranking demon. You broke through the boundary and are already acting smug. You filthy creature of darkness. This is a place where those abandoned by the gods have no right to trespass." But he forcefully pushed its jaws apart with both legs and laughed in amusement. "You foolish and kind-hearted neighbor, goodbye." Following that, Deus' eyes began to glow brilliantly. He unleashed an attack deep into the dragon's body. A streak of red light ran through its body, destroying it from within. The remaining dragons dropped their jaws in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Deus pushed himself out from the dragon's skin, then casually flew free from that dragon's confinement. He stood right in front of it, leaving the dragon staring blankly. Then, Deus raised his finger. He gave it a very gentle flick. The dragon was lifted and torn in half right in midair. Another fire dragon quickly clenched its fists to launch a strike. It screamed at Deus, "Stop defiling our territory." But it was instantly caught by him and blocked using the dragon that was being sliced like sushi in a split second. The suspended dragon was utterly shocked. Deus immediately waved his hand, signaling them to keep going. The ice dragon from earlier was lying on the ground. It was immediately pulled up into the air, just the same. Deus looked at the ice dragon's head and thought. He continued to wave his hand as if playing a game. The ice dragon was instantly sliced into pieces like sushi. As for the dragon hovering earlier, it was completely bewildered. It screamed in terror, "Demon." Deus chuckled, "No, I am the Demon King." Then, out of habit, he snapped his fingers. The corpses of the other dragons were immediately summoned. He raised his hand into the air. Deus swiftly and firmly clenched his fist. The dragons were all mashed together into a gruesome lump. The other dragons on the outside were stunned, not daring to make a sound. They were paralyzed by absolute terror. By the time they started to squirm a little, the fire and ice dragons were tightly fused into a grotesque mass. Deus laughed excitedly and said, "What do you think? The strongest dragon in the world is complete. Since I've created the strongest dragon, does that make me your god now?" Hearing this, the dragons were dumbfounded and froze. They scrambled to run for their lives, shouting, "Run! As a demon, hurry and run!" Deus irritably pointed his finger forward. "You stupid lizards, I am the Demon King." The mouths of the dragons in the mass began gathering energy to unleash their ultimate attacks. The tangled mass of dragons immediately emitted a brilliant, radiant light in all directions. Suddenly, a cloth of golden silk appeared. She quickly shattered that fused lump into pieces. The silk cloth blocked his attack. The dragons outside watched in awe as the golden fabric danced through the air. Deus looked in surprise as Yoljum unleashed her move. It was her magnificent golden silk. Yoljum stood majestically in the sky and shouted, "You left because you were annoyed!" The terrified dragons told each other, "It's the golden dragon." Dias was now happier than ever. "Your mother has arrived." Yoljum challenged him sternly. "You're truly a nuisance. So ill eliminate you. Stop humiliating my children." Hearing this, Dea smirked excitedly. "Fine, I only need to humiliate you." Yoljum rolled her eyes in frustration. "You've been chasing mycelium all day, so it's probably gotten into your brain too, leaving this place in such a mess." The dragons were grotesquely chopped into pieces and stuck together. Dias raised his hand high and clenched it tight. The terrified dragons sobbed and whined. "Mother, what did you do out there to make us suffer like this? It's all your fault! I hate you!" Dias laughed in amusement at their voices. "Mother, please just die quickly for Lord Dias." "Mother." Yoljum gently extended her hand and gathered her energy. She immediately dealt with the grisly mass, surprising Dias. "You know how to handle death too?" Yoljum lowered her head to the ground in sorrow and remembrance. "My children, you fought the Demon King and sacrificed yourselves heroically. May your souls find peace." Dias mockingly pretended to cry, asking provocatively, "Who are you praying to?" "That God is too far away." Yoljum glared at him with murderous intent. "Dare to smear my children, and you have crossed the line." Dias instinctively tilted his head up. "What's wrong with you? You're the one who ended them first." Yoljum raised an eyebrow in utter confusion. Dias continued, "Anyway, if you already know how to deal with death, you'll just have to play fair. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood." With that said, he immediately unleashed an attack on Yoljum. An explosion instantly erupted, causing Yoljum's other clone to look up. Terrified, she thought, a breach in the barrier. "If I take that hit, will I really be okay? His power is absolutely absurd. In that case, come here, we're changing the venue." A space filled with cosmic abysses appeared, making him look up in amusement and ask absent-mindedly, "Where is this?" Yoljum coldly explained, "In my mind. The damage outside is too severe. In here, you can do whatever you want without causing more trouble. Only one of us will make it out alive." Dias grew even more thrilled and confident. "Excellent." Yoljum calmly diffused the tension. "Never before has a demon king stepped into this domain on their own. I admit, I truly let my guard down. I thought we had grown a bit closer. I thought I had lived long enough, but perhaps I am still too childish. I am not fit to be a god." Dea smirked and exhaled sharply. "Nonsense. Stop playing the victim with that fake expression. Who's next? Alex?" Yoljum asked back in surprise. "What have you been talking about all this time?" Dias imperiously pressured her. "I knew you wouldn't admit it. You can't fool me with that old trick anymore." He swiftly launched an attack and roared decisively. "Die! Dark Vortex!" Yoljum dodged the attack sorrowfully and subconsciously spoke up. "That's right. After all, the demon race and the dragon race have been enemies for ages." Then, she danced through the air and initiated the duel, saying, "Let's see how strong the 666th generation is this time." Yoljum quickly charged straight at Dias. He extended his hand, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. Dias quickly stepped back to dodge the attack. Wherever he retreated, Yoljum followed closely. And so, she wrapped Dias tightly in her exquisite golden silk. Yoljum pointed her finger and softly chanted, "Golden jade, shattering strike." A golden ray of light appeared as he was tightly bound. But it didn't last long before Dias channeled his energy and countered immediately. He broke free from the binds and shouted, "Damn it, this is so annoying." Yoljum raised her guard and remarked, "A madman. He actually broke through my technique." Dias casually muttered, "What a hassle. I'll end this with a single blow." Soul-suppressing art. Phantom shadow strike. Beams of light instantly flew toward Yoljum. Without hesitation, she lunged forward to counterattack. Yoljum flashed her golden eyes and unleashed her ultimate skill, Golden Feather. Thus, the tornado blended with her golden silk inside. The swirling tornado grew increasingly fierce, flashing with black and gold. Yoljum observed absently from afar. What a terrifying storm of dark energy. Even the Jade Realm is trembling. The 666th generation is truly immensely powerful. She looked up at her opponent. "But we are gradually getting closer." Yoljum confidently dashed forward. "Remember this well. Light is always stronger than darkness." She gently extended a single finger forward. Dias laughed and coughed violently inside. Try to dodge every single one of the hundreds of millions of blades hidden in the darkness, because even a slight touch can rot your soul and take your life. To think you could get this close. Diaz still laughed heartily. The legends of the dragon god truly aren't a lie. At this point, you must be thinking you could defeat me. But I'll show you true darkness, the kind that even swallows up the light. Saying that, Deus immediately unleashed his final move. Soul-suppressing tear. Dark vortex. Caught off guard, Yuljum couldn't defend and took the hit. The sky outside glowed with an incredibly beautiful purple hue. A resounding explosion terrifies the dragons, sending them scrambling in panic. They gape in awe at the horrifying sight. Deus slowly emerges from the aftermath of the blast. The dragons stare wide-eyed, watching intently. He lifts his head, gazing down at the mortal realm with the golden dragon's arm in his grasp. Deus holds onto her arm and the piece of golden silk, making the dragons roar out in uproar. Golden dragon god. The dragons wail with piercing screams. Golden dragon god. Deus' eyes glow fiercely as a smirk creeps onto his face. No one is allowed to touch my family. Then, he unceremoniously drops the golden dragon's arm. A dragon lunges forward to snatch it. Golden dragon god. Deus raises his hand high, casting his magic. With just a single wave, he could settle everything. That dragon speaks in a booming voice. Demon King. No, you cursed abomination. Our dragon race will never forget this day, whether it takes 10,000 years or 1,000,000,000, even until the Creator reclaims this world. Through words, writings, and spells, we will pass down today's disgrace to our descendants. We will curse you for all eternity. Deus glances at them with utter disdain. Be my guest. Then, the entire swarm tears through space and departs. The moon hangs high overhead. Deus lands coldly. Alex, waiting nearby, bows slightly. You have returned, my lord. Without turning to look at him, he announces, I have completed Darot's revenge. Hearing this, Alex's eyes tremble slightly. I thought you had given up on the demon realm. His next words make Alex flinch. I have given it up. I've given up the demon realm and discarded the destiny this world forced upon me. I only ever wanted to live simply and freely like this. Suddenly, Deus looks up and takes a deep breath. Then, he declares loudly, Deus, that is who I am. Alex grits his teeth in opposition and snaps loudly, my lord. Deus immediately glares at him, cutting him off. Darot was my family, and I am merely taking revenge for my family. That is all there is to it. Let's go back to Zorik's castle. Alex still cannot accept this, my lord. Please. That is not a place you can return to. Now that you've become enemies with the dragons, in 20 years, this war will become incredibly fierce. To destroy you, to wipe out our demon race, the dragon race will do everything in their power. No matter what is said, Deus waves his hand in dismissal. What does that have to do with me? I'm no longer the Demon King. Whether it's the 666th or 66,666th generation, you all deal with it yourselves. Alex whips his head around, stammering, family. Didn't you say you wouldn't easily let off those who harm your family? Because of those words, Deus turns back around. He furiously points right in Alex's face and scolds, You fool! If someone suddenly comes and kills my peaceful family, how can you compare me finding the cause of my family's death to throwing myself into an unwinnable war? Do you think those two things are the same? Would any of you stop me from going to die on my own? Alex argues back without backing down. Isn't calling it dying on your own a bit of an exaggeration? Besides, this is a war that acts as the long-held dream of the demon realm. Deus continues to voice his thoughts. That is a sickness, a literal sickness. It's like you're possessed, coming up to the surface every 100 years, causing millions to die meaninglessly. Alex remains unrelenting. You cannot live forever on this land of lies. You have achieved the greatest feat in the history of all demon kings. You invaded the dragon's territory and brutally killed the golden dragon. You are the very savior the demon realm has longed for all this time. Deus turns away evasively. I don't know about that. Even our VIP customer is dead now. So where are we going to make our money? Alex stands his ground. My lord, do you care about that more than the demon realm? Deus replies absent-mindedly. Of course. Who would want to let others reap the benefits for free? These words make a strange glint flash in the depths of Alex's eyes. He questions further. Then what should be done about Darot's successor? We cannot leave the position of the Duke of Plague empty. Without turning his head, Deus says, You 6 dukes sort it out amongst yourselves. Alex frowns and retorts, "It's not that simple. They are all arrogant fools who think too highly of themselves." Unable to listen any longer, Deus sighs, "How troublesome. Just leave the position to DeRoe's child then." "Are we done?" "I'm leaving." Alex tries to persuade him, "My lord." Deus retorts lazily, "What now?" He bows to him and murmurs, "Thank you." Deus hears this and quickly takes off into the sky. "All right then, get lost." All that is left behind is a whirlwind and dust. The night of the full moon is still long. The mountain forest sinks into silence. At the demon's weapon shop, someone retracts their wings and lands. Decius slumps down onto the bed. His face darkens, brimming with heavy thoughts. His eyes light up, but he shows no reaction. Suddenly, a small streak of light appears behind him. "Couldn't you have just held back a little?" A voice from within it laughs. "I've been caught, huh?" Slender legs step slowly out the door. Yuljum drops a few teasing words. "I thought it was a perfect plan." As expected, the Demon King is still the Demon King. Deus turns into a red blur of light. He coldly lunges forward and tightly grabs her hand. Yuljum doesn't panic at all and continues joking. "Don't push yourself here, or else all the heroes in this world, along with the executioners, will instantly know the Demon King is present." Hearing this, he becomes extremely furious. "Stop this charade. Tell me exactly why you suddenly did that. It was clearly your true body at first, but why did you switch to a clone at the last moment? You intentionally created a situation where I killed you, didn't you?" Yuljum's eyes reflect his image as she replies, "Your acting was pretty good too. Thanks for playing along in front of my children. I figured you would notice." These words leave Deus puzzled. She continues her observation. "We, it seems, have fallen into a trap. I knew from the beginning that the poisonous mushroom on those dragons belonged to Derot, and I also thought you were the one backing him. I assumed you intended to use the poison to drive a wedge between dragons and humans." Deus frowns and questions. "Everything you're saying is in the past tense, isn't it?" Yuljum answers without hesitation. "That's right. You all were blinded by the name of revenge. Unless you actually charge into our mirrored world and kill everyone first, everything is still fine." "Who is it? Who exactly orchestrated all of this, forcing the Demon King, ruler of demons, and the Golden Dragon, god of dragons, to clash? Who set up such a massive trap? Who dares to turn us both into enemies simultaneously?" At this, he switches to another question. "All right, then why on earth did you have to fake your death?" Yuljum neatly packs her answer into a few sentences. "Because of the variable. Even though I don't know who set all this up, they surely didn't anticipate the Demon King killing the Golden Dragon. The situation has blown up too much, so they must be in utter chaos right now. Since a variable occurred, things will inevitably come to light soon. Their loophole." The more she speaks, the more suspicious Deus becomes. If that person had targeted, the corners of Yuljum's lips curl into a smile. She sweeps her sharp gaze over him. "The result won't change. If their goal from the start was my death, then they will begin to move in earnest right about now. It must be a plan that can only be executed when I am gone. Let's wait and see who benefits the most from my death." Despite her lengthy explanation, Deus remains unconvinced. "Are you still suspecting the extremist dragon faction? Could they have joined hands with the demon realm behind our backs?" Yuljum's eyes blaze as she speaks, including that. "Everything." Then, she watches him release her hand in frustration. Deus stuffs his hands into his pockets and glares at Yuljum, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, this is making my head explode. Honestly, I really don't want to get involved. But if I pull out on my own, it looks like you'll have to shoulder all the responsibility." Seizing the momentum, Yuljum seals the partnership, of course. We're in the same boat now. Among the three races governing the world, you, who rule the axis of the demon realm, have shattered the other axis by killing me, the dragon god. We, two individuals who don't get along, have been forced into the same boat. Let's catch the bastard who did this and deal with him." Deus' mood suddenly becomes more agitated. "Then what about Kyungyun? What about the children? Has it been completely destroyed?" Yuljum maintains her calm demeanor. "Right now, I don't know either. At this very moment, I just want to tear you apart to avenge my children. But, regardless, you've also lost one of the 7 dukes, those who have accompanied the Demon King for 665 centuries. We must pay all of this back to the one who turned things into this mess." His facial muscles gradually relax. "Even if it's been 665 centuries, I have no memory of it. In my situation, They are nothing more than defeated fools. She replies with a sly smile. But I remember everything. It was you lot who created that hellscape. Anyway, starting tomorrow, I will join your party as a mage. Hit with this finalized deal. Deus flinches. What? Leaving him no room to refuse, Yuljum forces his hand. For now, I'll live completely as a human. If we want to investigate, wouldn't it be more convenient to go together? It's also convenient to keep an eye on you, suspect number 1. Deus fumes with anger, ready to throw a punch at her. You idiot! Alex knows you. Do you think you won't be exposed for faking your death after just one day? Yuljum feigns ignorance at his attitude. Oh my, who do you think I am? That guy's magic is nothing compared to my authority. No one will notice. No one in this world could ever figure it out. Although furious, Deus thinks to himself, so she just wants to monitor me 24 hours a day, that deceitful snake. Fine. You and I are the prime suspects anyway. At this moment, Yuljum glances at him seriously. All right, let's try dancing once, in this banquet of hell. Deus' words echo, thanks. Tonight is still a full moon night. The woman in the room cries out in mournful sobs. Suddenly, someone calls inside. Duchess, please don't be sad anymore. Stay strong, Duchess Emily. Her eyes brim with tears. Emily looks at the 2 broken swords in front of her, grieving endlessly. I lost my husband and my child on the exact same day. The servants in the house were whispering to each other. Move faster, you bastards! One shouted loudly. We need more hands over here! Same here! Stop resting and hurry up! She spoke between sobs, to think the castle has been reduced to this. How are we supposed to live now? This beautiful woman was the wife of Solus van Holiatia, Lady Emily van Holiatia. The man placed his hand on Emily's hand. My lady, since things have come to this, I, Patrick, will do everything in my power to rebuild the Holiatia family. Please leave all the work to me and go somewhere with fresh air to rest. During that time, I will take care of all the troublesome matters. Hearing this, Emily couldn't hide her joy. She showered him with praise. As expected, you're the only one who worries about me, Lord Patrick. Thank you so much, he replied with a sly smile. I understand. Now then, suddenly, a groan echoed in front of them. Patrick broke into a cold sweat and snapped. Who's there? The person slowly stepped forward. I've been spotted. I must have interrupted your pleasant little chat. A pleasure to meet you. I am Cadencia, an investigator for the Holy Court. His jaw dropped, his voice trembling. An investigator for the Holy Court. Don't tell me. Known as one of the Holy Emperor's 12 sacred weapons. The D-rank bloodline organization. Zodiac Knight. It is an honor. Weapon of light. Why are you here? Cadencia offered Patrick a benevolent smile. What's this, Lord Patrick? You outrank me, after all. Since you already know who I am, this conversation will be much easier. Let me explain. As you probably know, the massive Arcoma castle collapsed in the blink of an eye due to an unknown power. Coincidentally, strange rumors have started spreading in many villages since then about a perverted, masked dragon hunter. Dragons have been appearing everywhere lately, but only one hunter has managed to wipe them all out. It's hard to believe, yet no matter how hard we look, we can't uncover his identity. For someone with such astonishing strength, there are still no reports of him at the Holy Court. What is the connection between the two? We need to understand exactly how great that power is, and whether it is an ally or an enemy. While tracking the dragon hunter and conducting my own private investigation, I discovered that several high-ranking bloodline families have been organizing large-scale illegal dragon hunts. I also found out that the Holiatia family was at the very center of it. Both Patrick and Emily were utterly stunned. He smiled, his voice remaining steady, and right at that moment, the castle ends up in this state. Patrick struggled to explain, the words barely leaving his mouth. That's not it. Ignoring him, Cadencia walked over to Emily. My lady. Although it is still under investigation and hasn't been reported to the Holy Court yet, illegal dragon hunting is a grave crime. Let alone for a prestigious bloodline family like Holiatia. That makes the sin even heavier. Not only would you be expelled from the bloodline ranks, but you would also be stripped of all titles. All your assets, including this castle, would be confiscated. If that happens, it would be quite difficult for a lady who has spent her whole life in this beautiful castle. Isn't the cold world outside only suited for beggars accustomed to violence like myself? His words felt like 1,000 piercing thorns. Emily burst into tears. Please, just don't report this to the Holy Court. Just then, Cadencia raised a finger, signaling her. He smiled, speaking with a hidden meaning. I heard the Holy Asia family still has a youngest child. Please raise the boy to be an outstanding warrior. I will come to pick him up when he turns 20. Our holy court is always in need of trustworthy individuals willing to dedicate their bodies to God and this world, especially those from bloodline families that have reached the elite ruling class like Holy Asia. People like them would never volunteer, so unless we do it this way, we can't recruit them. One more thing. There is definitely a cartel ledger somewhere. A book listing all the families involved in the illegal hunts. I will come to collect it in 5 days, so have it ready. The children of those families are surely prodigies as well. Will then live comfortably and happily. I've heard that a parent's happiness is very important for a child's mental health. With those words, he took his leave, leaving the two fools standing there with their mouths wide open. Somewhere else, a voice rang out. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm the newest member of the party and also the new employee at the weapon shop. I am Yuljum the mage. Alex tilted his head to greet her. To think such a beauty has a close relationship with my master. I had no idea at all. It's an honor to serve you. I am Alex, Lord Dia's servant. She laughed, pretending not to know him. I look forward to working with you. Then Deke came over to introduce himself. Hello. I'm the party's warrior, and I also handle various chores like cleaning, laundry, accounting, inventory management, cooking, and running errands. I'm Deke Van Holybeat. The golden dragon feigned awe. Deke is the party's warrior? That's so cool, he replied simply, caught off guard. Thank you. They chatted lively with each other. What's your bloodline rank? Deke didn't hesitate to answer. I'm rank C. She praised him to the heavens. Not even an adult yet, and you're already rank C? That's amazing. This made him shy. Is that so? Deus glanced at them and thought to himself, does he really not recognize her? What an annoying dragonhead. Well, that's fine. It shouldn't cause any trouble. Thinking this, he strode away. Then teach the newbie about the shop's work. I'm going to sleep. Alex nodded while the others looked puzzled. Yes, good night, my lord. Suddenly, Deus was yanked back by the golden dragon. Hey, party member, could you show me around the village? Just so we can get to know each other a little better. Deke's eyes sparkled like stars, getting to know each other. A date! Alex was no exception, muttering, the 667th generation. In a quiet forest surrounded by mountains and greenery, Deus stood looking at something in silence. The golden dragon tilted her head and asked him, what do you think? It's your first time seeing one, right? This is a baby dragon. He shoved his hands into his pockets and asked indifferently, so what? Why did you bring me here just because a baby dragon is born? Without looking, she asked, aren't you curious? Deus gave his trademark response, nothing special. The golden dragon seemed to have expected this and wasn't surprised at all. Is that so? What a pity. Suddenly, he called out softly, hey. She looked at the baby dragon below and replied, huh? He furiously yelled with clenched fists. You crazy woman, are you that bored? The golden dragon retorted grumpily. What is it now? Her words only fueled his anger. You could just use your power to gather all the warriors and extremists, wipe them all out, and clean up the mess. Why drag me to useless places like this? The golden dragon's face hardened as she shouted back. Did you forget? The peace treaty! If the dragon god takes action personally, wouldn't that be a declaration of war against humanity? You idiot? Deus didn't back down, escalating it further. No, just do it in your current human form. If even Alex couldn't recognize you, no one else will. You idiot. She glared at him in objection. I can't. Deus' lips twitched. Why not? He quickly got his answer. Because I cannot become an anomaly in this world. The golden dragon's words were a bit confusing. An anomaly? The atmosphere between them grew heavy. Yes, just as you said, I am currently human. No matter how strong I am, a lone mage wiping out D&G rank bloodline families is simply impossible. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of the transcendent beings. Dios' pupils contracted slightly. Transcendent beings? Do you mean angels or gods? The golden dragon nodded, explaining, exactly. Even if there's a sudden heavy downpour or a flood, that's not an anomaly. But if the rain falls and suddenly flies back up to form clouds, that becomes an anomaly. If I act so recklessly, even I will be detected by the transcendent beings. He shoved his hands in his pockets to clarify. You mean you can't break the rules of this world, right? She nodded firmly, right. Deus hesitated, asking in disbelief. Is it about the rules again? She replied at a measured pace. That's right. What else would it be? After thinking for a moment, Deus spoke up. Well then, I wonder if I've been noticed yet. As a human, I've been casually destroying castles and slaughtering dragons left and right. The golden dragon looked at him with a smile. I'm dying of curiosity about that too. Whoa, it's born. Hide, quickly. What do you think? The majesty of nature. Despite that, Deus looked at the dragon in front of him and muttered to himself, I feel so anxious. If I attacked it right now, one hit would do it, huh? The golden dragon's next words startled him. That's why I came here. A wide wingspan swept over their heads. The golden dragon immediately realized the worst. They're here. The extremist faction, the black dragon, June. The dragon that just appeared instantly transformed into human form. A girl with an elegant appearance slowly stood up. Deus, taken aback, muttered in a corner, she's got the classic villain face. The golden dragon shot him an annoyed glare. Who does? A moment later, the two hid in the bushes, watching her walk up to the baby dragon. So, since you aren't gods, you have to target their weakest moment right after birth to infect them with the poison, huh? I heard that those of you in the combat faction gather immediately after birth to grow into a massive formation. You choose targets like that to infect? Really, you're no different from humans at all. You're unbelievably cruel. Hell isn't underground. This place is the real hell. A hell of light. Beside him, the golden dragon's face was completely serious. I used to think that way too, until I found out that mycelium belonged to Darat. No matter how hardcore their faction is, there's no way they would ever team up with you demons. Deus, slightly surprised, turned to her and asked, You used to think that, huh? She furrowed her brow tightly, her eyes flashing brightly. There must be a middleman acting as a bridge. Someone behind the curtain. He lowered his voice and cast a glance at her. Your children seem to have made some progress. Before he could finish, the golden dragon cut him off. Here comes another one. Two dragons appeared in the sky alongside June's human form. The blue dragon began transforming into a human, landing simultaneously with the red dragon. The two landed gently on the ground. June spoke up to greet them. You're here, Ojin, Julia. The red-haired girl, Julia, nodded. Sorry, we're late, June. She got straight to the point. Were you followed? Julia's eyes lit up with amusement. No, I wasn't. Since the golden dragon no longer exists in this world, the moderate faction is now like a snake without a head. This world is finally ours, June. Hearing this, June averted her eyes. No, we are the same. Until God decides on a new soul, there will only be chaos for now. If those humans figure it out, everything will be over. At this moment, the silent Ojin finally spoke. Why don't you try challenging for that position, June? Her eyes half closed, her voice cold. Don't speak of that anymore, Ojin. Everything will follow God's will. We are merely creations, with no right to question his work. Deus stood to the side, watching the conversation between the three. Just then, the baby dragon let out an ear-piercing roar. June walked over to it. That's right, we must do what we can. Behind her, Ojin smirked and pulled something out. Even if you are pitiful enough to go mad, find comfort in the fact that no other family will have to suffer anymore. Everything is for the sake of our race. The golden dragon widened her eyes in shock. Why would they go this far? Deus flashed a demonic smile and commanded, capture them on the spot. Should I kill all three of them? The golden dragon quickly stopped him. Wait, we have to consider the cause and effect. Why did the children resort to this method? What will it result in? And if we end this right now, how will the future be reshaped? All of this must be weighed. He switched to bystander mode and replied, What does any of that have to do with me? You're a real coward, you know. Stop overthinking and just act. No matter what I say, you still won't accept it. We are all part of a grand order, and sometimes there are sacrifices and losses in that flow. But what does this tragedy tell us? Deus sighed heavily at the sky. So annoying. Not wanting him to suffer, Yuljim suggested. Then let's go with Plan 2. Plan 2? A fleeting smile appeared on Deus' lips. A little violence, kidnapping, confinement, torture, and an interrogation with plenty of time to think. That's all we need, right? Yuljim stayed silent for a few seconds before saying, Take it easy on them. The dragon roared loudly across the mountains and forests. Ojin walked over and took the cap off the small vial. All right then, let's begin. Endure it for a bit. This will be over soon. Suddenly, his arm disappeared. Ojin cried out in pain. Who are you? Deus picked up the vial and said, I am Deus. June held something in her mouth and shouted, "Everyone run away, voy." A small hole appeared on Dia's hand. In an instant, it absorbed all of her poison. It even dragged June entirely into the spatial void. Dia smirked, clenching his fist arrogantly. Next, Julia and Ojin looked utterly horrified. They both screamed, "Run!" He watched their footsteps and muttered to himself, "Are they really running in separate directions just to survive? Take a guess. Which one will I catch?" Diaz pointed his finger in one direction. Then he smiled, as if offering a prize. "Congratulations to the green-haired guy. You've won." As soon as he finished speaking, a red light flew in the chosen direction. Yoljum silently watched him. Ojin transformed into his dragon form and flew away in a panic. Damn it! Damn it all! Damn it! The demon who killed the golden dragon? How did he find this place? Don't tell me there's a traitor among us. Suddenly, something flashed behind him. It zipped past Ojin's line of sight. The winged figure of Deus appeared. He smirked and said coldly, "Congratulations, you've won the prize." Ojin risked it all and gathered energy in his mouth. Breath. Deus' face darkened as he lunged to attack. "I'm very busy, so don't say a word. See you in a bit." Then he plummeted straight into the forest below. Deus turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Julia was struggling because she was moving too fast. She thought to herself, "Ojin, I'm sorry, but at least I have to survive to warn the others that the Demon King is targeting us. When it comes to speed, I don't lose to anyone." Suddenly, she flinched. Deus Light was already chasing right behind her. He waved his hand in greeting. "Hello there." Julia's eyes widened in sheer shock at the green stain on Deus' hand. "Is that Ojin's blood? You maniac!" "Fie! Breath!" Deus weaved through the sea of flames. Julia was utterly astonished as he turned and met her gaze. He curled his lips into a smile and commanded the summon, "Chains of the Void." A black hole appeared in midair, shooting out massive chains. They simultaneously wrapped around Julia's entire body. Just like Ojin, she lost control and plummeted. Julia's eyelids struggled to open after being knocked unconscious. She opened them halfway and let out a soft groan. A strange sensation hit her brain, making her eyes snap wide open. She was now firmly tied up. "What is this? What's going on?" "Ojin." A soft voice suddenly rang out. What else could it be? "From now on, it's going to be violent and painful. It's also the moment the truth is revealed." Julia angrily rushed forward and screamed, "You demon! I will curse you!" Deus gave a faint smile. "Curses are my field of expertise. I actually got straight up pluses in all my general cursing classes back in the day. Now, let's start with the first question. Where did you get this?" Looking at the vial in his hand, Julia became agitated. "Why are you stealing other people's things like a common thief?" But Deus only replied with a threatening question. "Other people's things? Didn't you guys steal it? You were planning to use this to harm humans, weren't you?" Julia was startled when the person next to him spoke up. "The extremists, that's what everyone calls you, right? You better tell us everything. Who is behind this? And how did you get this demonic stuff?" She flashed a disdainful smirk. "Do whatever you want. You won't get anything out of me." Dia's bright smile left Julia confused. He quickly punched hard into Ojin's wound. "Ojin!" His hand reached in and squeezed Ojin's heart tightly. Unable to bear it, Ojin whimpered in agony. Deus laughed out loud. "How pitiful for our dear Ojin. Even if he wants to scream, he can't because his throat is blocked, huh?" Unwilling to see Ojin get hurt, Julia screamed, "Stop! I'd rather you torture me instead." He scolded her. "You idiot. Don't you know what real torture is like? I won't lay a single finger on you. Instead, until you talk, Ojin will be in a lot of pain. From June to the very last dragon in this world, I will make you watch as they die in sheer agony right before your eyes." As soon as he finished, Ojin's scream was accompanied by Julia's anguished cry, "Ojin." Dia squeezed the heart tighter and tighter. Ojin's eyes glowed as he shrieked tragically. Heartbroken and unable to bear it, Julia confessed everything. "There's no one behind us. We're just doing this on our own." Dio's eyes narrowed, his words full of suspicion. "Looking at your intelligence and thorough preparations, there's no way you don't have a mastermind. So who is the boss? You guys must definitely have a leader, right?" She cowered and bowed her head. "It's June." He feigned surprise. The black sword I sucked in earlier? Well then, catching the leader was easier than I thought. Now I just need to catch the rest of your extremist faction and wipe you all out, right?" Julia nodded quickly. "We are different from the ordinary extremists. Among the extremists, those with the deepest grievances secretly formed our own separate group. The others in the faction are innocent. They aren't truly extremists. They are just cowards. Hearing this, Deus glared and retorted. Then which type are you? She suddenly switched to a badass tone and replied, the Four Seasons. Deus put his hands in his pockets with a slight smirk. The Four Seasons? Is this the top-tier group among the extremists? Either way, this sort of thing isn't the style of ordinary dragons. So what about the rest of you? She squeezed her eyes shut and listed the names one by one: Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, me, and Ojin. Hearing this, Deus mocked her. September, October, November, December? Julia's pupils shrank in caution. Exactly. Sept, Octa, November, Decem. How did you know that? That lineup is top secret. He couldn't hide the amusement in his voice. Are you an idiot? The Four Seasons represent the 12 months from January to December, don't they? Are those your aliases based on the group's name? Or did you gather together just because your names are similar, like some prearranged setup? His attitude made her tremble. No, they're all our real names. It was just a coincidence that they sounded similar, and we thought it was fun, so we named our group the Four Seasons. Suddenly, a murderous glint flashed in Deus' eyes. Who was the one who first suggested the name Four Seasons? Was it your leader, June? She lowered her eyes and confessed honestly, no, not June. Who was it? Simply put, from a certain point on, we just started calling each other that. Deus changed his attitude again with a hearty laugh. Among the extremists, the most idealistic ones gathered to form a group, and all the members just coincidentally happened to have names ranging from January to December? Does that even make sense? It's obvious that all 12 of you were handpicked from the start according to someone's master plan. Was it June? Was she the one who started it? Provoked by his words, Julia retorted, no! Our only goal is to liberate the oppressed dragons! Every single member joined this group voluntarily. Deus frowned at this. Oppressed? By who? In a fit of hysteria and frustration, Julia poured out everything. The world's perception, the non-aggression pact. Humans are destroying this world. Not only us and our allies, but they are even destroying themselves. Did you see the newborn dragon earlier? The truth is, dragons can only be born inside a hidden realm. That's proof that this place was originally meant to be part of that realm. This world is rightfully our territory, the land of the dragons. It was the humans who stole our land, pushed the dragons past the borders, and suppressed us. Our gods and creators are turning a blind eye to it all. Humans are not worthy of being the masters of this land. Ignoring her fury and tears, Deus let out a bored sigh. So now, someone shows up and claims this was originally their land, and you guys would rather destroy this place completely? All right, let's say that's true. Then what about this? How did you get this from Darrow? Julia was stunned to hear that name. That demon? What does he have to do with this? He laughed out loud and replied, I already know everything, so just spit it out. Suddenly, Deus sensed something and froze. He looked at the contents inside the glass vial and wondered to himself, what is this? Back then, Alex showed me the final pathogen sample. Alex took something out of his pocket and said, so, the pathogen discovered inside the dragon's bodies is this, the hell mushroom that drives the puppets into a frenzy. He gaped as he realized the truth. That thing was clearly purple, but this was pink. It wasn't Darrow's pathogen. Deus held the glass vial in front of him. Where did you get this? Julia lowered her head and whispered, that, only that. Suddenly, the chain was unfastened. She fell to the ground in agony. What? Unexpectedly, the chain wrapped around Julia's neck again. Deus hovered, dragging her by the neck like a puppy. Where is this place? She froze for a few seconds. Below lay nothing but disgusting, ominous things. At this moment, Deus raised his voice. Allow me to introduce it. This is the deepest level of the demon realm. The worst souls, the ones that cannot be classified even in hell, are sent here. Those beings are waiting for just one thing, living prey that drops down once every few hundred years. Below, arms reached up amidst echoing voices. So hungry. Please kill me. His voice rang out again. Even if a dragon dies, it reincarnates into another dragon, right? But if you fall in there will never be any salvation. I guarantee it. This is a place where even the gods feel disgusted and turn away. Julia, utterly terrified, clutched the chain wordlessly. Diu's voice echoed in her ears again. Do you remember the promise? You won't be harmed, not even a single hair on your head. The one who will suffer the pain is this guy. The chain binding Ojin was dropped by Deus. Ojin. Bought! I bought it! From the dwarves of the southern tribe. Instantly, the illusion ended. Julia fell face first to the ground, screaming. Ojin beside her was pale and panting. Ojin, are you okay? Suddenly, Yuljum appeared, exposing the lie. Dwarves? Stop lying, Julia. She was beyond shocked. Golden Dragon? You're still alive? Yuljum raised her voice, looking at her child before her. I was certain that you all were just innocent children being used by someone else. But in the end, the ones harming dragons are dragons themselves. I never expected you to join hands with a demon duke to slaughter your own kind. No matter how great your hatred for humans is, you, as dragons, have crossed the line. Tears streamed down Julia's face at Yuljum's accusations. We cooperated with a demon duke? Do you even know who you're standing next to right now to be saying such things? Aren't you the one joining hands with a demon? Yuljum's eyes were stern but still revealed a hint of hurt. Tell the truth right now. This poison definitely belongs to Durot, right? Suddenly, Deus reached out a hand with a spatial rift, and Julia was instantly sucked inside. In the end, only a scrap of cloth and a lock of hair remained. Yuljum looked surprised at Deus' decisive action. What are you doing? We needed to find out more. Deus looked nonchalant and held up the vial of poison. Durot's poison is a bit different from this. If you look closely, the color and the shape of the eye inside it are slightly different. She took it, unable to hide her suspicion. Then whose is this, exactly? Deus answered calmly. The dragons bought it from the dwarves in the south. Yuljum's face flushed red in astonishment. That's not right. The dwarf race are experts in stone. This kind of chemical concoction is absurd. Deus shared her thought. I agree with what you just said. She continued, still surprised. So that means another poison different from Darret's is also circulating? Deus countered Yuljum's statement. No one in this world besides Darret can create a poison like this. Hearing this, she agreed with him. Right? I think so too. But Darret is dead. If this isn't his, where did this thing come from? Could that child be lying? Maybe out of desperation, she just spouted nonsense. Deus assessed the child's words, looking at her before continuing. You saw it yourself. Those were words spoken when pushed to the absolute edge, so it's 100% the truth. Yuljum frowned deeply at the glass vial. Could there be a second Durot? Impossible. What on earth is going on? Deus looked indifferent. I don't know either. Suddenly she called out to him again. By the way, do you think we misunderstood right from the very first step? Durot. Are you absolutely sure he's really dead? Deus suddenly understood, glancing at her. You think he faked his death? Her next words made him freeze for a few seconds. The world's greatest toxin expert supposedly committed suicide with poison? Don't you find that strange? Then he shrugged, as if it were nothing serious. Hey, write your novels all you want, but don't think it'll move the readers. I attended his funeral in person. Yuljum, red-eyed with frustration, pointed at the vial. Then what is all of this? Really? He answered very briefly. I don't know either. The atmosphere fell into contemplation again. The 4 seasons and the demon realm. What could their common goal be? Deus shared the same question. The destruction of the human world? No. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? You're right. This case is very bizarre. He thought to himself, rarity. That is where the value lies. Then firmly stated, the beneficiary and the perpetrator. Deus imagined the words in his head. Just endure it a little longer. Everything will end soon. In the end, the ones who suffer are all different. Yuljum lowered her head slightly, a trace of sorrow gleaming in her eyes. Her voice rang out once again. Not to mention, the dwarves are involved now, too. Who stands to benefit from this? The extremists and those who want weapons made from dragons. Deus put his hands in his pockets and replied, the demons too. It would be great for them if the hatred between humans and dragons deepened. She gazed off into the distance. The perpetrators are my children, the 4 seasons. Deus fell silent, muttering some cryptic words. I don't know if it's a problem with their brains or their limbs. This whole thing, why does it feel like only you and I are completely uninvolved? She nodded in agreement. Exactly. Putting everything aside, Deus stretched warily. All right, at least we caught the ringleader. Based on the Four Seasons position, 3 of their members have already gone missing, so the rest definitely want Dare to act right away. We should get moving in the meantime. Yuljum seemed slightly surprised. Go where? He excitedly pointed straight up at the sky and said, Didn't you hear? We have to go underground in the south to get the dwarves' poison. At the towering cliff, several gun barrels were pointed upwards. Ruins were everywhere. There was even a tall humanoid statue. Alex stood before the entrance and spoke. Since back then, this place has been the territory of the dwarves. You can tell just by looking. This is what's known as the dwarf dungeon of the Bari tribe in the south. Deke set foot inside. He held a torch, leading the entire group. Alex turned around excitedly with praise. A merchant, a butler, a warrior, and even a mage. Now our party is pretty much complete, huh? Deke turned back and chimed in. That's right. Deus alone widened his eyes and retorted, Is that so? Yuljum played along earnestly. It's definitely because of me. His facial expression remained entirely unchanged. Is that so? Alex, that poison you gave me back then, when did you get it? Alex smiled brightly, confidently patting his chest. Who do you think I am? I took it from the very first dragon we caught. He turned and continued to question. The recent dragon too? He shook his head and explained, No, there's no need to take it from all of them, right? Since we were in Zorix, I've already collected it from 4 or 5 of them. Counting briefly, Deus guessed. So that means you haven't taken any more recently? Alex nodded in confirmation. Yes, why do you ask? Deus rubbed his chin, his mind full of calculations, but kept quiet. Nothing, just asking. Suddenly, Deke interrupted. Sir Deus, up until now, I've just been quietly doing as you ordered. If you told me to do it, I did it. I suppose these are things someone like me, a low-rank soldier, shouldn't know about, right? But Deke kept rambling, genuinely believing that Alex and Deus were D-rank hunters. Deus' eyes widened, his face full of confusion. What is it? If you have something to say, just say it straight. He looked away, his voice softening. What exactly are we looking for? Contrary to expectations, Deus answered directly. I already gave you a brief explanation when we set off. The fallen dragons are making deals with the demons, and we're tracking down everything related to that. Deke looked fleetingly sad. The first day I met you, Sir Deus. Is this related to the dragon that attacked the village? He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, that dragon was also poisoned by the demon's toxin. At this, Deke tightly gripped his backpack straps. I knew it. Back then, Uncle Tony next door, MS, Emma downstairs. So many people were hurt. There's a peace treaty between dragons and humans, so why would they suddenly attack us? I thought it was so strange, but it really was because of the demons. Why can't they just stop plunging this world into suffering? Why doesn't God punish them? They truly are horrifying creatures. Deus glanced to the side, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Yeah, they are. The more Deke spoke, the more passionate he became. This incident involves both dragons and demons. It's on a truly massive scale. I can't even imagine it. I've been thinking about it constantly. What I need is you 3. No, maybe the 3 of you, including Lady Yuljum, need me to hide your identities, right? To secretly carry out this colossal mission by disguising yourselves as a low-rank party. I apologize. That was a bit presumptuous to say, wasn't it? Suddenly, Deus spoke up in a deep voice. Listen here, you just go on living your life. I won't get in your way. Deke looked at him blankly. Huh? Get in my way? Deus didn't look at him but continued. Because one day, maybe in the near future, even if you feel like you've been deceived, just ignore it and live your life, like you always do. Deke flushed red, flustered and unsure how to reply. Of course. How could I dare? Just based on what you've done for me so far, Sir Deus, I think I could never repay your kindness in this lifetime. So what I mean is, Deus remained silent for a long time, giving no response. He was about to say something but stopped himself. It's nothing, I was just saying. You'll find out later. Deke nodded as he strode along with the group. Yes, sir. Yuljum had been silently observing the whole time without a word. Right above them was the fissure of the ravine. The 4 of them ventured deeper inside. However, there was still no sign of stopping. There were even times when they had to climb slopes until they were out of breath. The entire party was exhausted, near the point of collapse. Deus couldn't take it anymore and snapped. Hey, how much longer do we have to walk? We've been walking all day and haven't even seen a single ant. Alex flushed with embarrassment and explained, I don't know either, because they spend all day digging underground. Even dwarves easily get lost in their own kingdom. Some even say it's 1,000 times more complex than the Minotaur's labyrinth. He unleashed a barrage of words, looking ready to get physical. Why are you only saying this now? Alex flinched and backed away. If I told you beforehand, you definitely would have gotten annoyed and just wanted to burn everything down. Your real piece of work. It'll burn you down, too. While the two immature fools were bickering, Yuljum noticed a loophole. It's really strange. Even though the dwarves' caves are inherently complex, why isn't there a single dwarf around? Diaz furiously spewed fire. If I see those dwarves, I'll pluck every last hair off their bodies. Meanwhile, Alex ran over to support Deke. Deke, it looks like you've been walking for way too long. Come on, snap out of it. Deke, a fleeting look of surprise crossed his face. The dwarves in front of them collapsed to the ground. It was poison. Diaz ran over to inspect them. What? Aren't dwarves immune to poison? The golden dragon stepped closer to Alex, her tone filled with implication. If it's Darrett's poison, that's a different story. Diaz's eyebrows furrowed as he observed the chaotic scene unfolding before him. Just what in the world is going on here? The golden dragon gently reminded him. First, we need to save Deke. With that, warm streams of light flowed from her hands, wrapping around Deke's body like ribbons of golden silk. He immediately woke up, the agonizing pain seemingly washed away from his body. The golden dragon smiled softly to reassure him. You'll be completely fine in a moment. Deke hurriedly jumped up, expressing his deepest gratitude. Thank you. Alex couldn't help but marvel. With poison immunity magic like this, something even Darrett knows about, you truly are no ordinary mage. Hearing the praise, the golden dragon haughtily tilted her chin to the sky. Oh my, you flatter me. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion echoed from behind, making the entire group jump and turn around. A horde of sullen-looking dwarves marched out. Wearing tight protective masks and brandishing their weapons, they growled with seething hatred. It's you. Deke immediately took a defensive stance, cautiously asking, Who are you? The dwarf leader roared furiously. You're the demon spreading poison all over the southern Bari tribe, aren't you? Diaz casually clasped his hands behind his head. Yeah, that's right. What if I answered like that? Enraged by the provocative response, the leader tightened his grip on his weapon, his fury erupting. Then we'll kill you. Diaz maintained his nonchalant expression, continuing to playfully retort. So, what if I answered no? The leader was so enraged that veins popped on his forehead, his words practically spitting fire. Then what the hell are you doing here? Having heard the reactions to both of his hypothetical answers, Diaz finally answered honestly. Well then, we didn't do it. Another dwarf gently rebuked the leader. See? I told you it wasn't them. It's because of R24. The leader, suddenly flustered, asked, Is that so? Then what are you doing in this place? Catching on to the unfamiliar keyword, Diaz asked, R24? What is that? He then turned to the leader. And you, if I say I didn't do it, you'll just believe me? The dwarf in the back kept muttering his complaints. I kept telling you the poison is from R24. Meanwhile, the leader, provoked again by Diaz's words, yelled, What? So you were lying? Diaz juggled both conversations at once. And what if it was a lie? Anyway, what the heck is R24? The leader ground his teeth. If you're lying, it'll kill you. While the other dwarf desperately tried to interject, there is a sacred door called R24. Diaz continued spinning like a top between the two of them. And what if I was telling the truth? Wait, a door? What does a door have to do with the poison? The leader asked again, dumbfounded. Then what are you doing here? While the other dwarf pushed forward to answer, the southern Bari tribe messed with that door. As the conversation descended into utter chaos, the golden dragon lost her patience and smacked all three of them away. Speak one at a time, you foolish idiots. The dwarves finally sat down properly. The leader spoke on their behalf. We are the Western Bori tribe. Hearing that something happened to the southern Bori, we rushed over to investigate. When we arrived, the place was flooded with poison and everyone was dead. We were trying to find out why when we ran into you. Diaz nodded in understanding. Makes sense. We also came here to find the master of this poison, only to find everyone dead. Damn it. The mastermind behind this. Just when we thought we caught him, he slipped away. He let out an aimless question, lacking direction. Where do we go now? Recalling the dwarf's earlier words, Deke spoke up to ask, so what is this door you mentioned? Is it connected to the poison? The dwarf recounted with a voice full of terror. In Sector R24 of the Southern Bori tribe's tunnels, an ancient door was discovered 30 centuries ago. It's made of a bizarre, unseen mineral, a mystical door that cannot be opened by any means. No one knows what lies inside. Perhaps a god resides there, or a demon is sealed within. However, I recently heard that the Southerners recklessly used massive amounts of explosives to try and break it open. Even though the other tribes warned them against it, they did it anyway. Therefore, they were cursed. A curse from the sacred door. The truth is, workers in Sector R24 were dying one after another, but because they refused to stop, the sacred door was angered. It wiped out those Southern Bari fools with a poison potent enough to kill even dwarves. The leader immediately scolded him. What nonsense! Do you really believe in those superstitions? It was that black-cloaked figure with the lip piercing who spread this poison. We have to catch him! But the other dwarf remained stubborn. No human could create a poison like this. This is the curse of the sacred door. The words black cloak and lip piercing agitated the golden dragon. A black-cloaked figure with a piercing? Deus also quickly realized, it's June. The golden dragon hurriedly urged, tell us more about this person in detail. The leader recounted honestly. Recently, rumors started spreading about someone in a black cloak with a piercing appearing around Sector R24. That place is a sacred space. Not just anyone can enter. For a human to sneak into such a place, they must be the one who spread the poison. As if grasping the key to the mystery, Deus spoke with confidence. Let's go. Lead me to Sector R24. All the clues point there. But the leader shook his head and unrolled a map. The poison is strongest there. Even our gas masks can't withstand it. I'll give you a map instead. With that, the four of them set off together, guided by the map they received. The golden dragon used her power to probe their surroundings. She frowned slightly, her face turning grave. The closer we get to R24, the stronger the poison becomes. At this level, even poisoned dragons wouldn't be able to endure it. It's truly a horrific dispersal of poison, as if there's something that must remain hidden at all costs. Walking in the back, Deke suddenly stumbled and fell to his knees. He panted heavily, his body seemingly pushed to its absolute limit. The golden dragon approached him and gently said, just lean back and rest comfortably. She thought sorrowfully to herself, this is undeniably Darrett's poisonous handiwork. It seems even my magic can't fully overcome it, let alone a human body. After a moment of consideration, the golden dragon made a decision. You've worked hard enough. Well, handle things from here. Deke, you should head back to where those dwarves were. It's too dangerous for you to continue. Deke looked up with difficulty, his voice filled with self-reproach and disappointment. I'm sorry, I couldn't be of any help. Truly, taking on a rank 2 mission is far from easy, even when we're together. Deus asked with concern, you know the way back, right? Deke forced himself up and replied confidently, yes. And so, Deke stayed behind to rest, leaving only the 3 of them to press onward. The deeper they went, the more dwarven corpses they saw strewn across the ground. The golden dragon came to a sudden halt, her eyes fixated on the space ahead. Here it is. R24. Deus slightly furrowed his brows, unable to believe his eyes. What is that? Before them stood a colossal door, towering high and engraved with strange, ancient patterns. Gazing up at it, the golden dragon mocked, those dwarves, to think they hid this away. It couldn't have been easy to keep it a secret. Deus asked curiously, what is that thing? The golden dragon shook her head. I don't know either. Hearing this, he frowned in confusion. Then why did you say they had a hard time? She replied sarcastically, because they didn't know what it is. Deus was momentarily taken aback as a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, she doesn't know about that door? This door was discovered a mere 30 centuries ago, yet a being who has lived for over 665 centuries doesn't know what it is. A slight noise from above caught his attention. Next to the door was a crevice in the earth, and a figure dressed in black was quickly slipping inside. Deus shouted, "He's getting away!" which only made the dark figure run even faster. He instantly commanded, "Alex, catch him!" Without a moment's hesitation, Alex gave a brief reply, "Understood." In the blink of an eye, Alex launched himself upward as lightly as a feather. Deus said with delight, "Is that guy the mastermind behind everything?" Finally, The clues are starting to come to light. But the golden dragon seemed completely unbothered. She was utterly captivated by the door. Gently placing her hand upon it, she stared vacantly, admiring every exquisitely carved detail on the door. Dia spoke up, interrupting her train of thought. If someone who has lived for 665 centuries like you doesn't even know, is it an artifact from a previous age? Could it be from the Silver Age? I learned about it when I was young. Before this world began, there was another one. The golden dragon turned her head and smiled in response. Even before that world, Dia's pupils dilated in astonishment. Could it be the Golden Age? She recounted slowly. Yes, the era before dragons or demons even existed. A time when humans alone were the rulers of this world. They used giant flames to soar across the sky and journey through the sea of stars. In the end, it was the first world to successfully challenge the gods. The Golden Age. Once upon a time, in the first world, God created the heavens and the earth, and then created humans to live within it. He was deeply pleased. The masters of the world, humanity, mankind was born. The most prosperous era they achieved was the Golden Age. Without the need for magic, they could converse with one another from the far side of the globe. Their tower of achievements reached endlessly toward the heavens, touching the peak of the sky. They possessed enough power to leave this world and traverse the ocean of stars. Yet, ultimately, they destroyed themselves with the very weapons they created. Fire scorched the earth, making the ground boil, and even the ocean waters entirely evaporated. War plunged the world into darkness. The seas veiled the sky, turning into toxic rain that fell for 1,000 days. Because of this, all life came to an end. God was profoundly sorrowful. As she spoke, the golden dragon's eyes seemed to harbor a deep, fathomless melancholy. Dias was momentarily stunned upon meeting that gaze before she continued her tale. God created mankind anew, but this time, he stripped away the scientific technology that had destroyed them and gifted them magic instead. Empowered by magic, humans swiftly built a brilliant magical civilization. That was the second world, the Silver Age. With merely a small wand, one could manipulate water, fire, and earth at will. They could conjure endless matter, fly through the skies, turn silver into gold, summon rain and wind, and even resurrect the dead. However, that beautiful civilization did not last long, fighting for the ownership of the magic stone, the very source of magic. A war broke out. It lasted for 500 years, leading them once again to their own extinction. God was, once again, deeply saddened. Finally came the current world, the Age of Chaos. We, the demons and the dragons, were born. God created the world once more, but, this time, he only granted humanity the continent of Horse. Beneath the earth, the dwarves dug their tunnels and claimed the underground. Your demon race made your nest in the hilly purgatory, and beyond the boundaries of the magical era and the dark war. The place where I was born became the domain of the dragons. Dea suddenly spoke up, interrupting her reminiscing. That's right. Before being sealed in that eggshell, I learned about all that when I was a kid. I barely paid attention back then, but thinking about it now, it really is an unbelievable story. I heard the Golden Age only lasted 80 centuries before its demise, and the Silver Age was even shorter, lasting just 20 centuries before it too was destroyed. All things considered, the current Age of Chaos is the most dangerous era for humanity, yet mankind is enduring the longest. On the other hand, even though they can no longer traverse the ocean of stars in the sky, or even though they've lost the power to control everything with magic, the golden dragon smirked mockingly. Perhaps that's for the best, since humans are such ignorant fools. Suddenly, she uttered a strange phrase, ceramics of the stars, leaving Deus frozen in confusion. The golden dragon calmly pointed at the colossal door before them. It's this. People call this the ceramics of the stars. The fine metal encasing this is 3 times harder than a diamond. A coating just a few millimeters thick can withstand all physical and chemical damage. With this massive ship, mankind left the world and crossed the ocean of stars to conquer other planets. This is a relic, the absolute pinnacle of technology that humanity forged during the glorious height of the Golden Age. Now, only God and the angels can handle this thing. For beings like us, it is a forbidden realm we cannot even touch. As soon as Yuljum finished speaking, Deus gathered all his strength into his fist. He threw a devastating punch at the door, the impact so fierce it created a shockwave that blew Yuljum away. She was thrown backward, rolling a few times across the ground. Yuljum scrambled to her feet and angrily scolded him. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Dia stared at the point of impact on the door, where there wasn't even a single scratch. He casually muttered, "It really won't break? How annoying." Yuljum snapped, "If it actually broke, what were you planning to do, you idiot?" Dia smiled warmly, but his voice was laced with irritation. "Don't piss me off. Can you just go stand in that corner? I'll get this thing open." Yuljum shoved him aside. "If you know nothing about it, then get out of the way. I'll open it." She fumbled around the surface of the door for a moment, then cheered happily. "Found it! I knew it was right here." But Deus just stared blankly at the spot, seeing absolutely nothing. Yuljum gently pressed a spot on the door, and a system immediately booted up. She expertly placed her hands on the control panel, her fingers gracefully gliding across it. Seeing this, Deus couldn't help but be curious as glowing images appeared on the stone. "Is that magic? What are you doing?" she replied while typing, restoring the program. He asked with a blank look. "What program?" Yuljum calmly explained, "This is technology from the Golden Age. Behind this stone slab, massive wires of lightning are connected, creating an effect similar to magic. That technology has long been lost." Deus gasped in awe. "You know all this?" Yuljum honestly replied, "I just know the basics. Even though I don't understand the mechanics, I learned how to unlock it." He bombarded her with curious questions. "Learned? From who? Don't tell me you've met the Golden Race?" Yuljum remained silent, her eyes hiding an indescribably deep story. After a moment, she softly spoke. "The Golden Age, the Silver Age. Though they have all perished, the legacy of each era hasn't completely vanished. If you ask me, your demon race inherited the legacy of the Golden Age, worshipping fire and using power to dominate the world. That exact ideology." Diaz felt incredibly confused. Stellar pottery or something like this program thing. "Why don't I know anything about all that?" Yuljum hinted. "Who knows? Maybe one day you'll be the one to create it." Deus looked up at the giant door, pondering Yuljum's deeply meaningful words. Then he curiously asked, "So, did your dragon race inherit the legacy of the Silver Age?" Yuljum nodded. "That's right. We dragons rely on magic to live. Without magic, we probably couldn't even fly." Hearing this shocking revelation, Deus exclaimed in surprise. "What? You don't fly with your wings?" Yuljum calmly explained, "Have you ever seen a bird that big? And there are also dragons without wings, you know." He nodded in amazement. "I had no idea." At that moment, the system emitted a notification sound in a strange language, and Yuljum cheered happily. "It's unlocked." The giant door slowly opened with the screech of metal, revealing the space inside to their curious eyes. Looking at the vast metallic space filled with countless bizarre machines, Deus gasped in awe. "What is this? It's really a bizarre ship," Yuljum said in annoyance. "If you're not going in, then get out of the way." With that, she walked straight in, despite Deus trying to stop her. "Hey, that's a relic of the Golden Age! Won't we get into trouble if we just waltz in?" But she indifferently replied, "It's fine. It's probably nothing major." He snapped angrily. "How would you know?" Yuljum mocked him with a laugh. "It says right here on the ground. It's a dried food storage. What are you so afraid of, you coward?" Hearing this, Deus stomped his foot and loudly challenged, "Food reserves for 100 millenniums? What kind of monsters could be hiding here? Come on out. I'll destroy you all." Yuljum paid him no mind and just touched the central control bar. A massive three-dimensional system map materialized right in front of her. Looking at the complex characters and diagrams, Yuljum couldn't contain her excitement. Keter, Bina, Chokma, Gavura. "This is Malkuth," Deus asked curiously. "What is that now?" She gently explained, "The final ship of the Golden Age. There were 10 ships built by humanity on the brink of extinction to escape this planet. The Sephiroth's roots project." Yuljum's eyes lit up as if she had just realized something. "This block seems to be a food storage from one of those ships. They were probably in such a hurry that they couldn't take off in time and ended up staying here. There's nothing related to the poison here. Because it's a sacred place to the dwarves, very few people visit. They probably assumed no one would come here, so they chose it as the trading point for the mycelium." Seeing that Yuljum knew about everything, Deus couldn't help but narrow his eyes in suspicion. Who exactly are you? She replied cryptically. People in my position usually have a lot of secrets. Deus lowered his voice, as if baring his soul. As the Demon King, I thought you were a pretty powerful entity. But indeed, there are many things I don't know. Sure enough, this body of yours is just a disposable pawn in war, nothing more. Yoljum frowned, probing him. Do you feel wronged? He turned away in frustration, changing the subject. All right, those meaningless things are worthless. I even abandoned being the Demon King. So what does anything else matter? We need to hurry up. Meet Alex, catch that guy who ran away earlier, and punish him immediately. Suddenly, a blazing red laser beam shot straight down at Deus. Luckily, he reacted in time and dodged it. However, the beam grazed his hand, leaving a mark that left him utterly astonished. My hand got pierced. Above Deus was a metal robot with a bizarre design. He immediately went on high alert. What is this? I can't sense any presence from it at all. Yoljum explained with a grave expression. It's not a living creature, and it possesses no magic. That is a robot, a golem machine from the Golden Age. Deus looked dumbfounded, his brain struggling to process a completely foreign concept. A robot? Yoljum hurriedly explained. It's a golem from the Golden Age. It looks like it's the guardian of this place. Just as the two were talking, the robot fired its blazing red laser at them again. Yoljum quickly dashed forward and erected a magic shield to protect Deus. Watch out. The destructive power of the laser was absolutely terrifying, hitting Yoljum's shield head-on and releasing an ear-piercing explosion. It even blasted the two of them far away. Enraged, Deus launched a counterattack and roared, "You're not the only one who can shoot, you know." But the robot quickly activated a translucent energy shield, easily blocking his attack. Deus' power collided with the shield and ricocheted in all directions. It created a massive explosion that forced Yoljum to duck in a hurry. Seeing his attack proven useless, Deus grew even more furious and gathered more power, blocked it. Then Illfire, something even stronger. Yoljum hastily clamped her hand over his mouth to stop him. Don't shoot. Deus irritably turned back to complain. Why? Yoljum urgently explained. Didn't you hear me? This is a relic from the Golden Age! Are you trying to blow this whole place up? He brushed her hand away grumpily. If you're scared, hide behind my back. It'll make sure you don't die. She shook her head frantically, trying to explain. That's not it! This spaceship flies in the sky using nuclear energy. The bizarre phrase left him bewildered. Nuclear energy? What is that? Unable to bear it any longer, Yoljum yelled. Just listen to me. There's no time to explain. Are you trying to destroy this entire world? While the two were engaged in a heated argument, the robot used its leg thrusters to launch itself forward. It landed right where the two of them were standing. It wielded a deep red laser blade, rushing toward them like a deadly metallic tornado. Deus stepped back and panicked. Damn it! This guy is fighting for real! He gathered all his power into his fist, determined to strike the robot with an earth-shattering blow. Die. The moment his punch connected with the robot's body, an immense pressure radiated out, blowing Yoljum away. However, what shocked Deus was that the robot still managed to activate its shield and remained completely unscathed. He couldn't help but marvel. It can withstand this too? And that spaceship over there? What exactly are these things? He instantly changed his strategy, leaping high up out of the robot's line of sight. Then, from midair, he unleashed his ultimate skill. Chains of the Void. Thousands of dark chains materialized from the void, tightly binding the robot. But it merely raised its arm calmly, and a razor-sharp laser blade popped out, effortlessly severing all the chains. This made Deus yell in shock. This won't work either. Right after breaking free, the robot fired a barrage of laser beams at Deus. He used his demonic energy to defend himself, but started feeling flustered. What do I do now? This is really pissing me off. Deus' anger had exploded to its peak. He gathered all his strength, intending to unleash a beam of destructive energy. Fuck this! I can't take it anymore! Just die, all of you. But in an instant, Yoljum's magical silk bands shot up again. Once more, they tightly bound his mouth. Yoljum angrily scolded, "Hey, are you crazy? If you miss, you'll blow this whole place up." But he was driven mad with rage. "So what? Let it all blow up, as long as this guy dies. I don't care." Hearing this, she relentlessly berated him. "Are you insane? Deke and the others are still somewhere in this cave. Are you planning to kill them all?" Deus stubbornly argued back, "Yeah, that's right. Those weaklings are completely useless anyway." Yuljum scoffed at him. Just look at that personality of yours. The robot continued, unleashing random attacks while they argued. Deus snapped back in frustration. It's not me. It's this guy who's going to destroy everything, Yuljum said while dodging. We need to do something to make him stop, he snarled. And what the hell are we supposed to do? She frantically replied. I don't know. I'm still thinking. Just then, the robot unleashed a new move, firing from its chest. A series of small black rods. Deus mocked. You're putting on quite the circus act. As if its pride was wounded, it immediately controlled the rods to shoot lasers wildly in all directions, creating a scene of absolute chaos. Yuljum held her head helplessly. This is pure chaos. Deus gritted his teeth, anger boiling in his veins. He had survived countless brutal battles. Was he really going to fail against a mere machine? Memories of an old battle suddenly flooded his mind. In a flash, it was as if he had found the key to solving the problem. Deus hurriedly turned to Yuljum. Last time, you blocked all my combined demonic aura with that fabric. She struggled to dodge lasers and asked in confusion, why are you bringing that up all of a sudden? He decisively ordered, use your power. Wrap this entire area with that fabric. The robot gathered momentum and launched itself upward again. Both of its hands transformed into laser blades, as if aiming for both their lives. Deus hurriedly continued. Wrap this place up like a wall to protect everyone outside. Keep only us inside your space, completely isolated from this area. Though she still didn't fully understand, she quickly agreed. Okay. Yuljum concentrated her power, summoning thousands of silk bands to fly out. They formed an enclosed space, trapping all three of them inside. He gathered all his power in his mouth to fire, not forgetting to taunt the enemy. Hey, you tin can! You should put up a barrier too. Take this! Breath of the Demon King. The robot deployed its shield, but it only held on for a second before shattering completely under that terrifying power. The explosion was so massive that despite being enclosed, its blinding light still leaked out through the ship's doors. After defeating the robot, Yuljum deactivated her power, while Deus smugly declared, done. At that moment, Alex's voice echoed in his head, Master, I have captured him. Deus turned to inform Yuljum. Alex caught him. Let's go. But she refused. You go first. I'll join you after I finish interrogating him. I think I should clean up this place before leaving. I have a few things to confirm. Deus looked at Yuljum thoughtfully, but ultimately respected her decision. Hurry up and come over. The scene shifted to Alex, who had unleashed thousands of razor-sharp dark thorns. Pinning the black-robed man tightly against the wall, Alex's voice rang out with killing intent. Whoever you are, just give up, or you will die a very painful death. Deus also quickly arrived. Hello. Hearing his master's voice, Alex turned to greet him. You're here, my lord? Deus struggled to squeeze through Alex's pile of thorns. He approached the black-robed man with excitement. Finally, I'm about to see the true face of the mastermind. As soon as he ripped off the mask, a familiar face was revealed. The man spoke in fear. I'm sorry, your majesty. His eyes instantly turned fiery red, and his voice carried overwhelming bloodlust. The shape-shifting mage, Viscount Kim Hong. What are you doing here instead of being in the demon realm? The man sweated profusely in terror, bowing his head and trembling as he confessed. My lord, I was only following Duke Deros' orders. He commanded me to keep it a secret from everyone. His gaze grew even colder and sharper. Orders? What orders? Tell me everything, or I won't spare you. Kim Hong confessed honestly to corrupt the heroes, cause the dragons to rebel, and shatter the alliance between the two sides in the 666th war. This is a grand scheme, so while carrying out the mission there, I disguised myself as a dwarf to trade Lord Deros mycelium with some extremist dragons. Because the dwarves discovered me, I had to detonate the poison and hide, waiting for further orders. Deus growled in interrogation. Did I ever give such an order? Did Derot plan all of this on his own? Kim Hong trembled as he answered, because the Demon King left the demon realm, and he said he would do whatever he wanted. However, for some reason, no matter how many telegrams I sent, he never replied. I've been waiting here indefinitely. He casually dropped a line. Of course he didn't. Derot is dead. Suddenly kicking the bucket. The man still couldn't believe it and vehemently denied it. How is that possible? Lord Derot is absolutely not that kind of person. Your Majesty must have been deceived by someone. Deus sighed and replied, That's exactly why we came here to find out the truth. I thought you had the answers, but you know even less than we do. Kim Hong trembled as he revealed more. In that case, it can only be that person. Actually, besides Lord Darrote, there is someone else involved in this plan. I've always been suspicious of them. The one who originally proposed this plan, the only dragon who met Lord Darrote in person, the leader of the extremist faction. It has to be them. They definitely did something shady. Deus frowned and probed. If it's the leader of the extremist faction, is it June? That person has already been captured. Kim Hong immediately denied it. It's not her, Your Majesty. The true leader of the extremists always stays hidden, so even they themselves don't know. It's the White Dragon. Back then, that person definitely said so. Kim Hong recounted the day the White Dragon came to him. Are you Viscount Kim Hong? He had sneered at the time. A mere dragon actually dares to come see me. What do you want? What exactly are you plotting? She merely smiled, a smile full of savagery and danger. Then she closed in on him, whispering cryptic words into his ear. Listen closely. I have a brilliant idea to destroy those despicable humans. Let dragons and the demon realm join forces in this 666th war, wiping humanity off the face of this world. So, let me meet Darrote. The atmosphere became as heavy as lead. Deus frowned and asked, and then what? Kim Hong bowed his head, his voice barely a whisper like a guilty sinner. I reported it to Lord Darrote, and not long after, he secretly went to meet the White Dragon alone. I don't know what they talked about. After returning, Lord Darrote ordered me to transform into a dwarf and deliver the mycelium poison to the members of the Four Seasons faction. He warned me that aside from the White Dragon, even they must not know of the demon realm's involvement in this plan. The air around Deus seemed to freeze, his gaze turning as sharp as a blade. Then, what about the other mycelium poisons? I recently caught a member of the Four Seasons faction, and their mycelium poison was slightly different from Darrow's. Where did that come from? Kim Hong yelled as if he couldn't believe his ears. That's impossible. Although it's true, they haven't come for the mycelium recently. A different mycelium poison is impossible. Mycelium is the pinnacle of the demon realm's toxicology. No one can replicate it. Just then, Yuljam's voice rang out. So the conclusion is that you don't know either. In the end, the mastermind behind the Four Seasons faction is their anonymous leader, who is hard to find even for the extremists. So what about the remaining members of the Four Seasons? How do we find them? Deus turned his head and replied, but before he could finish his sentence, Kim Hong interrupted. Who is this? He brushed it off indifferently. Don't mind her. She's a member of my party. Hearing this, the man spoke in confusion. Your Majesty's party member? I apologize. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he confessed, honestly, I know their hideout. In the beginning, they had trouble controlling the mycelium poison, so I went to their hideout to help them. The Agiata Canyon, that is their base. Deus hurriedly asked, The Agiata Canyon? Where is that? Yuljam frowned, her expression turning serious. The tomb of the early dragons. To the dragon race, this place is incredibly sacred. Not just anyone is allowed in. Damn it, we fell for their trick. It's on the other side, just past Zorix. Deus then suddenly made a baffling decision. Then let's go home for now, leaving Yuljam utterly bewildered. What about the Agiata Canyon? He casually explained. It's in the same direction anyway. Let's go home and rest a bit, prepare thoroughly, and then head out. When we get back, I'm going to have a bowl of noodles before bed. But she didn't agree at all. Rest for what? Let's just go right now. Deus looked at her with a stern gaze. Don't you remember? We came here not knowing this place was poisoned, and Deke almost died. Their base will definitely be far more dangerous. From now on, there absolutely won't be any adventures above Deke's level. We need to let Deke rest. Yuljam froze for a moment and then burst into laughter, her voice full of teasing. What's this? Has Deke become your mommy? He threatened her in annoyance. Do you want to die? Suddenly, Alex spoke up to interrupt. Master. What about Viscount Kim Hong? Deus didn't punish him at all, but gently said, You've worked hard. You may go back now. Leave and live your own life. From now on, you are a free man. 7 hours later, they walked together back to Zorix village. Yuljam downed a large mug of beer in one gulp, slamming the empty glass hard onto the table. Her face was flushed from intoxication, but she continued to yell. Today was so tough. Deke, give me another glass! Deke anxiously advised her. That's enough. You're too drunk. Drinking any more will ruin your health. But she stubbornly replied, It's fine. Those brats have pissed me off to no end. Deke, you can't understand the feelings of a parent. He asked in confusion. I didn't know you had children, leaving her tongue-tied. That's not exactly it. Dia stuffed a large bite of noodles into his mouth while chiming in. Deke, just listen to her. What's the harm? She's ruining her own body anyway, and besides, you get to sell more alcohol. Isn't that great? If she gets blackout drunk, just do a little something with the bill. Deke could only sigh. Lord Diaz, really. Suddenly, Alex leaned forward, whispering to Deke with a suggestive look. Just do as he says. If you do it right, maybe a little Diaz will be born tonight. Deke's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. What? Diaz angrily used his power to punch Alex's face out of shape. Stop talking nonsense. Alex panicked and cried out, I'm sorry. Then Diaz turned to Deke, his tone noticeably gentler. By the way, how was your siblings' tour? Mentioning his family, Deke's face brightened significantly. Thanks to you, Lord Diaz, they set off smoothly. Thank you. As he ate, he continued asking curiously, how old are those kids again? Deke subconsciously smiled and replied, my younger sister is 15, and my little brother is 9. Diaz was slightly startled. 9 years old? And his moving into the dorms? Deke nodded, still keeping his bright smile. Yes, prominent families have their kids live in dormitories and receive intensive education starting from elementary school. For a moment, Diaz felt a pang of sympathy. That's tough. Next time something like this happens, just tell me right away. Don't keep it bottled up and hurt yourself. He replied obediently, yes. Suddenly, Yuljam interrupted with a self-pitying tone. Why are you only so generous to Deke? But with me, you charge me money even just for cooking a plate of food. Diaz grumbled in response, because I feel like it. She asked in annoyance, hey, don't tell me you actually have a crush on Deke? He immediately snapped, are you crazy? Don't spout nonsense just because you're drunk. Yuljam kept muttering gloomily, no way, don't fall for each other. You two can't become closer than normal. Diaz gritted his teeth, deciding to ignore her words. Right, just keep moving forward. Just then, an unfamiliar voice rang out from the tavern's entrance. Hello, I am Cadencia, an investigator for the Holy Court. Hearing Holy Court made Deke freeze slightly. He stammered in reply. Hello, I am. Cadencia smiled brightly and continued. I know, you are Deke Pan Holy Beat. I came here to see you. You recently reached key rank, didn't you? I'm here because there are a few things I need to look into regarding that matter. Deke felt a bit of pressure, his voice trembling. Why? What about it? Is there a problem? He spoke gently to reassure him. It's nothing major, just a special case. I heard the Holy Beat family can't even afford to spend 5 gold coins. In the rank assessment, you unexpectedly achieved key rank, which isn't a bad rank at all. I have a perfectly reasonable suspicion that some sort of scandal might be going on. He hurriedly denied it. There's no scandal whatsoever. But he firmly insisted that will only be known after an investigation. Even if it's not a scandal, there is definitely something illogical. Diaz couldn't take it anymore and interjected, hey, investigator or whatever. To his surprise, he calmly turned around and replied, yes, Master Diaz, leaving him extremely shocked. You know me too? Cadencia smiled brightly and nodded. That's right. A bizarre merchant who suddenly appeared and took the name of an ancient god. The woman passed out next to you is Miss Yuljam, and the gentleman over there is Butler Alex. Seeing that the other party already knew everything, he stopped beating around the bush. Good that you know so clearly. Then get lost. Don't interfere with our business anymore. But he didn't flinch in the slightest. Then can I be a customer? I happen to need a dagger for my travels. A few days ago, when the dragons were unleashed in the Holy Asia territory, I lost my weapon. Diaz's face grew cautious. You were there too? He admitted without hesitation. Yes, I've been present in many other places as well. So I have a question. What was the percentage in Deke's pureblood test? Diaz glanced away and gave a perfunctory reply. There was probably some report submitted. Just look at that. Cadencia maintained the calm smile on his lips. That's right. It was already submitted, which is why I'm asking. What was the percentage? But he still answered indifferently. I don't know. I can't remember. Seeing that Diaz wouldn't budge, he turned to ask the person in question. Deke, do you not remember either? Deke became extremely flustered. Cadencia's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Tell the truth. The report says 4.2%. That is truly unbelievable. Deke stammered as he admitted, "That's right, it's 4.2%. But he saw right through it. Wrong. It really was a fake report. The report says 3.62%. Deus interrupted again to bail him out. Has a 17-year-old boy from the family of an rank hero. He has no parents, no influence, and no money. If his pure blood lineage is too high, it would actually make his life harder. I just lowered it a bit. If you have a problem, go ask the person who filed the report." Cadencia continued to probe. "Is that so?" He growled in frustration. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you understand, get lost already." He smiled brightly and said, "There's no need for such a confrontational attitude. I came here to help Deke." But Diaz bluntly mocked him. "I've never seen anyone who says that actually help. If you really want to help, do it secretly. If you anonymously send about 10 gold coins a month, Deke's life might really change, wouldn't it?" Even though she was still drunk, Yuljam hurriedly jumped up to intervene. "That's enough. If Hez an investigator for the Holy Court, then has someone with high authority who could immediately revoke Deke's hero license. Here, even the general of Zorik's village can't be treated so casually." Cadencia spoke up calmly regardless. "Even so, I'm only here today to ensure that Deke receives the treatment he deserves. According to investigations across multiple channels, Deke appears to be at least a G-rank hero, or could even reach D-rank. A case like this is quite rare, especially since he's only 17 and still in his developmental stage. It is truly a rarity." But Deus frowned, completely uninterested. "This is so annoying. It's all thanks to the weapons I spent a fortune to craft. This kid's body isn't capable of that." He immediately pointed out the contradiction. "How strange. Most sponsors of heroes hope for their heroes' ranks to advance, yet you want the exact opposite." Deus casually replied, "If his rank gets too high, it'll be hard for me to exploit him." That answer caught him slightly off guard. "What? That's..." Deus explained clearly. "You know this. Deke is a hero with no money or backing. Without anyone's help, he couldn't even participate in the rank assessment. When they graduate from high school, they get one free assessment, right? But Deke couldn't finish high school, so he would definitely have to be assessed externally and live his whole life as in fair rank. On the other hand, there's me. I have plenty of money but no status. The fastest way to climb the ladder is to become a hero's companion. Becoming slightly famous is enough for me. However, if he becomes too famous, he'll be dragged into the spotlight as well. I don't like that." Cadencia narrowed his eyes, his tone full of mockery. What a selfish mindset. But Deus remained firmly committed to his stance. "Deke needs money, and I need a legitimate status as a hero's companion. It's a win-win for both of us, isn't it? So stop getting in the way." He rebutted again. "That's nothing but a disadvantage for Deke. A D-rank hero holds a position equivalent to high nobility. The support from the royal palace is immense, and he would have the chance to do noble deeds for the world and the gods. You are merely exploiting Deke." Suddenly, Deus threw the question back at him. "And what will you do if Deke's rank doesn't meet expectations? In the end, if has taken in and assessed, and the result is still key rank like it is now, or even lower, like Frank, what will you do?" Cadencia was slightly stunned, but then broke into a sly smile. "That won't happen. According to my investigation, Deke is the masked hero." Those words fell like a heavy hammer, making Deke's face turn deathly pale. However, Deus remained unusually calm. "According to your investigation, you say? Without any evidence, there's nothing certain, so it's just your speculation, right? What if we take him for testing, and he's not a G rank or D rank? Or maybe last time was just a stroke of luck. On the other hand, what will you do if the result is even lower, showing in Phi rank? Even so, will you still treat him like someone in G rank or D rank?" A cold gleam flashed in Cadencia's eyes. "If that unfortunately happens, then hell just have to live a life suited to that rank. But that won't happen." Deus rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head provocatively. "Why? Because you've already investigated? So you're just trusting your own investigation and staking Deke's entire future and life on it. You come from a rich family, don't you?" Cadencia was taken aback by the question. "Does that have anything to do with this?" Deus let out a sarcastic chuckle. "You think you can achieve anything just by putting in effort yourself, don't you? No matter how many times you fail, if you don't give up and strive until the very end, you'll eventually succeed. You probably always think stories like that are a given, which is why you people from the younger generation can't do anything right." Cadencia's voice was tinged with anger. "Are you mocking effort?" Deus coldly interrupted. "I'm not mocking effort. It's fine if you constantly fail. But the fact that you can avoid hardships with help from others yet refuse to do so is what's truly laughable. Effort. Failure is the mother of success? Deke has lived a life where even a single failure means it's all over. But no, on the contrary, he chose failure for the sake of his younger siblings. He was even terrified that his choice to fail would also end in failure, so he had to live a life in constant fear, carefully taking each step forward. Everyone shook their heads at Deke, telling him not to live like that. Every time that happened, Deke could only apologize and keep living, ignoring those who understood nothing. So, are you saying that all of this is because Deke didn't put in enough effort and refused to challenge himself, which is why he has to live like this? You're looking down on his current life, but do you know how Deke achieved this failure? Do you know what he had to sacrifice to get this failure? And you're telling him to take on a challenge just to prove your great research? What if it doesn't work out? After delivering that long speech, Deus picked up his noodles and took a massive slurp. Then he firmly declared, "I will take care of Deke, so stop worrying. Just order 2 bowls of noodles, eat, and leave. That's the only way you can actually help Deke." Cadencia still tried to salvage the situation. High-ranking warriors are precious assets to humanity. But before he could finish, Deus shot back. Then they should have been managed properly from the start. Why would a warrior who could potentially be D rank have to do manual labor and cleaning to the point where he couldn't even attend school? That undeniable logic left Cadencia stunned. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to retreat for now. "Your resistance is stronger than I thought. I'll come back later." "Deke, you should think about it carefully too." Deus grumbled in annoyance. "I told you not to come back," while Deke could only awkwardly reply, "Yes." He immediately turned to leave. "That's all. Goodbye." But Deus stopped him. "Hey, you should take care of these things before you leave." Cadencia turned back with a glare as sharp as a dagger. He didn't expect Deus to be able to see the invisible magical strings he had woven. Unable to see them, Deke asked in confusion, "What are you talking about, sir?" "It's nothing." Alex glanced over with glowing red eyes. "They've been working non-stop until now." The reason he said that was because those threads were also tightly wrapped around the necks of the surrounding civilians. Even the people who were happily eating and drinking weren't spared. Everyone in the restaurant was entangled by Cadencia's invisible strings. That invisible web was controlled by Cadencia's right hand, where his fingers, adorned with gold rings, were moving subtly. He raised his hand to dispel them, offering an awkward smile. "Sorry, I completely forgot." Instantly, the string around Dios' neck disappeared. The strings binding the necks of the surrounding civilians also vanished. All the strings disappeared one by one under his command. His fingers, covered in gold rings, swiftly retracted those thin threads. After everything was sorted, Cadencia bowed his head. "Then I'll be taking my leave." Deke politely replied, "Thank you for coming. Have a safe trip." Cadencia turned on his heel and walked away. Vigilance still swelled within him. Even normal D-rank hunters couldn't see them, yet that man was able to perceive his Orba's web. He definitely needed to investigate these people thoroughly. Only after Cadencia had completely left did Deke speak up. "Sir Deus, thank you." Seeing Deke's bright smile, he muttered a silent reproach. "You idiot, I'm just using you too." Soon, the night grew late, and the moon reached its peak in the sky. Deus returned to the devil weapon shop. He struggled to carry the golden dragon in his arms, kicking the door open with his foot while grumbling. "Good grief, I told you to drink, but you really drank until you passed out." Recalling how Alex dodged, helping him by saying, "I have work to do, so I'll be taking my leave." And even Deke made an excuse. "I still have to clean up the shop." He couldn't help but curse in frustration. "Damn it, I'm going to kill them all tomorrow." Deus resentfully carried the golden dragon to the bed. He roughly tossed her onto the bed like a sack of rice. "Damn it, you're way too heavy." The golden dragon remained deep in her drunken sleep, completely oblivious. Deus looked at her sleeping face on the bed, streams of memories flashing through his mind. "You know, I'm actually really looking forward to this. You're the very first person who has dared to abandon the title of Demon King. To be honest, it was my own negligence. I thought we had gotten a bit closer. Don't waste your energy here. Soon enough, every hunter in the world, and of course the executors too, will know that the Demon King is here." "You idiot, just keep doing that. It'll make things a little easier to bear." Deus stood there in silence by the bed, staring at the golden dragon. Then suddenly, his hand transformed into a sharp claw, darting toward her in the blink of an eye. Just as the claw was about to touch her beautiful face, he stopped and turned away, not forgetting to throw a biting remark. "You fool. How can you be so off your guard in front of the Demon King?" He quietly walked out to the living room. Then he laid back on the sofa. "Just for today, ill sleep here." Deus glanced up at the ceiling. Looking at the sparkling dark blue chandelier, he closed his eyes and muttered softly, "Damn it. What are you two planning to do after all?" The voices of Quofi and Tina rang out. "Exactly. What are your true intentions, my lord? Even during the funeral, you left without a word. We were so sad. When you were young, you always came looking for us. Have you forgotten everything by now?" Deus asked in annoyance. "Why are you two here?" They didn't answer, but asked back, "How long are you going to keep doing things like this?" He growled angrily. "Things like this?" Without any fear, the two girls answered in unison, "This hero game. There are only 20 years left." Deus yelled impatiently, "Stop lecturing me and get to the point. I'm sleepy." They bluntly said, "Please don't interfere with Darrow's affairs anymore." Deus' eyes turned sharp and cold. "Don't interfere?" The two girls continued together. Soka didn't dare to say it himself. "He just asked me to pass on the message." He sneered mockingly. "What's this?" "Convince me." Instantly, both Quofi and Tina stood up together. They placed their hands on the brims of their hats and said with a confident tone, "Persuasion is our specialty." With those words, they both took off their hats, revealing their gorgeous platinum blonde hair and scorching hot bodies. One of them wrapped her arms around Deus, while the other gently placed her hand on his stomach. They used their alluring curves to seduce Deus. "It's been a while since we had a little fun, hasn't it, master?" He warned them with a low growl. "What the hell are you doing?" They teased him in return. "We're persuading you, of course." Furious, Deus kicked them both away. "I was a fool for trying to have a serious conversation with you. How come not a single one of the 7 dukes is decent? No wonder you always lose to those cheap blood soldiers. Stop beating around the bush and speak clearly. What happened to Darat?" Quofi broke into a chilling smile, every word leaving her lips like a bolt of lightning striking his ears. "You already know everything, so why are you pretending? Alex is the one who killed Darat." Deus froze, unable to believe his ears. "What?" At that moment, Quofi burst into laughter. She mockingly said, "You know everything clearly, so why pretend?" The fact that Alex killed Darat. Hearing this information, Deus' face went slightly blank. He asked again in confusion, "What? Alex killed Darat? Is that your speculation, or do you have proof?" Quofi replied, "It's mostly speculation, but all the remaining dukes think so." He furrowed his brows and asked grimly, "What's the reason?" Immediately after, Tina also spoke up. "We really want to ask you, my lord, why did you stop Darat?" Deus chuckled softly and exclaimed, "Stop him? Me? Why would I do that?" She calmly answered him, leaving him slightly shocked and speechless. "We know everything. The dragons driven mad by Darat's poison were all dealt with by you and Alex." Quofi couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Why did you stop Darat from using dragons to attack humans? Why did you order Alex to kill Darat? Was leaving the demon realm not enough? Why are you now choosing to side with humans?" Deus sighed inwardly, his thoughts racing. This situation is a total mess. Snapping out of his thoughts, he awkwardly turned his head and hastily replied to both girls. "First of all, me catching dragons is too complicated to explain to you, so let's skip that. On what basis are you saying that I ordered Alex to kill Darat?" As soon as he finished speaking, Quofi retorted, "Based on the facts. The last person to see Darat was Alex. To be precise, when Darat met Alex. That was also the moment he was killed. The story about Darat taking his own life is just a lie from Alex, and no one knows how he actually died." Tina also chimed in, "And currently, Alex is the servant closest to you, my lord." Deus hurriedly yelled back, "Who's his servant? He just latched onto me on his own." She asked him skeptically, "So that means it wasn't an order from you, my lord, right?" He confidently replied, "Of course it wasn't." Hearing that, she cried out in worry, "We have a problem here." Deus glanced over and interrogated the two girls. "So you've been watching me and Alex this entire time?" Quofi replied, "That's right. But to be honest, based on what I've observed so far, it seems like you, my lord, are living without any particular thoughts in mind." He embarrassedly said, Well, you observed correctly." She continued, "I came here to clarify whether Alex did all of this entirely on his own." He glared at her and asked, "So, Alex has betrayed the demon race?" She revealed a wicked smile and replied, "That's right." Deus calmly crossed his arms and said, The 7 dukes sure have a great relationship. One dies, and the rest start suspecting and spying on each other. She interjected, because this is a rebellion by the Demon King. Paying her no mind, he continued. Can we just take this opportunity to close off the demon realm entirely? Let's just drop everything. The demons can adapt and live in the human world. What do you think? She interrogated in a low voice. Is that what you truly want, my lord? Diaz avoided looking her in the eye and just yelled, I'm just talking nonsense! It doesn't mean anything! Seeing this, she immediately made her demand. Please, come back. Stop resisting your destiny and return. You are the master of our tens of billions of demonic creatures. He glanced up at the ceiling and replied coldly. I'm already sick of hearing that from Alex. If you're done talking, get lost. Go investigate or fight amongst yourselves. Do whatever you want. The moment he finished speaking, the 2 women reached for their hats on the table. The 2 of them said nothing more and quietly put on their hats. Then, they both stepped backward, phasing into the walls. They spoke in unison. Well then, we shall return to see you later. Just like that, their faces gradually sank behind the wall, slowly, little by little, until nothing remained. Finally, Deus was left all alone in the room, dimly lit by the faint moonlight streaming in from outside. He immediately stood up, hurrying his steps as he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Then he flapped his wings and took to the sky, leaving the village in the middle of the night. A while later, Deus flew to Alex's mansion. The place was gloomy, filled with an aura of death everywhere. He gently pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing him arrive, Alex stood up eagerly. He stepped away from his desk and asked cheerfully, My lord, what brings you to my office? Deus announced loudly, I've thought this through very carefully. You really did kill Darot, didn't you? Instantly, Alex's eyes sharpened like blades as he fired back. What are you talking about? How could I possibly kill Darot? He stated his perspective. No matter how I look at it, Darot had no reason to take his own life. You were the only one with him when he died. If it wasn't suicide, then you must be the one who killed him. It's time to tell the truth, Alex. Spit it out. Out of respect for the bond we've shared, I'll grant you a painless death. Unexpectedly, in the very next second, Alex fell to his knees on the floor. He bowed his head and explained, I was born in the demon realm and live solely for it. For that cause, I've always been prepared to die. Even though I dislike the other dukes, I would never harm them and weaken the demon realm's forces. If even you, my lord, who has always been by my side, cannot trust me, then, as heartbreaking as it is, there is nothing else I can do. But if even I perish in this 666th war, without Darot and you, my lord, the defeat of the demon realm is inevitable. I absolutely cannot die here, by any means necessary. Deus glared at him without saying a word in response. Then, he casually dropped a single word, past. Hearing this, Alex couldn't help but gasp in shock. Huh? He crossed his arms and replied, That's exactly how you'd answer. You passed the test. War is indeed the only thing on your mind. Feeling betrayed, Alex frustratedly yelled out his complaints. You suddenly barged in here at night just to test me? If you have that much free time, go learn more magic. Deus barked back. You idiot! Quofi and Tina just came to see me and told me that you were the one who killed Darot. Alex stared at him with soulless eyes and shouted, What? He told him, From the perspective of the other dukes, I can understand why they'd think that, given our past actions. Anyway, as long as we catch the mastermind behind Yuljum and the 4 seasons tomorrow, everything will be cleared up. He furiously questioned him, If it's the mastermind, didn't you already take care of the golden dragon yourself? Aren't you just hunting down the remnants right now? Deus suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, right. To cover up his slip, Deus put on a sinister look and said, Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding. Alex immediately screamed, What? He continued, It was just a tiny mistake due to a misunderstanding. He panicked and retorted, You killed a god of this world, and you're telling me it was just a mistake and we should just let it slide? He replied tiredly, Well, there's no other way around it now. Anyway, the other dukes are all suspecting you, and no one knows what might happen. From now on, stay carefully hidden until I summon you. Alex's face gradually grew solemn, and he simply replied, I understand. Deus remembered a task he had given him. And have you checked that mycelium poison I gave you last time? I gave you a different strand. He quickly reported, I was just studying it. I'm certain it's different from Duras. Hearing that, his face turned serious as he voiced his suspicion. So that means someone else impersonated Darot. Or perhaps, while he was alive, Darot intentionally created something else. Alex replied, I choose to believe the first possibility. Based on what I've observed over the past 665 centuries, he wasn't the type to pursue drastic changes. He nodded in agreement and said, if necessary, anything can happen. Even the Demon King, who has existed for 665 centuries, disappeared this time, didn't he? He interrupted. He hasn't disappeared yet. My lord, regardless of who orchestrated this, the mycelium poison belongs to the demon realm, so this is definitely a scheme by one of our comrades. I don't want to investigate any further. On the contrary, the deeper we dig, the more complicated things will get. So, let's just stop here. Why don't you restore everything back to how it was? Deus mocked him in return. Restore everything? Go back to being the Demon King? Follow what you guys have prepared. Study the Demon King's tactics, and then invade the human world and fight heroes 20 years from now? Alex answered, as if it were obvious. That is the destiny of the Demon King. Deus glared at him, irritated. Even when the outcome of the war is already set in stone? He cried out, My lord, you are not like the past 665 times. This time, the demon realm will definitely win. Therefore, please prepare with us for the war 20 years from now. He coldly asked him, You think me wandering around like this is a terrible waste of time, don't you? Listen here, Alex. He instantly replied obediently, Yes, my lord. He continued, At this point, I'm not going to back down. One of you 6 dukes can step up as the Demon King, or all the demons can gather and elect a new one. It's up to you guys. Just count me out and sort it out amongst yourselves. He immediately protested. That's impossible. The demonic skills of the previous Demon King still reside within your body, my lord. He casually threw out a question. Do you want me to give them back? Alex warned. Without them, you would be just an ordinary demon, my lord. Deus said indifferently. If that's the case, then I'll return them. He couldn't believe his ears and shouted furiously, My lord, you are the most powerful entity in the world. Everyone fears your power and strength. You are a being who can possess anything you desire. I truly cannot understand. Why would you want to throw away the power you already hold in your hands? Why would you expend all your effort just to fall from such a height? Hearing those words, Deus just let out a long yawn and said, Just listening to that makes me bored and sleepy. The Demon King really is such a tedious existence. Alex immediately cried out, My lord. He shot back angrily. Everything you say is meaningless. If you don't intend to take the demonic skills, then stop nagging. Compared to the story of a Demon King's defeat that hasn't changed at all in 100 years, this investigation is at least far more engaging. Alex just stared at him without saying another word. With that, Deus turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him, Anyway, tomorrow, when we capture the rest of the 4 seasons, everything will become clear. I'm off. In the meantime, make sure you hide well. From now on, you're suspect number 1. A short while later, Deus returned to his room and slowly propped his feet up on the chair. Then he leaned back and lay on the sofa, staring intently at the ceiling. He began to ponder in his mind, the 4 seasons, the demons, the heroes. The true leader of the 4 seasons is the one behind all of this. And the matter just ends like that? What is it? There's still something missing. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. As if realizing something, he jolted upright, a look of extreme shock mixed with panic on his face. Deus felt a growing suspicion. Could it be that they are all the culprits? That's right. There's no rule saying they can't all be accomplices. Darot provided the mycelium poison to sow discord between dragons and humans. The 4 seasons distributed it among their kin, following the exact timeline Darot guided them on. When the dragons struck first, the heroes gleefully hunted them down to hoard wealth and weapons. Could all of this have been orchestrated by someone? What if it's all just their individual interests clicking together perfectly like cogs in a machine? Then, conversely, there is no central focus and no solid clues to grasp. What if that bizarre mastermind is just as elusive? He then stared blankly out his room window, not uttering another word. He clutched his head in frustration, thinking, then why did Darot die? No matter what, that detail doesn't make any sense. Why did he have to die and scramble my brain like this? Deus stomped his foot hard, cursing as he walked. Damn it. Suddenly, he marched over to the bedroom and shouted, Hey! The golden dragon, lying in bed, mumbled groggily, I was having a good sleep. What is it? He raised his hand, conjuring a deep void in his palm, and ordered, Let's go. A few minutes later, agonizing and desperate screams rang out. Help me! Let me out! The cries grew louder and closer with every step Deus and the golden dragon took. It hurt so much. The golden dragon's jaw dropped wider and wider in disbelief as the voices echoed continuously. Please let me out! Please! I'd rather you just kill me! The people behind the iron bars screamed and wailed. Let me out! Please save me! Please! They begged relentlessly. Please! Give me some food! Please! Give me anything! Flying monsters! They're flying monsters. Off to the side, Ojin and Julius stared straight ahead like soulless husks. By now, the voices of the imprisoned overlapped. A newcomer? Come here and let me see. When are you finally going to let me out? I've been here for way too long. The golden dragon asked Deus, is this the prison inside your body? You sure don't care much for the human rights of your prisoners, do you? He responded nonchalantly, in taking good care of them. They're still alive, aren't they? Besides, even if they want to die, they can't without my permission. Seeing him stride forward, she quickly asked, Where are we going? He replied, Just follow along and you'll see. Before we strike the main base of the 4 seasons, there's one last thing I want to check. His footsteps just kept advancing forward. The moment he reached the door, he pushed it open and said, Here. I specifically locked this one in a private cell. The golden dragon was somewhat curious. Who exactly is it? Pushing the door open and stepping in, Deus smiled brightly and asked, How are you? Still kicking? At that moment, absolute shock was plastered all over the golden dragon's face. He called out, June. Acting like someone who had lost her soul, she spoke up. Just end it here. Kill me. As soon as she realized who was standing before her, her eyes went wide in startlement. Deus said coldly, I'd love to kill you right away too, but things aren't over yet. More importantly, the one beside me is highly against it. Trembling in shock, June said, You aren't dead yet. Golden dragon? She instantly exploded in fury. That's right. The Demon King figured out our actions. Did you truly abandon us? How could you make us suffer like this by joining hands with demons? Unbelievable. The golden dragon couldn't hold back and retorted. Even if I were to side with the humans, out of sheer hatred you injected poison into the bodies of children from our own race and then pushed them into human cities. For that act alone, you deserve to be annihilated. You are no longer a member of the dragon race. June furiously growled. I did it all for the dragon race. Even my own hands have been stained with blood. Humans, just a few centuries ago, risked their lives fighting alongside us against the demons. I once thought we could be great allies, but what was the result? Whenever they get the chance, they murder our parents, siblings, and children, wearing them as mere ornaments. You are our mother and our god, yet you just tell us to endure it? Do you know how much we've rotted away from the inside all this time? Deus, after watching this good drama unfold, interrupted and asked, So you sacrificed your own kind on your own accord to achieve your goals? June shouted back in rebuttal, It's not just us. Everyone desires it. There just hasn't been an event significant enough to make the decision. The first spark. We made it a reality for them. I was the one who did it. Soon enough, countless enraged allies will spark the war. The golden dragon seemed to feel a sense of empathy, crying out bitterly, June, I understand the sorrow deep within your heart. I know you lost both your beloved husband and your child to the humans. Your husband's claws became their spears, and your child's eyes became the earrings of some noble. I didn't stop you from protesting the peace treaty with the humans, either. Even when you gathered a large group to beg me, I still listened in silence. June seemed to go mad, screaming in frustration. Just listening is not enough. Oh, our mother, our god, golden dragon, noble divine dragon. Why did you sign a treaty with the humans? They are too greedy. Even now, somewhere out there, they are still targeting the bodies of our dragon race. Today, they will use my flesh and skin to make shields. And tomorrow, they will use my husband's right arm bone to forge swords. And the day after, with those very weapons, they will seek to harm our other children, down to the very last dragon. With tears streaming down her face, she cried out in agony, They are nothing but devils! Why did you sign a treaty with them, O divine one? As soon as she finished speaking, the golden dragon quickly turned around and told Deus, Let's head back. And so, the two of them left, closing the prison door that held June captive. Deus looked at the humans groaning and crying, Save me! behind the iron bars, and said, "It's just like the saying goes, when you gaze into the abyss of a monster, the abyss also gazes into you." Is this what they mean? He turned his eyes to her and continued, "Have your children truly become the embodiment of pure wrath?" At that moment, tears began to well up and wet the corners of the golden dragon's eyes. Seeing her like that, he shifted to comfort her. They probably just wanted revenge on humanity. Nothing more, right? It's really no big deal. The four seasons do things the four seasons way, demons do things the demons way, and heroes do things the heroes way. Perhaps everyone is just doing whatever they want, not following anyone's grand plan, just living in our own respective places, and then gradually, perhaps we've all become monsters. Then, the golden dragon spoke up, drawing his attention. "Humans are so despicable. What about you? Do you hate humans?" He remained silent, his eyes brimming with deep thoughts. And then he walked forward, dropping a single sentence. "Stop spouting such nonsense and go to sleep. You idiot, if you want to win, we need to head out early tomorrow morning. I'm sure everything will end tomorrow." She nodded in agreement. Yeah. A moment later, in different places, everyone was doing their own thing. Deke was sleeping peacefully in his soft bed, while Alex gazed intently out the window of his office. Meanwhile, at Dia's house, the golden dragon gradually fell asleep, while he was still staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Under the starry night sky in the village, a messy tangle of different emotions lingered. The next day, someone was quietly walking forward. Someone respectfully bowed their head and greeted. "It's been a while, Lord Cadencia. Was your trip smooth?" At the only holy land below ground, the Holy Court Palace, he burst into laughter and replied, "Motion sickness is no joke." Indeed, the night flight wasn't easy at all. The personnel of the Holy Court smiled and reminded him, "He is waiting. Please, go right in." Cadencia knelt down and spoke, "May the Holy Court prosper, and may the 12 archangels bless you." The Holy Emperor's voice echoed, "I have heard the story. Give me a detailed report." Deke von Holybit is at 10.825%. "We have obtained a confession from the person who directly measured it, Your Holiness," he said in a stern tone. "After all, this is something entirely unprecedented." Cadencia reported, "We must bring him to the Holy Court. If we entrust him with leading the cavalry and preparing for this 666th war, I believe we can absolutely annihilate the demon realm." The Holy Emperor replied to him, "I have long heard of the significance of the dukes," he reported. "Your Holiness, I can fight even 20 years from now. All D and G rank heroes share the same determination. In the past, even when we had strength left, we still only stopped at the gates of the demon realm. We cannot let this history repeat itself." The Holy Emperor observed him in silence. Cadencia continued, "It is always the last hero who dies in the great war against the Demon King. This time will be different. If we can let him lead the cavalry into battle, having a different outcome than before is entirely possible. If I teach him combat tactics and magic between now and 20 years from now, he will become a talent nearly on par with the last hero. With him, 20 years later, combined with the last hero of the 5th generation, we will destroy the demon realm with the power of 2 last heroes." After leaving the Holy Emperor's room, the Holy Court personnel and Cadencia chatted. "No matter how busy I am, I always feel so small compared to your efforts for the world and for righteousness. You flatter me too much. Since I'm not that smart, I have to at least try to act with my body. You completed all your subjects with excellent grades. Why are you being so modest?" Just then, a group of people chattering lively caught their attention. The Holy Court personnel introduced them. "This is a visiting group of future warriors and holy maidens of the next generation. For those children, seeing such a sacred place in person is wonderful for sparking faith, pride, and loyalty. They are the 5th generation. Who knows what might happen? Among the children here right now, the last hero might emerge." Suddenly, a girl in the crowd spotted the two and excitedly screamed, "Oh my God, Lord Cadencia of the Zodiac Knights. Everyone, come say hello. This is Lord Cadencia of the Zodiac Knights, the one with the strongest bloodline in the world and the sword of the Holy Emperor." In just an instant, the group of warriors surrounded him, chattering happily. "It's an honor to meet you." "Hello, sir, so cool." Among them, someone confidently stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, sir. I am Caius von Holyroos from the Holyroos family. My grandfather was also a member of the Zodiac Knights, so I've heard many stories about you, senior." Seeing this, someone else quickly pushed Caius aside and introduced herself. "Hello, sir. I am from the Holy Cypress family. which raised the first female last warrior. "My name is Alara von Holy Cypress," Cadencia gently replied. "Ah, hello. Nice to meet you." A child in the warrior group shouted, "My mom said our family has produced up to 3 last holy maidens." Hearing this, he awkwardly replied, "Ah, is that so? That's really amazing." Everyone in the warrior group competed to speak up. "The last hero is even more amazing. Without a holy maiden, a hero alone can't do anything. If it weren't for our holy Linden family, this world would have been destroyed by the 320th Great Demon King. Our ancestor was also a last hero." Cadencia sheepishly spoke amidst the crowd. "Everyone is truly remarkable." Suddenly, one of them turned their head and shouted with a mocking tone, "Hey, does your family have anything to be proud of?" Others saw this and chimed in. "The greatest family of this era. It's Miss Signy von Holybit, isn't it?" "Ah, that's right. The Holybit family is here too." "Hey, you know they don't have anything. Why ask so cruelly?" Deke's 15-year-old sister, Signy von Holybit, forced a smile and said, "Yeah, our family doesn't have anything at all." As soon as she finished speaking, someone rushed in to tease her. "Of course that's the case. Why even ask?" Instantly, Deke's 9-year-old brother, Redin von Holybit, yelled out in defense, "My older brother is a key-rank warrior! He just achieved it this time!" Signy grabbed the boy's hand, startled, and called his name, Redin. All the warriors there stood stunned for a moment, and then they burst out laughing, saying to one another, "We're talking about the last hero and holy maidens right now. How dare mere key-ranks try to argue?" "Wow, so amazing!" "That's right. For an Fee-rank family, a key-rank warrior is already quite exceptional." Someone even chimed in, "I heard your brother also worked as a nameless servant and then bought his title with money, right? How pathetic. People like that should have their warrior titles stripped away. Prestigious families like ours are getting a bad reputation because of them." "Don't worry, no one knows who he is anyway." Suddenly, another girl ran over, throwing one arm over Signy's shoulder and giving a thumbs up with the other, saying, Hey, don't tease them too much. After all, when you're feeling down, just looking at Signy and Redden can lift your spirits right up. It's really great for a change of mood. Everything has its role." Signy clumsily replied, "Is that so? That's good then." The girl laughed and nodded in agreement. That's right. All of a sudden, Cadencia spoke up and asked, "Could you two be Deke's siblings?" Signy trembled and asked back, "Sir, you know my brother?" He calmly replied, "Of course I know him. Didn't your brother tell you we're close friends? Signy and Redden, right?" The girl nodded profusely and answered, Yes, sir." He continued, "Deke has bragged about you to me more times than I can count. I'm a regular customer at his shop." The girl let out a soft and said, "So that's how you know him, I see. I was truly surprised that a great person like you would call my brother a friend." Suddenly, Redin ran up to Cadencia, drawing his attention. The boy shouted loudly, "My brother is a business genius! He makes a lot of money and uses it to send my sister and me to the dormitories here. He's not only good at carrying heavy things, he's also good at washing dishes and driving carriages. There's nothing my brother can't do." Seizing the moment, he immediately knelt down to be at eye level with the boy. Cadencia smiled and said, "You must really admire your older brother." Redin immediately replied, "Yes, he is the most amazing person in the world." He offered his praise. "Signy, Redin, Deke is a very strong warrior, so strong that he will become an immense source of power for us in the Zodiac Nights. So, please, always be proud of your brother. Who knows? He might end up becoming more famous than any family here." The holy maiden hurriedly stepped forward and interrupted, "My lord, in that case, could you leave a few words of blessing for these children today?" Cadencia stood up and declared loudly, "Heroes are not the main characters. The true main characters are the people living in this world after the Zero Era. Warriors are simply supporting characters, a mere stepping stone for them." Then he glanced to the side. "But it is the most noble stepping stone in this world. You absolutely must remember this." Everyone in the warrior group stared at him in bewilderment. He forced a smile to explain his words. "Did I make things too serious? All right then, goodbye everyone." And just like that, he left. The holy court personnel respectfully said to him, "You've worked hard. Thank you very much." He merely replied, "I feel a bit embarrassed." Meanwhile, on the other side, the holy maiden was still lecturing the warrior group, just as Lord Cadencia of the Zodiac Knights said, "We cannot forget the spirit of sacrifice for the world." They answered in unison, Yes, ma'am. In the afternoon, Deus and the Golden Dragon were relaxing, sitting on a boat steered by Deke. He praised, "You're pretty good at rowing," Deke replied. "When I was 9, I used to work catching small fish." He exclaimed in awe, "Is that so? That's really impressive," Deke said. "You flatter me, sir." Saying that, Deus calmly looked up at the sky. He suddenly voiced his thoughts. Come to think of it, dragons are stronger than humans, so why didn't they conquer the horse continent earlier? The Golden Dragon sitting beside him explained, "Because the dragon race is different from the demon race. They are not greedy. They live leisurely, blending with nature and enjoying a peaceful life." He questioned her. "Then what is the boundary realm?" She immediately continued her explanation. "The boundary realm is the area connecting the realm where dragons live and the horse continent. It's a type of magical gate." He curiously asked her again, "Ultimately, it's still a gate to the human world, isn't it? Don't they want to conquer the surface? It's not just the dragons. The dwarves don't come to the surface either." "Why is that? Wouldn't conquering the surface make them wealthier than painstakingly digging for minerals underground?" The Golden Dragon furiously clamored, "Hey, don't you find that way of thinking? That war is somehow better. Incredibly bizarre?" He continued asking her, "Then what about the demons? Why are they trying to reach the surface?" She irritably replied, "Hey, only the demons would know that," Deus calmly said. "There's probably no justifiable reason, is there? Someone once said it was a longing for the sun, but haven't they lived perfectly fine for 666 centuries without the sun? Dwarves underground, elves in the forest, dragons in their realm, humans on the horse continent, and demons in the demon realm. Isn't that perfectly normal?" The Golden Dragon retorted, "You should move around a bit. If a fool like you just sits around overthinking, you'll go crazy. After all, what's so weird about it, you lunatic?" However, without hesitation, he added, 666 centuries. How is it that for over 60,000 years, the territories of each race haven't gotten mixed up and have remained exactly the same? No matter what shifts occurred, that is a long enough time for absolutely everything to change. At that moment, Deke also voiced his own thoughts. Come to think of it, the human continent is exactly the same. Throughout those 666 centuries, the borders of the nations have remained unchanged. There are occasional wars over the throne, but I don't think there have been any significant changes. The Golden Dragon agreed. That's right. Thinking carefully, the mountains, rivers, and nature haven't changed much either, huh? Deus startlingly cried out, "Really?" Deke stated it as a matter of fact. Aren't those things inherently unlikely to change? The Golden Dragon said, "Well, over 60,000 years, there should be some changes, but I wouldn't know." "Well, then maybe it's proof that the balance of the world God created is simply flawless, right?" Deke laughed out loud and replied, "That's right! Perhaps that is the most accurate answer." Hearing that, Deus pondered deeply. Flawless balance, huh? Suddenly, Deke asked Deus, "By the way, Lord Deus, where did Alex go?" The Golden Dragon also curiously asked, "Oh yeah, where is that servant of yours?" He teased the two of them. "I killed him. Just kidding. He just left for some personal business. I was going to tell you, when we get back, put up a flyer in front of the shop to look for a new butler." The Golden Dragon voiced her doubts. "How could that guy ever leave you? Are you two plotting something again?" Deus calmly warned her, "Mind your own business." Deke, sitting opposite him, said in confusion, "I really hope he comes back too. Since it was my first time forming a party, I told myself we'd always be together forever. But I guess I'm the only one who felt that way." However, something was approaching the three of them. Yuljim reminded the other two, "Let's stop the idle chatter here and start preparing. We've arrived. This is the safe zone, the tomb of the ancient dragon, Agayata Canyon." Then she pulled something out from her spatial inventory. "Deke, take this. Last time, inside a star shell, I found some leftover titanium, so I tried forging it with a bit of magic. You can't enter a dragon's lair in normal human clothes, right?" Lying nearby, Deus thought in surprise, "Titanium?" Yuljim subtly praised the item. "It's extremely powerful," and threw the armor to Deke. Holding it, he was stunned and thought, "Space-age tech?" Instantly, his eyes lit up. Strange visions flashed before his eyes. A flying ship, countless skyscrapers. The scenery morphed into a modern metropolis. He gasped and shouted, "Where in the world is this?" Just then, a red glow slowly materialized in front of him. Bizarre codes continuously scrolled across the armor. The light from the armor shot straight at him. Snapping back to reality, Deke couldn't help but think in awe. This is entirely energy from another world. Diaz, too impatient to wait, urged him, hurry up and put it on. Deke obediently replied, yes, sir. He put on the armor and asked for their opinions. How does it look? Even though the design is a bit weird, do you think it suits me? Yoljum replied, it really looks great, while Deus merely said, it's acceptable. Deke said, now that I've got this armor on, I feel like I wouldn't even be scared if a dragon showed up. But the peaceful moment on the boat didn't last long before something flashed beneath the water's surface. Then it shot up into the sky, sending their boat rocking violently. Right before their eyes was a colossal dragon. It growled a warning. This is no place for you humans to tread. If you don't want to die, turn your boat around immediately. But in that very moment, Deus pointed a finger at the dragon. He let out a bored sigh and said, Deke versus dragon. Deke, launch. Hearing this, Deke let out a panicked squeak. Huh? Deus drawled lazily. Oh, hero, go defeat it. Deke forced a smile. You're joking, right? Yoljum yelled from the side. Hey, are you trying to get him killed? Deus simply replied, has seen it enough times. It's time he did it himself. She couldn't help but scold him. Do you think dragons are just like some slimes? Even an entire army of heroes couldn't catch one. Deus turned away, muttering, an entire army? What a bunch of idiots. Yoljum shrieked, you're the idiot! He told her, if you don't want Deke to do it, then go catch it yourself. She shot back, don't you think me catching a dragon is a bit weird? He asked her coldly. Then should I catch it? That dragon is far too weak. If I can't hold back my strength properly, it's not on me. Yoljum gritted her teeth, glaring at him awkwardly. The dragon couldn't wait any longer and urged, what are you doing? Scram, right now. Yoljum instantly raised her hand, channeled her power, and yelled, I'm washing my hands of this! Deke, take this! In the blink of an eye, a massive surge of power flowed into Deke, making him gasp in awe. What is this terrifying power? She informed him. Every max-level buff has been activated. In this state, you have more than enough power to obliterate a small castle. But she didn't forget to plead. Deke, please don't kill that child. Just as Deke was awkwardly replying to her, that's a child? I'm way more likely to die than it is. A hand quietly grabbed onto one of his gear straps. At that moment, Deke hadn't realized what was happening. He was swiftly chucked straight toward the dragon by Deus, who bellowed, super buffed Deke, launch. Deke rocketed through the air like an arrow, screaming his lungs out. The dragon immediately gathered energy in its maw and roared, die. Hurricane breath. However, the shield gun that Deke carried suddenly glowed. It not only pierced straight through the dragon's attack, but also tore a straight line across its body. The dragon's jaw dropped in stunned silence. It darted its eyes to the side. Sensing an opening, Deke immediately unleashed Moonlight Strike, third form. Demon King Piercer. Sensing the danger, the dragon whipped its tail. It knocked him far away and furiously roared. Did you really think a direct attack like that would work on me? Lagan was tossed aside into the forest, while Lewin fell into the water. However, out of nowhere, grappling hooks came flying up. The hooks snagged onto one of the dragon's horns, catching it off guard. Deke was dangling in midair. He used the hooks as an anchor, gripping them tight to keep from flying away. The dragon let out a low, wrathful growl. It instantly whipped its head around. The sheer force hurled Deke backward. He was repeatedly slammed into the surrounding mountains. His hands started to bleed, and he agonizingly thought, my hands, my hands. But with an incredibly fierce determination, he tightened his grip on the grappling line once more. He gritted his teeth and thought, both Lord Deus and Mr. Alex have fought with everything they have for everyone. I absolutely cannot give up either. I dropped Lewin. I need something to use as a weapon. Is there anything? After rummaging through his bag for a few seconds, he pulled out a frying pan. He glanced up and thought, a pan? Damn it, if only this were a knife. Suddenly, the pan began to transform. It reshaped itself into a glowing cross sword. Down below, Deus couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Mustering every ounce of his strength, Deke let out a mighty roar. Sensing things were going south, the dragon plummeted downward. In a flash, it dove straight toward the water. Dangling in the air, Deke screamed. Just like that, the dragon dragged him down into the depths. Deke held onto the dragon for dear life, but as they sank deeper, More and more water flooded into his mouth, making him choke. He thought to himself, "No, I can't breathe." The dragon showed no signs of stopping, diving deeper and deeper. Deke furrowed his brow as his thoughts and his consciousness began to fade. Just as his mind was slipping away, the dragon abruptly changed course and swam upward, spinning its body and slamming him agonizingly into the deep-sea rocks. Swiftly, it dragged Deke back out of the water, and then it veered to the side again. The dragon then came face to face with Deke. It noticed that he was unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, it unleashed its power. "You pathetic humans! Just die!" Frenzied dragon breath. Its attack was aimed directly at Deke, sending him hurtling upward from the sheer force. Down below, Yuljum and Dea screamed his name, Deke. Suddenly, Yuljum realized something and widened her eyes. A protective barrier had enveloped Deke. The armor displayed streams of numbers. It immediately vented a massive amount of steam. Glowing stones on the front of the armor were now smoking relentlessly. And just like that, those stones were fired off like projectiles. They aimed straight for the dragon, startling the beast. Ultimately, the stones struck the dragon, setting off a series of massive explosions. Even though Deke was unconscious, the armor kept fighting in his place, sprouting two robotic arms that fired laser beams straight down. Those beams caused the explosions, ravaging the dragon's body to grow larger by the second. The lasers even struck the water, sending the boat rocking wildly. Yuljum looked up to see the dragon's body blown to pieces. Chunks of flesh simply plummeted straight down into the water. She shifted her gaze to the side. The dragon had finally been defeated. Yuljum looked up to see the dragon's body blown to pieces. Piece by piece, it fell straight into the water. The final dragon had finally been defeated. To be sure, up in the air, Deke gritted his teeth. He shouted its name, Lewin. Beneath the water, Lewin began to glow. It shot like an arrow, piercing straight through the dragon, making it roar in agony. Lewin angrily gritted its teeth. Deke reached out and grabbed it tightly. He declared boldly, "Once more, Moonlight Strike, third form." At this moment, the crystals on his armor glowed once again as smoke continuously poured out. He roared, the ultimate buff of all, Demon King Piercer. And with that, his attack sliced straight into the dragon like a blade. The dragon's eyes lost all signs of life. It collapsed, crashing hard into the adjacent mountain. The golden dragon marveled. "We can't completely separate those weapons and buffs from the hero's own skills. I don't know why, but Deke seems to have gotten much stronger, hasn't he?" Deus chuckled lightly and said, "It's good that he's stronger. Hurry up and heal him, because we still have to go catch the next dragon." Hearing this, she thought to herself, "To this guy, nothing matters besides strength." Truly fitting for the Demon King. A moment later, the dragon had transformed into a human, its eyes still closed. A voice rang out, "Hey, are you awake?" Snapping it back to consciousness. It shouted in confusion, "What's going on?" Deus replied, "What's going on? You were defeated by our hero, that's what." It immediately retorted, "Lies! How could a dragon, capable of deciding the prosperity and ruin of an empire, lose to a nobody? That's impossible." Without hesitation, he pulled out a vial and held it up to its face. He threatened, "Answer my questions, or I'll shove this mycelium poison you guys love so much right into your eyes." The dragon shrieked, "How did you get that?" Deus said calmly, "I even know everything you've done, using your comrades to attack humans with this. In the end, why are you doing all this?" The dragon roared furiously, "We will rebuild our kingdom on this blessed land, drive out the humans, and dragons will rule this world." He glared at it and said, "You're just repeating those words like a parrot. You've barely set up a tiny kingdom and you already want to rule the world? Is your brain the size of a bird's? You're all just a bunch of delusional fools." The dragon grew even more furious, shouting, "It's you, isn't it? How could 3 of the 9 suddenly lose contact? You're the culprit! What did you do to June, Julia, and Ojin?" It suddenly realized something. The dragon exclaimed in shock, Could you be angels? Are you trying to stop us from up there? But we had no intention of violating your rules. Please understand that we only wish to receive the blessings and be chosen by the Creator." Deus replied, "Sorry, but it's the exact opposite. I am the nightmare of everyone in this world. I am the Demon King, just a fool with meaningless delusions. Now, go join your friends." Having dealt with the dragon, Deus walked over to where the golden dragon was healing Deke and said, "You heard that? It's all the exact same story. In conclusion, I've resolved an unprecedented event where cruel dragons were trying to crawl up to the surface. Even if it wasn't done perfectly, I should receive 10 times the previous payment, dear client." After speaking, he immediately stared at her in bewilderment. He saw that her expression was slightly sorrowful, remaining silent and not answering a word. He thought for a moment, then awkwardly looked away. Then he turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct, "Wake Deke up. We have to catch the remaining 8 and end this quickly." The golden dragon simply replied, "Yeah." By late afternoon, at the Agayata Canyon, Deus gazed intently at it. He praised, "It's beautiful. I believe this is called a sunset." Right then, Deke walked over and burst out laughing. "I didn't expect Lord Deus to have such emotional moments. The only person in the world who isn't worried about entering a dragon's lair is definitely just you, Lord Deus." He calmly lay on the bag Deke was carrying and said, "Is that so?" Deke tiredly replied, "But can we rest for a bit?" "Mage, our hero is exhausted here. Give me a buff." The golden dragon walking behind incessantly scolded, "Hey, you lunatic! Walk on your own 2 feet." Deus paid no mind. He simply asked, "Do you want to bet on how many of them will show up next?" The golden dragon replied, 3. He asked her, "Is there any basis for that?" She explained, "Dragons are always like that. If one doesn't work, it'll be 3. She tiredly thought to herself, "Damn it, I forgot this body is human. So I used up all my mana buffering and healing Deke." Deus asked curiously, "So there are 12 of them in total?" The golden dragon explained, "The number 12 holds a lot of meaning. The number of archangels is also 12, and a year has 12 months." He calmly interrupted, "All right, the mage has bet 1 gold coin on 3. And Deke, how many do you bet on?" Hearing this, the golden dragon shouted, "What? When did I ever bet money?" While Deke just asked in surprise, "Me? Then I bet 2, Deus said. Deke bets 1 gold coin on 2. He asked him curiously, "Eh? I don't have that much money." He replied, "I'll advance it for you. Just pay me back slowly." The golden dragon yelled, "You're a thug!" But Deke just said, "Ah, yes. Then what about you, master?" He answered, 7. He wondered, "Why?" Right after, Deus pointed his finger up at the sky. He said, "Aren't they right up there? It seems like one is missing, though. I'm too tired, so I can't see clearly." One of the dragons spoke up, "How did you get here? Why wasn't Sept guarding the gate? Where did he go?" Deus chuckled and replied, "You'll all meet each other soon enough. Don't worry." He pointed forward and smiled, commanding, "Deke, charge." Suddenly, Deke said nervously, About that, Lord Deus. 7 of them is a bit too much for me. I'll be blasted to pieces without a trace left." Deus jumped off his back and said in a low voice, "It really is a bit too much, huh? Even though it's a bit of a hassle, I guess I'll have to step in. Deke, since I don't want you to see me fighting, go wait a bit further away." Without hesitation, Deke quickly drew his sword, stepping in front of Deus and said, "I always listen to you, Lord Deus, but this time I have to refuse. Even if you are my master, taking on 7 dragons alone is way too difficult. I, Deke, even though I'm only key rank and can't help much, but before he could finish his sentence, Deus threw him far away once again, instructing, "Go down and guard the boat. I'll be right down." Meanwhile, the golden dragon opened a portal, muttering a curse. "Damn it, since I have no mana left, I have to use my life force just to open a portal. I'm going to find the last remaining child. Don't overdo it, just keep it moderate." Deus laughed it off and said, "Don't worry, I didn't plan on going too hard. I just want to show them the difference in our levels a bit. I feel a bit annoyed that someone dared to try something that even my team failed to do 606 times." The golden dragon clicked her tongue softly and said, "Arrogant jerk." He simply replied, "Thank you. I'll follow right behind." Having said that, he turned back to the dragons and said, "You've waited long enough, right? Then, let's get to business." Deus leaped into the air and dashed forward in just 0.5 seconds. 6 eyes were blown out, chains of the void. In the next 0.5 seconds, 4 dragons were bound. He smiled an eerie smile. The monster was hung upside down by the chains. In the next 0.8 seconds, their bodies were effortlessly destroyed. Deus could only be seen wearing a smug grin. A second later, he shot through the flock of dragons like a swift arrow. One by one, they all plummeted simultaneously, crashing heavily against the boulders. But Octa was the only one who reacted in time. It opened its mouth, preparing to attack. Octa, the only one who could spot Deus' remaining traces, tried to maintain its breath. However, that didn't happen because Deus attacked it first. Deus was 0.05 seconds faster. His flames immediately blasted straight into Octa's body. Even so, the madness within Deus hadn't subsided in the slightest. The two faced off, as if another battle was about to break out. Just then, a desperate cry made Deus turn his head. Enough. A blue dragon blocked its kin and pleaded for surrender. "Please stop! We've lost!" It begged Deus earnestly. "I will quietly retreat with my kin, so please end this massacre." Hearing this, he didn't want to make things difficult for it. Retreating immediately, huh? Seems like you at least have some brains. Suddenly, May, lying on the ground, roared out, "No! You must quickly return and bring the extremists here to kill that guy. Our kingdom, the new world is right before our eyes." The blue dragon turned its head and questioned sternly. "Enough! May, we should stop here. Ever since June disappeared, it's pretty much been over for us. Even though we forcefully made it this far, will the Lord forgive this?" Behind it were other motionless dragons. June and April said they received orders from the Lord. But if that's true, why have we ended up in this situation? Deus instinctively repeated what it just said. Orders from the Lord? The blue dragon continued speaking. Among us, only Tulban received the prophecy. If their story wasn't true, then what have we been doing? Suddenly, its eyes widened in sheer terror as it realized May had appeared out of nowhere. Not only that, but she ruthlessly plunged her claws straight through the blue dragon's chest. Daring to doubt the Lord's messenger? A traitor like you must die. Deus yelled furiously at May. "You fool! You just destroyed your only way out of here alive." Instantly, her arm was blown off in the blink of an eye. Both dragons crashed heavily onto the ground. However, the blue dragon still had a breath left, struggling to wheeze out a sound. Its voice was broken, its eyes pleading for an answer. "I heard that someone was hunting dragons, and a few days ago, that person barged in alone, even defeating the Golden Dragon Emperor. That must have all been your doing, right, Demon King? Or perhaps the Lord's messenger? No, maybe even the Lord has grown furious at our arrogance." Deus said nothing, simply staring coldly. The dragon continued to question. "Humans, simply for the reason of being chosen by the Lord, casually destroyed the world. They cut down trees for the sake of farming, driving countless creatures to extinction, yet I've never heard them apologize to the squirrels that lived in those trees." Only then did Deus speak up. "Are you trying to pass judgment on behalf of those squirrels?" It didn't answer his question, but continued asking him. "They must be out there hunting our dragon race somewhere today. The blood and tears shed from torturing our blue dragon, I heard they use them for perfume. Now, weapons or anything else doesn't even matter anymore." Its body was now pinned firmly to the ground by May. "What about the peace treaty? The treaty is just a meaningless piece of paper. Who will protect them? Who dares to say they can kill dragons that attack humans? It's just an empty convention. All they have to do is provoke the dragons into attacking, and that's it. So, dozens of humans have to die every year." Deus finally understood. That's what you're so dissatisfied with, right? Before passing away, the blue dragon looked at him with sad eyes. "Humans must prepare for the war against the Demon King. Weapons made from the bodies of the dragon race aren't an option, but a necessity. If so, they can be lent, but they can't take our entire bones. What if they want our hearts next?" Deep in its eyes was sheer helplessness. "Do you want to know who is using the mycelium poison? I think it was the Golden Dragon's intention." For a moment, Deus didn't even know how to react. The oppression and cruelty of humans had long made it hate them to the bone. That is the tribute offered by humans to win the war that takes place every 100 years. Before it could finish speaking, Deus interrupted. "I don't think she's that kind of person." However, the blue dragon still tried to find out what it wanted to know. "She is the god of the dragon race and the co-creator of the world. She has surely witnessed far too much. So, perhaps she decided that this is the only way to maintain peace?" Deus frowned and asked back. "So, someone conveyed this indirectly to you through the dwarves, and that person is the Golden Dragon?" But right after that, the blue dragon revealed another piece of useful information to him. "Someone among us must have collaborated and received the poison. If my thoughts are right, then the other party it must be April, the white dragon that the blonde mage next to you said she would go find. April is the biological daughter of the Golden Dragon." He looked at it coldly. "Where is April right now?" The blue dragon looked up and replied, "On the mountain peak." Hearing that, Deus turned his back, preparing to leave. since you told me, ill let you live. Leave this place at once. However, the blue dragon just dropped a single word. No. It exhaustedly slumped its head back. We have failed. We have even lost the golden dragon. It's all our fault. But if I return like this, it'll end up being captured by those humans, and my tears will just become perfume for those bastards. Although it said it didn't want to cry, tears of helplessness kept streaming down its cheeks. As a proud dragon, how could I possibly endure that? Right at that very moment, a beam of light suddenly flashed. Then the blue dragon's entire body lit up brilliantly, followed by a massive explosion. Deke, down by the river, watched anxiously. Lord Dias. Dias was completely unharmed, just slightly surprised. The spot of land from earlier was now just a vast, empty crater. A while later, he also reached the mountain peak. Right under the shade of a tree, Dias saw Yuljum kneeling on the ground. He could only quietly approach her. There, the white dragon's weak voice softly whispered, "We needed a reason to deal with those nuisances. With this, there will at least be peace for a while. What do you think? Was I a pretty perfect villain?" She lay in Yuljum's arms, tears streaming down. "Did I do well? Humans have become too rotten and weak. Perhaps we will truly lose this war. We have sacrificed too much." "You are not at fault," Yuljum replied tremblingly. I never wanted this." The white dragon slowly reached out and touched her cheek. "Oh, my God. Oh, my mother." Under the fading evening light, she looked at her mother in pain for the last time. The mother I love the most, my pitiful mother. Miserable tears kept streaming down the white dragon's cheeks endlessly. "I understand everything. Bearing that giant cross and having to pretend to be truly strong. But in reality, among all of us, you are the one who hurts the most." Finally, the white dragon softly whispered, "I have one wish. I wish for you, even if just for once, to be at peace. The one I love the most in this world." As she finished that sentence, her life completely stopped. My golden light. Her arms dropped limply, officially sinking into the endless eternity. Only then did Deus speak up and ask, did she take her own life? That's right. April, she was the one behind it all, wasn't she? Yes. So, is everything over now? Yeah, it's over, he continued. The ones down below also took their own lives. Yuljum didn't turn around, simply replying, they chose their pride. Thank you for telling me. However, that wasn't enough for Deus. Just saying it isn't going to cut it. I know. The two of them, after a battle with far too many losses, finally understood. How do you want to conclude this? How to conclude it? In the end, everyone lives happily ever after. Did you think that by just letting go and respecting all the extremists, everything would have a good ending? Perhaps. Deus' eyes looked off into the distance wistfully. Even though he didn't want to, he still had to question her directly. The one who committed suicide earlier said that, to humans, weapons crafted from dragons are indispensable. You're turning a blind eye to the deaths of dragons, aren't you? And you're suppressing that anger with something called a peace treaty. Well, that sounds quite reasonable. Faced with Dia's sharp questions, Yuljum remained silent beside her daughter's body. However, the anger among the dragons kept growing, and even you, as the dragon god, could no longer control it. This child gathered the key figures of the extremist faction and formed the Four Seasons, creating a legitimate reason for you to deal with them, didn't she? Did you really not know about this? Thinking about how the dragon race was oppressed and how everything seemed set up, Deus became even more furious. And you, not knowing the truth, thought I was the one who ordered the spread of the pathogen, so you asked for my help to catch the crazed dragons. Anyway, it was all just a process. In the tranquil space, only his questioning voice echoed evenly. With this, preparing for the war 20 years from now, humanity once again obtains plenty of weapons crafted from dragons. The key figures of the extremist faction have all been eliminated, huh? It's as if everything was prearranged. For you, this was the best possible scenario. It was a long while before Yuljum finally answered, think whatever you want. Living as a golden dragon, it's a position you couldn't endure if you kept worrying about good or bad reputation or personal feelings. Finally, Deus asked a concluding question. Are you the protector of the world's order? Hearing that, Yuljum involuntarily curled her lips into a faint smile. Sounds incredibly grand, doesn't it? Suddenly, Deus was startled as he stepped closer. Without realizing when, Yuljam's tears had burst into a sobbing cascade, while she herself was bawling. She cried and sniffled. "Just give me a minute, just a little while, okay?" The loss of her children had created a massive wound in Yuljam's heart. 60,000 years. To me, that's far too short a time to forget the children I've lost. Waiting for her to finish crying, Deus finally spoke up. "Let's go now." Yuljam softly hummed in agreement. Before leaving, she had one last thing to do. Help April rest in peace. A golden light from her hands made April's body slowly levitate. On that face, there was still a happy, content smile. Eventually, it gradually dissolved into nothingness. The overwhelming loss left Yuljam still in agonizing sorrow as she watched. Her tears threatened to pour down once more. April had now transformed into free and unrestrained motes of light, no longer having to live a life full of schemes. "Next time we meet, be a good child, okay?" A moment later, Yuljam also slowly stood up. She walked away quietly. "All right, let's head down." Deus cast a brief glance at her. "Everything has been resolved, but you don't look very happy." Yuljam's voice was still laced with sadness. "How could I be happy when things turned out like this?" Suddenly, Deus flapped his wings powerfully. He slowly reached his hand out to her. Yuljam looked at him in total astonishment. "With your mood like that, let's try doing this just once." For a fleeting moment, she was somewhat hesitant, but then she decided to grab Deus' hand anyway. "All right." Right after that, he fiercely flapped his bizarre wings. He kicked off with one leg, propelling both of them high into the sky. Before Yuljam could adapt, she shrieked loudly in fear. The two of them quietly soared upwards, admiring the scenery at sunset. High above in the vast expanse, they could see the distant horizon. By this time, Yuljam also seemed to have gotten used to having Deus by her side. Then he suddenly called out loudly, "Try screaming." Deus purposely yelled into the tranquil space. "Just scream out loud, until you feel better. No one will hear your screams up here." Yuljam frowned in concern. "That's not true. God is everywhere and listens to everything." However, that didn't make him hesitate at all. "Watch closely and learn from this, idiot." The very next second, Deus held nothing back and bellowed at the sky. "This damn world! Holy land my ass! There's nothing holy about it. The way I see it, even the demon realm is way better. This trash world, go to hell." Hearing that, Yuljam looked like she wanted to laugh. "You want to kill everyone?" Coming from the mouth of the Demon King, words like that could sound very serious. Her warning only made Deus curse even more boldly. "Damn it! What the hell is a Demon King? What the hell is a golden dragon? What's the Demon King of the demon realm? What's the god of the dragon race? This whole world is just a pre-designed machine, and we're just meaningless cogs in it. Where are the blessings anyway?" Seeing that, Yuljam also shouted out curses alongside him. "You absolute fools! Why would you act on your own like that? I never needed you to do that." Unconsciously, she poured out all her grievances in tears. "I didn't want to do that! I just wanted to wipe out all humans so we could live happily together, even if it was just one of you. I didn't want to let them die like that. Do you want your hands covered in blood? My heart hurts so much I can't even breathe, and now it feels numb. Do you guys even know about this cursed fate of mine?" Deus quickly chimed in, scolding. "That's right. You blockheads. You guys were incredibly unfilial. You're stupid and yet you like to take risks? Do whatever you're told. If they say die, then just die, you dumb lizards." Hearing him say that, Yuljam quickly reminded him, "Hey, that was a bit much, huh? Was it?" After that, both of them continued shouting out their frustrations. "I have blessed you for thousands, tens of thousands of years. I have sacrificed so much for you. I have dedicated everything to protect you." Being too absorbed in it, Deus casually yelled along, "You bastards, can't you see your mother crying? Unfilial brats, you're breaking your mother's heart to pieces." Once again, Yuljam indignantly wriggled around. "It's not that serious." "Oh, sorry. I got a little too carried away." Suddenly, Deus remained silent for a moment. As soon as he opened his mouth, he unleashed a barrage of terrible curses. Is God some kind of peeping pervert? Why not come down directly instead of just standing up there watching? "Good heavens, you're so rude. You doing that will send you straight to hell. My life has always been in hell anyway." "Oh wait, it's more like I was born the king of hell." If you're angry, don't just stay quiet and pretend to be serious. Come down here and fight me." By this time, the atmosphere between the two of them had become much more pleasant. "You think you can fight me? You're mocking me. If the Demon King hears that, He'll be very annoyed. Yuljum smiled smugly at him. I didn't get the title of omnipotent for nothing. Not even God's angels could defeat me. However, Dias didn't pay it any mind. Angels and gods are just entities in old tales anyway. The two of them just kept flying under the setting sun. No, those people? I guess you're right. They're basically non-existent, since they never show up. At this moment, Deus also suddenly realized something. He looked anxiously at the grimacing Yuljum and asked, Your complexion doesn't look too good. It seems like with a human body, this altitude is hard to endure. Knowing she couldn't take it anymore, Deus quickly dived down to the ground. Idiot. He held onto the golden dragon tightly and flew off. If you feel tired, just tell me. A moment later, they both landed on the ground. The golden dragon gently slipped her hand out of Deus' grasp. Perhaps it was too sudden, as he couldn't react in time. Then, she suddenly spoke up. Thank you. Deus asked skeptically. What did you say? I said thank you, Demon King. But he wasn't going to accept just a simple thanks. Then, pay me with money. The golden dragon smiled like a child and replied, But I don't have a single penny on me right now. Unconsciously, Deus felt his cheeks burn hot. Finally, the two. Wait, why did Darat die? Somewhere else, the town was as bustling as ever. But just a moment later, everyone looked at each other in confusion. They whispered among themselves, afraid Deus would hear. Oh my. By now, he had returned but was just sitting there blankly. What's wrong? He looks scary. His face looks so dumb. Gloomy thoughts kept swirling in Deus' head. A dragon going up against a whole group of heroes? They could probably take down 1,000 dragons as easily as eating a meal. But why did we lose when fighting the heroes? He truly couldn't understand it. Was the power of a hero really that immense? Especially that image of the man gripping his sword, standing atop countless corpses. Deke had no choice but to step up and reassure them. Please don't mind him. He just looks like that. But is actually a very respectable person, I swear. He must have been brainwashed by a harpy. So scary. Just as Deus was still dazed, someone walked up. The golden dragon had been standing in front of him since who knows when. He glanced at her and asked, Are you leaving? She smiled and replied, Yeah, our mutual business regarding the mycelium poison is over. I honestly feel a bit guilty for making you lose the title of the Golden Dragon Slayer. Deus couldn't care less about those things and pressed on. I didn't need it anyway. So what about your kids? How are you going to explain it to them? The golden dragon slowly answered, There's no other way. I'll just have to gather them all and persuade them one by one. The Four Seasons faction broke the peace treaty and started a war, making everyone misunderstand that it was your Demon Realm's plan, which caused all this chaos. In the process of resolving it, I had to fake my death and do everything secretly. Deus smirked. Just hearing about it gives me a headache. If it were me, it'd stay right here. I wouldn't go back even if it killed me. Seeing that she hit the nail on the head, he immediately yelled, What, are you sad? Well, if you insist, I'll stay a little longer. Wow, how shameless. A 60,000-year-old hag bullying an 80-year-old kid. However, the golden dragon just smiled slyly and replied, Oh, 60,000 years old? Do you have any proof that I was born in the era of chaos? Don't tell me you were born in the Silver Era? There are some things in this world that are better left unknown, kiddo. After that, she summoned a small dimensional portal. Before leaving, she called back, Dying once every 100 years, huh? A hint of sadness lingered in the golden dragon's eyes as she looked at him. Perhaps God loves you more than me. Saying that, she quickly left. Goodbye. Only then did Deke dare to approach and ask, Has Miss Yuljum left? He stood by, full of regret. I didn't even get to properly say goodbye. Sir Alex too. Everyone suddenly left. So Miss Yuljum won't be coming back anymore? Deus just coldly replied, Who knows? She's the capricious type. Another day passed at the weapon shop. Someone holding a piece of paper came looking for Deus. Lord Deus, right? He frowned as he read its contents. Urgent hiring. Position, butler. Duties, assisting the master, cleaning, laundry, cooking, shop management, business, promotion, security, armory management, night shifts, and various other chores. Condition, only recruiting the very, very strong. Salary, to be negotiated. Then Deus glanced back at the person. Scattles smiled gently and introduced himself. I'm here to apply for the butler position. Instantly, Deus turned his head away and bluntly replied, An elf? Rejected. Huh? He furrowed his brow and explained, It's clearly written right there. only recruiting the strong. Elves are super weak, aren't they? But that didn't deter Skatel. Why does a butler need to be so strong? Because you need to be able to brew coffee while dragons are flying wildly in the sky. Then he suddenly turned his head as if looking for something. Come to think of it, the master of the crown is nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the job is done so that person left? The master of the crown? At this moment, his eyes lit up, looking extremely sly. It seems you still don't know. That person is called the Golden Dragon in this world. Well, she'll be back soon enough. The gravitational pull of karma is quite strong, after all. Your presence here is definitely the biggest proof of that, since you came from underground. And naturally, that made Deus suspicious. It seems you know something, don't you? Speak. Why are you here? Skatel quickly explained, didn't I say I came to apply for the job? But Deus cut him off. Do you think I believe that? No matter what he said, Skatel's expression remained unchanged. Yes, but for now, that is the truth. His optimism only made Deus more suspicious. So that means you know my identity and the golden dragons, but you can't clearly explain how you know, and you still want me to hire you? Exactly. Then he asked seriously again. I don't even know if you're an ally, an enemy, a dragon, or a high-ranking mage. You're saying that no matter what, you want me to hire you, right? Skatel maintained his amiable attitude and replied, that's right, and my skills are excellent. Right at this moment, the fact that you can't figure out who I truly am is proof of that. Well, I think my abilities are sufficient to brew coffee while dragons are flying wildly in the sky. Finally, Deus was completely convinced by this guy. How interesting. What's your name? Please call me Skatel Eltora. Suddenly, he pointed right at Skatel's face and yelled, all right, from now on, you're my butler. Whoever you are, once you're hired, don't ever talk back to me. Are you really threatening a new hire straight to their face on the very first day? Deus glanced away and warned, if you don't like it, get out. You approached me with some kind of ulterior motive anyway, didn't you? Right now, I'm only keeping you around because I find you interesting. However, the other party didn't seem to care in the slightest. To be clear, as long as I remain your butler, I will be absolutely loyal to this job. However, the day I quit will be the moment those words lose their value. Then Deus stared piercingly into his eyes, meaning, one day you will betray me. Skatel smiled. I won't lie to you. Seeing that he understood perfectly, Deus was very satisfied and said loudly, good. That's interesting. I like you already. Your salary is 3 gold coins. You start working today. Yes, boss. Then he turned to Deke and called out, Deke, take in the new butler. He seems a bit dumb, so teach him carefully from a 2Z. Really? Skatel smiled in greeting. You must be Deke. Nice to meet you. Deke was equally welcoming. Yes, hello. It's a great pleasure to meet you. As a daily habit, when evening fell, Deus went to Deke's noodle shop again. Everyone there was eating and joking around with each other. Only Deus sat alone, quietly absorbed in his food, until it became completely dark and the streetlights turned on. Only then did Deus stand up and head home. Watching him disappear from sight, Deke also packed up his shop and went home. He silently walked briskly down the empty street, lit only by dim, flickering lights. After walking for a while, he finally arrived at Deke's small house. As soon as he got back, he immediately grabbed his sword and started training. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, trying to take deep breaths to calm himself. When Deke began to close his eyes, the images of his past battles appeared one after another. They were horrifying and haunted deep within his subconscious, unable to fade away. Or the image of the colossal dragon with its mouth wide open, about to finish Deke off. All of those things had become the motivation for his training. Moonlight strike. He tightly gripped the sword and swung it fiercely, time and time again. 8th form, Demon Kingslayer. All alone in the dark night, he trained frantically without resting. In Deke's thoughts, Deus' words echoed once again. You being in Fee rank warrior isn't because of others. It's a choice you made yourself, isn't it? Even his own uselessness made it impossible for him to forget. I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help. Honestly, D-rank missions are still too difficult for me, so I can't go with you all. You know the way out, right? Yes. And in the end, Deus chose to leave him out of the fight, as if afraid he'd get in the way. Go down and keep watch on the ship. I'll be right back. Deke always looked happy on the outside, but those things made him deeply dissatisfied with himself. He used training as a way to save himself. Even though I can never be like Lord Deus, the more he thought about it, the more determined Deke became. At the very least, I can carry his luggage by his side. At least I won't be a hindrance in completing the missions. I have to become stronger." Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him, an aura of the sword filled with rage. Deke turned his head and realized it was Cadencia, working all day and then training late into the night. What a beautiful sight. "Lord Cadencia," he cheerfully asked, "what brings you here?" But suddenly, Cadencia responded by charging at him quickly with his weapon. "Nothing major. I just want to spar. Show me your true strength." The surprise attack caught Deke completely off guard. He fell backward onto the ground and screamed in pain. Deke looked at Cadencia in terror and asked, "Cadencia, why did you suddenly do that?" But he had no intention of talking normally. Battles always happen without warning. If you're a hero, show it. Cadencia swept past like the wind, slashing Deke's left arm. He swung again, leaving a deep gash on Deke's right arm as well. Deke couldn't fight back in time. He was overpowered time and time again. He gritted his teeth in fury. Unable to endure it any longer, he finally counterattacked. "Stop it." Deke tightly gripped his sword and lunged forward like a wild beast. However, after a short distance, he realized in horror that without him knowing, his sword had been entangled in countless strings, unable to move. Cadencia spoke up again, "Don't push yourself too hard." At the same time, Deke realized he was completely trapped in that net. "Your limbs will be torn apart." Cadencia held out his dagger and explained, "The dagger is just to draw your attention." His other hand was tangled with strings. The real weapon should never be seen by the enemy. Seeing Deke like that, Cadencia couldn't help but chuckle. He stood up high, with the massive moon behind him making him look even more eerie. This is the difference in ability bestowed by God. Suddenly he asked, "Lunar Flash? Is that the swordsmanship passed down from the Holy Beat family?" Deke answered honestly, "Yes, I learned it from my father when I was little." However, Cadencia immediately mocked him. "Your movements are unnecessarily cumbersome. You lean forward too much. Your footwork is poor. You still need a lot of practice. You're just playing around with a sword. It's no formidable technique. It's just something imagined by someone with zero actual combat experience." At this moment, he also revealed his true purpose. "Deke, you are a flower named Holy Beet growing and blooming from the mud. This place doesn't suit you. Go receive proper hero training." Cadencia glared at Deke coldly. "Deke, I officially propose that you come with me to the Holy Court and become a Zodiac Knight like me." But his next words terrified Deke even more. "Let's fulfill the divine mission of the gods together, protect the final hero in the 666th battle, and kill the Demon King." Faced with that invitation, Deke rejected it again. "That's impossible." Seeing this, Cadencia brought up the benefits for his family. "You're worrying about your siblings' tuition, right? If it's about that, the Holy Court can cover it any time." Deke was shocked and in disbelief. "The Holy Court will pay the tuition? Why?" Cadencia didn't hide it either. "Because of your high purity. Do you know what the purity of the final hero is? It's 9%, lower than yours. So come with me. I will definitely turn you into the greatest paladin fitting your bloodline." Despite saying so much, Deke still chose to stay in this shabby place. "Thank you for your words, but I will stay here." Deke, ignoring fame and wealth, just smiled and continued, "Holy Court or Zodiac Knight, those words sound so beautiful and only exist in dreams. Just receiving an offer from you is already too much of an honor and joy for me, but that's not a suit that fits me. I know exactly where my limits lie." Unconsciously, he recalled Dios back from earlier. He had become a solid pillar of faith for Deke, and right now, by my side is someone willing to trust and accompany me, even though I'm someone with so many flaws. Cadencia quickly retorted, "That person is just using you." However, Deke chose not to believe it. "Then let's suppose, exactly as Sir Deus said, the purity recorded in the file is wrong. What would you do?" He looked up at Cadencia and questioned, "Even so, would you still make me a Zodiac Knight?" But he was equally resolute. "I won't lie. That's impossible. The potential of a warrior with low purity is not high, no matter how hard they try. Innate abilities cannot be changed." Deke once again asserted, "If I can't reach D rank, or even G rank, then it means nothing." Even knowing him frank, Sir Deus still took me in. When I was at rock bottom, he was the only one who reached out to help me. In his innocent eyes, there was only Dios. "Sir Cadencia, my mission is to follow him. He can chase me away if he no longer needs me, but the reverse is impossible." As if realizing there was nothing else to be done, Cadencia had no choice but to let him go. At this point, he stopped stubbornly forcing Deke to join. Before leaving, Cadencia turned his head to look at him. There's no other way. I must admit that I was unlucky to discover you too late. For now, I'll back down, but that doesn't mean I've given up. Deke. Not stopping there, he conveniently reminded him. Just improving a little compared to before is not enough. Only mold grows in the shade. Flowers without light will eventually die. Deke could only stare after him blankly. Finally, Cadencia turned his back and walked away. All right, goodbye then. From behind, Deke kept watching him. In a blink of an eye, the sky was completely bright. As usual, Deke was cleaning the shop. The only difference was that today he looked completely drained of spirit. Diaz quickly noticed and asked, Hey, what happened yesterday? Why do you look like you lost your soul, Sir Diaz? He had to hesitantly tell the truth. Actually, last night, while practicing in the front yard, I met Sir Cadencia. Cadencia? Who is that? It's the investigator from the Holy Court who came looking for me last time. I think I have some impression. When hearing Deke's answer, Diaz was somewhat startled. Sir Cadencia offered me to join the Holy Knights. Scattle, who had been eavesdropping since who knows when, spoke up. The Holy Knights? You mean the Zodiac Knights? He smiled at the two of them. That's amazing, Deke. No, it's not. Scattle even advised Deke. What are you worrying about? If it's the Zodiac Knights, that's the highest position, a warrior directly serving the Holy Emperor. You should just ditch this shop and join immediately. You never know which place is the real hell. He was a bit surprised and just mumbled, well then. Diaz, standing on the side, finally spoke up. If you want to, then go. Anyway, warriors like you are everywhere in this world. I just need to bring another kid back, sit him in your position, and control him like a puppet, and that's it. Deke felt a twinge of guilt and lowered his head. True, it's like that, huh? Fearing he might be sad, Diaz added. But anyway, having you here is more convenient. Really? You cook well and you're obedient too. Are you telling the truth? So Deke's face beamed again. Are you saying that you like me? You're too loud, you brat. Diaz slightly opened his eyes and glanced at him. Looking at you like that, it seems you have no intention of leaving, huh? Immediately Deke confirmed, I've received so much from you. How could I leave? If that's the case, then forget it. No, it's that I don't want to go. His earnest tone and voice surprised Diaz, and Deke held the broom in his hand, still not daring to look straight ahead. When talking to Sir Cadencia, I felt as if my parents, my grandparents, and the entire Holy Beat family were being denied. When talking about his family, a glimmer of hope flashed in the depths of his eyes. My grandfather, my father, even though both were frank, because they would one day participate in a great battle, they trained hard and passed the Holy Beat swordsmanship down to me. Last night in the match with Sir Cadencia, I couldn't even strike once and was defeated. Although Deke didn't yield, he also understood. After that, he said something about our family, and I couldn't refute it. Suddenly Diaz ordered, Hey, close the shop, let's go. Go where? He turned his head to look at Deke. I have to see exactly what's wrong with your family's swordsmanship. A moment later, the three of them arrived at the mountain to practice. Deke looked at Diaz nervously. Can I really do that? While the two were training, Scattle tagged along to cheer. Who's the one that should be worried here? Hearing his confirmation, Deke regained his resolve. All right then. He gripped his sword tightly, swinging it powerfully in succession. Lunar Flash, 8th Form, Demon Kingslayer. The smile on Scattle's lips suddenly froze. Despite trying his best, Deke couldn't even touch Diaz. 6th Form, Pierce. Refusing to give up, he continued to attack. 1st Form. Deke sprang high into the air and slashed down fiercely. Demon King Breaker Sword. But there was no one in sight anymore. In an instant, he suddenly felt a chilling draft run down his spine. However, it was merely Diaz's light touch. By now he was frozen in fear. Stop. You've realized what the problem is, right? Even though Scattle interjected, Diaz disagreed. It won't do. He judged coldly. Your family's swordsmanship won't do. Even if you train for a lifetime, it won't do. In response, Deke just forced a smile. Indeed, this flawed swordsmanship has been passed down for generations. What have I been doing up until now? Then Diaz continued. Your ancestors must have been very stubborn. His sharp, cold eyes swept across Deke's face. That set of swordsmanship was created to deal with only one entity, and that is the Demon King. Only when Diaz explained did he understand. This swordsmanship was crafted to deliver a decisive blow to the Demon King. Things like goblins or other trash mobs were ignored from the start. Therefore, It's impossible to tell through normal tests. Without waiting for Deke to speak, Deus called Scattle. Hey, butler, you know swordsmanship, right? Of course. From now on, you'll be Deke's swordsmanship teacher. You must teach him every night. Got it? Yes, I will follow your orders. Suddenly, Deke's voice trembled, as expected. Tears of happiness rolled down his cheeks. As expected, it's not useless. Seeing him like that, Deus also felt relieved. Finally, he just gave an instruction and left. It won't be of any use anywhere else. From now on, you must learn diligently from the butler. Yes, sir. However, only Deus understood better than anyone else. While fighting Deke, he had genuinely trembled out of instinct. Definitely. Deus had to wear his Demon King armor at that time. He wondered what would have happened without it. Definitely, if I wasn't wearing the Demon King armor, his sword would have pierced through. Deke's determination once again made Deus dare not underestimate him. The armor's weak point was pierced by the attack. After a tiring day, Deus strolled back home. By then, 2 guests were already waiting for him. You're back. We've been waiting for you. Quofi and Tina used a seductive voice to invite him. Come lean on our shackles. Surely you need some comfort for your soul. Deus just frowned and asked, what kind of trick are you playing? Quofi smiled. Why so shy? Do you really not need comfort for your soul? Just as he was about to leave, she pulled out a piece of paper. Yeah, so stop spouting nonsense and get lost, okay? That's great then. Thanks to that, I can hand this over to you comfortably. She waved the card in her hand. An invitation to Alex's funeral tomorrow. Hearing this, Deus felt as if a knife had just pierced his heart. That expression made Quofi even more excited, and she laughed loudly. Now do you need some comfort for your soul? Somewhere else, the golden dragon was busy with a thick pile of documents. She processed them while grimacing in misery. Suddenly, she paused for a moment. The image of Deus suddenly appeared in the golden dragon's mind. This world has already been twisted. At that time, he had spread his arms and shouted loudly, enjoy this life by dancing and singing like me. In this world, neither the Demon King nor the past life will ever appear again. Even during the times Deus became stubborn. What rules and order? Just throwing them out there and forcing others to obey unconditionally. How tyrannical. Unconsciously, the golden dragon smiled. You're not just a puppet either, right? Suddenly, someone rushed in to report urgently. Respected golden dragon, an intruder has breached the boundary and is looking for you. Who is it? According to him, as a terrifying person. It's him, the one whose very name is considered blasphemous to speak. But for Yuljum, that was a source of great joy. Unable to wait any longer, she quickly rushed off. The door leading to Deus was right in front of her. Outside, he was standing alone, looking up at the soaring dragons. Upon hearing her call, Deus turned his head and smiled. Deus! So you've arrived. Yuljum jumped on him, overjoyed like a child. You idiot! Why did you seek me out first today? I want you to accompany me somewhere. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Did you cause some stupid trouble again and need me to clean it up? Or is this a date? But he quickly crushed her excitement. Yeah, if hiding our identities, sneaking into the demon realm, and slaughtering bandits counts as a date, then sure. What? Afterward, the two chatted as they left. Huh? Your number 1 lackey is dead? Yeah. The other dukes think Alex killed Darrett, which is why I told you to lie low. And then what? And then, a fundamental question suddenly popped into my head. Deus looked at her, puzzled. What exactly are the 7 dukes? Hearing this, Yuljum yelled, You're the majestic demon king, and you're asking me about the 7 dukes? Haven't you lived for over 6 million years? Being scolded like that, he replied softly. The demon king is locked in an awakening egg for 100 years, only learns dark magic, and dies as soon as the war breaks out. That repeats endlessly. If you think about it, for the past 665 centuries, the ones truly ruling the demon realm have been the 7 dukes, right? Yuljum stopped glaring and explained. True, but only the one who inherits the name of Demiurgos can wield the demon king's weapons. For that reason alone, the 7 dukes of the demon realm have no choice but to serve the demon king as their master. The 7 dukes, true to their name, represent the noble families of the demon realm. Deus frowned in confusion. I keep thinking about it, but I still don't understand what a demon king really is. What authority does a king have if he dies every 100 years? Suddenly, Yuljum remembered she hadn't asked why she was following him. But why are you going to the demon realm? There's someone I need to find. Who? It turned out he was worried about his subordinates, Dara and Alex. It'd bet 1,000 gold coins that they aren't dead. Before long, the two of them had entered the demon realm. There stood a colossal castle surrounded by glowing red magma. The abyss of the world, the city of 10,000 black towers, the magical capital of Edios. Yuljum covered her nose with her hand and said, "This sulfur smell is awful. I miss the surface already." But Deus, growing impatient, hurried ahead. "Get over here. Hurry up. Hey, you! How could you leave me alone in enemy territory like this? Let's go together." The two flew together across the crimson sky, dotted with massive floating rocks. "Where exactly are you trying to go?" "We're almost there." Looking at what lay ahead, Yuljum was also taken aback. In a place that was entirely red, there was an expanse of green space. "This is the outskirts of the demon realm, the land of time." Yuljum warned anxiously. "We can't cross this." "I know. We're here. Look down at your feet." Beneath the ground were massive craters, emitting plumes of green gas. Without turning his head, Deus asked her, "This is the golden land of the demon race. Do you know why it's called that?" His eyes filled with sorrow. "It's the place where the morning star first fell." It was clear that those craters were created by sheer devastation. Suddenly, it dawned on Yuljum. Lucifer. As expected, of course. He was the first demiurgos. Finally, they decided to head down and investigate. "Let's go down." They carefully set foot on the crater's edge. Before their eyes, some sort of liquid was bubbling violently. "This is the demonic cauldron," Deus slowly explained. "The first demon king took monsters from this demonic cauldron to create the demon realm. Then, over 100 years, he gathered demons, wyverns, ghosts, and beastmen to invade the human world." He recalled how valiant that demon king had been back then. However, the result was a failure. But in the end, all that remained were ruins and corpses. He devastated half of the human world, but ultimately, the demon king died at the hands of a hero. Yuljum nodded gently. "That's right, because she herself had witnessed the tragedy of the Second War, when corpses were piled upon one another. And 100 years later, the second Demiurgos challenged the human world once again. But he was defeated by humans who were fully prepared. This time, in contrast, half of the demon race was slaughtered." Then Yuljum spoke about Lucifer. Lucifer was an exceptionally talented angel, beloved by the god. But he had a thought. The angel, overwhelmed by despair, fell into complete ruin. "Why can't I become a god?" Her voice still carried a lingering sense of pity. That offense eventually became the ultimate sin and led to his banishment. Even if it's an old tale, it happened 665 centuries ago. "So you lived in that era too, huh?" "Yeah." Suddenly, Deus stared intensely at Yuljum. "Was there something going on between you and Lucifer?" She just smiled and changed the subject. "I'll continue pretending to know nothing about this old story. By the way, why did you come to this golden land?" He didn't hesitate and spoke bluntly, just like R24 is to dwarves, or the Agiata Canyon is to dragons. This is the place where the demon race doesn't dare to tread. The moment he finished speaking, Deus threw himself down into the deep crater. Yuljum shouted from above, "Damn it, where are you going? Is this a trap?" But then, she still chose to jump down after him. When they reached the bottom, they discovered there was another space entirely. It's here. In its center was a bizarrely shaped stone mass, the anomaly of the fallen angel. Deus asked Yuljum in surprise, "This is my first time here. What is this thing that has persisted for over 665 centuries?" She slowly replied, "The karma vortex, the vortex of karma." Then Yuljum began telling its history. Karma is the tapestry of relationships formed between existence and the world. Just as gravity forms where there is matter, or a magnetic field appears around a magnet, overwhelmingly powerful beings become a focal point, drawing everything toward them. A colossal, burning energy, so powerful that it hasn't been disrupted for 665 centuries. Hearing her explanation, he grew even more suspicious. "I don't understand any of that, but it sounds like you know a lot of strange things. You're even well-versed in the affairs of us demons." No matter what she said, Deus remained unconvinced. "That's because I've been in this war for a very long time. Not only that, but you also know about the Silver Age. That era was when the demon race didn't even exist yet. Furthermore, you even know about the technology of the Golden Age." Suddenly, Yuljam fell silent for a moment, but her next words left Deus even more stunned. Dragons are creatures created in the Silver Age, and humans once lived here, in this demon realm. He frowned and asked again, "Humans? Lived here? Really?" Suddenly, Yuljam shouted, "Don't ask anymore! You only need to know one thing. The Horse Continent was created during the era of chaos." Deus went from one surprise to another. What? So that means before then, the Horse Continent didn't exist? Yuljam suddenly chuckled. How did a demon king like you even get born? Could this be the god's intention? The more Deus thought about it, the less he understood. Why does the demon race always lose to humans? It's very obvious. Because demons are weaker than humans. As if a spark ignited in his mind, he shouted at her. "You idiot! Think about it! It's been 665 centuries! If you only lose once or twice, you'd try a different approach, but we lose the exact same way every single time." Deus stubbornly asserted. The demons train a mighty army, invade the 3 surface nations, and then, at the final moment, the hero awakens and successfully counterattacks. Both the demon king and the hero ultimately die, and the world returns to peace. This loop has repeated 665 times already. Yuljam just smiled and asked, "So what? Are you planning to run away?" Flustered, he frantically explained, "I'm not running away. I'm just not stupid." From the very beginning, the premise of this war has been flawed. Why do we have to stubbornly try to conquer the human world? Seeing him flustered, Yuljam teased him further, "Because you want to seize the surface." "There's no need! I've lived underground for over 60,000 years and I've already adapted. With the plants and beasts in the demon realm, I can take care of everything myself." Oh, a pacifist demon king? However, every single word Deus spoke was from the bottom of his heart. He tried to make her understand. The human world isn't an indispensable land for the demons. There must be another reason why we are forced to invade, only to be defeated like that. What if we changed tactics and launched a sudden, full-scale invasion right now, in this 80th year? Those blood soldiers think they can stop us? Those Holly bastards. If I just pour my magic into their domain, there won't be anything left but bone dust, you know? However, Yuljam immediately objected. That won't work. If the demon king appears, the angels will bestow their blessings upon the hero. Deus refused to accept this and quickly retorted, "I'm not officially the demon king yet. Right now, I'm just a physical body. I haven't received the soul of my predecessor yet." "Ah, so you only receive it in the 100th year?" He frowned in dissatisfaction and said loudly, "Therefore, I'm not fully the demon king yet, so I can do as I please. If we really wanted to destroy the human world, we should stir up the rear to attack from the front and cause chaos on the right to strike from the left. Why does the Demon King have to announce the birth of the next generation publicly and only attack in such an orthodox manner?" Yet in response, Yuljam just let out a scoffing laugh. Then she calmly said to him, "Indeed, you are not a being suited for the position of Demon King. I wonder what kind of expression the god would have if they were looking at you right now." Yuljam finally got to the main point. "So what are you actually here for?" Deus smiled mischievously and replied, "First of all, I'm going to smash this thing." "What?" No matter how she tried to dissuade him, he wouldn't listen. "I briefly explained it earlier. It's essentially a massive core of energy." "Yeah, and the demon realm stuff belongs to me. If I smash my own stuff, who's going to object?" "Hey!" Seeing that he was actually going to do it, Yuljam grew even more frantic and shouted, "If you destroy the karma vortex, who knows what will happen? Not only the demon realm, but the entire horse continent above could be destroyed." Deus played dumb and replied, "That's fine too. If the lid gets blown off, sunlight will shine down here, right?" By now, no matter what Yuljam said, it was too late. "You said you were looking for Alex and Darat! Why are you trying to destroy this thing now? Snap out of it." Mana from all directions rapidly gathered around Deus, his voice filled with bloodlust. "If I were in my right mind, would I have run away from home? Step back. Let's see if the horse continent really shatters like you said." Suddenly, Yuljam dashed up from behind and shielded the stone. She glared at him. If a child acts recklessly, it's an adult's responsibility to discipline them properly, right? The atmosphere between the two now grew noticeably tense. "While I'm still giving you advice, stop it." An orb of mana had already formed, proving that Deus had no intention of stopping. "You know me. If I say I'll do it, I'll do it. If you don't move, I'll pierce right through you." In response, Yuljum was forced to prepare a counterattack, truly a date fit for a demon king style. His gaze locked onto her, his smile turning wicked. You should say it's a date in our style. Dia stretched his long, slender fingers, coated in mana, backward. As he tensed them, the attack commenced. Dark shadow vortex. Yuljum said nothing, simply retaliating. Dream moon butterfly. Her silk ribbons gradually expanded, as if to encompass everything. Mirror moon ring. However, Deus' magic orb only shot out a tiny blast. It turned out he had been fooling Yuljum the entire time. Sigh. A failure. I thought if I did this, Alex would rush out to stop me, but is nowhere to be seen. Huh? What? You were just acting? Naturally, this made her furious as she yelled at him. Well, I thought if I pretended to destroy the most important thing in the demon realm, they would panic and show themselves. Hey, you lunatic! You should have at least warned me! You just lunged in and did that? If I let you know beforehand, the acting wouldn't have been authentic. You know how sharp Alex is. You psycho. I seriously almost killed you. After speaking, Deus turned around to leave, as if it'd die that easily. Anyway, my plan is done, so let's go eat. I haven't been back long. I'm going to die an early death because of you. Before finally leaving, he threw out a tease. Just how much longer do you plan on living anyway, old lady? Hey. Afterward, the two went to a restaurant in the demon realm filled with terrifying dishes. A plate of phantom mushrooms cooked with corn was served. Deus devoured the food greedily while Yuljum wept miserably. Why aren't you eating? This is the best restaurant in the demon realm. I'd only eat it if it was actual food. He eagerly introduced the dishes as he ate. Try this. There's happy stir-fried mushrooms and furious 100-eye hamburger. We also have demonic worm noodles and devil-eye coffee. That's enough! The more I hear, the more I lose my appetite. Just pretend I've already eaten. Ignoring the dining table, Yuljum silently looked out the window. Outside was the demon city, blanketed by an endless sea of molten magma. Dia suddenly asked, "Beautiful view, isn't it?" Not far away lay a massive, boiling volcano. This was Mount Yu, a mountain 13,000 kilometers high, the tallest in the center of hell, the largest volcano in the demon realm. Suddenly, Yuljum realized, what is that? Inside that volcano, there was another colossal creature swimming around. An ancient dragon? You know about that species? Gazing thoughtfully into the distance, she explained, they are the distant ancestors of dragons. Just like how humans used to be apes before gaining intelligence. This is the form of dragons before they became sentient. So ancient dragons still live in the demon realm, huh? However, Deus still didn't understand. Is that really so surprising? Yuljum then returned to the dining table. True, if you think about it, it's quite obvious. Because this place used to be the homeland of humanity. This time, it was Deus' turn to look outside in astonishment. He hesitantly asked her, then, don't tell me, humans actually used to live here in the demon realm? Yuljum just raised an eyebrow and replied, probably, a very long time ago. Deus then pointed upward. Then what about the horse continent up there? Even though he was the demon king, only now did he realize. So it's nothing more than a new continent that was formed later? Yuljum immediately confirmed his theory. You could think of it that way. After a while, she looked deep into his eyes and asked, anyway, let's talk about Darod and Alex. Are you saying they are both faking their deaths? Knowing he couldn't hide it, Deus told the truth. The Four Seasons faction has been completely wiped out. The mycelium poison incident was really just the result of 3 races chasing their own interests. That's the end of it, and that's fine. But there was one other thing that troubled him. But no matter how I think about it, I still can't understand why Darod would do something so foolish. It was too sudden. Deus believed that someone was pulling the strings behind everything. In this mycelium poison incident, there's definitely a gear that snapped into the wrong place. Something is silently operating in the shadows, like a parasite. His cold, sharp gaze swept over. Darod's death was only witnessed by Alex, and yet right after that, Alex died too. That guy isn't someone who dies so easily. There's a strange stench to this. Not the foul, slimy stench of the mycelium poison, but the scent of a schemer plotting something. Yuljum asked in surprise, what on earth are those two plotting? Deus just calmly replied, before asking what they're plotting, we need to clarify who they're faking their deaths for. Who? For you? Suddenly, Yuljum felt a sense of unease. Two demon dukes deceiving even the demon king to act in secret. Are they planning to betray you? That's impossible. If the demon dukes plan to rebel, that means they're siding with humans. But you guys are already in the human world anyway. But no matter what she said, Deus didn't care. Those insolent brats. What the hell are they hiding from me? Fortunately, Yuljum had come up with another plan. There's only one way to return everything to how it was. She smiled and suggested, that is for you to return home. Sit on the Demon King's throne and accept your destiny. So you're saying all this trouble is because I ran away from home? What else could it be? So it's all my fault? Exactly. After talking for a bit, Yuljum asked again, so what do you plan to do now? As it turned out, Deus stood firm in his decision. Find them and stuff them into coffins properly. What else? So hurry up and help me find them. Me? Yeah, I've used up all my cards. Now it's your turn. Unable to accept this anymore, Yuljum slammed her hands on the table and stood up. At this moment, she finally started giving him a serious reminder. Hey, you idiot, let's just head back first. Staying here any longer won't solve anything. If Alex and Darrett have taken the initiative to hide, then whether it's the Demon King or me, it will be very hard to find them immediately, right? Somewhere else, Deke was still determinedly training. Scattle returned after taking a break. We've rested a bit, so can we continue now, Deke? Yes, Scattle. He quickly grabbed the sword right beside him. Scattle relentlessly attacked Deke, forcing him to only use his shield to block the blows. This is the piercing wind blade of Holy Bodan. However, his strength was so immense that he easily overpowered Deke. This is the earth slash of Holy Sequoia. Finally came a powerful knockout blow. This is the reverse strike of Holy Pine. The slashes made Deke's vision gradually blur. His swordsmanship keeps changing constantly. It's completely unpredictable. Scattle hastily shouted to snap him out of it. Stay alert! Open your eyes and closely observe the subtle movements in my strikes. Once again, he spun around, gathering his strength. 2 consecutive slashes were unleashed but were successfully blocked. The twin-blade sword of Holy Birch. Suddenly, Deke counterattacked from behind his shield. Just a little more, and he would have been able to pierce Scattle. Unfortunately, he was knocked down by him right after. You have to be careful of your lower body, too. Losing his balance, Deke fell flat on his back. Scattle planted his sword into the ground and praised him. Not bad. Or rather, he smiled at Deke, looking completely different from his deadly demeanor earlier. I must say, your learning speed is much faster than I thought. That last move had a high level of difficulty, but the fact that you held your ground this much is truly commendable. Panting heavily, Deke replied, it's all thanks to the weapons Lord Deus bestowed upon me. Scattle continued to praise him. I'm not just saying this to flatter you. From what I know, you've even taken down a dragon. Those creatures aren't something just anyone can face, even with a sword and shield. He noticed something that even Deke was completely unaware of. Perhaps it's thanks to the Holy Bit swordsmanship, something that seems to have been created solely for facing colossal enemies. Because you practice that swordsmanship every night, when you fight, you subconsciously dodge and neutralize the attacks from those massive creatures. If you couldn't do that, your body wouldn't have been able to endure it. Deke bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, but it's truly all thanks to Lord Deus. He subconsciously recalled those moments. For some reason, just looking into his eyes makes me feel a surge of courage welling up within my body. I just get the feeling that no matter how strong the opponent is, I will be able to win. Suddenly, Scattle burst into laughter. That's not too hard to understand. Then he gave him a sly smile. Deke, do you want to know his true identity? Scattle flashed a strange smile at Deke. Deke, do you want to know his true identity? He asked back in surprise. Identity? What do you mean? He didn't say it directly, but started dropping hints. Think about it. Someone who can soar freely in the sky, defeat a dragon with a single blow without breaking a sweat, and not even get a scratch while standing in the middle of a dragon's breath. Does a human like that truly exist? Deke lowered his head, trying to reassure himself. Lord Deus isn't human? Unconsciously, he gripped the grass on the ground tightly. Even though he didn't want to, Deke decided to only believe in Deus. I don't want to hear it. If he wants to hide it, I will pretend not to know. Such fierce faith. When mentioning him, Deke felt a sense of peace in his heart. To a nobody like me and my siblings, he is the one who bestowed a miracle upon our Holy Bit family, like a savior. No matter what his past is, no matter what he truly is, that won't change the truth. But to Scattle, that was nothing but blind devotion. Sounds like a religion. Suddenly, Deke shouted loudly, affirming, I wouldn't dare say his greater than a god, but unless God himself commands it, I will never do anything to disappoint Lord Deus. Hearing that, Scattle didn't press the matter anymore. Deke, you're a good person. I'm not. I'm just trying to fulfill my duty. After saying that, he turned his back, preparing to leave. All right then, let's stop here for today. Scattle. Deke hastily called out in surprise. Excuse me, but could you teach me a little more? There's no need to push yourself too hard from the very first day. It turned out he just wanted to get better for Deus Sake. I just want to become stronger quickly, so I can surprise Lord Deus. This very thing made Scattle respect him even more. He then looked at Deke and asked, So, do you know any magic, huh? Scattle suggested a different path instead of torturing himself. If possible, you should become a magic swordsman. You'll learn it very quickly. Let's start with a simple spell. After that, the two spent a passionate night training in magic. Imagine the image of a blazing fire in your mind. Understood. Then focus that image into the palms of your hands. Got it! Fireball! The next morning, everyone was eagerly strolling outside the city. Outside Zorix, the soldiers remained serious as they stood guard on the city gates. Suddenly, something swooped past above their heads. From below, all they could see was a massive sword, even taller than the city walls. Immediately after, it swung down forcefully, destroying everything. The citizens fled in panic, but some were unfortunately struck by falling concrete blocks. Run. Amidst the chaotic scene, a child suddenly stood completely still. Being so terrified, he couldn't move an inch. Right before the child's eyes was a group of ferocious giants, brandishing their weapons. Faced with that situation, Kanadin had to go meet the Lord. To be honest, this is beyond my capabilities. Mondanu rested his chin on his hand helplessly. I suppose that makes sense. You are an A-rank hero, but the monster out there is a G-rank giant. A commander anxiously asked loudly, What on earth is the Holy Court doing? Just recently a dragon appeared, and now it's a giant. When monsters like this show up, shouldn't they be providing countermeasures? Yet in that situation, there were still ignorant fools offering opinions. Our country must have fallen into bad luck. My lord, please offer a sacrifice to the giants to appease their wrath. Fortunately, someone stepped up to criticize them. Those things are monsters that only know how to destroy and kill. What good would something like that do? Seeing everyone getting tense, Kanadin signaled to them. Enough. Even though he didn't know how feasible it was, he decided, I have sent a telegram to the Holy Court. They will immediately dispatch an army here. In the meantime, I will lead our troops to hold them off at all costs. Everyone, evacuate at once. Mondanu anxiously called out, Assemble all the troops! Understood. Kanadin. However, Kanadin's willpower wouldn't allow him to be discouraged. Before leaving, he instructed, When I was in active duty, a rank was my limit. Now I'm older than before. But regardless, I am still a hero. Mondanu, I am asking you not as a lord, but as someone who used to be a hero like you. If anything happens, please take care of my daughter, Lexia. Outside the city walls, the situation was utter chaos amidst tragic screams. The giants have attacked Zorix! If the city falls, our village will be next! Run! Yet Scattle just leisurely stood by watching. Giants are supposed to be at the edge of the world. Why would they suddenly attack Zorix? Then he turned to look for Deke. Deke, don't you find this strange? Unexpectedly, he had already readied his weapons for battle. Are you planning to fight? The opponent is a G-rank monster. I know, but I am also a hero. While Lord Deus is not here, I must at least step onto the battlefield. Saving even one person is fine. Stopping even one monster is enough. When Alexia walked in, she was even more shocked. Deke! Giants are attacking! You need to run! What? Are you going to the battlefield? Not caring about the danger, Deke hurriedly ran outside. That's right! Of the two hero families in Zorix, I am the representative of Holybit. Lady Alexia, get out of here right now. Alexia could only call out loudly. Deke! It didn't stop there. Even Scattle was quickly following him now. If the warrior goes to battle, the supporter must follow. Well then, I'm going too. Seeing their fierce spirit, Alexia gritted her teeth in frustration. However, in the end, she still chose to follow them. Damn it! A mere key rank trying to act cool! Let's go together. I'm also a member of Holybit. Meanwhile, as Deke ran, he couldn't stop thinking. Scattle is right. The giants are supposed to be at the edge of the world. Yet they bypassed all the fortresses and villages to come all the way here, right in the middle of the continent, At Zorix? He didn't care about the danger and just kept sprinting forward. Is that even possible? No, now is not the time. For now, I have to focus on the battle. I need to get into the city, fast. It wasn't until Skatel was right beside him that he noticed. Deke, let's go together. Giants always move in herds. They aren't like dragons. Skatel. Following that was Alexia's call. Hey, let me come with you. The three of them finally caught up with each other. Stop acting like you're the only main character here. Just make sure to support me properly, as befits your rank, Lady Alexa. However, before they could even celebrate, a massive hand slammed hard into the ground. Luckily, they managed to dodge in time. I heard they were inside the city, so how did one break away from the pack? Alexia looked up in sheer terror at the creature before her. What stood before them now was a ferocious, one-eyed giant with razor-sharp teeth. Uncontrollable tears of fear streamed down her face. What? A giant? It's this huge? How are we supposed to take down something like this? The giant seemed to revel in her terror, bringing its massive eye even closer. Damn it, I have to run. Right now. Suddenly, Deke dashed toward it from behind. Like a loose arrow, he drove his sword deep into its eye. The giant roared in agonizing pain. After blinding it, Deke bounded backward toward the city wall. From above, Skatel quickly joined the fray. Great fire cannon. His flames swiftly engulfed the giant's entire body, yet it still managed to snatch Deke in its grasp. Amidst everyone's desperate screams, the giant's fists slowly clenched tighter. Deke! But then, violent slashes erupted from within its grip. Deke gripped his sword tightly, leaping up through the severed fingers. He gathered his momentum and lunged straight at it. Moonlight Strike, third form. A fierce light of determination flashed in Deke's eyes. Demon King Piercer. The sword instantly plunged deep into the center of the giant's chest. A small silhouette suddenly appeared over the nearby river. And then, the water swallowed the colossal body whole. Deke flipped backward, returning to where the other two stood. Alexia still couldn't process everything that had just happened. Suddenly, Deke reached his hand out to her. His demeanor had returned to its usual gentle state. Lady Alexia, are you all right? Without realizing it, Alexia's cheeks flushed with shy embarrassment. The scene between the two was quickly noticed by Skatel. He smiled to himself and thought, to trigger a G-rank output without any external stimuli? If I don't get stronger fast, I might lose my place in this party. Just as the two were about to speak, a voice called out, Deke, it really is you! Deke, please help me! Grandma Jero slowly hobbled out from a corner with her cane. Grandma Jero, what's wrong? She cried and pleaded. My grandson just went to build the Zorix wall, and now the giants are attacking the fort. Please save him. You're a hero. Deke hurriedly reassured her. I'm on my way to the fort right now. I will definitely find him, so please don't worry. Go find a safe place to hide. Skatel then spoke up. Let's hurry to the fort. Then. The soldiers stationed there won't be enough to hold them off. Understood. He then turned to instruct the civilians. That giant isn't completely dead yet. Bind it tightly before it wakes up. Flashing a friendly smile, he encouraged them. Please help us deal with the giants in the city. I'll return quickly with reinforcements, so hold the line until then. Feeling empowered, the crowd replied in unison. Yes, sir. Deke then turned to Alexia and urged, Senior Alexia, let's go! All right! Even so, she was still deeply shaken. Especially when she looked at the colossal body lying in the river, her dread only deepened. What in the world just happened? Just looking at it froze me in fear. I couldn't even run away. Alexia was truly astonished by Deke this time. In her eyes, he had always been a mediocre hero. Is this really the fool I know? Deke, the bottom feeder? Ultimately, she could only grit her teeth and accept it. Then, Alexia dashed ahead, leaving the other two bewildered. Damn it! Stop nagging! I know what to do! Deke ran after her, calling out, Let's go together! Senior Alexia, listen up! Anyone with strength, follow me down there and tie that monster up! Yes, sir! The rest of you, grab any ropes or clothes we can use to bind it and bring them here. Understood. Outside the city, the devastating rampage of the giants continued. They were frenziedly smashing everything in sight. People scrambled desperately to escape the giants' path of destruction. At this moment, Lord Canadan's army arrived on the scene. He shouted the command, Fire. A volley of countless arrows rained down on the giant. But the arrows were too small, feeling like mere pinpricks on its thick skin. If anything, it only fueled the beast's fury. Fortunately, their catapults proved to be effective. The army commander barked another order. Reload! Yes, sir. However, this time, a massive blade pierced right through the wall they were standing on. It mercilessly tore the fortress wall into jagged pieces. A soldier fell back onto the ground in agony, screaming, "It hurts! My leg!" A second later, he was faced with something even more terrifying, another towering giant. It swung its blade down in a frenzied arc. Just then, the other beast slowly got back on its feet, looking completely unscathed. Faced with such a horrifying threat, the soldiers had no choice but to run for their lives. Run! Hurry! But how could tiny humans outrun a giant? A single stomp crushed many beneath its feet. The wounded giant growled fiercely as it marched forward. Suddenly, another barrage of arrows was unleashed. The ropes were thin, but they managed to entangle it. The soldiers strained with all their might to hold it back. Pull. The other side quickly launched a volley of rocks. Fire. Losing its balance, the giant toppled backward. The army cheered in triumphant joy. We got one. Not far away, relentless bolts of lightning struck down. The mages were pouring all their power into taking down the remaining beast. As it was paralyzed by the shock, Kanadin made his move. He built up momentum and charged at it in a flash. His sharp blade cleaved through the air, monster-severing slash. In an instant, a massive gash was carved into the giant's chest. However, it wasn't enough to deliver a fatal blow. The moment it recovered, it swatted Kanadin away like a fly. He was sent flying, crashing violently into a nearby wall. The giant relentlessly pressed its attack, unaware that its true nightmare was just beginning. Just then, the golden dragon and dais returned to the city. What is this? We just got back and it's already utter chaos? Why are there giants here? Suddenly, a barrage of explosive shells was fired from behind them. At that moment, the giant was gearing up to finish off Kanadin. In a flash, its entire face was blown to pieces by the explosions. Waiting for that exact moment of distraction, Deke lunged forward from nearby. The sheer force of his strike sent the beast's colossal body tumbling back. In Deke's eyes, there was nothing but unyielding resolve. Kanadin watched in sheer, bewildered awe. Finally, the giant was completely defeated by Deke. Right then, Alexia ran over in a panic. "Father." She anxiously helped Cannon up. "Are you okay, Father? Why are you here? I told you to evacuate." Alexia looked at her father with absolute resolve. "Evacuate where? I'm a hero too. I have to stay and fight with everyone." Then, a loud cheer erupted. "We took it down." The army rejoiced in celebration. "We defeated another one." Deke stood atop the giant's chest, panting heavily from exhaustion. Suddenly, someone pointed upward and shouted, "Look up there." To think they assumed the giants were taken down by Alexia and her father. "It's Lord Kanadin and Lady Alexia. The Holybit family has defeated the giant." Kanadin was momentarily stunned. Then, for some reason, he shamelessly claimed the credit as his own. "I am here, so do not worry. Let us handle the rest of the giants. Until the Holy Court's army arrives, we will protect our city. Yes, sir." Deke couldn't care less about any of that. He simply turned and sprinted toward another giant. From atop the wall, Alexia noticed him leaving. She hastily chased after him. "Deke, I said we're going together! Alexia!" Meanwhile, Diaz merely watched from afar. "Lexia, my daughter, where are you going?" Only the golden dragon was surprised by Deke's skill level. "Reaching G rank without my buffs?" As expected, it seems the blood weapon has truly awakened. She smiled in admiration. "What a pity, Deke. If you had been born in the Zero era, you might have become the final hero." Deke dashed swiftly through the streets. He hurriedly rushed into a nearby building. His hurried footsteps propelled him forward. In the quiet space, only Deke's frantic footsteps and heavy panting could be heard. Soon enough, the door was right in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, Deke burst it open. And not far away stood the next giant. Without a second thought, he launched himself high into the air. The two giants stared blankly up at Deke. Moonlight Pierce, third form. One of them raised a brow to look. The other was instantly struck hard in the face by his thrust. Demon King's Pierce. Its teeth were violently ripped out. Not stopping there, he aimed at the remaining giant. Moonlight Pierce, first form. Deke gripped his sword tightly, channeling all his strength. The powerful slash quickly took down the opponent. Demon King's Slash. The giant, stripped of its ability to fight back, collapsed backward. At that moment, Alexia also caught up. Deke. In an instant, old memories flooded back to her. Back then, Alexia had single-handedly taken down another large, overweight kid. Everyone present praised her endlessly. Lexia won again! She beat the centaur class! Lexia! As expected of Lexia. Suddenly, she yelled at him. Hey! Alexia furrowed her brows in warning. If you touch Deke again, you're dead meat. After settling the matter, she rushed to the basement where Deke was locked up. She threw the door open and called out loudly, Deke, come on out. But out of fear, Deke refused. I can't. If I act on my own, Lord Paul will scold me. Alexia shouted furiously, You idiot! You always just take the beatings. You have to fight back. Despite her words, fear had made Deke cowardly. I can't. If I do, I might not get the job cleaning Paul's house next time. I'm fine, senior, just go. In the end, Alexia could only swallow her frustration and storm off. You idiot! Just stay there for the rest of your life. From then on, she never cared about him getting bullied again. Deke, why are you always? Even when they mocked Deke, she ignored it. He suffered greatly for his two younger siblings, but never uttered a single word of complaint. Always, Alexia saw all of those things. She couldn't understand what made him so optimistic, only knowing how to smile. But the most memorable moment was the graduation ceremony that year. Congratulations to everyone on graduating. With flowers in one hand and her diploma in the other, Alexia ran frantically to the docks. She called out to the ship slowly drifting away, Deke. Exhaustion flushed her face red, yet she still forced herself to shout, Deke! Why didn't you come to the graduation? I heard you're not going to middle school, right? This is your graduation gift. A sudden gust of wind swept by, snatching the diploma away. It tumbled straight into the turbulent water below. Alexia panicked. It's wet! No, the diploma certifies that the above student has completed all courses at the Hero Elementary School, Hero Course, Holy Court. However, Deke simply replied, It's all right, Senior Lexia. He leaned cheerfully against the ship's hull and waved. I'm going to earn money. We'll meet again in 3 months. Alexia unconsciously gripped the bouquet tightly. In the meantime, please take care of your health, Senior. She angrily slammed it onto the ground and scolded, You idiot! Stop forcing a smile because you can't cry anymore. Just get angry. Returning to reality, Alexia couldn't believe the boy before her was so different from the past. That foolish Deke from back then. Since when did he become so strong? She was even more shocked when she realized it. Deke's expression held the satisfaction of victory, not trembling fear. Are you enjoying this? The giant had not yet been defeated, so Deke continued to swing his sword for another strike. Enraged, it raised its hand, preparing to counterattack. At that moment, Deke finally pulled out his shield to block. Even so, it still managed to knock him far away. He was then slammed violently into the ground. Just before Deke could even stand up, the giant prepared to throw a punch. Suddenly, rocks appeared out of nowhere and violently smashed into it. Soldiers had arrived on the scene to destroy it. Fire. They constantly urged each other on. Reload! Fire! Skatel was also present to help. O Eldranas, the almighty protector of life. He closed his eyes and began to chant, In your name, the guardian of balance. I beg for the power to tear apart the heart of chaos before me. O Lord, according to the ancient covenant, please heed my call and bestow upon me your great power. When he opened his eyes, a beam of light flashed instantly. Seal the enemy before me. From out of thin air, a giant hand materialized. A similar hand appeared on the opposite side. They acted like chains, tightly locking the giant in place. Skatel pointed at it and chanted, Breath of the divine, light of the sky. O horn of Eldranes, pierce through that foe. Immediately, another hand appeared, wielding a weapon. The spear instantly thrust forward. It pierced right into the giant's chest. Suddenly, Skatel urged, Deke, right now, yes! As if understanding, he hurriedly picked up the sword from the ground. Once again, Deke launched himself into the sky. However, he was still caught by its grasp. Alexia screamed, Deke. With just a single slash of her sword, she severed its hand. Deke called out joyfully, Senior Lexia. Alexia furrowed her brow and warned, You idiot, Deke! Don't stop! Keep moving forward! Seizing the opportunity, Deke slashed straight down onto the giant's head. Understood. Alexia frowned and urged, You idiot, Deke! Don't stop! Move forward! Understanding her intent, Deke gripped his sword even tighter. A second later, the giant took the full brunt of his powerful slash. Understood. Attacked from multiple sides, it was finally completely killed this time. However, Skatel then realized that something had just jumped over his head. When he looked up, he realized that other giants had appeared at some point. One ferocious giant violently slammed its fist toward Alexia and Deke. Luckily, Alexia was only thrown a short distance away. Deke was a bit worse off, crashing hard into a wall. Scattle shouted his chant loudly. Eldranas, destroy them. But the moment he finished speaking, he was punched far away by one of them. Scattle's entire body ricocheted into the building behind him. From the rubble, Deke slowly crawled back to his feet. Massive silhouettes had long since eclipsed the light here. One by one, the giants all turned their heads to stare at him. They all bore jagged, fang-filled mouths and grotesque, bloodshot eyes. Deke unconsciously recalled what Scattle had once said. They usually travel in packs, vastly different from dragons. Only then did true terror set in. I can handle one or two, but how can I possibly win against this? Suddenly, Kanadin's voice bellowed out. You monsters. He charged forward rapidly while roaring, get out of our lands. In a panic, Deke could only scream out, Lord Kanadin. Right after, the Lord was seized by one of them. It squeezed tightly, causing Kanadin to shriek in agony. But the next sight terrified him even more. The giant opened its drool-filled mouth, ready to chew Kanadin alive. Deke watched helplessly. No. Suddenly, a fireball appeared from afar, flying toward them. It struck the giants face hard, allowing Kanadin to escape. Deke looked in astonishment toward where the fireball came from. In the sky were the soldiers of the Holy Court. They arrived on massive flying ships, and the one standing at the bow was none other than Cadencia. Deke was overjoyed to see him, Sir Cadencia. The others were just as thrilled. The Holy Court army is here. Reinforcements have arrived. We're saved. Cadencia shouted the order. Fire! The Holy Court army fired sparks in unison, hellfire of destruction. They quickly shot straight at the giant below, leaving it stunned. The other soldiers gripped their swords tightly. They used their own body's momentum to jump off the ships. In the blink of an eye, they were on top of the giant. Their swords all gleamed with the light of purification. Just as they all stabbed downwards in unison, a blinding beam fired from the sky, piercing strike. Those remaining on the ships continued to attack the other giants. The heroes used their swords and strength to annihilate the enemy. Meanwhile, the mages provided magical support from above, hellfire of destruction. The giants couldn't react in time and simply took the hits. The scene became even more chaotic, but the army had gained the upper hand. Is this? Deke looked at Cadencia in secret admiration. The power of the Holy Court? Meanwhile, Yuljam and Dias were still watching the battle from afar. Looks like it's temporarily over. Yuljam anxiously noted, has definitely no longer key rank. Has developing in such an abnormal way. I don't quite understand it. However, Deus burst into laughter. How interesting. The excitement within him grew. What is this feeling? My heart feels like it's on fire. Naturally, while Deke remained completely oblivious. I really want to try fighting him once. After a long time, the last giant finally fell, signaling the end of the battle. The armies everywhere cheered in unison. We finally cleaned them up. By this time, the fortress had suffered massive devastation. Cadencia slowly stepped down onto the ground. He pointed to signal the Holy Court army. There might still be enemies on the other side of the mountain. Send the flying squad to scour thoroughly. The rest, assist in disposing of the giants' corpses. Understood. Kanadin ran over joyfully. Zodiac Knight. Thank you for coming. They shook hands and introduced themselves. I am Kanadin von Holyoke. Until the Holy Court sent people, our Holyoke family did our best to hold out. A massive attack by giants. Quite rare. You all have worked hard. At this moment, Cadencia's attention shifted elsewhere. It turned out he had noticed Deke's presence. He smiled and asked Canon, I heard that besides the Holyoke family, there's another family in Zorix who also fought, right? How is it? What were the achievements of that warrior? He was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to answer. In his memory, he clearly knew that Deke was a strong, resolute person. But in the end, Kanadin chose to deny all of his merits. How could a key rank possibly fight against a G rank? Just for his own benefit, he chose to lie, hoping Cadencia would pay more attention to Alexia than Deke. On the contrary, he was only getting in the way. That's a ruined family. Please don't mind them. More importantly, would you like to meet my daughter? It's thanks to her that we could stop the giants in this battle. She is a born genius warrior. I'm certain she will be of great help to the Holy Court. Of course, Cadencia knew full well. He just gave a faint smile. Is that so? Kanadin firmly asserted, yes, this isn't just a father's opinion, but also the thoughts of a warrior like myself. As for Deke, he had only just finished digging the rubble aside. The person lying underneath seemed to have no life left in them. Deke stood frozen, unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, a soldier stepped forward to respectfully invite Cadencia. "Lord Canon, this is a message from the Lord. He wishes to personally express his gratitude to the Zodiac Knight at the victory banquet against the giants. Please invite him. Zodiac Knight, please do not decline and join us." He smiled and agreed. Of course, it would be my honor. Afterward, they all left without paying any mind to Deke. Well then, let's go. Yes. Everyone there was the same. They had quickly forgotten his contributions. With the battle over, everyone joyfully poured into the streets to celebrate. That night, a grand festival was held in Zorix, with vibrant festival lanterns hung on every main street. Laughter could be heard from all directions, and every tavern in the city was packed with people. The soldiers were finally able to return to their families. As if trying to dispel the fear that had frozen their hearts, people laughed, drank, and shared their joy together. But in another place, the atmosphere was much more gloomy. The Lord personally came to inspect the giant's state. Seeing it with his own eyes, it was much larger than imagined. He exclaimed in astonishment, "To face off against someone like this? You truly are incredible. You flatter me, my lord." Suddenly, Mondanu discovered something else. He pointed at the slash mark right in the middle of its head and asked, "That cross-shaped slash doesn't seem to be made by your sword. If so, could it be the work of your daughter, Alexia?" Hearing Candidin's lies, Mondanu believed them without a second thought. "Alexia also fought, right? Impressive. It seems she has surpassed you. Perhaps I should assign the guard duty to Alexia instead of you. If she wishes to catch your eye, I'll have to train her even more strictly." Suddenly, Cadencia interrupted. "I don't think so." Mondanu scoffed, thinking he found it absurd. "Sir Cadencia, even if you are a Zodiac Knight, it is still hard to believe that a minor could fight a giant, isn't it? But Alexia obtained the title of a rank hero since middle school, and is the first person in Zorix to have the potential to become a G-rank hero." But Cadencia didn't bother to argue. He immediately pointed out Canadin's flaw. With the large twin swords that Lord Canadin's daughter uses, it would not be easy to create such sharp and refined slashes as these. Saying that, he turned to him as a warning. "Lord Canadin is also a sword user. Surely you know that as well." Canadin knew what he was thinking, but couldn't do anything about it. Sure enough, while Mondanu was doubtful, Cadencia resolved it. Then besides Holyoke, who else could have faced the giants? As far as I know, there is still another family. Mondanu still didn't believe it. "Could you possibly be talking about the Holybeat family?" "Sir Cadencia, you don't seem to understand. Holybeat is only Frank. Forget about giants. They couldn't even defeat a slime in the forest." Cadencia faintly curled his lips into a smirk. He didn't answer, but deflected. Sometimes, the gods play ironic jokes. In the vast space, only Cadencia's voice was heard. He has always been a very humorous person. For shaming his daughter, Canadin had quickly held a grudge against him. On the other side, it was getting even noisier at Deke's shop. That monster was so huge that a single swing of its club blew the roof right off. "Stop making things up. Weren't you hiding in the storage room trembling back then? Come on, don't argue. Let's have a drink." Yuljum suddenly slammed her beer mug onto the table. Indignant on his behalf because of the injustice, she said, "I told you to go get the 3 silver coins. All heroes and soldiers who participated in slaying the monsters are rewarded. Why didn't you accept it, Deke?" "There's no need." Deke smiled and explained, "We earn what we earn today. I think just stopping the giant is enough." Deus, who was slurping his noodles, also spoke up. "You idiot. You're the type to calculate every last silver coin, aren't you? You're obviously the one who took it down. You should have demanded 30 gold coins." Deke's entire body was bandaged, but he remained optimistic. "I'm really okay. And besides, Deus didn't expect him to be thinking of him. If I stand out too much, Lord Deus will get into trouble." He worried for them without realizing they had been watching from afar. "More than that, I'm just genuinely glad you two came back. You disappeared so suddenly. I was worried I'd lose another person like Sir Alex." Seeing Deke's expression like that also put Deus at ease. Then he went back to eating his bowl of noodles. "From now on, if I go somewhere, I'll tell you beforehand." "Really? What's wrong with you?" "Shut up." Suddenly, Alexia's voice rang out. "Who exactly are you? Are you really the Deke I know?" She yelled her question. "No matter how much you underestimate him, today, Deke is a G-rank hero. Senior Alexia." Dias asked her back in surprise. Why are you here? Don't you always tag along right next to the Lord? Alexia stammered an explanation. I just wanted to see if Deke was okay. Am I not allowed to come here? Embarrassed to the point of anger, she scolded Dias again. That's not it. Take a seat. Making him work like this right after he risked his life fighting. You truly are a devil. How would you know? Don't worry, Lady Yuljam already used recovery magic on me. Only then did Alexia realize Yuljam was also there? Recovery magic? To even use such high-level holy magic? Dias frowned at her. Can you be a little less surprised? Since the very beginning, donning gear made from dragon scales? Wasn't it obvious that we weren't just a normal hero party? Alexia stubbornly argued, but it's Deke. Dias' next sentence shut her up completely. What about Deke? Does he have to be in F-rank hero forever? Then Alexia sat down in annoyance. I just argued with my dad over that, so don't say anything more. What the? I didn't tell you to sit. You did that for me? She frowned in displeasure as she recalled. Yeah, since you took down the giant as a G rank. My dad said he wants to sponsor and train you properly. But when I told him to stop spouting that nonsense, he didn't even bother to listen. Deke smiled and replied, Lady Alexia, really? Why would you say such things? She didn't know since when, but looking at him, Alexia felt as if she was looking at a different sun. You always have to be number one, so why do you react so strongly? Even though she was blushing madly, she still tried to act like it was nothing. Shut up. It's not because of you. It's for Zorix. Don't get arrogant. Just because you took down one giant, I helped out too, you know. Yes, I'm sorry. Finally, Alexia firmly declared, anyway, I'll prove it to my father. That just with me and Deke, we can still complete a G-rank mission. If we can do that, father will have no choice but to acknowledge you. Whether I'm acknowledged or not doesn't really matter that much. Yuljam sat beside them, just watching the two of them bicker. I told you to shut up. Whether I do it or not is my business. You just need to listen to me, got it? Yes. She smiled slyly and said to Alexia, you still can't be honest with your feelings, huh? How cute. Youth really is the best entertainment. What do you mean? What is that supposed to mean? It's nothing. I just think it's adorable how you and Deke are always clinging to each other. However, Alexia still tried to deny it. What? Clinging? Please don't pair me up with that guy Deke, all right? It's disgusting. Sorry, I guess I'm a bit too drunk. I'll treat you to a free bowl of noodles, so don't be mad. Deke, you should say something too. You're so noisy. Just get lost, will you? Just then, a familiar voice called out, Deke. Grandma Jero stepped forward, leaning on her cane. My grandson, Jace, still hasn't come home. What happened, Deke? I asked you to find Jace for me. Grandma Jero. Deke was struck with horror as he recalled that day. The one he searched so desperately for, only to find a cold corpse. Deke bowed his head and replied tremblingly, I'm sorry, Grandma Jero. When I found Jace, he was already. Grandma Jero froze in shock. Why? Then she started scolding Deke through her tears. Why did Jace still die even though you went there? You're a hero, aren't you? Those harsh words only made him blame himself even more. It's my fault. I wasn't strong enough. Grandma Jero shakily pointed her finger at Deke. You, she ruthlessly cursed Deke with the most bitter words. You bastard! So you just left my grandson to die while you sit here laughing and having fun? Are you that thrilled just because you sold a few bowls of noodles? The overwhelming loss, or perhaps her true nature, made her shout even more abusively. All the other soldiers are injured, yet seeing you without a single scratch says it all. You definitely hid somewhere, didn't you? I pitied you since you were little and gave you odd jobs, and this is how you repay me? In the end, Grandma Jero pinned all the blame on Deke. I was a fool to trust a hero from a bottom-tier family. This is all your fault, Deke! Because of you! My Jace is dead! Alexia quickly stepped up to explain. That's not true, ma'am! It was Deke who defeated all the giants. But she was stopped by Deke. He bowed his head and took the blame, even though it wasn't his fault. That's right, ma'am. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. Deke, Grandma Jero could only weep bitterly. Finally, she turned her back and walked away. I never want to see you again. Don't ever call yourself a hero. She left behind a dead silence in the diner. Suddenly, a chuckle came from behind. How amusing. Cadencia walked over to them. Deke looked at him in surprise. Sir Cadencia? Shouldn't you be in the castle? Why are you here? Sitting among these bearded old men doesn't suit someone like me. Seeing him arrive, Deus frowned in annoyance. What kind of day is this that I keep running into such obnoxious people? Where's that long, blue-haired noble who's always by your side? Dead. Don't mind it. Meanwhile, Deke quickly made him a bowl of noodles. I don't know if this suits your taste, but let me treat you to a bowl of noodles, sir. Suddenly, Cadencia asked, Deke, are you satisfied? Huh? His sharp, cold eyes swept across Deke's face. Someone who did absolutely nothing gets to stand beside the Lord and enjoy his favor, while you, the one who deserves it more than anyone else, are just sitting here. Are you truly content with this? For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Cadencia continued. I saw the corpses of all the giants with my own eyes. Those sharp, fatal sword strikes. It was you who single-handedly defeated a G-rank monster. Without you, at least half the people here would be dead. Then he turned to look at Alexia. The same goes for those rank families who are acting all high and mighty. True to his nature, Deke quickly explained, that's not true. Everyone helped me. However, that answer only made Cadencia furious. So, you're fine with this? He bluntly told Deke what had just happened. I told the Lord that it was your achievement, but he absolutely refused to accept it. After all, as the Lord of a city and those rank families, how could they accept the truth that they owe their lives to an rank family? All the humiliation and contempt that Deke had tried to escape from, Cadencia now detailed completely. That's exactly why they deliberately didn't invite you. If you were a G rank, no, even just a D rank, the Lord would be scrambling to win your favor right now, even if your actual strength remained completely unchanged. Once again, he asked Deke seriously, Deke, that's just how this world is. Strength matters, but sometimes, background matters even more. Can you really accept things being like this? Cadencia even believed that Deke would change his mind, that he wouldn't be okay with it at all. But Deke just bowed his head and accepted it all. Thank you for your advice, sir, but my answer remains the same. Cadencia couldn't understand what was going through Deke's mind. Then he shifted his focus to Deus. You should think carefully, too. There are many other heroes in this world. What Deke needs isn't just money, and I can give him exactly that, Deus replied coldly. Only when you reach D rank, that is. Cadencia's sharp, icy glare pierced deeply into him. Unable to persuade anyone, he had no choice but to leave. True strength cannot be hidden forever. There will come a time when you can no longer endure this. Meanwhile, at the pub, everyone was bustling with conversation, while a lone figure quietly walked away after finishing his chat with Deus Group. With affectionate eyes, Deke smiled softly. Suddenly, Deus, who was eating a mouthful of noodles, asked him, Why exactly are you a hero? He immediately replied, Pardon? He asked awkwardly, What do you mean by that, sir? I am a member of the Holy Beat family, after all. He told him, I heard you could just throw that surname away. And half-rank family isn't just unrecognized, they're despised. You can't make decent money, and there's absolutely no honor or glory. Even when you do achieve something, you're doubted and hated. Isn't that right? So why do you still want to do it? Just because your ancestors did? Is it the dream of your bloodline? Or simply because you were born into it? The woman beside them cast a subtle glance. Deke revealed a blissfully happy smile and answered, I've never thought too deeply about it, so allow me to speak from how I feel right now. I believe that everything in this world exists because of the sacrifices made by heroes. Saying that, he raised his eyes to look upward. He continued, People can smile and chat peacefully under a clear night sky like this. Isn't it all thanks to the sacrifices of countless heroes in the past? Even today, thanks to everyone fighting with all their might and emerging victorious, we can sit here happily. Alexia watched him intently from the side. He went on, even if it's just a little bit, if my sacrifice can make the world a better place, wouldn't that be incredibly meaningful? That's why, if there's still something behind me that needs protecting, I want to become a hero who never falls, no matter who the enemy is. Deus spoke up calmly, Never fall, huh? One hit from the Demon King, and you'd probably drop dead on the spot. He forced a smile and said, Is that so? Well, it's the kind of fantasy every hero has at least once. But if I were the last hero standing before the Demon King, I would absolutely never fall. Even if I die, I'd get back up and keep fighting. Well, someone barely scraping K rank like me will never experience that anyway. Suddenly, Deus blurted out, But, hypothetically, if the Demon King appeared right before your eyes, could you fight immediately without hesitation? Even knowing that you can't win and will die alone, For this mediocre world? This world that despises you? Deke smiled and replied, yes. I would fight without hesitation, he said, making Dia's eyes widen as he stared at him. He expressed his thoughts in a deep voice. I don't get it. What exactly has this world done for you? And what about your siblings? Didn't you say they're incredibly important to you? He replied, my siblings are heroes too. They'll understand. On the contrary, they'd be proud of me. More so than of an older brother who only knows how to do odd jobs in the village. Because that is the most glorious death a hero could ask for. His answer left Alexia staring at him in a daze. Deus asked him curiously, I truly can't understand it even the slightest bit. Those pure-blood lineage scums I've met so far. No, all those people swarming out there are nothing like you. So, if those pieces of trash showed up claiming to be the final heroes, if I were the Demon King, I wouldn't even think twice before slaughtering them all. All right, I admit it. All this time, the final hero I envisioned was exactly someone like you. Hearing this caused Deke's face to freeze. His jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Diaz continued, thinking about it. It would definitely be some guy with a belief so foolish it borders on madness. That's why, in the end, the Demon King could never win. Those who already have are always craving for more, while those who have nothing, like you, yearn to sacrifice even more. Leaving wouldn't be bad either. If you want, you can follow him to the Holy Court. I won't stop you. I truly think you're wasting your potential here. We can just pretend that contract never existed. After a moment, he concluded, I'll let you be free. If you want to leave, then go. Dika's hand, which had been relaxed, suddenly clenched tightly. He solemnly declared, no, please keep me here, sir. You absolutely have to keep me. I beg of you, please never abandon me. Ever since you appeared in my life, Lord Deus, I finally felt like I was truly the main character of my own life. So please, don't send me anywhere. Deke's words touched Deus, and he immediately slammed his chopsticks down on the table. He shouted out his conclusion. That settles it. I'm not giving you another chance. You asked for this yourself. I won't take responsibility now, so don't you dare complain later. Deke just said softly, yes, sir. He shouted again, kicking away your only chance to escape yourself. If that doesn't make you an idiot, what does? You're a total idiot, he replied. Yes, I truly am an idiot. Sitting beside them, Yuljim remarked in disbelief, both of you are absolute idiots. Dias agreed. That's right. Someday, when you've become incredibly strong, fight me in a match. Deke frantically waved his hands in refusal. I can't do that. How could I ever dare to fight you, Lord Deus? Deus rested his chin on his hand and cheerfully said, don't worry, I'll go easy on you. How could I ever treat you badly? Yuljim then cast a brief, observant glance over Deus. The Demon King will always die at the hands of a hero. It was like an absolute, unchangeable law, unbroken for the past 665 generations. The battle that halted the giants' attack seemed to have brought everything to a close, but it was merely a small beginning for a colossal upheaval that was yet to come. The next morning, a voice rang out, You're Deke von Holybeat, aren't you? Deke bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, that's me. Mondanu introduced himself, with Cannon standing beside him. It's a pleasure to meet you. You must be quite surprised being summoned this early in the morning, right? Deke quickly replied, Not at all, sir. He continued, It's nothing to worry about. I just heard that you made a tremendous contribution in repelling the giants yesterday. Even the investigator from the Holy Court mentioned your merits. He responded tactfully, You praise me too much, sir. I was merely fulfilling my duty as a hero of the Zorix lineage. He laughed loudly and emphasized, As a hero of the Zorix lineage, you say? Exactly. As a hero, it's only natural. I called you here to assign you a mission. As the Lord, I am entrusting this to you. At the edge of the world to the northwest, past the Horse-Spine Mountains, in the village of Phobesby, it seems a lich has appeared. Rumor has it that the entire village has been massacred. I want you to take care of that monster. Deke nervously responded to him. Pardon me, but if it's the Horse-Spine Mountains, isn't that the territory of the giants? Furthermore, if it's a lich, that's an L-rank monster. My lord, I am truly sorry, but I am merely a key-rank hero. Leaving him no room for refusal, Mondanu said. Yesterday, the investigator from the Holy Court stated that you single-handedly took down that giant monster. If that is true, Then your rank is even higher than the pride of our Zorix, Lord Kanadin himself. You are the only one who can handle this mission." His voice turned cold, carrying a hint of a threat. "Or could it be that the investigator from the Holy Court lied to me?" he replied. "That's not what I meant at all, sir. Just getting to the Horse Spine Mountains will take at least 7 days of travel. I've already prepared extra compensation for you." Kanadin, standing nearby, chimed in. "The Lord himself trusts you enough to entrust you with this important mission. Shouldn't you be showing some gratitude?" Deke was amazed, thinking to himself, "The Lord trusts me?" He cheerfully replied, "Yes, I will definitely destroy the Lich to live up to your trust." As soon as he left the hall, Deke's pace grew faster and faster. He thought as he ran, "Father, the Lord has finally acknowledged our Holy Beat family." Meanwhile, inside the hall, Mondanu clenched his hands into fists and slammed them hard on the armrest. He angrily exclaimed, "If rumors spread that our Zorix territory was saved by a brat like him, what will the other territories think? Kanadin, are you sure he was the one who defeated the giant monsters? Could it be that the Holy Court's people or you did all the work, and that brat just coincidentally took the credit?" Kanadin also frowned and replied loudly, "I was too confused at the time, so I'm not sure. But the truth doesn't matter. If a Zodiac Knight says so, everyone will probably believe it. If word gets out that the Zorix territory relies on an Fairrank family, the whole world will laugh in our faces. No, maybe other families will even start eyeing this city. Things like this must be dealt with firmly." Hearing this, Mondanu sighed and said, "I almost forgot to mention. What appeared in Phobesby isn't just an ordinary Lich, but an Archlich. If that guy is truly a G rank, Hell somehow managed to survive. If he really manages to destroy it, giving him a temporary title and keeping him as a city knight wouldn't be bad. Even so, I'll make sure his rank always stays at the bottom. Don't worry, that's what good friends are for, right? People now all think that you and Alexia took down the giant monsters together. If they bypass an A-rank family and say that an A-rank family destroyed the giant monsters, your family might as well be ruined. Well, if he just disappears forever, even better. After all, it's a family nobody pays attention to anyway, in an unchanging world. Isn't that what peace is like? For an Frank family, 5 gold coins is more than enough for funeral money. As soon as he received the mission, Deke started heading out with everyone. Sitting in the carriage, Deus complained, has a respectable lord, yet he only gave you 5 gold coins? That's too stingy. Yuljum, sitting next to him, retorted, money isn't the issue. The lord assigning a mission directly means you've been recognized to some extent. Recognition should be shown with money. That kind of verbal recognition you can keep to yourself. So how much do you recognize Deke, paying him such a meager salary? He let out an O and said, you're really cold-hearted. How can you weigh people's hearts with just money? Deke put on a joyful expression, thinking to himself, I can do this. I will definitely do this. Just like that, he, Deus, Yuljum, and Skatel sped away in the carriage to the mission location. At that time, Deus lay on the carriage and called out loudly, come to think of it, I heard Deke's younger siblings arrived at the Holy Court? Deke happily replied, yes. They went on a study trip. They were very excited because they get to meet the Holy Emperor in person and see many interesting things. He asked further, what are your siblings' names? He answered, my younger sister is Saini, and my youngest brother is Ridin. Yuljum teased, you're so quick to ask. He simply replied, I have nothing to do with their lives anyway. Deke excitedly said while driving the carriage, they both consider you their benefactor. They said they would study hard to become excellent heroes and help you, Sir Deus. Deus complained, the exploitation stops with you. What you do with the money you earn is your own merit. Don't drag me into it. Yuljum chuckled and said, at least you still have some conscience. He shouted, of course I do. Someone sacrificed their whole life to raise them. So they must become even more outstanding heroes. Hearing that, a brief smile appeared on Deke's face. Deus glanced at him for a moment and said nothing more. Suddenly, he curiously asked him, Deke, what do you think a hero is? He immediately replied, pardon? Heroes are those blessed by the gods, who defeated the Demon King in the war 665 centuries ago. He retorted, don't give me those textbook answers. I'm asking about this title of hero that you, your ancestors, and your siblings are risking your lives to pursue. You must have your own definition of a hero, right? What you truly think it is. Deke was a little surprised. He turned his head and looked intently at Deus. Then he turned back, looking up at the blue sky. He gave the answer to his question. I think it's bottomless courage, because the Demon King is terrifying. No, even without mentioning the Demon King, this world has countless monsters and demons. There are no creatures weaker than humans. Compared to them, humans are much weaker. But the moment a hero appears, the hero is here, and hope flares up again. As long as the hero doesn't fall and remains standing strong at the front, people will think, right? The hero hasn't fallen yet, so let's try a little harder. When 10, 100, 1,000 people join forces together, I believe humans can overcome anything. Even if the opponent is the Demon King. Deus grumbled. Why are you being so long-winded? In short, if there's no fear, there's no failure, right? Deke forced a smile and replied, that seems right. He asked further with curiosity, then what's the point of dividing into fair rank and D rank? Furthermore, what is all this pure blood nonsense? In the end, as long as you have the will, anyone can be a hero, right? So why are there people getting rich off those rankings, while others are so despised they have to live in misery? Deke looked down and said thoughtfully, but the Demon King is very strong anyway. Willpower alone isn't enough. Since we have to face and defeat the Demon King, don't we need to choose heroes with superior combat abilities? Deus continued, combat ability, mana, grades from elementary, middle, high school, and university. Is that not enough? Academies, money, sponsors, pure blood lineage. There's too much, actually. I used to think that heroes were people who received divine decrees from the heavens, bathed in light, an existence that anyone could immediately recognize as the chosen one, a destiny that could be recognized right from the first encounter. So I was a bit scared, but it really is ridiculous. Yuljim glanced over at him. However, Deke said, if we go by what everyone says, I have nothing. Education, money, sponsors, lineage. I don't meet any of those conditions. It seems I really am a miserable failure. Deus thought to himself, that's exactly why I chose you, kid. And as for me, the one who has had his head chopped off for tens of thousands of years, acting as the leader of fools like you, I must be the greatest loser of all. Suddenly, Yuljim spoke up. Hey, Deus, how did you meet that new servant? Deus glanced over at Skatel, who was sitting next to Deke. He replied, I put up a recruitment flyer, and he came looking for me, insisting on getting the job. I think that was it, she muttered, just as I thought. Then she whispered softly into his ear, reminding him, be careful with him. He asked her in wonder, do you know him? She was doubtful. I have a suspicion, but I can't say it out loud. However, Deus burst into laughter, drawing her attention. He revealed a scheming smile and said, have you forgotten who I am? Everything in this world is just a game to me. There is nothing I need to be careful of. She warned him, suit yourself. I've warned you. But Deus just laughed loudly. He said, don't worry. I'm being as reckless as I possibly can. The moment the two were chatting, Skatel's eyes coldly glanced at them. Just like that, the carriage continued rattling forward. By midnight, deep in the mountains, a pot of soup was boiling. The four of them ate while chatting and laughing happily together. After eating, Yuljim and Deus sat down to rest, while Skatel and Deke practiced together. Deke gritted his teeth as he fought. Seeing that sight, Deus smiled slightly in satisfaction. And a moment later, Deke, Deus, and Yuljim fell fast asleep. Behind them, Skatel was standing on a boulder. He stared blankly ahead. Then, he quietly jumped down. The next morning, he brought back a huge wild boar to cook, right in front of the others' eyes. And so, the journey on the carriage continued. The carriage kept running at a fast pace along the long road. By afternoon, the four of them continued eating together again. Then came the training session between Skatel and Deke. And after that, all four of them slept very soundly. The next morning, the carriage kept moving. There were some turns that made the carriage sway a bit, but it wasn't difficult for Deke. The bowls were licked clean just like that. At midnight, the moon had reached its peak over the forest. In the middle of the vast, green forest, a carriage peacefully came to a halt. All four of them went to bathe in the hot springs together, and then lay down together in the carriage. The next morning, the carriage sped forward once again. And so it went through the forest from morning to afternoon, then into the dark night. After several long days like that, Deke, with a fleeting look of surprise on his face, looked ahead. He shouted loudly, that's the Horse Spine Mountains. On the other side is the land where the giants live. So humans can't live there. Dias glanced to the side. Scattle pointed in a direction, making Deke follow his gaze. Look, that's the Wall of Sin. Deke gasped in awe. I've read about it in textbooks. This is the Wall of Sin, hastily built as a final defense line to stop the giants. In the Great War between humans and giants 500 years ago, they said the bodies of the fallen heroes were piled up higher than that wall. I didn't expect to have the chance to see the testament of the heroes' sacrifices with my own eyes. Scattle told him, now we just need to go around this mountain range for about 2 more days and well reach Phobesby village. Let's get moving, he replied. Yes. And then the carriage started rolling. A while later, after all 4 of them had ventured deeper inside, Deke looked around. By this time, the forest had become bleakly gray. He told everyone in confusion, I think this is the place. Phobesby village. Suddenly, Deus called out, Deke, head out and catch the lich. He fearfully stammered in reply, by myself? I'm so scared. Going deeper, there were corpses slumped by the windows of the houses and bodies scattered across the street. Deke walked in, thinking to himself as he went, the smell is awful. They've all been dead for a long time. He looked around and thought, where is the mausoleum? I want to catch the lich quickly and get out of here. Moving a bit further, something caught his attention. He looked up at a massive building standing isolated in one area. Deke hastily slapped his face, thinking in panic, I've fought both giants and dragons before. Pull yourself together, Deke. Then he approached the building and pushed the door open and slowly stepped inside, giving a forced smile and saying, excuse the intrusion. He was terrified to see countless corpses hanging from the ceiling. Horrified, he thought to himself, so many bodies hanging like this. What the hell are these? Suddenly, a voice rang out. I have 5 silver coins in my hand. Passerby, please lend a hand. Donate 7 silver coins, and heaven will be closer. I am exactly 7 coins short. If you want to pass this way, give me alms. 7 silver coins. The mysterious old man reached out his hand, adding, if you don't want to, then let me personally push the boat to take you to the afterlife. Deke stared intently at the old man. He awkwardly replied, I'm sorry, but I don't have that much money, and I should be the one pushing you anyway. How could I let you push me? Besides, you shouldn't be here alone, sir. There's a lich here. Since experiencing all sorts of things alongside Deus, Deke no longer paid attention to such strange occurrences. Hearing the name lich, the old man couldn't help but be startled, thinking, a lich? He spoke up. Hey, young man, did you come here looking for the lich? Why? What for? Deke replied, as a matter of fact, to destroy it. Of course, I am a hero. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up unusually bright. He asked cautiously, a hero? Could you be a pure-blood hero? He gently replied, yes, though I'm not exactly full-blooded. Suddenly, the old man laughed loudly and said, you've finally fallen into the trap. Confused, he asked, what? The old man held a sphere in his hand, radiating a dark aura. He smiled sinisterly and said, I don't need silver anymore, Nakel'srum, to open the gates of the underworld. I need your blood. The dark smoke aimed straight at Deke, who quickly pulled out his shield to block it. But the power of the sphere was so great that it instantly blew him away. He fell to the floor, shouting in frustration, so you are the lich. Fireball. His attack headed towards the lich, but it had vanished. He thought in shock. It vanished. Just as he let his guard down, the monster appeared behind him, chuckling. You know how to use some cheap tricks, huh? The moment it used Dark Strike, Deke managed to dodge the attack. He slid to the side and then gathered momentum to dash forward. He swung his sword at the lich, but it faded into nothingness, and then it flickered in and out of sight behind him, aiming its attack straight at his back, making him cry out in pain. He spun around to slash, but still missed, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Countless strikes were thrown, and the lich monster cackled. Struggle all you want, you foolish hero. Do you think you can keep up with my teleportation? Then it uttered, die. With a massive number of illusions surrounding Deke, it directed its power at him, causing explosions to erupt all over his body. Deke's eyes winced under its relentless assault. It moved constantly, making him think, it's too fast, I can't catch up. Then he remembered Scattle's advice during their training. Stay alert, open your eyes, and carefully observe the slightest shifts in his movements. At this moment, feeling enlightened, he excitedly thought, I see it. He built up speed and charged with his sword towards where he thought the lich was standing. However, he missed again, causing it to burst into mocking laughter. I told you you'd never keep up with me. Deke thought, The dagger was just a decoy. Then he severed its head, confidently shouting, "Don't worry. That was just a feint." The lech's head flew away. Deke gripped his sword tightly and quickly used Moonlight Strike, 6th form, Demon King Piercer. Suddenly, the lech's body sucked in his luin. A black ink-like substance shot out, throwing him far away. He cried out in bewilderment, "What is this sword? The smell is awful too." He suddenly realized something, his eyes instantly widening. "I've destroyed him. I've caught the lech." The moment he thought he had destroyed him, the corpses hanging from the ceiling began to thrash. They let out horrifying sounds that made him freeze. And then the lech's corpse slowly stood up. A voice echoed from its head, its complete, delicious organs, flesh, brain, bones, and, truly a pure-blood hero possessing the chosen bloodline. Deke's eyes momentarily grew vacant. The lich monster shrieked in joy. "Offer the blood of Holybit to resurrect the great Lord Sadamus." At this moment, a drop of blood rolled down his forehead, slowly dripping onto the floor below. The moment Deke's blood hit the floor, a magic circle appeared and surrounded him. Those threads of blood successively found their way. They gradually approached a coffin, weaving all over it. Just like that, they moved closer to a crack. Through the crack, a voice rang out, "More." At that time, the blood threads seemed to converge on one point, which was the coffin. The eyes of the hanging corpses on the ceiling began to glow a fiery red. Deke hurriedly backed away. The lich monster ordered its underlings, "Catch him." Receiving the command, the corpses, like starving leeches, hastily rushed forward. Instantly, the corpses with glowing eyes lunged like hungry leeches, their arm muscles suddenly bulging. They grew so sinewy and massive that they tore their sleeves, and just like that, a huge number of corpses jumped down from above, heading straight for Deke. They crashed heavily onto the ground. Hands even sprouted from the floor, and countless corpses crawled out from beneath the ground. Before Deke's eyes, the corpses were massive and approached him like savage beasts. He stared at them in bewilderment. Seizing the opportunity, they began to run forward to launch their attack. Deke swung his sword with all his might, slashing them one by one. However, due to their sheer numbers, they continuously attacked from all sides, forcing him to block with his shield. Yet, there were so many of them that they grabbed Logun from his arm. They managed to snatch Logun away, making him yell out, "Ah, my shield." Deke immediately sliced a nearby corpse in half. However, the corpse didn't die and even grabbed onto his luin instead. He was stunned to see his luin held tightly by the corpse as it ran off. Taking advantage of his weaponless hands, they immediately lunged to grab his arms. One of them lowered its head and bit his arm, and a drop of blood began to seep out, then fell to the ground. The coffin suddenly glowed at this moment, and a fierce roar echoed out. The corpses seemed to gain a surge of power, their skin turning bright red, 2 horns sprouting from their heads, spikes growing on their backs, and their hands becoming razor sharp. The undead horde quickly became even more massive and ferocious than before. Deke panted and thought to himself, "Do they level up every time I bleed? I can't bleed anymore." The undead bared their sharp fangs. They aggressively charged at him. The armor on Deke's body sensed the danger and sprouted laser arms, shooting at the corpses. But they seemed unaffected and instead rushed forward even more madly. They threw themselves at him. Countless others took the opportunity and dove in as well. They tore at his body, making him scream endlessly in pain. Drops of blood continuously flowed from Deke's body, dripping onto the floor in large puddles. The threads of blood surrounding the coffin multiplied, becoming clearer by the second. In a split second, the coffin lid burst open. Hearing the noise, Deke snapped one eye open. He glanced to the side. He couldn't help but flinch when he saw the horde of corpses immediately fall to their knees and bow in rows. Even the lich he had decapitated earlier bowed respectfully, its headless body lifting its own head. It uttered tremblingly, "Our king, lord of the liches, I offer my devotion. Please resurrect." Deke stared blankly ahead. Something caught his attention. A monster emerged from the coffin, standing solemnly in place. Then it spoke, "I am Sadamus. From now on, humans, elves, dwarves, and even demons, all living creatures will bow before me. O world, tremble in fear, for true evil has arrived." Deke listened to him in bewilderment. Sadamus fell silent for a moment, staring intently at Deke. He asked him, "Your expression is rather strange. Are you not afraid of me?" He calmly replied, Can I be honest?" He said, "I'm not afraid. You say you're true evil, but honestly, it's a bit." Sadamus screamed in a panic. I am the king of liches. Just facing me should plunge anyone with a beating heart into primal fear. Why aren't you? He secretly wondered in his head. Why is that? Then he remembered Dia's smile. He chuckled softly, thinking, why am I thinking of him at a time like this? Feeling provoked, Sadamus roared. You're laughing? You dare laugh in my face? Do you have a death wish? Suddenly, Deus, the golden dragon, and Scattle kicked the door open out of nowhere. He loudly declared, do I really have to step in just for one lich? What's taking so long? Let's wrap this up and leave. I'm starving to death here. Seeing him was like seeing a ray of light, and Deke called out loudly, Lord Deus. And then Deus looked up at Sadamus. He said, what the hell? Who's that gloomy, shriveled guy who looks like has been rotting for 10,000 years? These words enraged Sadamus even more, causing him to grit his teeth and hiss. Trembling, he spoke. How dare you? How dare you speak such insolent words to me? Oh, ye dead, kill them at once. Grant them the most gruesome end. Hearing the command, the horde of corpses immediately rushed toward Deus. He let out a soft, long yawn. With a single swing of his hand, the wave of charging corpses was sliced right in half. Sadamus gasped in shock. Defeating my magic-infused minions with just one hand? Who are you? He asked him back. Who are you? He shrieked. I am Sadamus, the strongest being across the human world, the demon world, hell, and purgatory. If those Zodiac Knights hadn't sealed my heart, this world would have long fallen under my rule. Deus glared and asked, rule the world? You plan to do something even the Demon King couldn't pull off? He proudly proclaimed, the magic flowing through my body surpasses even the Demon King. If I grasp my true power, no one will be able to stop me. Deus replied in awe, sounds fun. Then I'll undo this seal or whatever for you. Try doing as you please, but if you can't, you have to do one thing I say. Deal? Sadamus laughed out loud, mocking. Even I, Sadamus, cannot undo this seal. Before he could finish his sentence, Deus broke the seal right in front of his face. The golden dragon yelled from the side. That idiot is causing trouble again. Deus held the sealing chains and provoked him. Well, try it. Sadamus burst into laughter. His power seemed to explode, creating a blast that sent Deus flying back. Sadamus' power seemed to erupt, generating an explosion that knocked Deus far away. The golden dragon, Scattle, and Deke stood behind, their eyes wide with awe as they stared ahead. Sadamus laughed in pure joy. He declared, a new demon king has descended upon this world. All breathing creatures, kneel before me. I don't know how you did it, but thank you very much. The ruler of death, I, Sadamus, command you. Die. However, after his words, nothing happened. Both he and Deus just silently stared at each other. Seeing him repeatedly making hand signs, Deus confusingly asked, hey, what are you doing? Sadamus only replied in a panic, why isn't this working? Oh, darkness, show me your power. All shall turn to ash, the soul-destroying requiem. Yet, before the power could be released, Deus punched Sadamus square in the face. His blow knocked him backward. Holding the spot where he was punched, Sadamus mumbled, I, the great Sadamus. But before he could finish, his eyes widened. Without hesitation, Deus leaped toward him, winding up his fist. Sadamus had thought so for 1,000 years, but he only just learned this fact, that even a corpse feels pain when getting hit. Deus asked Sadamus, are we good? He held his swollen cheeks and obediently replied, yes. He asked him, who exactly are you? He answered, no need to know, just call me Lord Deus. Then he held his hand out in front of Sadamus and said, now then, a contract appeared. Party A, Deus. Party B, Sadamus. 1. Party B becomes a comrade in party as party. 2. Party B absolutely obeys all commands from Party A. 3. The comrade relationship will last indefinitely until Party A wishes to terminate it, and only Party A has the right to cancel the contract. 4. Glory and wealth from adventures will be distributed by Party A to Party B at the time and scale Party A desires. 5. Party B is not allowed to raise any objections to the above terms. He asked him in surprise, what is this? Deus explained, I told you, if you couldn't rule the world after being unsealed, you'd have to follow one condition I set. I needed a hired hand for the shop anyway, so sign it. Sadamus said nothing, only staring blankly at him. He pointed at the contract and complained, This contract seems incredibly unfair. He replied, I know, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Just like that, a while later, their group was traveling back in the carriage. Sadamus glanced at Deus lounging in the back. He turned his head away, casting his eyes downward. Then he looked up again. He saw the majestic scenery ahead. An indescribable emotion crept into him, and he unconsciously spoke up. I am Sadamus, a great mage. 1,000 years ago, during the 655th Great War, I fought alongside the final knight against the Demon King. I was once a mage like that. Deke curiously asked him, You were a comrade of the last person in that battle? He nodded in response. That's right. He asked him in confusion, but how dat? He recalled the past and explained it to him. In the final battle, I was cursed. I was struck by the killing intent of the sloth demon, which made my flesh slowly rot. After the Great War ended, the final knight also passed away. I was the only one in that party lucky enough to survive. At the time, I even thought it was a stroke of luck. Every day there were parties hailing me as a hero who survived the apocalypse. But when night fell, the pain from the curse took over my body. The curse of a demon duke is something no one can break. In agony, I slowly turned into a monster, and eventually, I touched forbidden magic. Deke startled and asked, Dark magic? Sadamus agreed, saying, Yes, I made a pact with the darkness and gained eternal life. But then the Holy Court discovered the truth, and one night, a Zodiac Knight raided me, sealing me in that ancient tomb in the small village deep in these mountains, as if I were a filthy entity that shouldn't be allowed to exist. Returning to the present, Sadamus laughed it off, saying, But I suppose it makes sense. The last surviving comrade shook hands with darkness and became a mage who controls corpses. How could they ever announce that to the world? Deke comforted him. That is such a sad story. He asked him back, A sad story? He replied, Yes, Lord Sadamus' story doesn't appear in any hero textbooks. You fought to save the world, but in the end, you were cursed, forgotten, and locked away alone in a dark graveyard. He answered matter-of-factly, Isn't that the destiny of a hero? It would have been better if I had sacrificed myself during the apocalypse. At least I would have been recorded in the textbooks. The Holy War. The survivors never get a good ending. Oh, right. You must be the 5th generation. So you've never thought about the lives of the 4th generation like us, have you? Being asked such a question, Deke pondered deeply for a while. Sadamus looked ahead again. He began to tell, 1,000 years ago, when I was locked in that coffin and brought to Phobesby, I traveled down this very road. How strange. 1,000 years have passed, yet nothing has changed. Deus, lying in the back, exclaimed in shock, Huh? It's been 1,000 years and everything is still exactly the same? Sadamus answered, That's right. I remember it clearly, because it was the very last scenery I saw before closing my eyes. On that day, when he was still lying inside the moving coffin. Through a crack in the coffin, his tears fell as he looked at the scenery outside. The scenery back then was identical to how it is now, not different in the slightest. Deus asked curiously, Could it be that since the 600th century, it has looked exactly like this? The Golden Dragon asked him, Is there a problem? If there's no reason to change, just keeping it the same is fine. He slowly sank into thought. Everything was running exactly in order, within a perfect system. A world where nothing changes forever. No matter how much one struggles, it's all meaningless. Everything is merely up to the will of heaven. Deus just continued to observe the world before his eyes. He let out a tired yawn and sighed. Anyway, this other world is truly twisted. The Golden Dragon sitting beside him, reading a book, retorted, When you have nothing else to say, you just claim the world is twisted. From what I can see, it's perfectly straight. Deus boredly called out to Sadamus, Hey, you hired hand, since you're a mage anyway. You must know other types of magic besides dark magic, right? From now on, you're Deke's magic teacher. Deke, study properly. Because sooner or later, you'll have to fight me. Let's hurry back to Zorix. I'm starting to miss my bed. At night, when the moon reached its peak, under the flickering light, a fire was lit alongside scattered, discarded bowls. An undead growled aloud. They surrounded Deke in massive numbers. One of them immediately jumped up and lunged at him. He calmly slashed it in half with a single strike. However, its body reattached itself together. Then it instantly let out a loud roar and charged forward. Just then, a glowing sphere flew past. It hit the undead dead on, setting it ablaze as it screamed in agony. Sadamus stood behind and reminded him, when fighting the undead, physical attacks are meaningless. You must purify them with holy fire. Ignite the sacred flame within you. Deek, believe in the divine presence. Feel that boundless entity, that endless source of energy. It'll try again. Meanwhile, Deus, Yuljum, and Scattle stood aside observing. Deus asked Scattle, "How is Deek? As a human, is he doing all right, or is he too ordinary to evaluate?" He praised in response, "Very outstanding." He asked him, "Really?" He nodded and replied, "Yes, 23 years old. If things go smoothly, he can fully bloom in about 20 years." He asked, "And after he blooms?" Scattle answered, "Rank D+. Rank D will no longer be a distant dream either." Deus fell into deep thought. Then he muttered, "Rank D+, huh? Not bad at all." At this time, Scattle spoke up, "Well then, I should go teach Deek swordsmanship too." Yuljum, sitting beside Deus, opened her mouth and said, "But aren't you going back to your headquarters? Something is happening with your family." Deus casually said, "Just forget it. It's probably just another scheme anyway. I plan to just let those 7 wither away and die like that." She was silent for a moment before saying, "Hypothetically speaking, if there were no Demon King, how would the demons act?" He looked at her intently with a serious expression. She continued, "The war will break out in 20 years, and the demon realm must attack humanity. But without the Demon King, who will face the heroes?" He replied, "Without the Demon King, they probably wouldn't attack the human world at all. It takes 80 years to generate the energy source known as demonic aura. It's thanks to that power that they can devastate the surface world. But now that the core weapon is gone, what will they fight with?" Yuljum exclaimed. "So, is it possible that the Great War 20 years from now won't happen?" Deus answered, slightly startled. "It's very possible." She nodded in understanding. "I see. That's how you bring Alex and Darrett back, isn't it? If you return and say you'll continue being the Demon King, they'll automatically go back, since their reason for existing would vanish too." He chuckled softly and told her, "So I just need to pretend to go back, right? Because my existence here has disrupted the natural order? Even the Great War?" She smiled back. "Don't just pretend. Go back for real, you insect. At least for now." Deus calmly replied, "All right, I'll go back." Yuljum exclaimed in astonishment. "Really?" He added, "If I die," which made her softly click her tongue. A while later, at the building where Sadamus had awakened, someone quietly entered and stood before the coffin. That person simply stared intently at the coffin. Suddenly, a laugh rang out, catching their attention. The lich monster mockingly said, "Another fresh sacrifice has willingly walked into this masterless coffin. O souls of the dead, awaken and claim this new body. Devour this new soul." Countless hands immediately sprouted up upon hearing the command, as the undead began to rise from the ground. They swarmed together and lunged toward the mysterious person's location. However, a flash of light outside the door caused the lich to look over in high alert. With just a single sword strike, the lich monster was cleaved in half, and then the sword spun continuously, soaring through the air. The horde of undead looked up at the sword in bewildered awe. Very swiftly, they were all sliced in two by the blade. One by one, they collapsed onto the ground. Just like that, the sword flew back to its master. The mysterious figure raised a muscular arm and calmly caught the sword. He looked down at the undead lying scattered across the floor. A voice outside immediately called out, seeing the holy sword Antares fly past. "I knew it. You got here first, didn't you?" Cadencia stepped inside and confidently said, "Long time no see, Sir Auridon." Hearing this, the other man instantly pulled back his hood. Auridon Pan, Holywig of the Zodiac Knights, of the Holy Fruit lineage. He beamed with joy and spoke, "My good friend, what's with this Sir Auridon stuff? Between friends, don't be so formal. Just call me Auridon." Seeing him about to throw an arm over his shoulder, Cadencia quickly pushed him away and reminded him, "We are comrades, not friends. And hey, you're fast." "I thought you had just entered," he replied. "It wasn't me. Someone else got here first." He recalled, according to the records, the one sealed here was Sadamus, the archmage who fought alongside the last group of heroes 1,000 years ago. Even so, he willingly signed a contract with the darkness and became the archlich, not just an ordinary lich. Unless they're at our level as Zodiac Knights, no one could defeat him. Yet someone took care of him before we even arrived. How strange. Nothing but abnormal things have been happening lately. First, dragons that signed the peace treaty keep showing up out of nowhere. Then a few days ago, giants attacked an entire citadel. Auridon shouted in shock, "Giants attacked a city?" Cadencia explained, "Investigations showed that they were hastily fleeing from their mountain range." He asked him, "Fleeing from what?" He replied, unclear. "It's exactly to investigate that matter that I came to this Horsespine mountain range. Lately, there's been a constant stream of events beyond my common sense. Among them are them as well." Auridon eagerly yelled out. "Them? You mean the group with that guy, Deke? I heard you've been obsessing over some kid lately. The entire Holy Court is buzzing with the rumors. Just how incredible is that kid to catch the eye of a religious fanatic like you?" Cadencia expressed his thoughts. "I believe his abilities have surpassed rank G. Generously evaluating, has around early rank D, and is only 17 years old." Auridon cried out in panic. "What? Then we need to drag him back to the Holy Court right now. You kept him so well hidden. Are you trying to hog him all to yourself?" Cadencia retorted. "He was the one who refused. But he will eventually come to us. For God never wields his tools carelessly. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Let's move out. Investigating this bizarre giant phenomenon won't be easy." The moment Cadencia turned to leave, Auridon threw an arm around his shoulders. He burst into laughter, shaking Cadencia back and forth, and said, "With me, Scorpio Auridon, and you, Libra Cadencia, what do the two of us have to fear? This is the first time we've been on the same team since we were rookies. I'm so thrilled." Cadencia blankly retorted, "That time was a miserable failure. We've never been teamed up again since then." "Why did that lunatic send you here even though I objected?" "Unbothered," Auridon said. "I'll just take that as you being happy," causing him to stare at him in astonishment. He even yelled out, "Hey, the Holy Court even provides you with a private airship? How come I don't get one?" He replied, "Of course, because you wrecked 3 of them." He blankly responded, "I did that." On the other hand, while Deus and Yuljum were resting, the other 3 huddled in a corner. Sadimus said loudly, "That is the origin of magical power." Deke looked in surprise at his hands, which were forming a sphere, and immediately exclaimed, "Mana." He explained, "Depending on whether the nature is offensive or defensive, it is divided into dark magic and white magic. Besides that, there are countless other types of magic based on the natural elements that make up this world. But in essence, they are all the same. It is the sacred energy bestowed by God." Scattle said tensely, "Even apprentice mages must train for at least a year just to form a mana crystal. Yet you manifested it instantaneously. Deke is developing at a shockingly abnormal pace. It's as if something is approaching very quickly, and he is being artificially manipulated to prepare for it." Deke didn't reply. He just silently stared down at the 2 spheres before him. By then it was midnight. The moon reached its peak in the sky, and the forest gradually fell silent. Deep at the bottom of the world, the city of 1,000 black towers, the demon capital Eidos. Ifrit brazenly pushed the doors open and stormed in. His eyes widened in panic as he saw the 2 figures ahead. He shouted loudly, "You guys are still alive?" At this moment, Alex and his subordinate glared at him. Ifrit cried out in terror, "What's going on? We even held funerals because we thought you were dead." Alex spoke up, "Now it's your turn, Ifrit. You are the final piece. We must make Volcano X erupt toward the Horse Continent." Ifrit roared, "If we do that, everyone will perish. Both the human and demon realms will be doomed." After his words, the corners of Alex's mouth curled up in a smirk. He joyfully declared, "That is exactly what I desire." Elsewhere, Deus Group was fast asleep. Flower petals bloomed all around. Suddenly, massive cracks appeared in the ground. Intense tremors jolted Deus, Yuljum, and Deke awake from their dreams. A colossal vortex manifested before Deus' eyes. The ground began to dance. The mountains gradually began to split apart. The mountain tore in 2, and something slowly emerged from within. A colossal black horn pierced through the surface. Searing hot blood erupted. Endless flames burst forth from a swirling vortex. They crashed into the surrounding castles, setting them ablaze. They slowly sank into an endless sea of fire. The sandcastles of those insignificant creatures were swept away without a hint of resistance. The volcanic eruption grew increasingly violent. Even Auridon and Cadencia could see it from afar. The volcano blazed so fiercely that the surrounding airships were completely incinerated by the flames. Cadencia widened his eyes and looked around. As the airships slowly plummeted, Bizarre entities began to rise from the volcano. A pitch-black cloud of smoke billowed upward, growing larger by the second. The dense black smoke blotted out the light of the world, and dark ash fell like rain. It was today, the day of the apocalypse. Before the eyes of Dia's party, the scene was horrifyingly grim. Deke cried out in a panic. How could this happen? Diaz forced a smile and cursed inwardly. Alex, you absolute madman. The golden dragon stood behind him, shaking her head in dismay. And so, that day has begun 20 years early.